Yazelle awakened a unique talent that enabled her to perceive the characteristics and skills of every beast companion. Upon gaining admission to the prestigious Beast Tamer Academy's nurturing program in White Tower City, she not only received training requests from beast tamers, but also occasionally engaged in career planning for the beast companions. Your primary characteristic, gentleness, can mitigate the inherent intimidation of dragon-type beasts. The other characteristic, vitality, is even more formidable, as it possesses the ability to influence surrounding aura-type characteristics. You are a dragon well-suited for the aquaculture industry. The chicks you rear will grow meat and lay eggs faster than others. The little fire dragon contemplated thoughtfully and departed with a sense of satisfaction. In order to earn sufficient funds to nurture her own beast companions, Yazelle assumed a pseudonym and participated in an underground arena competition, ultimately seizing the championship title. Her casual remarks during beast battles became sensational within the city, sweeping the populace. In a backstage interview, she captivated the seasoned journalist with her rapid reflexes and philosophically rich responses. After the competition, the coloration of her contracted beast became the trend of the year, prompting other beasts of the same species to desire similar hues. Is that Yazelle? Please, I must have your autograph. Yazelle merely wished to maintain a low profile in her studies, yet her exceptional prowess forbade such discretion. How could there exist such a formidable nurturer, proficient in both nurturing and combat? Her contracted beasts were not only intelligent and adorable, but also exceptionally powerful and competitive. Chapter 1. Countdown to the Awakening Ceremony. At the Junior Beast Tamer Academy in Bearclaw Town. Bobo Otter, Fire Goose, or Popcorn Cat? Which contract should I choose? It's so perplexing. I think the Electromouse is quite good as well. After all, there's still 3 months until the Awakening Ceremony. Plenty of time to ponder. This decision will shape my future path in beast taming. 3 months is hardly sufficient. Never mind, I heard a delightful snack shop has opened at the school gate. Nearby, the tightly shut classroom door suddenly swung open. Teacher Delana emerged, her expression grave as she gestured for silence. Shoo, students leaving the corridor, class meow meow is still in examination. Please be quiet as you pass by, Teacher Delana reminded. Understood, understood. 2 students nodded repeatedly. Only after they had walked far enough away to be out of sight of Delana did they whisper. No wonder class meow meow is composed entirely of self-awakened students. Not only are their talents remarkable, but they also work diligently. It's impressive that they're still testing at this hour. It's not entirely everyone, is it? There's still that theoretical top student who carries a beast egg with her wherever she goes, Yazelle. In class meow meow, as the school bell rang, Yazelle was finishing transcribing the final question of the elementary beast taming theory exam. The first again to complete the theoretical test. The homeroom teacher and proctor, Delana, adjusted her glasses, her keen gaze sweeping across the back row of students, a few of whom were scratching their heads in confusion. Some students ought to take a lesson from Yazelle. Even without awakening their beast space, theoretical knowledge can still serve as a pretty decoration, came a hushed laugh from the back of the classroom. The girl with fiery red hair gently tapped the curled-up lava turtle on the table with her knuckles, remarking, after all, in practical classes, one can only stand behind the protective shield and take notes. Quiet. You, my Kai, is still examination time. Come to my office after school, Ms. Delana decisively interrupted, adding, and bring your parents along. T.C.H. You, my Kai, muttered defiantly under her breath. What a genius, yet still a worthless individual who hasn't even awakened a beast space. How absurd. Yazelle momentarily paused. Submit your papers, she said, pushing her exam sheet to the edge of the table and swiftly grabbing the canvas bag adorned with a pattern of small punch mouths that hung on the back of her chair. The canvas bag bulged with a rounded contour, emitting faint clicking sounds, as if some hard objects were colliding within. The glass windows of the corridor reflected her slender silhouette. Her silky golden hair tied with a woven blue ribbon swayed gently with her steps. At 15, a genius should, like her peers in the junior class, be accompanied by a contracted pet beast. Yet her shadow remained solitary, accompanied only by an egg. Have you heard? Among the 12 students in the junior class who have awakened independently this year, she is the only one who has yet to succeed in contracting. Haha, not to mention contracting a pet beast. She probably can't even awaken a beast space. I've heard many tales of geniuses, but a genius who has been held back for 3 years is a first for me. Shoo, lower your voice if you don't want to be punished with writing the school rules. Who doesn't know that Ms. Delana favors her the most? I wonder what makes someone who hasn't even awakened a beast space so remarkable. The ubiquitous murmurings pierced Yazelle's eardrums. She quickened her pace, the clicking sounds from her canvas bag becoming more frantic. The bulletin board at the entrance of the corridor displayed the theoretical performance rankings of all ninth graders. The name Yazelle was firmly anchored at the top of every subject list, far surpassing the second-place contenders. However, on the practical class rankings, her name perpetually lingered at the bottom, marked glaringly in red ink with the words unawakened. Yazelle stood on her tiptoes at the back of the crowd, catching sight of the latest notice posted regarding the diverting of students who have not awakened their beast space by 16, with the third point circled in glaring red ink. Students who have turned 16 and have not awakened their beast space after the awakening ceremony will be transferred to regular courses and may only apply to ordinary high schools. Attachment: enrollment guidelines for 2 regular high schools in Xianghua Town. Her fists instinctively clenched, her palms marked with faint red imprints from her nails. Make way, theoretical science prodigy. The speaker, as if fearing the omission of any detail, pronounced the words theoretical science slowly and emphatically. A tall and sturdy girl deliberately obstructed her path, while the punch mouse perched on her shoulder bared its teeth at Yazelle. This was Mia, a fortunate individual who had awakened the beast blood-boiling talent last year. Not only had her brain domain directly developed to 6, but her physique had also been positively influenced by the beast blood boiling, resulting in significant growth over the past year. According to rumors, her skin had benefited from the feedback of the contracted punch mouse's abilities, acquiring the characteristic of hardness. Oh, our renowned theoretical genius who has been held back for 3 years isn't perusing the enrollment guidelines for regular high schools, is she? Indeed, Yazelle, you just turned 16 this year, reaching the federal mandated latest age for awakening. If you do not participate in the awakening ceremony soon, you may not even develop your brain domain, Mia remarked, taking her punch mouse from her shoulder and shaking it in front of Yazelle's eyes. Here, don't be shy. Would you like me to let you touch my rock mouse? Mia feigned generosity. Yazelle's emerald eyes glanced at the creature with a bulging belly and arms that resembled hardened rocks. Theoretical knowledge is the foundation for becoming an exceptional beast master, she stated in a clear voice. Chapter 3 of Fundamentals of Beast Mastery clearly states that it is best to complete as much theoretical study as possible before awakening a beast space. Not only is it about learning theory, but it also prepares for expanding the brain domain. The brain's activity level before awakening will influence the breadth and depth of the beast space, all supported by definitive data. In your punch mouse, you must have fed it quite a few ED gray energy stones, haven't you? Although this type of energy stone can help increase the strength of rock-type pets and accelerate their growth, overconsumption without expending the excess energy will lead to the punch mouse developing show muscle that serves no functional purpose. Moreover, a long-term monotonous diet can result in sparse, dull, and tangled fur. The fur of the punch mouse not only acts as a protective hydrophobic layer, but also serves as a reservoir for rock-type energy. The current state of its fur indicates that there is an issue with energy circulation. Such a state of fur could potentially lead to several problems. First, a decrease in defense by 5 to 15. Second, a slowdown in the release speed of rock-type skills. Finally, Yazelle paused momentarily. When feedback from the same part is transmitted to you, it may also relay some of the same minor issues back to you. As Yazelle spoke, her gaze seemingly wandered casually to Mia's head. Ha 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 ha. The crowd, which had gradually quieted while Mia was speaking, suddenly erupted into a fit of joyous laughter. Ha ha, Mia. Are you going bald? Ha ha. It turns out that the characteristic feedback on her skin labeled as hard is actually the sparse hardness trait. Fear not, Mia. You have only recently formed your contract, and thus the feedback on your traits is minimal. It's not as though you've evolved into stone skin. Even mosquitoes can leave welts. There's truly nothing to fret about. Ha ha ha, Mia. You're tall. No one can see the slight baldness on your crown, haha. Let Mia's little wretched mouse run amok all day, gnawing on everything and kicking against iron plates. Truly, what a commendable feat from Iser. Damn bookworm, Mia shrieked. In 3 months, it will be the day of the ritual awakening, and I shall see how you pretend then. Iser tightened his grip on the canvas bag, disregarding Mia as he maneuvered past others to move forward. Indeed, 3 months hence, all students who have not awakened autonomously by the age of 16 are mandated to undergo the ceremonial awakening. This ritual, known as the ceremonial awakening, is a unified event for those who have not achieved self-awakening prior to their 16th year. Employing machines or potions to expand their cerebral domains and awakened their beast mastery spaces. Those who awaken autonomously typically do so between the ages of 14 and 16. Millennia ago, only those who awakened on their own could forge contracts with companion beasts. However, several pioneering researchers discovered, while conducting studies on cerebral domain expansion, that ordinary individuals could also become beast masters through external means. Nonetheless, some studies suggest that this might be a form of forced development that sacrifices potential in the pursuit of immediate results. Subsequent research over the centuries has confirmed that the age of 16 is the final deadline for autonomous awakening, marking the end of the period during which the beast mastery space can be spontaneously activated. Beyond this age, the efficacy of the ceremonial awakening diminishes annually, leading to a lower initial level of cerebral development. In essence, if one cannot awaken at all, discussions of potential become moot. Thus, the practice of ceremonial awakening has gradually proliferated across this continent. In times long past, some families, believing their children had little chance of self-awakening, would even opt for early ceremonial awakenings to secure a marginally higher initial level of cerebral development. However, in the present-day Emerald Federation, where knowledge of beast mastery is widely disseminated, such practices have become obsolete. No one wishes to forego the pursuit of autonomous awakening, even if the chances are slim. Moreover, the slight advantage gained from early ceremonial awakening pales in comparison over the long term. The vast majority of ceremonial awakening beast masters will never reach the heights of those who achieve autonomous awakening, prompting parents to encourage their children to repeat a year until they turn 16. As Professor Delana aptly stated, if the beast mastery space of an autonomously awakened individual resembles an expansive ocean, then that of a ceremonially awakened one is merely a man-made pond. Chapter 2. The Contract Egg. In the contemporary realm of Oritia, 95% of the populace can awaken their beast mastery space, a remarkable awakening rate attributable entirely to the ceremonial awakening. While a 95% success rate may sound impressive, it also implies a 5% chance of irrevocably losing the right to become a beast master. The Federation has policies in place to assist that 5% of ordinary individuals. For in this era, the inability to forge contracts with companion beasts effectively excludes one from numerous job opportunities. For instance, in Bearclaw Town, entry into the Defense Department requires at least an E-level Beast Master badge, signifying the possession of 2 or more companion beasts, one of which must be a combat type. Aspiring members of the Greening Department must possess a beast with plant type enhancement abilities. In the Sanitation Department, the popular choice is the Sludge Beast, capable of swiftly enveloping and digesting refuse. In summary, without a companion beast, securing even a respectable job becomes an arduous task, let alone embarking on perilous adventures in the secret realms. Isel's mother, Ilya, secured her position in the Bearclaw Town Defense Department through her contract with a combat-type beast, the Mighty Fist. Among the 95 who awakened their beast mastery space, only 20 achieve autonomous awakening. Of those, a mere 15 exhibit distinctive talents. Such a low proportion of awakening talent, less than 3 individuals in 100, makes it unsurprising that Mia, who possesses the talent, beast blood boiling, carries herself with such arrogance. Reflecting on this, Isel sighed. Her beast mastery space had been stagnant for 6 years. At the age of 9, she had stealthily accompanied her mother, Ilya, on an adventure into the Firefly Forest. Back then, the entry requirements for Bearclaw Town near the Firefly Forest were not as stringent as they are today. In hindsight, she had played a part in this. Initially, young Isel had managed to follow her mother at a safe distance, hidden by the dense foliage. As she wandered, a long branch adorned with several sweet fruits extended towards her. It was the fruit tree greeting her. Overjoyed, young Isel plucked the fruit and returned the gesture with a small packet of her adventure snacks, fragrant herb cookies. The fruit tree gently patted her head with its branch before swiftly snatching away the cookies. Surely, it must have enjoyed that, Isel thought with anticipation. In the blink of an eye, however, she lost sight of her mother. The thick branches obscured the sky, casting shadows that made it impossible to discern direction. After running in one direction for quite some time, she finally succumbed to exhaustion, plopping down on a large mushroom beneath the trees, her lips pouting as she began to cry softly. 6 years ago, young Isel was far from the calm individual she is now. She wept uncontrollably, her face and nose flushed, her emerald eyes brimming with tears. A gust of wind swept swiftly past, then circled back, twirling around young Isel several times, as if ensuring no one else was nearby. Once satisfied that the coast was clear, a massive, furry creature swiftly enveloped her. After Isel had wept her fill against the soft, furry being, she stood up to find herself in an entirely different place. Countless crystalline vines hung from the branches of towering trees, shimmering with a gentle blue light. A row of walking grasses emerged from the earth, dancing in circles. A mirror-like lake glimmered softly under the moonlight. The night breeze rustled the glowing ferns by the shore, scattering fine specks of light like fallen stars. It was a beauty beyond description. Numerous unfamiliar companion beasts sat by the lake, seemingly gathered for a meeting. Is this a fairyland? Young Isel, having never experienced such wonders, stared wide-eyed. The beasts by the lake, rather than attacking her, offered her a bounty of glistening, colorful fruits to eat. Perhaps it was due to her hunger. But these fruits were incredibly fragrant, and she could not stop until she had eaten enough to fill her belly. The memories that followed became somewhat hazy. But when she awoke, she found herself cradling a companion beast egg that had already formed a contract with her, lying at the edge of the firefly forest. A soft layer of cottony fluff covered her. For reasons unknown, despite her inability to recall the appearances of those beasts, a wave of affection surged within her upon seeing this egg. Furthermore, her cerebral domain had been developed, surpassing a score of 6, with subtle indications that her beast mastery space was on the verge of awakening. It is noteworthy that even children who awaken autonomously typically score around 25 on their initial tests. This revelation shocked not only Bearclaw Town, but also made headlines in Quailtail City. Even in the White Tower City, a 12-year-old who awakens autonomously is regarded as a prodigy among prodigies, let alone a mere 9-year-old who had contracted a companion beast egg. Bearclaw Town subsequently experienced a surge in tourism, with many travelers organized by families or schools. This opportunity allowed Bearclaw Town to develop its tourism industry. Isel's name became renowned throughout Bearclaw Town. After all, no matter how talented one is, the continuous influx of travelers brings tangible wealth. No one can resist the allure of gold. None. These travelers would invariably take a stroll around the outskirts of the Firefly Forest, even though no one had since experienced a premature awakening like Isel's. Nonetheless, deep down, everyone harbored a flicker of hope that perhaps they, along with their children, might also awaken their beast mastery space. Skipping over certain minor details of Isel's parents imparting safety education. At the tender age of 9, Isel was exceptionally admitted into the budding class of the Junior Beastmaster Academy in Bearclaw Town. Awkwardly, the only way to unlock the Beastmaster space was through a formal contract with a pet beast, for it is only upon establishing this bond that one may awaken their innate talents. The environment within the Beastmaster space is also influenced by the contracted pet. In the absence of a contracted beast, the space remains a nebulous chaos shrouded in mist. This is precisely why everyone hurriedly seeks to contract a pet upon awakening. The true development of the Beastmaster space begins only after such a pact is made. The bond between a Beastmaster and their pet is one of genuine companionship, fostering mutual growth. However, a mere egg cannot fulfill this role. Typically, a Beastmaster cannot contract an egg but must wait for a beast to hatch, as a contract requires the agreement of both parties. Thus, Isel found herself in a rather awkward predicament. Returning to the present, Chapter 3, Hatching. Isel. Came the rhythmic footsteps from behind, as Fiona, the stern-looking academic director adorned with golden-rimmed glasses, extended a sealed bag towards her. This is the moonlight moss I procured for you last week, as a reward for your top performance in theory. It was retrieved from the Firefly Forest, and the research department had some excess. Thank you, teacher, Isel replied, aware that Fiona was merely offering a pretext to alleviate her pressure. Moonlight moss can only grow at the base of the weeping cap mushroom deep within the Firefly Forest, where it absorbs the power of moonlight. This moss, when applied to the surface of an unhatched pet egg, accelerates energy absorption and hastens hatching. Due to its moonlit energy, it is exceptionally gentle and exceedingly rare, seldom found in the market. Well, continue to strive, Fiona stated with a serious demeanor. Yet, Isel could sense the genuine concern beneath Fiona's stern exterior. Over the past year, Fiona had repeatedly found various items to assist her in hatching the pet egg. Do not let yourself feel overwhelmed. You still have 3 months. Many children have awakened independently during this period over the years. Don't take to heart the words of others. Fiona softened her tone. If you feel stressed, you may come to my office to talk. I have watched you grow, after all. Oh, and this. Suddenly, the canvas bag began to tremble violently, interrupting Fiona's speech. Both of them looked down to see a swirling pattern of black and white light emerging on the bulging side of the bag, pulsating through the fabric with a gentle glow. Thank you, teacher. Isel swiftly tucked the sealed bag into her backpack, and the light patterns vanished as if receding with the tide. This marked the 3rd instance in 6 years that Fiona had witnessed the mysterious contract egg exhibiting such activity. In the eyes of everyone, it was nearly impossible for an unhatched pet egg to react to external stimuli. Watching Isel's retreating figure, Fiona smiled. Even this small detail indicated that the pet egg was exceptional, certainly not the lifeless egg some classmates claimed it to be. On her way home, Iser turned into a quaint grocery store nestled deep within an alley. The shopkeeper, old Cheatsy, was labeling jars on the shelves. Upon seeing a student from the nearby academy, her murky eyes sparkled with excitement. Today we have the milk-scented fruit, a favorite among young pet beasts. Just collected from a team of adventurers returning from the Firefly Forest this morning. I'd like a small bag of moonlight powder, Iser replied, placing several coins on the glass counter, ensuring their purity exceeded 90. Old Cheatsy raised her brows in surprise. That concentration of moonlight powder is meant for. I know, Iser interrupted, as the familiar clicking sound emanated from her canvas bag. It's for the pet egg. The streets of Bearclaw Town were lined with luminescent night vines, casting a soft orange hue under the setting sun. Passing by the town square, Iser noticed several classmates showcasing their pet beasts. Mia's Sony Mouse was frolicking by the fountain, while Anita's Kibby Turtle launched small water balls, eliciting gasps of delight from onlooking children. Iser quickened her pace, and as the setting sun bathed the rooftops of Bearclaw Town in a honeyed glow, she finally stood before her family's oak door. Entering the yard, she could see through the bright glass window a plump flufferoo expelling colorful threads from its nose. A petite stitchbird flitted among them, skillfully weaving small flowers from the colorful threads onto the new attire her father had crafted for her mother. As Iser pushed the door open, the chime of the wind bell startled the flufferoo, causing it to shudder momentarily. Once it regained its composure, the pink pet rushed over, affectionately nuzzling Iser while releasing a strand of colorful thread that spelled out a welcome home message in the air. Iser gently rubbed the flufferoo's chubby round face and carefully placed the canvas bag on the soft mat in the living room, a designated spot for the egg. Little Crescent is back? Her father, Longjong, peered from the kitchen, his long black hair loosely pinned with a wooden hairpin. Aaliyah has been away on business for a couple of days. Have some bubbleberries to tide you over. Longjong brought forth a plate of round, pale blue fruits, freshly washed, glistening with droplets of water. However, Iser lacked an appetite. Teacher Fiona secured some moonlight moss for me. I need to prepare a growth solution for Eggy first. Take your time, no need to rush. Aaliyah will return tomorrow with a surprise for you. Longjong encouraged from the kitchen, where sounds of preparation filled the air. Really? Iser's previously troubled spirits brightened instantly. Since childhood, Aaliyah and Longjong occasionally surprised her with delightful treats or homemade goodies. Though she was no longer a child, the anticipation and joy these surprises brought never faded. Iser retrieved the egg from her canvas bag, revealing a pristine white pet egg, roughly the size of 4 palms. At rest, it bore no distinguishing features from an ordinary pet egg, except for its notably larger size compared to typical specimens. Generally, pet eggs measure about the size of a single hand, with some, particularly those belonging to insect-type beasts, even smaller by a fifth. Yet, Iser found nothing unusual about it. After all, this pet had been encased in its shell for at least 6 years, making its size only slightly larger than average, hardly an exaggeration. Even a half-month-old Pulu dog was not as large. Cradling the egg in her arms, Iser ascended to the small attic on the 3rd floor, which housed a modest mixing room. The air was infused with a unique aroma of blended herbs and minerals, not unpleasant, but rather distinctive. In the center lay a thick, plush mat clearly designated for the egg, adorned with embroidered cloud patterns, the delicate lines unmistakably crafted by Longjong. A skylight in the attic allowed moonlight to pour in at night, granting the egg the opportunity to absorb its energy, if it could. Iser pressed her palm against the egg's warm surface for a moment before gently placing it on the mat. She skillfully retrieved various tools from a nearby supply cabinet and began to concoct the solution. First, she measured out 30 grams of moonlight moss. In the dim room, the moss emitted a faint glow, releasing a bluish liquid as Iser ground it with her pestle. Next, she added 2 doses of moonlight powder, which hissed softly upon contact with the liquid, stabilizing the glass container with her left hand. Iser ground with her right in a counterclockwise motion until the mixture achieved a silky texture. At long last, the solvent was meticulously prepared. She dipped the brush into the solvent and gently applied it to the surface of the egg. As if sensing this energy, the egg's surface began to shimmer with a faint luminescence, causing Iser's heartbeat to quicken involuntarily. Crack! The egg shattered. Chapter 4, The Round Ears. With the sound of the egg cracking, 2 trembling black, round ears popped out of the shell, still clinging to the damp membrane. Following this, a plump little head forcefully broke through the top of the eggshell, revealing a small bear. It clawed at the edge of the shell, shaking its ears, which were dusted with fragments of the eggshell. This little bear's coloration was remarkably distinctive, resembling a mound of fluffy, snow-white cotton candy splattered with black ink, with dark circles around its eyes that made its pupils sparkle like 2 shiny black beans. Its short tail, resembling a pom-pom, wobbled with its movements. Although the little bear appeared somewhat clumsy and adorable, There was an unmistakable hint of rebelliousness in its demeanor. Barely out of its shell, it stood proudly, hands on its hips. After surveying its surroundings, the little creature tilted its head and gazed at Isel, its beady eyes traveling from her golden hair to her bright, emerald-like eyes. Bear. It sniffed eagerly, as if confirming something, and then, with a slight crouch, leaped towards Isel. She instinctively caught the bounding bear, still somewhat dazed. Although she had long anticipated this day and had imagined it countless times, the moment the egg truly hatched left her in a state of bewilderment. Her mind blank and her hands unsure of where to rest. In her mind, the mist that had long shrouded the Beastmaster's space dissipated, revealing a small patch of lush, verdant grass. At the very center of this space floated a screen composed of data, flashing information at a speed imperceptible to the human eye. After several moments, it came to a halt. Breeding simulator loading. 2021, loading failed. Loading basic data. 90,100. Loading successful. Contracted beast detected. Name, black and white bear. Attributes, fighting type, psychic type. Level, beginner, 11,000. Ability 1, thick fat, protected by thick fat. Reduces the power of water and fire type, moves by half. Ability 2, strongman, doubles the power of physical attacks. Skills, jab, beginner 1100. Roll, beginner 1100. Blink, beginner 1100. What is this? Isel rubbed her eyes and opened them again to confirm. She had never heard of a data panel existing within the Beastmaster space. Could this be her innate talent? Bear, bear. Hungry, hungry. The black and white bear patted its belly, its expectant gaze fixed on Isel. Isel immediately cast aside her previous thoughts and hurried down the stairs with the black and white bear in her arms. Why the sudden rush? Lan Zhang peered from the kitchen. Do you have any food suitable for a young beast? Can the newly hatched black and white bear eat bubbleberries? Isel rummaged through the table, counting items. Or perhaps vanilla crisp biscuits, energy jerky, beast protein powder? Upon seeing the black and white bear in Isel's arms, Lan Zhang understood. Where's its shell? The shell contains essential nutrients for the cub. After it finishes, you should buy some beast milk for it. Oh right. Isel dashed back upstairs in a flurry. Bear, bear. The black and white bear was quite pleased, emitting a series of delighted sounds. Isel meticulously wiped the eggshell and handed it piece by piece to the black and white bear. It resembled a plush toy, soft and cuddly. It opened its mouth wide and devoured the eggshell faster than Isel could clean it. As she fed it, Isel began to feel that something was off. Do young beast cubs consume this much? Once all the eggshell was consumed, Isel clapped her hands to indicate there was no more. The black and white bear licked its paws, still wanting more. It sniffed the table, which exuded a woody aroma, and opened its mouth to take a bite. Wait, that's not for eating. Isel quickly separated the black and white bear from the table. Bear. The little ball of black and white was bewildered as it was lifted, its short legs kicking in confusion. It smelled delightful and desired a taste. Isel asserted. You mustn't chew on things that aren't food, even if they smell good. Bear? The black and white bear tilted its head, its obsidian-like eyes blinking. Isel could even see the glimmers in its pupils. A string of visible pink heart-shaped bubbles slowly drifted towards Isel and burst. Isel's voice carried a hint of amusement. A mental interference skill? It has no effect on me. She grasped the nape of the black and white bear. Bear. The ears of the black and white bear flopped down like airplane wings. Since I've contracted with you, I naturally possess a degree of resistance to your interference skills. You should practice on others. Perhaps you'll succeed. The black and white bear quietly perked up its ears. Isel pondered for a moment and said, You might be preparing to grow teeth, which is why you keep wanting to chew on things. I'll get you some teething sticks later. Bear. The black and white bear grinned widely. Isel patted its head and remarked, All right, tonight we'll first buy some young beast milk. And then we must visit the Beast Center to register you. In the Emerald Federation, unregistered beasts are not permitted to enter certain public areas. If a wild beast is discovered, one can call the Beast Management Bureau, which will promptly arrive on the scene. This is to prevent disturbances in people's lives, as not all beasts have gentle temperaments. If a contracted but unregistered beast ventures out and negatively impacts civilian life, the Bureau will impose fines on its beastmaster. The amount of the fine correlates positively with the beast's level and the extent of the disruption caused. Therefore, to facilitate the management of beasts, beastmasters must register their beasts at the Beast Center within 3 working days. If it's the first registration, the identification card will change from a standard ID to one that includes the Beastmaster's rank. Of course, someone like Isel, who has just contracted her first beast, can barely be considered a provisional F-level Beastmaster. Chapter 5, Blink. Under the bright lights of the Beast supermarket, Isel leisurely pushed a shopping cart, while the black and white bear sat steadily in the basket, excitedly gazing around. Beast Cub Nutritional Milk Powder, 2,000 federal coins per can, Energy Soft Cakes, 200 federal coins per serving. Calcium teething crunchy bones. 1,000 federal coins for 10. Faced with a dazzling array of beast-related products, each priced with an extra zero compared to ordinary goods, Yazelle, armed with all her pocket money totaling 800 federal coins, fell into deep contemplation. It seemed she was on the brink of bankruptcy. No, not even enough to purchase a can of milk powder. Recalling how she confidently declined Lan Zhang's offer of financial support before stepping out, Yazelle felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. She had previously only bought items for beast eggs, which, while not cheap, were nowhere near this exorbitant. It appears I must return home to retrieve some funds before making another trip. Greetings. I would like to inquire if you have any interest in participating in our supermarket's adorable pet competition. A supermarket staff member approached, recommending it. No. My little panda bear is still young and has not undergone any battle training, Yazelle remarked, gently pinching the small paw of the panda. You misunderstand. Our adorable pet competition is a branch of the Grand Contest, featuring a 3-minute performance segment that does not require battling, but instead showcases the inherent charm of the pets. It is a special event organized by our supermarket, perfectly suited for your pet. The Grand Contest is a unique event held in the continent of Orisha. Unlike traditional battles, the Grand Contest emphasizes the display of a pet's allure, skills, and the harmony between the trainer and their creature. Trainers who focus on the Grand Contest are known as coordinators, and those with exceptional talent can seamlessly blend magnificent stage designs with powerful moves. The staff pointed to a gigantic poster affixed to a nearby pillar. Participation guarantees prizes. The champion will receive a supermarket gift card worth 20,000 Federation coins, while the runner-up will receive a gift card valued at 10,000 Federation coins, and there are also participation prizes of 100 Federation coins and supermarket gift cards. Yazelle followed her finger's direction, and a few colorful characters caught her eye. Adorable pet competition. If you're cute, come and join. The champion wins a supermarket gift card worth 20,000 Federation coins. Hurry and sign up. Yazelle eagerly scooped up the panda bear and exclaimed, Where do I register? I want to participate. The panda also raised its paw in agreement. You arrived just in time. The competition starts in 10 minutes. Let me help you register. The staff member replied with a knowing smile. On the temporary stage erected in the center of the supermarket, beneath a colorful balloon arch, the host was adjusting the microphone. The backdrop was adorned with exaggerated colorful letters announcing the adorable pet competition, urging spectators to pick their favorite contestant. Numerous trainers had already brought their adorable pet contestants to prepare backstage, some even dressed in school uniforms like Yazelle. To showcase their cuteness and earn votes from all the judges, winning would allow them to take home the snacks they had just seen on the shelves. Yazelle anxiously advised the panda bear. Panda. The bear responded enthusiastically with a clenched paw. If we lose, we will return home. We'll go home to fetch more money and come back. Panda. The bear gasped in shock, its expression one of disbelief. Are you confident? Yazelle did not elaborate further. Panda. The bear waved its paw determinedly. Without needing further encouragement from Yazelle, the little panda's beady eyes sparkled with fervent determination. Soon, the adorable pet competition officially commenced. The contestants were nearly all exceptionally cute, fluffy creatures, including ice crystal rabbits, fire sand dogs, and even the locally rare curled-tailed fox. The ice crystal rabbit gracefully leaped onto the stage, leaving a trail of ice flowers with each step. It then elegantly spun in place, creating countless tiny ice crystals that shimmered beautifully under the intense stage lights. How breathtaking! Yazelle and the panda were captivated. As the stage concluded, Judge A remarked, 8 points. The contestant strayed from the center after spinning, detracting from the overall impression. Judge B noted, 6 points. The stage design felt incomplete, giving the impression of a story abruptly interrupted before reaching its climax. Judge C added, 5 points. The ice crystals further from the front were too rough, with half of them failing to conform to the standard hexagonal shape. Next, the fire sand dog entered the stage proudly. It flicked its tail, sending sparks flying that ignited small flames upon landing. It then raised its head and expelled several fiery rings, nimbly leaping through them, ultimately finishing with its tail drawing a flaming heart. Remarkable. Yazelle's eyes sparkled with excitement. Panda. The bear was equally mesmerized. Judge A adjusted his glasses. 6 points. The contestant misstepped at the 6th fire ring, only avoiding interruption due to its fire-type immunity. Judge B sipped his coffee. 7 points. The speed was commendable, but the stage design was cliched. As a judge, I've witnessed fire-type contestants perform ring jumps 650 times in a year. Judge C encouraged. 7 points. The fire rings produced were relatively consistent, achieving a similarity of 90. Keep striving. Yazelle was astonished. Indeed, the prizes were not easily attained. Wasn't this an adorable pet competition? How stringent the criteria. She was eager to see what kind of divine creature would ultimately win the championship. The staff member who had suggested she participate noticed her expression of disillusionment and awkwardly explained, "Ha, ha, ha. We have invited judges from the city's grand contest. They are quite professional, aren't they?" Iser offered a polite smile. She patted the panda bear's head, intending to reassure it that the participation prize was also quite good, only to see the bear puffing itself up, diligently stretching as it had observed the other contestants. Perhaps it was best not to dampen the panda's confidence just yet. Iser thought quietly. Next up, number 7 contestant, please take the stage, the host announced. Number 7 was the number Iser had drawn. She crouched down, repeatedly encouraging. Do your best. Just like the contestants you've seen, utilize your skills. After the competition, we will return. Don't pay attention to those judges' arbitrary comments. They don't understand. Panda. The bear was undeterred by the previous contestants, responding with unwavering determination. Unlike the flashy competitors before it, the panda steadily made its way to the center of the stage, its plump, round ears bobbing with each step. Panda. The bear took a deep breath, raising its soft paw and energetically executing its move, straight punch, creating an impressive display of energy, though from a distance. It resembled a comical attempt to swat at imaginary flies. Iser clapped in the audience, filled with pride. The little one, barely 6 hours old, was already capable of participating in a competition to earn its keep. Could there be a more exceptional cub? Though it was the first time using straight punch, it exhibited considerable force and a wide range. Iser evaluated through a thick filter of adoration. On stage, after completing this straight punch, the panda bear took a deep breath, skillfully allowing time for the audience to applaud. Noticing the audience's lukewarm reaction, aside from Iser's, the panda bear rallied, curling its body in determination, exerting itself as its little legs propelled it forward. The fluffy ball began to roll energetically. As if pushed by an invisible hand, it rolled faster and faster, eliciting gasps from the audience as it soared through the air in a parabolic arc. With a loud thud, it struck the ceiling, creating a resounding noise that caused the supermarket sign hanging nearby to sway. It then plopped back to the ground, transforming into a heap of panda bear. Despite the loud crash, the panda bear shook off its rear and stood up, defiantly striking a pose with one paw pointed upwards, gazing at the sky. This was a move the panda had designed after observing the performances of the other contestants. A smattering of applause erupted from the audience. The host managed to squeeze out, "Well, that was a very energetic display." Iser stole a glance at the judges. Their expressions were far from pleasant, with one judge's brow furrowed as if it could crush a fly. Suddenly, Iser recalled something and whispered, "Use the wink." With only 5 seconds remaining in the countdown, the panda bear's glistening black eyes shimmered with moisture as it winked towards the front, causing visible pink hearts to explode in the air. All 3 judges were simultaneously struck by the hearts. Judge A's glasses slid down to the tip of his nose, while Judge B's coffee spilled onto the floor. Perfect score. Judge C excitedly slammed his hand on the table, standing up to shout, "My goodness, this contestant is simply adorable." Although there were slight flaws in their stage performance, I cannot betray my heartfelt choice. A perfect score. Judge B's cheeks are flushed with an unusual hue. It is evident that a 10 out of 10 is in order. Judge A maintains a serious demeanor and speaks with calm authority. The audience erupts in cheers. This contestant is irresistibly cute. If they do not win the championship, there must be some sort of conspiracy. I wholeheartedly agree. My ice crystal rabbit pales in comparison to them. This must be the arrival of the goddess of cuteness. Truly, they are so enchanting that participating in such a mundane competition feels almost unfair. A championship is a must. The staff excitedly approaches. You may proceed to collect your supermarket gift card worth 20,000 federal coins. Iser stands in astonishment. Is that really allowed? Do I not have to wait until the competition concludes? The staff nods affirmatively. Of course. No one could possibly surpass this score. Does the judge's assessment remain unaffected by skills? Iser inquires nervously. How could it? Everyone sincerely provides their scores. The staff exclaims incredulously. Even if skills influence the outcome. The judges for this Grand City competition are all Beastmasters of C rank or above. If they cannot dismiss the influence of skills after receiving so much feedback from the beasts, it simply indicates that their qualifications are too high. Typically, formal competitions would enlist higher-ranked Beastmasters to mitigate such situations. In any case, it is impossible to prohibit the use of skills by beasts. Moreover, the goddess of cuteness is just too adorable. What does that have to do with skills? The staff gazes excitedly at the black and white bear, cupping their face. Ah ha ha. Then I shall be at ease. Iser swiftly takes the supermarket gift card valued at 20,000 and hurriedly departs the scene while cradling the spotlight-grabbing black and white bear. Chapter 6. Sesame. Bearpaw Town Beast Center. The Beast Center is nearly empty at night, with only a few windows open. Iser takes a number and carries a hefty bag of beast cub formula, while the curious black and white bear perches on her shoulder, observing its surroundings. Though still a newborn, the bear's weight is quite substantial. Iser gazes into its round, black eyes, unable to utter the harsh words that would command it to walk on its own. It seems I must find some time to train it properly. Number 051, please proceed to window 3. Just a few minutes after sitting down, her number is called, and Iser hastens to window 3. Hello, how may I assist you today? I am here to register my beast. Iser lifts the black and white bear. Xiong xiong. The bear obediently waves its paw at the clerk. Very well, please hold on. The voice from the microphone carries a hint of amusement. Identification, please. Iser hands over her ID. Are you a self-awakened beast master? Yes. Is this your first contracted beast? Yes. Please look at the camera and return your beast to the beast space. Iser gently pats the black and white bear's head. Come back. She softly incants, activating her contract. In an instant, the black and white bear appears on the grand lawn within the beast space. The bear blinks in surprise. Then its eyes light up as it reaches for the wildflowers closest to it. Please summon your beast again. The machine's voice instructs, slightly distorted. Come out, black and white bear. Iser activates the contract once more. Just as the bear clutches a handful of yellow wildflowers, it appears in Iser's arms, staring blankly at its empty paws. Cough, ahem. Please hold on. The Beastmaster information update is complete. We can now proceed to register your beast information. What is its name? Iser. Is this the name of your beast? The clerk confirms adeptly. The name of the beast? Sesame. Iser quickly decides, glancing at the bear's petite and adorable stature. Xiong xiong. The black and white bear agrees with a wide grin. The species of the beast? The clerk hesitates slightly. Black and white bear. Iser asserts, though she had not studied such beasts in books. Her talent panel indicates it clearly. Please wait a moment. This time, the clerk does not respond as swiftly. After a few minutes, a small door in the adjacent wall opens, and a uniformed clerk approaches. Iser, please bring your beast inside for a quick examination. Iser nods, saying, all right. Why is registering a beast so troublesome? Is there still this step? Iser muses as she carries the black and white bear inside. Upon entering the concealed door, she discovers a surprisingly spacious area. 2 staff members clad in sealed examination suits wait at the door of one room, smiling at Iser. Don't be nervous. It will be over quickly. Isn't that what makes me nervous? Iser retorts. She soon realizes that this is not a typical registration procedure. One of the staff members explains, the database at the Beast Center cannot identify the species of this beast. It is highly likely to be an undiscovered species. We will conduct some harmless physical examinations. The other staff member adds, if confirmed as an undiscovered beast, the Beast Center will award you a prize of 200,000 federal coins. The Beast Center's database encompasses all recorded beasts in the Emerald Federation and the continent of Arisha. If the database cannot identify it, thinking this, Iser feels a surge of excitement. It seems like she might be in for a windfall. They place the black and white bear in the examination chamber, fitting it with an advanced-looking data receiver on its head. Iser nervously peers into the chamber. It's a fighting type and psychic type. The staff member leans closer to the display screen in astonishment. No wonder, wild psychic-type beasts rarely appear in crowded places. The test report will be available shortly. Before long, Iser, holding the black and white bear, receives a steaming hot test report. You are quite fortunate. This prize was established by the Federal Beast Academy 10 years ago, and to date, fewer than 10 individuals have received it. May I ask where you contracted it? One staff member inquires. There is nothing inconvenient about it. Iser shakes her head, eager to share her impending fortune of 200,000. 6 years ago, after exiting the Firefly Forest, I somehow contracted the beast egg, and it just hatched today. The 2 staff members exchange astonished glances. Then you may have been chosen. Chosen? Iser inquires, puzzled. Some extraordinary beasts will entrust their offspring to humans they favor. If the human is significantly weaker, they may even force a contract upon them. I always thought that was merely an urban legend. As a considerably weaker human, Iser finds herself at a loss for words. By the way, as the first person to discover this type of beast, you can name its species. Let us call it black and white bear. Iser suggests. Black and white bear? The staff member discreetly pinches the bear's round, fluffy tail for the nth time, nodding in agreement. Quite fitting. With all procedures completed, your prize will be credited to your account within 7 working days. As Iser exits the Beast Center, the cool night breeze caresses her cheeks. It feels surreal. Xiong xiong. The black and white bear points to a nearby barbecue stall, emitting a tantalizing aroma. No. You must wait until you grow a little bigger before you can eat that. Iser firmly holds the bear and quickens her pace. Although the name Bear Claw Town suggests an abundance of bears, the region is not particularly populated with bear-like companion beasts, let alone the adorably fluffy and uniquely colored black and white bears. Throughout the journey, the black and white bear captured the attention of passers-by with its charming appearance. Sesame, merely a day old, was not subjected to training by Iser from the moment of its birth, despite the looming 3-month countdown to the high-stakes examination. However, if Sesame expressed a desire to utilize its abilities, that would be an entirely different matter. Upon arriving home, Iser promptly prepared a generous bottle of cub formula for it. Sesame's paws were exceptionally dexterous, equipped with 5 fingers and an additional opposable thumb, which it used to eagerly grasp the bottle of formula. While drinking, it playfully blinked at the nearby Furilu. The pink heart-shaped light waves cascaded over Furilu, causing its front hooves to soften and spread out like melted mochi. Iser sighed. Furilu, being an enchanting creature, also possessed psychic interference abilities, making Sesame's effect on it rather unsurprising. Sesame, with an innocent expression, continued to drink, seemingly unaffected by the events around it. Chapter 7 Quota. Sesame, would you prefer to frolic in the beast space or accompany me to school? Iser inquired as she slung her backpack over her shoulder. Bear. Sesame blinked its little eyes in response. I want to go with thee. Iser found no strangeness in this. Sesame had initially been fascinated by the beast space, but soon lost interest upon realizing it was the only bear present. If you choose to join me at school, you must behave, okay? If you get hungry, there's food here. After a moment's thought, she placed Sesame into her backpack, leaving the zipper open so its head could poke out. The textbooks were stowed in a separate bag. Iser walked briskly through the town square, making her way to school. Iser, has your companion egg hatched? Her classmate, Ikue, tapped her shoulder. Really? You can tell? Iser replied, wondering if her newfound height, strength, and vibrant hair were the telltale signs of her awakening. She turned to see Sesame exuberantly standing in her backpack, enthusiastically waving its paws at every human it made eye contact with, striking a pose reminiscent of a king surveying its realm. Nothing to worry about. It's no surprise you noticed me within mere seconds of entering the school. Yes, it just hatched yesterday, Iser responded cheerfully. Ikue was known for her gossiping prowess, ensuring that any news shared with her would swiftly make its way through the entire class. Iser preferred this convenience, as she didn't need to repeat herself to everyone. Oh dear, what a pity. Yesterday, Mia ranked 3rd in the combat assessment, securing a spot for the self-enrollment at the prestigious Keitai City First Beast High School. Ikue lamented. If only you had awakened sooner, you might have claimed that spot for yourself. Iser understood now why Mia had been so brash yesterday. It was merely an attempt to flaunt her achievements. Mia has been awakened for quite some time now. I heard she recently secured 3rd place in the Starlight Cup Youth Beast Championship, Iser replied. That competition was organized by a local training institute. They tend to choose grandiose names like Sunshine or Radiance for their events. Signing up for a course guarantees a prize. It's nothing remarkable, Ikue remarked. Just then, Mia approached from a distance. She marched directly to Sesame, scrutinizing it from head to toe. Humph, where did this little clown bear come from? Our genius has hatched a mere trinket after years of incubation? Ikue interjected, her voice neither loud nor soft. Don't spout nonsense. This is the champion of the adorable beast competition held by the supermarket yesterday. Just look at how cute this little one is. How does Ikue know all of this? Iser thought, feeling a sudden urge to vanish on the spot, remembering the competition from the previous day and the classmates who witnessed it. However, Mia didn't grant her that chance. The champion of the adorable beast competition? This dark, unremarkable creature with dark circles around its eyes. Mia critiqued Sesame from head to paw. As Mia continued her tirade, Sesame's cheeks began to puff up. Its paws clenched into fists, and a glimmer of determination sparkled in its eyes. Unbeknownst to anyone, a small stone beneath Mia's feet shifted as if stirred by a gentle breeze. After thoroughly ridiculing Sesame, Mia felt a sense of victory and strode forward with her head held high. Thud! Mia suddenly stumbled and fell to the ground, a sizable bump forming on her head. Watch where you're going, Iser remarked with a hint of amusement. Mia, in pain, attempted to feign indifference as she brushed off her pants and stood up. Humph. Such a trivial injury is nothing to one who has awakened the beast blood-boiling talent. This was precisely why everyone at the academy knew about Mia's awakening. It was a topic she never hesitated to boast about. Ikue produced a small mirror from her pocket and handed it to Mia. Here. Mia, perplexed, accepted the mirror, instantly captivated by the large bump on her head. Though it appears quite swollen and red, I feel absolutely nothing. You unawakened individuals simply wouldn't understand. With that, she strutted away like a triumphant tin chicken. Ikue, momentarily stunned, chased after her. Mia, wait. Give me back the mirror. The first 2 theoretical classes passed uneventfully. After consuming 2 large bottles of cub formula, Sesame fell into a delightful slumber, accompanied by the white noise of the teacher's lecture. The 3rd session was a practical combat class. Iser gently roused Sesame from its slumber. This was her first time bringing a companion to a practical class, and she felt a wave of anticipation. After 2 lessons of rest, Sesame awoke with renewed vigor. Teacher Lester had already arrived early, waiting on the playground. Spotting Sesame in Isel's arms, she exclaimed, "Isel, your companion egg has hatched?" Isel nodded. "It just hatched yesterday and successfully awakened." Lester clapped her hands and smiled. "Congratulations. The self-enrollment opportunity for Keitai City First Beast High School has just opened up. You'll face off against yesterday's 3rd-place contestant, given your high theoretical score. If you win, the spot is yours." Mia, unable to remain composed, interjected, "But the spots were already allocated based on our usual scores. Why should Isel be allowed to compete?" Lester's expression turned serious. "The rules are clear. It depends on the total scores from theoretical and practical assessments. This has been the case for years. Before a contract with a companion beast, there are no practical scores after the contract. The practical scores are compared to those of classmates. This spot is reserved for the top 3 students of our school. Since Isel is joining us temporarily, I thought it best for her to compete against the 3rd-place contestant. In reality, Isel has consistently maintained high theoretical scores. As long as she can achieve a practical score that ranks her 18th in the class, her total score will place her among the top 3. Yi Kuokue stirred the pot. "Mia, are you afraid that your mountain rat will lose to Isel's little bear that just hatched yesterday?" Lester nodded in agreement. If Mia doesn't wish to compete, Isel only needs to surpass the 18th rank in the class to secure the spot. In such instances, relying on oneself is often more trustworthy. "Who says I'm afraid to compete?" Mia retorted loudly. "Come forth, mountain rat." The large-toothed mountain rat appeared in the arena. Isel looked down at Sesame and asked, "Can you do it?" Sesame, already brimming with enthusiasm, pushed past Isel's arm and leaped down. Lester assumed the role of referee. "Prepare, 3, 2, 1. Sesame clenched his fists tightly, his entire body taut with anticipation, appearing utterly prepared. His keen gaze fixed sharply on the opposing mountain rock mouse, a fierce determination blazing within him. The mountain rock mouse, in contrast, maintained a composed stance, its claws gently gripping the ground, its hard rocky shell glistening coldly under the sunlight. The match commenced. Chapter 8, Sesame vs. Mountain Rock Mouse. Mia initiates the attack. Mountain Rock Mouse, use tackle. With a powerful push from its hind legs, the mountain rock mouse launched itself towards Sesame like a cannonball. Isel narrowed her eyes. "Sesame, roll to the right to evade." Sesame nimbly rolled to the right, the mountain rock mouse's tackle barely grazing his fur, stirring up only a gentle breeze. Mia wasted no time. Heavy stomp. The mountain rock mouse adjusted its position mid-air, landing heavily on the ground. A shockwave radiated from its impact, causing the dust on the ground to tremble slightly. "Jump up," Isel commanded. Sesame exerted his legs powerfully, leaping high to avoid the residual shockwave. Glare. Mia seized the opportunity. The mountain rock mouse suddenly looked up, its eyes wide open, exuding an intimidating aura that bore down on the black and white bear. Isel noticed Sesame's movements had noticeably slowed for a moment. "Don't be intimidated, Sesame," Isel instructed. "Counter with a straight punch." Sesame shook his head to dispel the effects of glare, gathering strength in his right fist, and swung fiercely at the mountain rock mouse. The punch whistled through the air, sending the mountain rock mouse hurtling away. Isel capitalized on the moment. Sesame, follow up with a flurry of straight punches. Sesame's fists rained down upon the mountain rock mouse. Though the rocky shell mitigated some of the damage, the relentless barrage forced the mountain rock mouse to retreat step by step. Mia bit her lip, her hands forming tight fists. "There's no choice left, bloodthirsty beast." A strange red light surged from within Mia, connecting to the mountain rock mouse. Its eyes instantly turned blood red, and its body seemed to swell, the rocky shell glowing ominously. "A talent skill?" Isel frowned. "Now the real battle begins," Mia exclaimed excitedly. "Mountain rock mouse, unleash heavy stomp with all your might." Enhanced by the bloodthirsty beast skill, the mountain rock mouse let out a piercing shriek, raising its hind legs high before crashing down heavily onto the ground. "Keep going, jump," Isel shouted. Sesame leapt vigorously, but as he descended, the shockwave's residue from the ground had yet to dissipate, causing him to be thrown into the air by the force. Isel noticed that his falling trajectory was aimed directly at a protruding rock. "Dodge," Isel cried out. In that critical moment, Sesame's body was suddenly enveloped in a blue light, gracefully avoiding the rock as he was gently lowered back to the ground. Telekinesis. When did Sesame learn telekinesis? However, there was no time for inquiries now. Isel observed the mountain rock mouse, fueled by bloodthirsty beast, charging with ferocity, her mind racing. Mia, while bloodthirsty beast is formidable, it must also impose a significant burden on the Pokemon, correct? Isel suddenly remarked. Mia's expression faltered for a brief moment, but quickly recovered. It's sufficient to conclude this battle. Mountain Rock Mouse, tackle. The Mountain Rock Mouse charged forward once more, its speed doubled compared to before. Yet Iser did not order a retreat. Instead, she awaited the opportune moment. Just as the Mountain Rock Mouse was about to collide with Sesame, she suddenly shouted, "Roll to the left," and then use Blink. With astonishing reflexes, Sesame rolled to the left, pivoting to face the Mountain Rock Mouse as it passed overhead, executing the Blink skill once again. The Mountain Rock Mouse, already heightened in excitement due to the bloodthirsty beast enhancement, became more susceptible to mental disruptions, its movements momentarily faltering. Now's the time. Iser clenched her fists, commanding a series of straight punches to its abdomen. Sesame's fist struck precisely at the gaps where the rocky shell connected at the Mountain Rock Mouse's abdomen, the weakest point in its defense. The Mountain Rock Mouse emitted a pained cry. "No, Mountain Rock Mouse, pull yourself together," Mia shouted anxiously. However, it was too late. After enduring a barrage of critical strikes, the red light in the Mountain Rock Mouse's eyes faded, its body swayed, and ultimately collapsed to the ground, unable to continue fighting. The Mountain Rock Mouse can no longer battle. Iser and the black and white bear are victorious, announced Teacher Lester. Mia collected the Mountain Rock Mouse into her beast space, unusually silent as she hurried away. Well then, the final spot for Kayway City's first Beast Taming High School belongs to Iser. Does anyone have any objections? Lester asked. Seeking the class's consensus, the classmates gathered around. Who would dare object? Iser, you are simply too formidable. I never imagined Heavy Stomp could be avoided by jumping. Had I known this method earlier, I would have challenged Mia myself. I could have easily pummeled Mia's Mountain Rock Mouse into the ground. Is Sesame truly just a newly born cub? Such strength. Indeed, Mia's Mountain Rock Mouse is already a year and a half old. It cannot possibly compare in strength. Initially maintaining a cool demeanor befitting a victor, Sesame, upon receiving praise, couldn't help but puff out his chest, paws akimbo, his small eyes squinting into slits. He exuded an air of invincibility. Kawaii seized the moment. Sesame, how can you be so adorable and so strong? May I pet your ears? Bear. Sesame generously nodded in agreement. Before Iser could interject, the crowd erupted into chaos. Ah, so cute. Let me touch it too. So fluffy, the texture is amazing. Dozens of hands reached out simultaneously, frantically ruffling the black and white bear's head, ears, and back. Sesame initially emitted comfortable hums, but soon the situation turned dire. Attempting to retreat, he found himself surrounded by an unyielding throng. My goodness, his fur seems fragrant. Really? Let me smell it. The bear is ferocious in battle, but its fur is so soft to the touch. Its ears are so soft. Just one more squeeze. Heh. Sesame was being jostled about, terror evident in his little bean-like eyes. Bear. With Sesame's shout, a wave of blue light emanating from his telekinesis pushed the crowd apart, creating a path to Iser. Sesame, feeling wronged, flung himself into Iser's embrace, clinging tightly to her shoulder as if he had survived a calamity. That little bear cub is simply too adorable. Voices from the rear of the crowd echoed, and the telekinesis was used splendidly. Good baby. It's settled. My second Pokemon will definitely be a bear type. So cute. Its little ears are perked up high. Does it want me to pet them? Upon hearing this, Sesame quietly folded his ears back, contemplating, and then pulled his hind paws closer into Iser's embrace. He decided he wouldn't venture out again today. Chapter 9, Departure. After school, Iser returned home with the black and white bear. Hey, little Crescent Moon, I'm back. Come down for dinner. It was Ilya's voice. I'm coming. Just a moment. Iser hurriedly replied. As she rushed down the wooden stairs with a thud, she caught sight of Ilya bending down at the entrance, removing her mud-stained work boots. Two Pokemon busily flitted around Ilya, with giant muscle flexing its bicep, swollen to 3 times its size, hoisting hefty packages toward the yard. Fabulu also carried a plush slipper, its round belly wobbling in rhythm with its triumphant calls. In the courtyard, Ilya's shelled turtle had grown to an impressive 8 meters, nearly obstructing the path within the yard. Even Iser had seldom witnessed the turtle expanding to such a size. It usually preferred to shrink down to the size of a palm and nestle in Ilya's pocket. At this moment, the shell behind the turtle opened, revealing an even larger space within, as the muscular Kun strained to pack items into that space. Iser stared in astonishment. What on earth was happening? Did I not mention it? A surprise awaits you upon Ilya's return, Lanzhong said with a cheerful smile. Leaning against the doorframe, wearing an apron and draped in Ilya's recently discarded coat, Ilya clapped her hands, her golden hair shimmering in the indoor light. Indeed. I have received my appointment letter from the Defense Department of White Tower City. We are now packing our bags and preparing to move. Congratulations on your successful self-awakening. This is all rather sudden. I will make sure to gift little Sesame something next time, Lanzhong remarked, his emerald eyes reflecting Ilya's golden figure. Ilya is truly remarkable. She secured a position in the Defense Department of White Tower City in just 3 months. My goodness, a civil servant in White Tower City. Iser exclaimed in awe. Indeed. A civil servant. Quite impressive, isn't it? Lanzhong applauded. White Tower City. The very center of the Tsangsan region? Precisely, Little Crescent. Your geographical knowledge is commendable. It is indeed White Tower City, the economic and cultural heart of the Tsangsan region, Lanzhong patiently explained. After several rounds of bewildered exclamations, Iser's excitement gradually subsided. Why the sudden move to such a distant place? This is the center of our Tsangsan region, White Tower City. Iser's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. By the way, speaking of which, Kun, where did that blue folder I brought back a few days ago go? Ilya asked, directing her question toward the courtyard. Kun. The muscular Kun replied amidst its busy endeavors. In the drawer of the room? Got it. Thank you, Kun. Ilya hurried upstairs, retrieving a file about an inch thick from the bedroom drawer. What is this? Iser inquired curiously. Open it and see, Ilya urged, handing her the file. With a hint of trepidation, Iser accepted it, and as she opened the folder and read the text, her hands began to tremble. The words clearly stated, Enrollment Guide for the White Tower Beastmaster Academy Cultivation Class. What? Do I have an opportunity to take the entrance exam for the White Tower Beastmaster Academy? Iser murmured. Of course. I've thought it through. Only in big cities are there greater opportunities for diverse children. Bearclaw Town is still too small, with merely 4 Beastmaster high schools. A few months ago, Lanzhong and I discussed it and decided to move to White Tower City with you. Regardless of whether you have awakened your Beastmaster space, you'll have a wider array of options. We specifically researched and discovered that the White Tower Beastmaster Academy even recruits children who have yet to awaken. This is the cultivation class, Ilya explained, taking a sip of tea that Lanzhong had handed her. However, the enrollment requirements for this cultivation class are rather extreme, demanding a theoretical score of 690, along with additional cultivation assessments and interviews. Even the application requires prior submissions of documents, and only upon approval can one participate in the assessments. But I have already submitted your application, and it has been approved. The Little Crescent has successfully awakened on her own. This opportunity is precious, and I still suggest you give it a try, Ilya advised. Lanzhong nodded in agreement. It is indeed suitable for Little Crescent. If I recall correctly, her theoretical scores were nearly perfect, with only a couple of points deducted at most. If it's just the theoretical component, there should be no issue. Exactly. That's what I believe too, Ilya replied with a smile. Little Crescent has completely inherited Lanzhang's intellect. Tackling such a minor exam will be a breeze. I actually think Little Crescent resembles Ilya more, being equally clever and adorable, Lanzhong added. Ilya managed to pass the Defense Department exam in White Tower City, making her the most impressive in our family. Not quite. I took the exam 3 times. And the questions were intricate and numerous. Just thinking about it makes my head spin. I owe my success in the practical exam to Kun and the shelled turtle, which added 380 points to my score, Ilya admitted with a hint of modesty. Wait a moment. Iser interjected, feeling something was amiss. She remembered that in Bearclaw Town, the maximum score for such departmental assessments was uniformly set at 500 points. The theoretical knowledge and practical components combined accounted for 200 points each, while additional points from practical assessments were attributed to pet scores. Scoring less than 120 after 3 attempts, along with the selection process, likely meant she had scored below 100 in the theoretical knowledge component. Iser shook her head. No way. Even Dad, who's super smart, says Mom is the smartest. The rules in big cities must be different. Regardless, Mom is still amazing. Ignoring the intertwined hands of Lanzhong and Ilya, Iser calmly questioned. When does the assessment for the White Tower Beastmaster Academy cultivation class begin? Let me think, Ilya said, flipping through the thick stack of documents until she reached the final page. The day after tomorrow. What? I still have so much to pack. The simplicity of her words shattered Iser's calm demeanor. Lanzhong, smiling, waved his phone. Oh dear, did I forget to tell you, Little Crescent? We have already booked the services of the Big Mouth Seagull Moving Company. Kun and the others are transporting our personal belongings for convenience on the road. Your room has been cleared out by Fong Lulu, and you haven't checked it yet, have you? You can give Fong Lulu some pet crunchy snacks as a thank you later. By the way, it recently prefers the sour leaf fruit flavor and dislikes the bubble berry flavor. We've also secured leave from your homeroom teacher, Delana. She asked me to convey her best wishes for your exam preparation. Our flight is scheduled to depart in 3.5 hours from Kway City. Before that, we need to take the Big Mouth Bird to Kway City, which will take about an hour and a half. So, are you ready? You just need to bring Little Sesame along. Ready. Chapter 10, White Tower International Airport. White Tower International Airport. The morning sun streamed through the glass of the terminal, casting a radiant sheen upon the smooth floor. Inside the airport hall, the crowd bustled with activity, everyone in a hurry and accompanied by at least one pet. A few grass seedlings, clad in fluorescent vests, stood beside the baggage carousel, their identification tags flashing with the title of baggage assistants. With keen senses, the grass seedlings could also detect air quality, closing their foliage when unpleasant odors were inhaled. Their duties extended beyond managing luggage to preventing individuals and pets from emitting industrial odors indoors, imposing fines as necessary. The grass seedlings adeptly nudged misaligned suitcases back on track with their noses, ensuring they reached their owners smoothly, occasionally wagging their tails in friendliness. They could detect the scent of the luggage's owner, but presenting a baggage ticket was still required for claiming the luggage, serving merely as a supplementary method. However, within a minute of arriving at the baggage carousel, 5 large packages belonging to Isel's family were promptly nudged to the front by 2 grass seedlings. "Thank you so much," Isel exclaimed, pulling out a bubble berry-flavored energy bone cookie from her pocket and offering it to them. Meow meow. The grass seedlings firmly blocked her offering with their paws, their furry chins pointedly drawing attention to the identification badges around their necks. During working hours, one cannot accept gifts? How stringent. The pets in this metropolis exhibit such remarkable self-discipline, Ilya remarked with a sigh. Lan Zhang chuckled softly. It seems to suggest that you should place the bone biscuit in the little pouch before it. The grass sprout dog nodded solemnly. Meow 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 meow. Put it here. Thank you. Once all the luggage was signed for, the Iser family finally exited the terminal. Wow, is this the scent of the big city? It truly feels entirely different from Bear Paw Town, Iser exclaimed, cradling the black and white bear at the airport restroom entrance. It's the fragrance of the fragrant bell grass. Look over there. Ilya pointed towards the spacious washstand's corner. There stood an inconspicuous yellow-green plant, its slender stems soft, adorned with a tiny bell at the top. 3 fluffy, round leaves curled around the small bell, their edges tinged with pale yellow, and the surface of the leaves covered in a fine layer of fuzz. Whenever the air conditioning blew, it would shed a sprinkle of fragrant powder, reminiscent of mint. The scent made Iser's mind feel refreshingly cool. I remember reading about this in a book. The fragrant bell grass is quite shy, and if someone touches it, it emits a loud sound from its bell to startle them. This is my first time seeing it, Iser suddenly recalled. Indeed, it is the fragrant bell grass. Lan Zhang nodded. Mom, you even know this? That's incredible. Iser's eyes sparkled as she looked at Ilya. Well, my eyesight is relatively good. Look, that fragrant bell grass even has a work badge hanging on it, with all the information written on it, Ilya pointed out. When Iser approached for a closer look, she indeed found it. Pet work badge. Name, Xiang de Duo. Species, fragrant bell grass. Location, right corner of the washstand on the 6th floor, west side of Bai Tower International Airport. Precautions, do not touch. Violators will be fined 300 federal coins. The amount will be adjusted upwards depending on the severity of the situation. All right. We need to hurry. Let me check. The rental house with the yard I booked is a bit far from the airport and not particularly close to Bai Tower Beastmaster Academy. Ilya opened the map, her fingers straining to trace the routes. Hiss, what's near there? Iser inquired. Haha, what does near even mean? The main point is affordability. Bai Tower Beastmaster Academy is located in the heart of Bai Tower City, where housing prices are exorbitantly high, and only apartments are available for rent, Ilya shrugged. Quan usually enjoys practicing punches at home, but there's simply no space in an apartment. Xioxin loves sleeping in the open-air pool, where she can see the moon. Little Crescent, you'll also have to stay at school, so a little distance is no problem, right? Lan Zhang raised his thumb, nodding in affirmation. That is indeed a wise choice. Although the location is on the edge of the 22nd ring, it's quite decent, not too far from where Ilya works. It's just right, allowing for daily exercise. Lan Zhang glanced at the map, continuing seamlessly. Iser nodded, albeit with some skepticism. Now, we just need to wait for the staff from the Big Mouth Gull Moving Company to arrive. We booked the full service package, including pickup and drop-off, Lan Zhang stated quietly. By the way, why must we stand here at the airport entrance to wait? Iser queried, waving off the 5th pet that approached within a mere 3 minutes. Adorned with a payment code, attempting to solicit customers. A bit more patience. Ah, they're coming, Lan Zhang waved in the distance, executing this simple gesture with an elegance that seemed almost effortless. Gull. In the distance, a 7-meter-long big-mouthed gull flapped its wings and approached. Adorned with the words, Big Mouth Gull Moving Company, the most professional and considerate, your best choice, with a blue and white striped tie around its neck. The big-mouthed gull landed beside them, revealing itself as a large yellow bird with pointed feathers and a rounded curvature, equipped with 3 safety seats on its back. Most notably, its beak was exceptionally large, deep enough to occupy nearly 1/6 of its body. Gull gull, the big-mouthed gull politely greeted them. Thank you for your assistance, Lanzhang replied. Incidentally, Lanzhang's talent is Beast Speaker, enabling him to communicate effortlessly with pets, making him the go-to in such situations. Generally, beast tamers who have not awakened the Beast Speaker ability can only communicate without barriers with their contracted pets, relying on them for translations in such encounters. Upon receiving permission, the big-mouthed gull opened its beak and swiftly swallowed the 5 large packages in front of Iser. Although the big-mouthed gull lacked combat prowess, its considerable size and spatial attributes allowed its beak to encompass 20-40 cubic meters, making it a favored companion for household travel among beast tamers, Lanzhang elaborated. The 3 were seated securely in the chairs, lifted by the big-mouthed gull's wings. Gull gull. The big-mouthed gull soared into the sky. Wow, the wind is so strong. Iser gazed wide-eyed at the unfamiliar, yet beautiful city below. Bear bear. The black and white bear in her arms raised its arms in cheer, its fur fluttering wildly in the wind. Since bringing pets aboard an aircraft requires an additional ticket, it had only just been released from the beast space to stretch its legs. From this lofty vantage point, Iser felt an even more profound sense that she had arrived in a city entirely different from Bear Paw Town. Countless broad roads crisscrossed below, skyscrapers rose majestically, and enormous rail trains raced overhead, producing a cacophony of mechanical sounds mingling with the wind. Gigantic 3D screens on the towering buildings displayed Beastmaster competitions and unfamiliar star pets, with throngs of tiny figures cheering below. Numerous other flying pets shared the same airspace, each boasting unique appearances, resembling those Iser had only encountered in books. Gull 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 gull. The big-mouthed gull continued to call out rhythmically, its clear voice resonating melodiously. Akin to a song, Iser finally felt a genuine sense of having arrived in a new place, her previously anxious heart loosening its grip. Daddy, what song is the big-mouthed gull singing? It sounds quite pleasant, unlike our family's embroidered beak bird, she remarked. Lanzhang pondered momentarily, the wind gently tousling his long black hair. You get what you pay for. Returning customers are a certainty. Spend a little money for quality goods. Not buying is your loss. Bald Chong isn't strong, but the big-mouthed gull is truly formidable. Don't miss out as you pass by. Come grab a seat, he recited. Iser was left speechless, experiencing firsthand the formidable power of the Beast Speaker talent for the first time. Chapter 11. The Big-Mouthed Gull Company. The service of the Big-Mouthed Gull Company was indeed impressive. By the time the Iser family arrived at the small yard on the edge of the 22nd ring, it had already been thoroughly cleaned by a flock of clean water sparrows. While not immaculate, it could certainly be described as bright and tidy. The furniture packed for the Big-Mouthed Gull Company was also arranged neatly. Although the layout of the house differed slightly from the small dwelling in Bear Paw Town, the familiar furniture appeared exceptionally comforting. Gull gull. With a single call, the big-mouthed gull regurgitated the packages from its beak, prompting Ilya to sign on the order, before calling out a couple more times. It said to remember to give it a 5-star review, Lanzhang added. Haha, no problem. Ilya patted the big-mouthed gull's wing, readily agreeing. Startled, the big-mouthed gull stumbled slightly, its eyes widening as it looked up and down at Ilya, seemingly pondering something, before flapping its wings and taking off. Only Iser witnessed this peculiar scene. After retrieving their luggage, the 2 individuals over there exhibited no further interest in the corner, instead fervently commencing the organization of their belongings. Although the larger pieces of furniture had been adequately arranged by the Seagull Moving Company, the items contained within the shell of the box turtle remained unorganized, as they comprised rather significant possessions. Anything beyond that was simply carried along. It would be prudent to first bring these items inside the house. Speaking of which, I have yet to explore this residence. I ought to take a look around. Zayawaya, would you care to join me? Ilya called to Yazelle, effortlessly lifting 5 enormous packages with a single hand. Giant muscle punch, box turtle, come forth. With Ilya's summons, the 2 pet beasts appeared before her. I appreciate your assistance. Please help categorize and organize these items. The giant muscle punch, a dual-type fighting and steel Pokemon, was particularly notable for its remarkably explosive muscular structure. Its arms, hind legs, shoulders, and chest were extraordinarily well developed, with its biceps bulging impressively, all covered in iron armor. Yazelle was quite familiar with punch. The majority of the giant muscle punch species possessed a strong sense of justice, often the type to stand up against injustice. Indeed, upon hearing Ilya's request, it puffed out its chest with a sense of responsibility, patting itself proudly. Punch. The gesture clearly conveyed a message akin to, leave it to me. Lanzhang seemed to perceive Yazelle's thoughts, as a voice drifted from behind, somewhat haunting. It mentioned that due to the chaos of moving yesterday, it had not completed the full 300 sets of daily boxing training and felt as though its chest muscles had somewhat deteriorated, hoping to make up for it later. Meanwhile, Ilya discussed with Punch. Ah, of course, no problem. With yesterday and today combined, that's a total of 600 sets. I will accompany you tonight. For now, let us first help everyone organize their belongings. Punch appeared visibly pleased, its robust tail swishing back and forth, etching shallow lines into the sandy ground of the small courtyard. Iser deftly avoided the sweeping arc of Punch's tail and joined the ranks of those tidying up the luggage. The following day, before dawn, the door to Iser's room was nudged open slightly. A soft rustling sound accompanied by a gentle weight upon her arm stirred her awake. All right, I'm getting up. Upon opening her eyes, she was met with 4 unblinking eyes fixed upon her, those of the fluffy loofah and the embroidered beak bird. The embroidered beak bird perched atop her head, occasionally fluttering its small wings to adjust its position, while the black and white bear remained blissfully asleep on the bed, sprawled out in a relaxed manner. Iser swiftly tossed the covers aside and summoned the black and white bear into her beast space. After hastily freshening up, she descended to find Lan Zhang patiently holding a cup of tea. The assessment for the White Tower Beast Academy's cultivation class begins at 8:30. Your breakfast is over there. Eat on the way, and the embroidered beak bird and I will accompany you. Lan Zhang set down the tea and stood. Let us depart. Iser, still not fully awake from the excitement of the previous night, had struggled to fall asleep until quite late. Additionally, her anxiety about the exam had led her to cram for several hours, leaving her uncertain about its efficacy. Xiao, the embroidered beak bird had already been waiting for her in the courtyard. This creature possessed a keen sense of beauty, often refusing to even glance at anything that did not meet its aesthetic standards. Its exquisite plumage boasted a gradient reminiscent of dawn, with a pearlescent cherry blossom pink at the crown, fading into a peachy orange along its fluffy feathers. Its cheeks were naturally adorned with round, rosy blushes, and its tail was embellished with golden sparkles, leaving a trail of golden orange in the sky as it flew. However, due to the stringent pursuit of beauty inherent to its species, if the scenery below did not align with its aesthetic criteria during flight, it would rather take a longer route than linger, let alone land. Thus, it was common to find unfavorable reviews of embroidered beak birds on flying services, with complaints such as, the scenery was poor, causing a 30-minute journey to extend to 3 hours, and the driver refused to land due to too much litter on the route. Nonetheless, Iser shared a close bond with her embroidered beak bird, which was far from comparable to those wild creatures. She held confidence in their relationship. For her sake, Xiao would surely be willing to endure a brief stop, even if the surroundings did not meet its aesthetic approval. By the time the embroidered beak bird landed smoothly in front of the main entrance of the White Tower Beast Academy, it was already 7:45. Is this truly the White Tower Beast Academy? Gazing around, the white spire pierced the mist like ivory, with the daylight stone atop the main tower shimmering with a pearlescent iridescence in the morning light. The ochre-colored exterior walls were adorned with the rainbow vines that changed colors with the seasons, currently blooming with star-shaped flowers of luminous blue. Flanking the main entrance stood statues of flame griffins carved from magnetic gold stone, their outspread wings composed of countless floating golden fragments. How magnificent! Even more splendid than I had imagined. Registration for the cultivation class assessment is over here. A thunderously loud voice interrupted Iser's reverie. Parents may leave their children here. The examination lasts a week. During the assessment period, students must reside on campus and may not return home. In case of illness, fever, or injury, the campus hospital is available. If relatives are getting married, students may request to send a recorded video message to their teachers. Leaving the campus during the assessment period will be considered an interruption of the examination, resulting in disqualification. A teacher stood with hands on hips, shouting through a megaphone that was, upon closer inspection, a pet beast itself, languidly sprawled in the teacher's grasp while using a sound amplification skill. Nearby, a green grass-type Pokemon extended 2 branches, diligently recording something. However, Iser was already aware of the announcements due to having read the extensive White Tower Beast Academy Cultivation Class Admission Assessment Guidelines. After a brief farewell to Lan Zhang, Iser approached the queue for registration. The line was not only sparse but could be described as exceedingly thin. Perhaps it was due to the rigorous theoretical examination requirements of the cultivation class. Or perhaps because those capable of passing the theoretical exam often aspired to join the Beastmaster class. The theoretical exam had a perfect score of 700, with a minimum requirement of 690 for the cultivation class. Even in the entirety of White Tower City, such individuals were rare. Moreover, those with such capabilities typically had awakened their abilities for some time and had developed their cerebral regions considerably, resulting in significantly enhanced memory and comprehension compared to their non-awakened peers. It was evident that those who could easily qualify for the Beastmaster class were choosing to take the cultivation class out of pure passion. As Iser contemplated this, She greeted the girl with chestnut hair, standing in front of her. Hello, are you here for the cultivation assessment as well? The girl smiled shyly, yes. My grades are not that great. I'm actually taking this opportunity to visit the White Tower Beast Academy. My practical combat grades aren't very good, and I probably wouldn't pass the regular entrance exam. A classmate with blue short hair, standing behind Yazelle, eagerly joined the conversation. What a coincidence. I'm in a similar situation. If it weren't for my awakened talent, I wouldn't have a chance to participate in this assessment. The White Tower Beast Academy is essentially a dream for every student in White Tower City, or even the Tsongsin region. Unlike you, my practical grades are decent. But my theory is terrible. The chestnut-haired girl replied, yes. I heard that last year's early admissions only accepted 2 students. Although it's challenging to get in, attending the summer camp would still be delightful. Practical grades, you say? Both of these classmates have already awakened their abilities. Even after achieving autonomous awakening, there remains an utter lack of confidence in gaining admission to the White Tower Beast Master Academy. Truly, it is a testament to the grandeur of the metropolis. In Bear Paw Town, any fresh graduate with autonomous awakening can receive significant additional points, granting them the liberty to select any institution they desire. However, in White Tower City, mere autonomous awakening seems to offer no such substantial advantage. Yazelle pondered silently. Chapter 12, The Theoretical Assessment. Within the brief span of a few minutes while waiting in line, the girl with chestnut hair and the one with azure locks had already exchanged names and forged a friendship. Naturally, Yazelle found herself included in their midst. The chestnut-haired girl was named Lin Xiangyu, while the blue-haired girl was called Helia. Both were residents of White Tower City and had awakened on their own 6 months prior. For various reasons, they fell significantly short of the admission score required for the White Tower Beastmaster Academy. They had come with dreams of the academy, hoping for a stroke of luck and to partake in a complimentary summer camp. Mock. Mock Yikue approached Yazelle to register, holding a candidate list in its grasp. With a swift motion, it flipped through the pages and accurately located Yazelle's photograph, marking it with a flourish. Mock Yikue then tore off the slip indicating the examination room's location and handed it to Yazelle. West Tower, 3rd floor, room 8, seat 03. Yazelle read aloud from the note. Lin Xiangyu and Helia chimed in. We are also in room 8. Let us go together. Sure, Yazelle thought quietly. Considering that if the formal assessment consisted of so few individuals, a single classroom would suffice. Upon arriving at the correct location, there were still 5 minutes remaining until 8:30. A creature clad in a conical hat and a checkered shirt stood at the podium, slightly bent over as it scanned the students below. Thick stacks of papers lay beneath its leafy appendages. It was the Taishi Wang, the second evolution stage of the junior beast, Taishi Yi. Its eyes could simultaneously gaze in different directions while engaging in independent thought. With an immense curiosity for all books, it exhibited remarkable patience. The classroom was not filled to capacity. Aside from Yazelle and her 2 companions, approximately 20 other students had already arrived. Ding ding ding. The school bell tolled, signaling the commencement of the assessment. The Taishi Wing skillfully shook its branches upon the desk, sending the thick papers swirling through the air, landing neatly on each student's desk. This was the intermediate skill, Wind Whirl. While intermediate skills were not uncommon, few could control the power of such skills with such precision. Yazelle felt the tremor from Taishi Wang's motion. Not only did her heart quiver, but the desk itself rattled. No, this paper is far too thick. Each student was presented with stacks of papers that were 2 fingers thick, easily amounting to hundreds of pages. Surely, they had not been distributed incorrectly. Ding dong. The classroom intercom announced, the theoretical examination will conclude at 1600 hours. Nutritional supplements will be uniformly distributed at noon. Candidates are encouraged to complete as many questions as possible. Speaking during the examination is prohibited. Any instances of cheating will result in disqualification. For any other queries, please raise your hand to consult with Taishi Wang. It appeared the distribution had indeed been correct. Yazelle sat upright, taking a deep breath. Taishi Wang settled onto the podium, extending a branch beneath the desk to retrieve a book. One eye savoring its contents while the other remained fixed on the students below. Yazelle did not immediately begin answering questions. Instead, she skimmed through the thick stack of exam papers, categorizing them by question type and point value. The initial section, consisting of 1-point multiple choice, true, false, and fill-in-the-blank questions, occupied 30 pages, predominantly covering foundational knowledge learned in Junior Beast Mastery, with a few questions exceeding the syllabus. Yazelle even spotted questions related to Taishi Wang. Multiple choice question 91. In what environment does Taishi Wang prefer to read? A. During a torrential downpour. B. In a gentle drizzle. C. Under a sunshower. D. In a humid, rainless setting. Fill in the blank question 52. Complete the correct evolution chain. Xiao Yi Tai, Taishi Wang. For such simple yet low-scoring questions, Yazelle decided to address them last. The subsequent short answer questions ranged from 6 to 10 points. These encompassed a vast array of topics, assessing knowledge of millennia-old history, geography, and even included a question about the species distribution of last year's Emerald Cup champion beast. The highest scoring questions were the final case analyses and discussion topics, each worth a maximum of 50 points. These higher scoring questions required knowledge that surpassed mere rote memorization from textbooks. Calculating the point distribution, Yazelle began to comprehend the type of students the assessment instructors sought. She turned to the case analysis questions. Case analysis 1. A comparable tortoise living in a dense forest refuses to eat in 384°C weather, and its body temperature rapidly rises. Please list the 3 most likely causes and propose solutions. After a moment of contemplation, Yazelle began to write. 1. Magical overload. Training should be reduced, and a dispersive energy potion should be administered. 2. Food contamination. The food may have spoiled in the heat. Fresh ingredients should be swiftly procured or primary energy pellets prepared. 3. Signs of evolution. Prepare corresponding energy stones and auxiliary evolution items to aid the comparable tortoise in its evolution. Yazelle's pen danced across the exam paper, creating a rhythmic sound that resonated throughout the classroom. Who is that? Who writes so quickly? The majority of students, upon encountering the latter question types, opted to start with the multiple choice questions, as they had little confidence in answering the more complex questions. A small number of others who also attempted the case analysis struggled, their brows furrowed in concentration. Yazelle, however, was entirely engrossed in the questions. Case analysis 5. A Beastmaster's bubble rhinoceros experiences a shell crack during evolution. Interrupting the process. It is known that the evolution environment's temperature was adequate, yet blue crystals seep from the cracks in the shell. Please hypothesize the cause of failure and propose remedial measures. Case analysis 14. 30 lightning foxes at the Beast Center have collectively fallen into a deep slumber, with no external abnormalities noted. Upon investigation, the sole change that day was the feeding of a new batch of primary energy pellets. Please deduce the cause of the ailment and design an experimental verification. Case analysis 42. The introduction of a large number of gold-eating ants for mining in a certain area has led to the local rock-screaming beast nearing extinction. Please analyze the reasons for ecological chain imbalance in this case and propose sustainable solutions. Yazelle's pen glided effortlessly across the paper, her responses flowing with remarkable fluidity, setting her apart amid her peers, prompting Taishi Wang to subtly extend its branch for a closer look. After completing all the case analysis questions, Yazelle set down her pen, exhaling deeply, and glanced at the time. It was already 11:55. After consuming the nutritional supplement distributed by the school, Yazelle did not take a break, but continued with the discussion questions. Discussion question 1. Suppose you need to recommend the first beast to a novice beastmaster. Please analyze the advantages and disadvantages of the grass sprout hound and the short-tailed chirper from the perspectives of potential, combatability, and evolution methods. Yazelle pondered for a moment, her feathered pen spinning rapidly between her fingers. These questions had begun to exceed the syllabus. Although both the grass sprout hound and the short-tailed chirper were topics covered in class, the textbooks primarily focused on various beasts' habits, skills, and general attributes of their respective food and evolution methods, without requiring students to integrate and apply their knowledge to real-life situations. However, for Yazelle, a theoretical prodigy who had been held back for 3 years, this was not a formidable challenge. She had always possessed a penchant for reading, learning swiftly. After repeatedly reviewing all her junior high textbooks, she often ventured to the town library to read, occasionally requesting Lan Zhang to bring her related books. As the others grappled with the multiple choice questions, Yazelle scribbled swiftly. When they transitioned to fill in the blank and short answer questions, Yazelle continued her rapid writing. However, as they reached the case analysis section, she finally slowed down. With 20 minutes remaining until submission, the announcement echoed through the room. Yazelle returned to the first page of multiple choice questions, seizing the final moments to write as much as she could. Time was up, papers were collected. Chapter 13, Choices. The papers were gathered, and the teacher, Mr. Taishu, bound them with branches from his attire, dragging them away like a towering mountain of tests. The classroom erupted into a lively buzz. Had the teacher gone mad? How could anyone possibly complete such a plethora of questions? Was there a prodigy in our class? Scribbling away while I hadn't even finished the first page, and had already flipped through 2, I heard the gasps of anxiety echoing through the air. Perhaps it was merely doodling on scrap paper, affecting others' mental states. I have a classmate who often does just that, and it indeed proves effective. I understand. It's not you, but a classmate, right? No, you don't comprehend. I'm utterly exhausted. My mind feels like it's about to explode. Truly. This is the illustrious White Tower Beastmaster Academy. Just handing out one paper has obliterated my last defenses. Hey, classmate. What is the answer to question 3 on the multiple choice section regarding the element solvent most relied upon during the juvenile phase of a pet beast? Is it B, the water pattern butterfly? What? I selected D, the little fist mouse. Don't discuss answers immediately after the exam. By the way, which is it? The water pattern butterfly or the little fist mouse? Why are you looking at me? I'm just asking a question I'm certain about. Silence. Amidst the chaos, a teacher clad in white robes approached the podium. She clapped her hands thrice, and as the classroom quieted, she gestured toward the window. The theoretical examination has concluded. Next, I will escort you to the second assessment venue. Stay close to me. With that, she turned her gaze away from the bewildered students and pushed the door open. Yazelle hurriedly followed suit, and everyone instinctively lined up according to their seat numbers. The commanding presence of the teacher deterred anyone from whispering. Following the white-robed instructor through a grove, they arrived before a building emblazoned with the words Cultivation Hall. All right. Your second assessment involves nurturing a pet beast over the course of 1 week. I will grade you based on the condition of the pet beast you choose at the end of the week. By the way, this assessment accounts for 20 of your total score. Each of you may select one primary pet beast from Area A1 of the Cultivation Hall, and you are not permitted to take them outside the school, aside from necessary meal and hygiene breaks. I hope you will spend as much time as possible with your chosen pet beast. Your dormitory is located next to the Cultivation Hall. If you have any questions, feel free to ask the teachers or senior students. On the final day, we will conduct a lottery for 2 rounds of 1v1 battles, which will account for 30 of your total score. I hope you take this seriously. Are there any objections? None. Excellent. Even if there were, I would dismiss them. Now, you may engage in free activities. See you in 7 days. Once the white-robed teacher had departed, discussions erupted among the students. Goodness, I've been awakened for a year. My pet, the ringed meow, occasionally pretends not to understand my commands. Is it even possible to compete after just a week? Whether it's possible or not, we'll have to soldier on. Your incompetence may just meet an equally inept opponent. Selecting the least among the unskilled. Oh no, I mean the best among the unskilled. But there is still that 20 score for pet condition. As long as we ensure our pet beasts are well nourished and learn a few skills, we should be able to manage, right? Surely we aren't expected to raise them to evolve. Do you think teaching a pet beast new skills is that simple? It sounds easy, but moreover, the battle score occupies 30, and if you gain an advantage, your opponent does not. Losing would double the disparity, wouldn't it? You make a compelling point. Halia quietly inched closer, grabbing Iser with one hand and Lin Xianyu with the other, signaling them to follow her with a furtive glance. Let us go, we should choose first. As the discussions intensified, the 3 slipped into the cultivation hall from a corner. The lobby was sparsely populated. A senior student was engrossed in recording something, with a small fuzzy sparrow perched on her shoulder, pecking at her hair with its sharp beak. The senior, accustomed to the intrusion, didn't flinch until she noticed newcomers entering. You must be here for the assessment? You can choose any primary pet beast on the first floor. Once you've made your selection, come to me to register. The Gooby Rabbit will take you for a tour. Gooby, Gooby. A bouncy Gooby Rabbit hopped over to the trio, its fluffy long ears flopping with each leap. 2 rosy cheeks adorned its face, making it appear exceedingly adorable. However, one must not judge a rabbit by its appearance. The Gooby Rabbit is a fighting-type pet beast, and those large pink ears produce quite a racket when they flap. The Gooby Rabbit led them into the first room on the left side of the corridor. Goodness, this room was teeming with little leaf hounds. Some merely 2 or 3 months old, while others had just reached a month. It was a lively sight. Some were playfully tossing leaves at each other. Others spinning in circles trying to catch their tails, while others were sharpening their claws against the trees, and some were sprawled on their bellies, fast asleep. There must have been at least 50 little leaf hounds in the room. It seemed there was no need to rush. The little leaf hound was not unfamiliar to Yazelle. It was the juvenile form of the grass sprout dog she had seen at the White Tower International Airport. This breed is known for its amiable nature and exuberance, making it ideal for novice beast masters. Look, there is a little leaf hound pup drinking milk in that corner, Halia exclaimed, pumping her fist in excitement. Lin Xianyu, with a blissful expression, cradled her face in her hands. They're so adorable. Many haven't even reached the 3-month mark yet. Are you planning to choose the little leaf hound? Wouldn't it be better to see all of them first before making a decision? I intend to check out the other rooms, Halia said, regaining her composure. Yazelle wholeheartedly agreed. She hadn't anticipated that this assessment wouldn't impose a limit on the number of selections, prompting her to rush in. Since there was no need to compete, she needed to deliberate thoughtfully about which pet beast to choose. Sitting on a nearby bench, Yazelle took out her phone. You all go ahead. I plan to gather some information on the pet beasts from the website before deciding. When I contracted my first pet beast after awakening, I meticulously researched everything. I spent sleepless nights strategizing, and my hair suffered greatly. I already have some ideas in mind. Lin Xiangyu sighed. Take your time. After all, we only need to register with the senior today. We'll head ahead. Hey Leah patted Iser on the shoulder. No problem, you all go ahead. After a brief farewell with her new friends, Iser typed into the largest Beast Master forum in White Tower City. What pet beast should a novice Beast Master choose? She clicked on the most popular thread. Novice Beast Master seeking recommendations. What is a good initial pet beast? Waiting online, urgent. Newbies should mindlessly pick grass types. Do you understand that the budding meow evolves into the unicorn lion? Based on my astute calculations. Considering the battle power and cost-effectiveness of popular initial pet beasts, the water-type mist duck has distinct advantages. 1. Emotionally stable, adorably daft. 2. Comes with swimming lessons. No tuition fees. 3. Saves on air conditioning costs during summer for homebodies. Adjusting glasses GIF. The fragrant honeybee is the true king. It can secrete beauty-enhancing slime and can be used as perfume. The scent is simply superb. It has the same aroma as the celebrity Galia's endorsed mystery wild orange blossom. Both rich and sensual. Includes perfume link. The above is a perfume advertisement, everyone. Don't be fooled. I've used that perfume, and after spraying it, my house's lightning dog avoided me for days. You really ought to focus on proper research rather than wasting money on marketing. Take my advice, just go to the Beast Center and buy a boar pig. It can gnaw on trees and build houses, and you can directly switch to civil engineering after graduation. Everyone, step aside. The true king of cost-performance ratio is the bug type. The blue snow worm evolves into the frost butterfly in March, taking flight immediately, half the feeding costs, yet boasting formidable combat power. Link, build comparison, raising dragon type versus raising bug type. The disparity astounds all. Choose steel type, with high defense and excellent resistance. What novice beast masters truly require is a margin for error. Bug type cocoon. Its metamorphosis is a staggering 10,000 times faster than that of the neighboring dragon type, while your classmates are still nursing their young dragons. Your fire-armored bee is already out earning a wage, showcasing the paycheck of the fire-armored bee doing food delivery. Upon seeing this, Iser's eyes sparkled. Chapter 14 Bug Type. With merely a week for nurturing to achieve outstanding results and stand out among the crowd, one must either cultivate a harmonious battle rapport with their pet or facilitate its evolution. Indeed, inspired by the discussions in the post, Iser pondered momentarily and resolved to pursue the latter path, enabling her pet's evolution. Normally, the notion of evolving a pet within just a week seems utterly fantastical. For instance, the dragon type, known for its prolonged developmental period, might linger in its initial or intermediate stages for years, even decades. Consequently, few would recommend novice beast masters to contract dragon-type pets, not only due to their exorbitant costs, but also their extensive growth timeline. However, with bug types, evolving into an intermediate form within a few months is not entirely outlandish. This is evident from the varied ages of the small leaf dogs in this breeding facility. So merely a few months old. If one meticulously selects older bug-type pets, it is not entirely impossible. Iser contemplated the hidden pitfalls of cultivating combat strength. She had witnessed the battle performance of her classmates' pets that had awakened autonomously in Bearpaw Town, despite having contracted their pets for several months. Few could be relied upon to train diligently and heed commands, let alone deliver thrilling combat performances. Even if she successfully trained her pet, if the opponent were too weak, her prowess would remain obscured. The instructor would merely deem it weak, attributing the victory to luck. Thus, even if she triumphed, her score would certainly be low. With only 2 opportunities for a 1v1 match, the likelihood of such a scenario occurring was alarmingly high. However, if she could enable her pet to evolve, even a weak opponent would not be able to obscure her strengths. Excellent, it is decided. She shall cultivate solely bug-type pets. Without further hesitation, Iser rose from her chair and returned to the hall to inquire with the senior about the location of bug-type pets. Oh, you wish to select a bug-type pet? The initial forms are quite fragile, you know, while they learn skills swiftly in their early stages. They are susceptible to many attributes. It might be somewhat challenging to utilize bug types in battle, the senior kindly cautioned. I have made up my mind, Iser replied resolutely. With that, the senior did not dissuade her, readily providing directions. After a moment's thought, she summoned another senior nearby. Penny, could you please escort this student for the assessment to the bug-type pet rooms? Certainly, follow me. Along the way, I'll introduce you to some of them. Penny, a senior with orange hair and charming dimples when she smiled, began the tour. On the first floor, the more popular bug-type pets among students included the fluff firefly, sand digger scorpion, silk ball, shield shell, and fire ant. The fluff firefly is particularly favored by those who appreciate aesthetics. Its initial form possesses a faint electric attribute, and with proper nurturing, it has a high probability of awakening electric skills at the intermediate stage. Its beauty alone often leads many students to rent its intermediate form. The fire butterfly, for photographs. The sand digger scorpion, a ground type, boasts a highly flexible tail that can divide into 3 segments, with a unique structure at the tip aiding in burrowing through sand. Among these bug types, it boasts relatively strong attack power. The silk ball produces exceptionally soft silk, currently commanding a high market price, but it requires 10 hours of sleep daily, and upon metamorphosing into its intermediate form, its attack power undergoes a significant transformation. The shield shell, a steel type, is characterized by its short, sturdy limbs, high strength, and formidable defense, with its shell capable of hardening. Upon evolving into the shield armor, its defense is greatly enhanced, and its speed increases slightly. The fire ant, with its back-mounted canister containing a highly flammable liquid, can explode when provoked, and its joints are protected by a black fire-resistant shell, unlike typical bug types that fear fire. As they spoke, they had already arrived at their destination. I 1T enter, as the assessment instructor does not permit us to interfere excessively with the evaluation, Penny said, winking mischievously at Yazelle. However, surely the information available online does not count as interference. Yazelle smiled in response. Thank you, Senior Penny. I shall enter now. On her way in, she had formed an idea. For the upcoming 1v1 battle in a week, it was imperative to prioritize selecting a pet with strong offensive capabilities over one with mere functionality. Based on this reasoning, she eliminated the fluff firefly and silk ball from consideration. Among the remaining choices, the shield shell, fire ant, and sand digger scorpion. The fire ant's self-detonation seemed the most potent. Yet, considering the challenges of commanding it to self-destruct and the high difficulty of nurturing that skill, which would require a pet with healing abilities to provide daily care, the fire ant was promptly discarded. This left her with the shield shell and sand digger scorpion to choose from, both of which exhibited a balanced offense and defense. Yazelle intended to make her decision after observing them in person. In the sandy, ecological zone of the room ahead, dozens of sand digger scorpions were playfully mixing sand with their tails, while a few larger ones were busy digging holes. The sand digger scorpions measured approximately 40 centimeters in length, their bodies adorned with interlaced layers of sand yellow and rust brown shells. The surface dotted with fine indentations that enabled them to blend seamlessly into their surroundings. Their compound eyes, amber in hue, allowed them to precisely lock onto prey amidst the dust. The most notable feature was the exceptionally sharp edge of their shovel-like tail hooks, which could rotate 360 degrees at the joints, folding beneath their abdomen when still, and springing forth during attacks, releasing a paralyzing venom. Sand digger scorpions are social creatures, often seen clustering together, except for one solitary specimen at the corner. This particular sand digger scorpion was visibly larger than the others, measuring approximately 65 centimeters. Its carapace was a striking blood red, adorned with dark red patterns that appeared somewhat eerie. Most peculiar was its tail hook. While the hooks of other sand digger scorpions were symmetrically sharp and elegantly contoured, this one exhibited a twisted, malformed shape, with its tip diverging into an unnatural Y formation. The other sand digger scorpions seemed instinctively to avoid this aberration, emitting low warning sounds whenever it approached, with their tail hooks raised in a defensive posture, prepared to attack. How curious. Is this sand digger scorpion of an unusual color? An anomaly would not typically be ostracized, even if it were less visually appealing. How could such an oddity have remained until now? Yazelle pondered, perplexed. Logically speaking, social creatures like the sand digger scorpion would not reject a stronger companion, and a weaker one would certainly not be dismissed, but rather receive more care. This instinct is embedded in their genetics. To survive in harsh environments, they must unite all possible strengths. However, there is one circumstance under which even the famously social sand digger scorpions would not show tolerance, that of a malformed, pathological specimen. Chapter 15, Sand Digger Scorpion. This blood-red sand digger scorpion stood out starkly against the sandy background. In a desert environment, protective coloration is crucial for survival. This vibrant red hue against the sand resembled a target, drawing the attention of predators and exposing the location of its colony. The common sand-digging scorpion possesses the innate characteristic of sand camouflage, with its sandy yellow and rust-brown exoskeleton adept at attracting sand particles, rendering it a natural predator of the desert. If that were all, its formidable size, being significantly larger than other sand-digging scorpions, would suffice. However, it is evident that it lacks strength. Iser's eyes widened as she watched it attempt to approach a nearby smaller sand-digging scorpion, only to be overturned twice. A closer inspection revealed its Y-shaped bifurcated tail stinger was somewhat deformed, lacking the agility of a normal single stinger, and its attempts to release venom were clumsy, leaving long trails in the sand as it moved. Hiss, it appears so feeble, yet you are larger than that scorpion over there. If all else fails, just charge with your body. Iser felt frustrated by its lack of prowess. She could discern that although this sand-digging scorpion's tail stinger was ineffective, its physical strength was not inferior to others. Perhaps it had become timid due to being ostracized from a young age. Most importantly, it met Iser's initial selection criteria. Being older, it had a higher likelihood of successful evolution. In the distance, she faintly heard a large group of students chatting about their assessments, and without hesitation, she made her decision. You shall be my choice, sand-digging scorpion. Are you certain you want to select it? Penny asked, somewhat taken aback. Despite its size, it is rather weak in combat. It is relatively small among its kin. This one was born last year. The others born around the same time either advanced to the second level or were traded away. A senior explained during the pet registration process. It was quite popular when it was first born due to its unique coloration and almost got selected. However, the deformity of its tail made others wary of potential genetic issues. Coupled with its inability to compete with its peers, it has remained in the nurturing building. If you wish to change your choice, it can still be modified before registration is finalized. Iser nodded. I have made my selection. Cool. An exceptional choice. I have high hopes for you. The training room is next door, and you can take it to practice now. The holiday season means fewer people, and all the small training areas are available. Penny pointed out the direction to Iser. On the way to the training room, Iser exchanged glances with the sand-digging scorpion in her arms. They were not in an officially bonded relationship yet, so communication was not possible. However, Iser had confidence in herself, as her knowledge of pet behavioral language had always been impeccable. Let me give you a name, one that is filled with emotion and can enhance our understanding and strength. Shasha. The sand-digging scorpion wagged its tail. Surprisingly, this scorpion remained remarkably docile, not moving an inch while being held, its long tail gracefully coiling around Iser's waist. A name should be simple and easy to pronounce, best representing you or your aspirations. Sandy Wisdom, implying that the sand-digging scorpion would quickly grasp skills. Sand. Not to your liking? How about Sandy Victor? To easily surpass all other sand-digging scorpions. Sand. If this one doesn't please you either, then how about Sandy Proud? Shasha. Do you like Sandy Proud? Then that shall be your name. After a friendly back and forth, Iser arrived at the training area. After a brief registration at the front desk, she was permitted entry. The beginner training ground was an expansive area of sand, simply marked with paint to delineate individual training spaces, each roughly the size of a basketball court, complete with separate sand training dummies. For a newly awakened Beastmaster, sharing a training area with another would be more than sufficient. Although Penny mentioned fewer people during the holidays, it was not entirely empty. Many students were training with their pets, mostly beginners, but there were also quite a few intermediates. Adjacent to Iser's designated area was a senior with black hair, her face shielded by a protective mask. Her pet was a mid-level Jengar, a rare ghost type, continuously exhaling purple-black toxic gas. The neighboring area was enveloped in varying depths of the noxious fumes, some drifting toward Iser's side. Upon noticing a newcomer, the black-haired senior waved and skillfully retrieved a gas mask from her bag. Here, take this, don't be shy. I'll get back to training now. Before Iser could respond, the senior had returned to her own practice. Silently donning the gas mask, Iser turned to Sandy Proud and placed a training dummy before it. Demonstrate all the skills you possess. Shasha. Sandy Proud's expression sharpened, its tail stinger straightening and thrusting high, suddenly lunging forward with a jab. It performed tail sting. Following that, it crouched low and swiftly approached the dummy, wrapping its stinger around the neck, tightening its grip. This was bind. Next, it moved to the center of the training ground. Its tail stinger extended horizontally, sweeping rapidly, the speed generating a gust of wind across the sand. Clouds of sand were abruptly kicked up, obscuring the view of Sandy Proud within the swirling dust, leaving only a vague silhouette. This was Sand Splash. Achoo! A series of sneezes erupted from other students in the distance. Iser, wearing the gas mask, silently expressed her gratitude to the black-haired senior next door. Is that all? She inquired, noticing Sandy Proud had come to a halt. Shasha. Sandy Proud lay flat on the ground. Is that it? So you only know tail sting, bind, and sand splash? This formed a complete set. First sand splash to obscure the opponent's vision, then bind to immobilize them, followed by tail sting for the finishing blow. Then let's practice that combination 50 times on the training dummy. Sand splash, bind, and tail sting. The faster and more proficient, the better. Iser swiftly devised a training regimen. Sandy Proud commenced the monotonous practice repeatedly. Pay attention to the angle of your stinger. Yours isn't positioned as straight as a typical single-tailed sand-digging scorpion, so your thrusts often come out skewed. Your advantage lies in having two stingers. Ensure you understand their positions before striking. In battle, you only get one chance. Iser frowned slightly, unable to resist the urge to adjust Sandy Proud's stance herself. Once she finally corrected its posture, She let out a sigh of relief and stepped aside to drink some water and rest. Hey there, classmate. This sand-digging scorpion is so well-behaved. The black-haired senior happened to be resting as well and leaned over to chat. Indeed, Sandy Proud is exceptionally responsive to commands. I was initially concerned about needing to acclimate to it, but training has been surprisingly smooth. Iser affirmed. Does Sandy Proud look down upon the heavens? What a splendid name. The black-haired senior expressed her admiration, then sighed as if recalling something. My little Jengar has no patience whatsoever. It never follows commands. Today, I had to feed it 3 cans of pet biscuits just to coax it to the training ground. Your pet is adorable. Iser chuckled. Sandy Proud is not my pet. It is my partner for the nurturing assessment. Nurturing assessment? Ah, you're a graduating student from the 3rd year. The black-haired girl's eyes widened. I know. It's that notorious assessment. Those who pass are extraordinary. Our student council president, Lu Songqian, is from the 2nd year nurturing class. She is also quite exceptional. Chapter 16. Books are humanity. Puffed, puffed, puffed. That's not what I meant. I truly mean she is exceptionally remarkable. You will understand once you enroll. However, does that mean Sandy Proud is from the nurturing building? I only visited once last month and didn't see it. The black-haired senior inquired, somewhat puzzled. Iser replied. It was born last year, and due to its unusual coloration and deformed stinger, it has been viewed as weak. Not only has it faced suspicion of having mutated genes, but it has also been ostracized by its kin. It currently resides in Area A1 of the nurturing building. That could also mean it has unique coloration? Do you plan to bond with it? The black-haired senior's tone grew excited. I have already bonded with another pet. Iser reminisced about the black and white bear nestled comfortably in her beast space, a creature she had to part with for the first time for such an extended duration. In this unfamiliar environment, she feared she might not be able to adequately care for the bear, especially with the air quality being so poor. It would be far safer for it to remain in the beast space. I almost forgot that you are an upcoming 3rd-year student. By the way, my name is Wensigia. If you need any assistance, feel free to approach me. I will be at the training ground for the next 2 weeks. Upon learning that Iser was here to participate in the nurturing assessment, Wensigia inexplicably became even more enthusiastic. Assistance? Iser pondered for a moment. I do indeed have a favor to ask. Would it be possible for the gas ghost to spray some poisonous gas at the sandstorm scorpion? Wensigia met Iser's vibrant green eyes. How could anyone refuse such a request? Of course, that's no problem at all. Little Wa was meant to train its poison skills. It's perfectly fine to let the sandstorm scorpion enter my training area. Wensigia readily agreed. After a moment's thought, she suddenly understood. I see now. You want the sandstorm scorpion to be immersed in a high concentration of poison attributes, allowing it to evolve with poison capabilities. Iser nodded. You truly know so much, senior. The sandstorm scorpion already possesses a venomous stinger, indicating the potential for evolving into a poison type. However, the venom is too weak, offering only a slight paralyzing effect. During the sandstorm scorpion skill training, she had been observing closely. When the sandstorm scorpion executed its tail stinger attack, it was evident that the venom did not release every time. It could only manage to do so about 3 times out of 10. Such a low probability raises the question of whether this is a trait of the sand dune scorpion species or if it is unique to the sandstorm scorpion. If its understanding of poison attributes could be enhanced, it would undoubtedly benefit its evolution. The sand dune scorpion has 2 evolutionary forms, the ground-type armored scorpion and the dual ground and poison-type erosion scorpion. However, the conditions for evolving into an erosion scorpion are rather challenging. Ideally, it should grow up in a water-rich environment surrounded by poison-type and grass-type creatures. The sand dune scorpions that evolve into erosion scorpions originate from a southern island that meets all these requirements. Unfortunately, the batch of sand dune scorpions in the nurturing facility has been raised in a simulated desert environment, making them more likely to evolve into armored scorpions. Nevertheless, Iser also wishes for her sandstorm scorpion to evolve into an armored scorpion. The armored scorpion boasts superior defense and overall attributes compared to the erosion scorpion, with its attacks relying more on its sturdy exoskeleton and agile, sharp tail. In contrast, the erosion scorpion possesses greater toxicity, with toxic sacs on its surface capable of spraying poisonous mist, making it overall lighter than the armored scorpion. Many beast masters prefer to nurture it into a high-speed control guerrilla fighter for their teams. Before she knew it, the moon had ascended to the treetops. Wensigia had already gone off to dine. Iser encouraged the sandstorm scorpion beside her. Hang in there. Just one last set, and then we can eat. This truly is the final set. The sandstorm scorpion was so exhausted that it could barely muster the strength to speak, yet it continued to unleash sand splash, bind, and tail stinger in a seemingly endless sequence. Any professional nurturing master witnessing this scene would surely be astonished. After merely half a day's intense training, The potency of the sandstorm scorpion's skills had undergone a remarkable transformation. The bind skill, which had initially been slow and uncertain, akin to child's play, had evolved into a swift and precise execution. This remarkable progress was not solely due to the sandstorm scorpion's own diligence and Iser's guidance and corrections. It was also thanks to the ample supply of poisonous gas from the several large bottles of mineral water left by Wansigia. The gas emitted by the gas ghost had the capacity to paralyze opponents and corrode their exterior, serving as one of its powerful techniques. Initially, the poison had significantly affected the sandstorm scorpion, prompting Iser to dilute it before allowing the sandstorm scorpion to use it. At first, the sandstorm scorpion's exoskeleton and tail were corroded, leaving numerous small pits and gas traces. Perhaps due to the absence of pain receptors in its shell, it endured the training in silence, making it difficult for Iser to ascertain the extent of its injuries. This was the downside of lacking a contract. Often, communication could only be guessed. As concern mounted, Iser hurried to procure several vials of specialized medication designed for insect-type creatures' exoskeletons. The special medicine proved to be exceptionally effective. Upon application, the sandstorm scorpion's exoskeleton began to regenerate at an astonishing rate. Once healed, it appeared even sturdier than before, with its color transitioning from a vivid crimson to a darker hue. Thus, Iser felt a surge of excitement. She retrieved 3 bottles of mineral water filled with poison, significantly increasing the concentration of the gas, while simultaneously applying the special medicine. Remarkably, the results were indeed impressive. After repeating this process several times, the sandstorm scorpion's exoskeleton visibly exhibited an increasing resistance to the poison. Initially, it could be corroded by a full finger segment. Now, it had diminished to just a third of that. The healing agent for nerve paralysis was out of stock and would not be available until the following day. But observing the sandstorm scorpion's movements slow down and then speed up again, Iser discovered that perhaps it could manage without the medicine. Could it be that the sandstorm scorpion had an unusually high resistance to poison? After all, as a creature, it should possess some inherent advantages. Given that the sandstorm scorpion was larger than its contemporaries and lacked the innate, hidden sand trait that its kin typically possessed, while its tail was deformed. Was it strange for it to have a higher poison resistance? Not at all. In any case, under such intense pressure, it was hardly surprising that the potency of its skills had increased significantly. It was as if the sandstorm scorpion was constantly breaking through its limits under the dual pressures of physical and mental corrosion, resulting in such rapid skill proficiency. The final set of training was completed. Iser sat down on the sandy ground, one hand holding a book while the other casually scooped up a handful of sand and flung it with all her might. Listen, sandstorm scorpion. I know your kin have always rejected you, disdainful of your shell's color and your deformed tail. But what they outwardly reject is not merely your unique appearance. In reality, they are repulsed by your perceived weakness. Iser tapped the sandstorm scorpion's shell with her finger. While your contemporaries have ascended to the second floor or been contracted by others, you remain on the first floor, ostracized, scorned, insulted, and belittled. This is all because their narrow-minded aesthetics cannot accommodate you, the future king of the sand dune scorpions, sandstorm scorpion. The opportunity to change all of this is fast approaching, and that is in 7 days. My nurturing assessment. As long as you showcase the brilliance that rightfully belongs to you, everything will transform. The sandstorm scorpion's tail rose higher and higher with her invigorating words, and even its weary legs, exhausted from overtraining, trembled and stood up. Rustle, rustle, rustle. In that moment, it felt as if the hearts of the two were intertwined. The night breeze, mingled with poisonous gas, swept through and under the training ground's floodlights. The title on the cover of Iser's book could be seen: How to Make Employees Feel That 996 is a Blessing. Beside her on a chair sat an empty row of 1L bottles that once contained poisonous gas, along with several other books. How to encourage employees to volunteer for overtime. Using a sense of mission in place of overtime pay. Extracting their potential. The art of high-pressure management in large corporations. Under the moonlight, Iser gazed at the sandstorm scorpion, exhausted yet invigorated, and let out a soft sigh of relief. As long as it was effective, her intense study of several management books during the tense assessment had not been in vain. Chapter 17. What sound? The original training plan had, in fact, been completed ahead of schedule. However, seeing the sandstorm scorpion brimming with enthusiasm, Iser decided to add a few more sets to the final training round. It was certainly not a matter of taking advantage of the sandstorm scorpion for not having attended primary school. Yazelle considered herself a non-disruptive nurturer. She felt quite satisfied with her progress on the very first day. One of the most challenging aspects for novice beast tamers is the tendency of their creatures to be playful and reluctant to train. However, Xiao Tian, by nature honest and docile, was further invigorated by her encouragement, showing such enthusiasm that Iser found it difficult to coax him away from the training grounds. Yet, training must be balanced with relaxation. Ultimately, Iser gently persuaded him to leave the training area through a combination of reason and gentle force. Upon arriving at her assigned single dormitory in the academy, Iser quickly washed up and, lacking the energy to explore her new surroundings, fell into a deep slumber. The next morning dawned bright and clear. The shrill ring of an alarm shattered the morning tranquility, heralding the start of another busy day. Rubbing her eyes, Iser tossed aside her blanket and got out of bed. She had returned Xiao Tian to the nurturing room the previous night. Although they were all assigned single rooms, the space was limited. Accommodating a creature as large as Xiao Tian in the narrow corridor made it quite cramped. After rising, Iser prepared a generous pot of beast milk for her black and white bear cub. Once he had his fill, she stored him in her beast space. After all, the cub still required about 12 hours of sleep daily, and the training grounds were filled with toxic gas, completely unsuitable for him. After a brief tidying up, Iser set out. Upon reaching the first floor of the nurturing building, she encountered her senior, Penny, who immediately beckoned her over. "Here, take this phone card," Penny said, handing her a small chip. "I don't know if you've noticed, but everything at the academy requires points for purchases. Once you install this card, you can start using those points. The points for the healing potions you applied for yesterday have already been deducted. This card was issued by your nurturing instructors, and each card contains 20 points. Though it may seem modest, it holds significant value. I find myself a bit envious." Penny paused, seemingly lost in thought. Points are incredibly hard to earn. From today until the end of the assessment, all expenses related to your beasts, including their food and energy potions for the next 7 days, must come from your own resources. Plan wisely how to use your points. They can only be spent on your beasts, as this is part of the assessment. After bidding farewell to Penny and retrieving Xiao Tian, Iser returned to her familiar spot in the training arena. She commanded Xiao Tian to run 50 laps around the field while inserting the chip Penny had given her into her phone. A new application appeared, featuring a simplistic black and white icon resembling the White Tower. Upon entering, she found the homepage displayed a forum. Swiping to the right, she quickly located the points mall. With her current visitor access, she could only browse items in Zone F. However, even in the most basic Zone F, there were numerous beast-related items that were difficult to obtain elsewhere. The variety of basic beast food was overwhelming. Nutritional beast food ensures a balanced diet for low-level beasts, capable of replenishing significant magic energy. Spicy beast food, a favorite of fire-type beasts, even the flame-tailed dog praises it. High-voltage crispy sticks, containing lightning lizard shell powder, biting into it delivers an exhilarating jolt. Mimi popcorn, no special effects, handcrafted by the illusory Light Mimi. Countless products were on display, with detailed names, effects, and buyer reviews accessible with a click. Next to items evidently crafted by students, there were small disclaimers stating, "The Academy assumes no responsibility for the quality or authenticity of student-provided goods. Please verify carefully." In addition to beast food, there were numerous materials and energy stones. Iser browsed through the offerings, realizing the purchasing power of her 20 points was far greater than she had anticipated. Converting points to federal currency. Approximately 1 point equated to 10,000 federal coins. This was her first experience managing such a substantial amount. Although the points were limited to expenditures on her beasts during the assessment, it was still quite advantageous. Scarce materials that were hard to find outside were in ample stock at the Academy's marketplace. For instance, a beginner evolution potion with 80 fire element concentration was priced at 100 points, whereas outside, it would cost around 1.2 million federal coins. The difficulty of nurturing beasts escalated with their levels. From beginner to intermediate, materials could be piled up. From intermediate to advanced, with time and effort. Even a ritualistically awakened beast tamer could achieve success within their lifetime. Yet, beyond that level, mere financial investment would not suffice. Thus, even though evolution potions only provided auxiliary effects for low-level beasts, they were in high demand. Iser calculated carefully, having never raised a beast before. She realized the nurturing costs were exorbitant, and 20 points could easily vanish. Setting aside points for materials she wished to purchase, Iser opted for the most reputable and cost-effective item. The Academy-produced nutritional beast food. Taking advantage of a bulk purchase offer, she ordered a week's worth of food and energy recovery pills for Xiao Tian. With her remaining points, she bought several healing potions for training. 3 minutes after placing her order, a yellow and green figure descended from the sky, a swift falcon with 3 erect feathers on its head zooming directly towards Iser. With remarkable precision, the falcon halted 50 centimeters in front of her, dropping off a package and extracting a pin from its feathers. Iser understood immediately. "Is this where I sign?" The falcon nodded vigorously. After receiving the receipt, it darted away like a gust of wind. How fast? Iser exclaimed, her long hair whipping chaotically in the breeze. Xiaotian, come eat. Xiaotian, seemingly aware that the package contained food, dashed over before Iser had finished her sentence. Upon opening the package, a tantalizing aroma wafted through the air. Although it was energy-replenishing beast food, it exuded the mouth-watering scent of spiced, sizzling meat. Iser quietly pondered whether humans could consume nutritional beast food and poured a portion for Xiaotian. Strangely, she felt as if the other beasts at the training ground were glancing over in interest. Crunch, crunch, crunch. A loud chewing noise erupted from behind Iser. Wait behind me. Chapter 18. The Munching Elephant. A sense of foreboding washed over Iser. She turned stiffly to see a 3-meter-long, golden-furred beast with large ears ravenously devouring the contents of her newly acquired package. Its long tail swayed joyfully before her eyes. Xiaotian stood frozen in shock. After a moment, he regained his composure and, with an angry flick of his tail, charged at the golden beast. With a practiced combination of sand splash, bind, and tail spike, honed through repeated training, he unleashed an attack on the golden creature. However, the size disparity rendered the impact less effective than anticipated. The golden beast merely shifted slightly as Xiaotian executed sand splash, using its massive body to shield itself from the swirling sand. When the bind and tail spike attacks were launched, it didn't even spare a glance. It continued to munch away, seemingly unfazed. Were it not for Iser observing its taut tail tip, she might have thought it suffered no damage at all. Though uncomfortable, food took precedence, didn't it? Iser quietly retreated. In jest, she was merely a nascent F-grade beastmaster, having scarcely received any contractual feedback. How could she possibly rush towards a wild pet beast in a state of frenzy? Even the 3-year-olds in Bear Paw Town were well aware of that. In such circumstances, one ought to maintain a safe distance from the scene and later seek out the beastmaster for compensation, which must be doubled. Wild beasts were to be captured by the Management Bureau for labor. After their service, double compensation was obligatory. This was the universally established regulation of the Pet Beast Management Bureau. Meanwhile, Xiaotian, having failed in its initial strike, grew increasingly incensed. It first retreated 2 steps, lowered its head slowly, and then, with sudden acceleration, charged sideways, its spiked carapace colliding forcefully with the luminous golden pet beast. It had spontaneously comprehended a new skill. Charge. The golden pet beast was propelled forward by the impact, stumbling 2 steps ahead. The effect was palpable. The golden beast clearly choked, its gnawing slowing but not halting altogether. Xiaotian's eyes reddened, its tail hook thrashing wildly, stirring up dust at an accelerating pace until it enveloped everything in a whirlwind. As the tail hook moved, the dark red shell emitted a faint glow. Yazelle's eyes widened in astonishment. It was the intermediate enhancement skill, Dance of the Sandstorm. Dance of the Sandstorm. In a state of fury, it spins its tail hook to stir up the sand, creating a sandstorm vortex, enhancing attack and evasion by 20 within its radius. This was a tremendous windfall. Yazelle was nearly jubilant. The mere charge would have already guaranteed profit. Not to mention acquiring Dance of the Sandstorm at a higher tier. This not only required the pet beast to possess extraordinary talent, but also a stroke of luck. Xiaotian's tail hook glowed dark red as it swiftly advanced upon the golden pet beast once more. Bind. It successfully immobilized the creature. Only then did Yazelle get a clear view of the golden beast with large ears. It was a baby elephant. No wonder it was so large, judging by its strength. It might not yet be at an intermediate level. The baby elephant appeared perplexed, and after failing to break free, it disregarded the scorpion tail, entangling it, extending its trunk to scoop up pet food and continue munching. Xiaotian was nearly beside itself with rage. Kangaroo elephant, what are you doing? Stop that. A petite girl rushed in a flurry from the distance. Indeed, from a considerable distance. When she shouted, she was still outside the training ground, over 500 meters away, calling over the railing. Her vision was surprisingly keen. It was unclear how this pet beast had gotten in. 5 minutes later, the diminutive girl stood breathlessly before Yazelle, grasping the kangaroo elephant's trunk and bowing deeply in apology. I am truly sorry. My kangaroo elephant suddenly bolted from my beast space and refuses to return. Upon sensing its location, I rushed over. The girl, having already witnessed the kangaroo elephant ravaging the pet food to a mere thin layer, lamented. No matter how much it devoured, I will compensate you. Rest assured. I, Nicola Campbell, am aware of the rules. Double compensation. The kangaroo elephant joyously swayed its massive head, its lengthy trunk stealthily reaching towards Yazelle's equally golden hair. Yazelle calmly brushed the elephant's trunk away from her hair and began to unpack and count the items. 1, 2, 3. There are a total of 15 bags of the Academy's nutritional pet food, and 3 jars of magical energy replenishment pills for insect-type pet beasts. The outer shell healing potion is intact, so that does not require compensation. Nicola's face flushed with embarrassment. Is it possible to defer payment? No. Can I settle with Federation currency? I sincerely apologize. I do not have that many points. Can I pay double in Federation currency? Yazelle crossed her arms and raised an eyebrow. Nicola did not appear to be lacking in funds. She wore an ivory silk shirt adorned with exquisite dark patterns stitched in gold thread, and the buttons bore an unknown emblem. The pet bag was the latest A33 model from the Emerald Federation, and the pendant was a kangaroo elephant sculpted from fiery gold stone. The shoes she wore were from a brand renowned for its eco-friendliness and color fastness, boasting a premium price. Even the golden kangaroo elephant looked far too rare for an ordinary household to afford a contract. Perhaps the points held greater value within the academy? After all, she was not yet an official student. Her temporary account granted her only browsing access to the F-zone in the academy's mall, making these matters of little concern to her. Moreover, these points were designated solely for use on pet beasts, and exchanging them for Federation currency would still enable her to purchase materials outside. Yazelle quickly calculated in her mind. Excluding the 3 points for the insect-type pet beast healing potion that had remained untouched, the remaining nutritional pet food had only been partially consumed by Xiaoyan. To round it off, it would equate to 1 point. Double compensation for 16 points would amount to 32 points, and then double that in Federation currency would total 640,000 Federation coins. Would this not be a fortune? With such funds, after purchasing high-quality pet food for Xiaoyan online, she would still have plenty left for evolution materials. Yazelle's face remained calm, but her heart was jubilant. Her mother was indeed correct. Opportunities abound in big cities. Yazelle nodded coolly and steadily provided her payment account to Nicola. With tears in her eyes, Nicola exclaimed, "You are truly wonderful. This is the first time someone has been willing to let me pay entirely in Federation currency for the many times I have compensated for Awakens." She proceeded to enter Yazelle's account information. A few seconds later, a voice declared, "Esteemed VVIP client, your balance is insufficient." Nicola stood in disbelief. "I forgot. Awakens has damaged too many things. I have already preemptively compensated with next year's allowance as interest and still owe quite a few points." Nicola scrutinized Yazelle from top to bottom, her gaze lingering on Yazelle's golden hair and the kangaroo elephant's eager trunk beside her. A flash of inspiration struck her. "What if this isn't your pet? You must be a nurturing trainer, right? Awakens seems quite fond of you. It's the first time I've seen it so eager to approach someone. If you could accompany it for training for 2 months, regardless of the results, I will not only compensate you with 600,000 Federation coins after this period, but I will also add an additional 200,000 training fee and a vial of our Campbell family's exclusive brain domain development potion, S08. Furthermore, I will cover all expenses for Awakens and this sand-digging scorpion's food and lodging." Chapter 19, S08. Yazelle had once read in a random book that every Beastmaster family possessed some monopolized secrets that were never divulged. For instance, the Shelley family in the northern ice plains held the recipe for cultivating spirit herbs. They monopolized the highest quality pet food and energy replenishment pills, which, despite their exorbitant prices, had no other drawbacks. Similarly, the Li Wang family in the Mist Sea region held the secrets of water-type pet evolution, with nearly every member contracting multiple water-type beasts. The runner-up of the last Emerald Cup, Li Der, hailed from their family, with his signature pet being a water-type polydragon. Additionally, the Rupert family in the Deus region was renowned for their mechanical prowess, inheriting a unique talent for creating exclusive mechanical pets. By inputting vast amounts of data and language during their creation and nurturing them from a young age, they could grow into genuine mechanical beings. It is said that the children of their family commenced their mechanical studies at the tender age of 5, continuing until they awakened their beast mastery space. During this period, they will create their own unique mechanical pets. However, it is not solely the members of the Rupert family who possess the talent to awaken and create mechanical pets. It is merely that their lineage boasts an exceptionally high number of individuals with such abilities. Over time, this has become a hallmark of their family, along with a unique secret that remains undisclosed to outsiders. Could it be that the Campbell family, as mentioned by Nicola, belongs to this esteemed lineage of beastmasters? Noticing Iser's silence, Nicola hastily added, "I assure you, I am not deceiving you. This potion, capable of transcending the cerebral domain, is crafted from exceedingly rare materials, and only our family in the entire Tsungsan region cultivates them. They are invaluable and virtually unattainable. Do not speak of 640,000 federal coins. Even if you offered 3 million, you would struggle to procure the materials on the market. Moreover, the concoction must be prepared using our Campbell family secret formula. Each member of our family possesses only 2 vials. One can be consumed before awakening to enhance cerebral development, and the other afterward, albeit with diminished efficacy. This vial is my share. Iser hesitated. I must admit my ignorance. I have not heard of such a potion that allows one to transcend the cerebral domain prior to awakening. Sensing the conversation taking a turn, Nicola, in her anxiety, blurted out, that is because the effectiveness of this potion is exceptionally reliant on luck. No, rather, it hinges on one's innate talent. While it is indeed made from precious materials, the actual number of individuals who experience its effects is less than 1 in 10. I consumed one before my awakening, but it yielded no substantial result. I suspect it would be even less effective afterward. Thus, I have kept it. No wonder she chose not to keep the S08 for herself, Iser mused. And it seemed she had no regrets about giving it away. Seeing Iser's lack of response, Nicola appeared disheartened. Well, to be honest, no one in my generation of the Campbell family has managed to harness the effects of the S08 potion. But I promise the potion is genuine. If you are unwilling to trade. Suddenly, Nicola plopped down on the ground, clasped Iser's legs, and burst into tears. I wake up at 6 every morning before dawn, take on tasks until 10 at night, filling my schedule with as many assignments as possible. And the points I have earned are still fewer than what I have lost. All the time spent on the road is dedicated to studying. Yet I still cannot surpass the academic prodigies in my class to earn scholarship points. I entrusted a Kun to a pet training facility costing 200,000 federal coins a month. And it has not only learned nothing, but has also damaged equipment worth 2 million. The moment I look away, a Kun even nibbles on roadside metal boxes and traffic poles. Last month, I visited the administration office 3 times, and people outside are spreading rumors that I do not feed a Kun properly. Because I am too well known in White Tower City. I return home only to be pointed at by relatives who claim I have tarnished the family name by failing to manage a Kun properly. After advancing next year's allowance, my card has been suspended. A Kun, resembling its master, sat on its hind legs, extending its nose to curl around the shell of its companion, Sandstorm, making a series of nibbling sounds as if in agreement. Upon hearing a Kun's sounds, Nicola cried even louder. Iser felt dazed, her head buzzing. This sounds truly tragic. She quickly helped Nicola to her feet, but Nicola, too distraught, had tears blurring her vision, rendering her unable to see clearly. Please, don't cry. I never said I was unwilling, Iser reassured her. As soon as the words left her mouth, Nicola wiped her tears and, without needing Iser's assistance, sprang to her feet. A genuine smile blossomed on her face, and had it not been for the slight redness around her eyes, one would never have guessed she had just been crying. That is splendid. What is your address? I will send the Cerebral Development Potion S08 to you via express wind delivery. I will gather 300,000 federal coins from friends and transfer it to you by tomorrow. Just send me the receipts for all the potions, food, and damaged items used in a Kun's training. Nicola, fearing Iser might change her mind, swiftly handed over her Beastmaster bag. It can be used to temporarily hold a Kun when it is inconvenient, but not for too long. If it becomes displeased, it will escape and chew on anything in sight. Nicola checked herself to ensure she hadn't forgotten anything, then affectionately kissed a Kun on the head. A Kun, you must be a good student and learn from the teacher. I will come to pick you up in 2 months. With that, Nicola felt light as a feather, not glancing back, and skipped out of the training ground, leaving behind a whirlwind of confusion for 1 person and 2 pets. No, it was 1 person and 1 pet. A Kun appeared quite pleased, resting its nose atop Iser's head, occasionally tugging at her golden locks. 20 minutes later, a familiar figure clad in a bright yellow delivery uniform arrived, bringing with it a small box. Inside were a vial of emerald green potion and a note that read, "By the time you read this note, I will already be on a plane to Yelly Island. Here is my phone number. Unless there is an emergency, please do not contact me for 2 months." Iser, having studied geography reasonably well, recognized that Yelly Island is a renowned vacation destination in the Tsongshan region, celebrated for its picturesque scenery and perpetual spring-like climate. Isn't that the Akun with the Devour attribute? I heard it has a trace of the legendary Golden Dragon's bloodline in its ancestry. Winjia timely arrived with her gas ghost at the training ground, unexpectedly encountering a star pet from the school. Iser succinctly explained. Its owner entrusted it to me for the next 2 months. Winjia suddenly understood. So, you are the unfortunate friend she found, the enthusiastic breeder, huh? You were about to call me a fool, weren't you? I heard that. In a fit of annoyance, Iser retorted, Dear Senior Winjia, may we commence today as training? Chapter 20, Breeding Simulator. Akun is actually quite well behaved, Iser thought, if only it weren't so gluttonous. Nicola had promised to transfer the funds by tomorrow, but in reality, she sent the 300,000 federal coins within an hour. After purchasing 10 boxes of the popular Royal brand of beginner pet food online, Iser realized how extravagant her morning purchases had been. Although the brand's name is Royal, its price is utterly exorbitant, an amount that left Iser touched by the password-protected payment. It is more than sufficient for raising Sandstorm. As for Akun, Nicola honored her promise of full board, sharing the password for the campus dormitory with her. Upon arrival, Iser discovered that the dormitory even had a large courtyard, presumably rented specifically for Akun. In contrast to the expansive courtyard, the interior of the house was rather cramped, featuring a peculiar layout that combined a kitchen and living area, possibly designed by the academy for some specific need. The house contained 2 rooms, one of which was locked. Likely Nicolas, Iser moved her luggage into the other empty room adjacent to the courtyard. After all, if she did not stay in the breeding building, Akun would have no place to stay at night. Generally, pets must evolve to a higher level before they gain the ability to shrink in size. Some with lesser talents may never even grasp the method. While Akun is a stout 3-meter creature, it remains an unambiguously primary-level pet. During these 2 months, it would be unrealistic to expect Akun to learn how to reduce its size. The living room's cupboard was filled to the brim with Akun's food, judging by the quantity. It should suffice for 2 months. Night fell. Iser's training concluded 3 hours earlier today, and after refreshing herself, she sat on her bed and opened the small box gifted by Nicola. Clutching the S08 potion, her gaze was heavy. The emerald-hued solution appeared even more enigmatic under the light. Taking a deep breath, she dispelled her hesitations, uncorked the vial, and consumed the potion in one swift motion. She reclined with her eyes closed, an enveloping warmth unfurling within her mind, akin to being cradled in a gentle stream. Initially, a subtle humming resonated, reminiscent of distant electronic static. This sound intensified, fracturing into a myriad of distinguishable sources. Iser even discerned the rustling of sand as Xiao Tian's tail swept across the ground, and the sound of a kin boredly chewing on leaves plucked from a tree. Soon after, she became aware of her own heartbeat and the coursing of blood within her veins. The once shrouded beast mastery space revealed itself as a lush forest. Iser sensed the awakening of her talent, the cultivation simulator. This gift enabled her to unlock pertinent information about her beasts through close contact, facilitating targeted training. Once the training direction for her beasts was established, the talent could directly simulate hundreds of potential outcomes, presenting the most optimal plan, thus allowing her to achieve her objectives swiftly. Successfully cultivating a beast would yield energy feedback to herself. The beasts involved need not be those under her contract. Any creature would suffice. Whether evolving them, teaching new skills, or simply enhancing their well-being, she could garner corresponding energy feedback. This energy would contribute to improving her physical condition and broadening her cognitive capacity. Iser concentrated, conjuring a vast screen composed entirely of data in the heart of her beast mastery space. 8485. Accelerating. 100. Cultivation simulator, initiating. Detecting cultivation information loading. Name, Xiao Tian, Sandscorpion. Attribute, ground. Level, primary, 897-1000. Traits, none. Skills, Sand Splash, proficient 190300. Bind, proficient 211300. Tail Sting, proficient 158300. Charge, novice 6100. Dance of the Sandstorm, novice 1100. Cultivation direction, unselected. Evolution directions, Armored Sand Scorpion, 81. Erosion Scorpion, 45. Unknown, 63. Iser gazed at the cultivation simulator composed of precise data, momentarily taken aback. Before she could revel in the success of her spontaneous awakening, her attention was drawn to the bottom, where unknown was distinctly marked within the evolution direction. Unknown. Could it be a brand new evolutionary form never before recorded? Iser struggled to maintain her composure, her heart racing uncontrollably. It is worth noting that the culture of beast mastery has evolved over thousands of years, with even the rarest creature's various evolutionary forms thoroughly studied, let alone the sand scorpion, which isn't particularly rare. Yet her talent indicated that there truly exists an undiscovered new form. She had already ventured 63 steps toward this new evolutionary state. Calm down. Calm down. Iser patted her chest, attempting to steady her breath. Contemplating the unselected option in the cultivation direction, she pondered for a moment before solemnly entering strength. This was her initial thought, to ensure Xiao Tian emerged victorious in the upcoming 1v1 battle assessment a week later. The most direct approach was to enhance its strength. Simulation initiated. Cultivation plan under development. Evolution direction, Armored Sand Scorpion. Cultivation plan, focus on practicing bind, charge, and dance of the sandstorm. Increase training load and ensure timely energy recovery. This was indeed helpful, but what Iser sought to know now was the method for achieving the new evolutionary form. After some reflection, she input unknown evolution state. Simulation initiated. Cultivation plan under development. Unrecorded, unable to analyze. It seemed that seeking a shortcut directly was futile. Iser attempted to input poison within the cultivation direction. Evolution direction, erosion scorpion. Cultivation plan, significantly enhanced the sand scorpion's adaptability to toxic gases. Apply a toxin-infused potion to its shell and tail. Exactly, by cultivating with strength as the focus, the sand scorpion would evolve into an armored sand scorpion. Conversely, with toxicity as the focus, it would evolve into an erosion scorpion. This fundamental information about beasts had already been thoroughly researched, and the sand scorpion was no exception. Yet what could this unknown evolution state entail? Iser fell into deep contemplation, murmuring to herself. Armored sand scorpion, 81. Erosion scorpion, 45. Unknown, 63. Wait. The progress of this unknown is precisely half of that of the armored sand scorpion and the erosion scorpion. Iser felt as though she had stumbled upon the right direction. If it were merely half, how could it represent a new form that is yet to be discovered even to this day? Unless. Iser typed 9999 armored sand scorpion, 9999 erosion scorpion into the cultivation direction. Simulation initiated. Cultivation plan under development. New form detected. Evolution direction. Unknown. Chapter 21. A brand new evolution direction? So it was. Iser felt a sudden clarity. It seems that the researchers within the Alliance are indeed trustworthy. The armored sand scorpion can only evolve in two major directions, ground and poison. This new evolutionary form astonishingly required the precise balance of attributes between the two within the sand scorpion's body. Iser was taken aback. No wonder it had eluded discovery for so many years. The conditions for this evolution were excessively stringent. Had she not possessed the talent for cultivation, capable of recording everything in data form, she would never have uncovered this detail. If a well-funded research institution were to pursue this, they might eventually succeed with a larger number of experimental beasts. However, such institutions rarely investigate the sand scorpion, a relatively common and unremarkable creature. Moreover, with limited funding, it would be challenging to secure investment for such a project. Thus, an opportunity presented itself to her. A smile involuntarily graced Iser's lips. She sent the news of her successful awakening of talent to her parents, and after receiving countless messages of praise, "That's amazing, our little crescent moon," she lay down, still savoring the moment. Her elated mood persisted until the moon reached its zenith, finally lulling her into a weary slumber. Nibbles, nibbles. Iser was roused from sleep by a soft tugging sensation. Upon opening her eyes, she discovered Akin the kangaroo making a determined effort to poke its nose through the window crack, tugging at her blanket. Iser calmly tightened her grip on the blanket, contemplating. No wonder Nicola had chosen the room on the other side, closer to the street. This one, despite being nearer to the courtyard, was considerably more spacious. Indeed, the price of Nicola's gift had been discreetly marked. "Good morning, Akin." Iser turned the tables, wrapping her arms around the long nose of the kangaroo, resting her chin atop it in an attempt to steal 5 more minutes of sleep. Little did she know, moments after embracing the long nose, a panel materialized within her beast mastery space. Iser rubbed her eyes, nearly forgetting that she was now an awakened talent, a prospective beast master. Name, Kangaroo, Akin. Attribute, Water, Steel. Level, Primary, 219-1000. Characteristic 1, Devour, able to convert anything consumed into power. Characteristic 2, Dullness, due to a lack of sensitivity. It is unaffected by charm and provocation skills. Skill, Stomp, Novice 66100. Tail Wag, Proficient 211300. Water Gun, Mastered 366500. Breeding Direction, not yet determined. To everyone's astonishment, Akin is a dual attribute, dual characteristic creature. Although it was already suspected that Kanglu Elephant was extraordinary, especially since Nicola hails from the prestigious Campbell family, renowned for their mastery of beast taming. Such families either possess abundant resources or have conducted extensive research on specific creatures, and their contracts are rarely with ordinary beasts. Yet, Akin's attributes surpass expectations. Creatures of such a modest level, endowed with two characteristics, are typically the result of innate talent, while characteristics can indeed be awakened later in life. The difficulty of awakening them is on an entirely different scale compared to learning skills. Iser scrutinized the attributes closely. If utilized wisely, Devour and Dullness could prove remarkable. No wonder, despite Akin's incessant chewing, Nicola appears unperturbed regarding its indigestion. However, could its level be too low? It seems as though it has not undergone proper training. A vivid image of Nicola sitting on the ground, weeping, flashed through Isel's mind. Perhaps Akin is simply too spirited. Isel silently quelled the mental image and continued reading. Why is there no evolution direction listed? With a fleeting thought from Isel, a line appeared at the very bottom of the panel. Evolution direction, not yet initiated. Breeder, please focus on nurturing your creature first. So, it turns out that a low level prevents the evolution direction from being unlocked. Iser resolved to train King Lu Elephant thoroughly once the breeding assessment concludes. After all, she had gained so much from Nicola. Not only did Sheoshin learn 2 skills in one go, one of which was a mid-tier skill, but she herself had also awakened her talent with the aid of S08 potion. Nicola is truly her lucky star, though she may not be able to evolve Aiken. At the very least, she must ensure it stops its incessant chewing before returning it to Nicola. Aiken's long trunk had been held by Yazelle for quite some time, and it seemed to think she wanted to play, cheerfully curling its trunk toward her. A twinge of unease swept through Isel's mind. Suddenly, a powerful stream of water erupted from its trunk. It was water gun. Iser was drenched, water cascading down her. Fortunately, Aiken, though mischievous, understood not to exert excessive force. She calmly pushed Aiken away and grabbed a blanket from the bed to dry off. She knew that the gift from Nicola had already been marked with a price in the shadows. Speaking of which, a morning bath could be quite refreshing, stimulating blood circulation, promoting metabolism, and enhancing immunity. Iser tried to think positively. No wonder Aiken's proficiency in water gun surpassed that of its other skills. She wondered how Nicola had managed all these years. In the training ground, Iser realized firsthand that nurturing creatures was no small feat. It was only after utilizing a breeding simulator to understand the creature's state that she discovered that if the movements were not performed correctly or lacked strength, the skill's proficiency would not increase. Iser soon realized that half of Sheoshin's training had not contributed to its proficiency, and correcting the movements consumed a great deal of time. Soon, a more significant issue arose. Calculating based on an 18-hour training regimen each day, Iser found that even with a full week of intense training, she was still short of the energy required for evolution. This could only be remedied by purchasing numerous potions to assist creatures in energy absorption. If only she had an evolution stone. Evolution stones not only stabilize a creature's evolutionary state and provide additional energy for evolution, but high-quality ones also come with unique effects. It is said that some exceedingly rare SSS-grade evolution stones can induce new attributes or characteristics in a creature's evolutionary form. However, these are practically priceless. Last year's Emerald Cup Championship prize included one such evolution stone. When Iser registered the Black and White Bear, she received a 200,000 Federation currency academic award. And with Nicola's compensation of 200,000 plus 100,000 in breeding fees, she now possessed a total of 500,000 funds. The 300,000 Federation currency from Nicola's compensation was essentially earned through Sheoshin's breeding points. Iser planned to invest that entire 300,000 for its benefit. Yet, she understood that breeding creatures was an endeavor that could easily drain finances. She intended to save her remaining funds for when the Black and White Bear grew and needed materials for training. If she used all 500,000 Federation currency to purchase the Academy's specially formulated creature food, it would last but a few months. Evolution stones, even of the lowest quality, cost at least several tens of thousands. Everything was proceeding well with her plans. She was merely short of a bit of funding. Iser was troubled. She had no intention of depleting her savings for this assessment, and the breeding funds provided by the school were utterly insufficient. When Saga observed Iser awkwardly applying the recently purchased poison attribute potion to Sheoshin, and wondered aloud, is Sheoshin not practicing battle skills today? For the past few days, Sheoshin had been arriving the earliest and leaving the latest, rigorously training from morning until night, accomplishing every training plan Iser devised. This made her, who was coaxing the gas ghost with tea and treats to practice for a while, feel like a clown. When Saga felt a twinge of bitterness, Iser, with her hands full of potion bottles and brushes, could not free a hand, so she wrapped Aiken's trunk around her neck and replied simply, I've revised Sheoshin's training plan. Upon hearing this, when Saga nodded in understanding and refrained from probing further. Each breeder has their own style, and for them, breeding plans are quite personal. Many breeders rely on this for their livelihood. Although Iser was still a freshman undergoing the breeding class assessment, she could be considered a budding breeder. As when Saga mechanically massaged the back of the gas ghost, who lay on its own reclining chair, claiming to be utterly exhausted. She couldn't help but gaze enviously at the harmonious scene of Iser and her 2 creatures. She inadvertently voiced her inner thoughts. If only I could contract a creature like Sheoshin. Chapter 22. Regardless of wealth or poverty. Iser keenly heard when Saga's quiet lament. There was no denying it. Ever since she awakened her talent last night, her senses had heightened significantly. Some of this was due to the awakening of her beast taming space, while the rest stemmed from the feedback of her talent breeding simulator. For instance, Teaching Shaoshin 2 new skills had granted her a minor resistance to ground-type attacks. She discovered this earlier that morning while Shaoshin practiced Dance of the Sands. Previously, she could not see beyond a meter in the swirling sand kicked up by Shaoshin. But today, its skill seemed somewhat diminished in her eyes. Without a protective mask, she could even faintly make out Aiken wagging its tail outside the range of Dance of the Sands. After Sand Aotion executed Dance of the Wild Sand several more times, she was able to confirm her suspicions. It was not merely an illusion. The potency of her skills had not diminished. Rather, the effectiveness of this ability against her had waned. Could it be that teaching her pet a skill would enhance its resistance to attributes related to that skill? Such a prodigious talent was almost overwhelming, even surpassing many popular enhancement-type talents. While enhancement-type talents were indeed impressive, hers evidently possessed greater potential for growth. Returning to the present, Iser's eyes lit up upon overhearing Wensijia's quiet reflection. After a moment of contemplation, she cautiously inquired, "If you admire Sand Aotion's character so much, why not consider bonding with Sand Aotion? Is it perhaps that you dislike the Sand Digger Scorpion race?" Wensijia was astonished. "My contracted pet has always been chosen by fate. Shawa was a stray I found by the roadside before I even awakened. I was captivated by its large, pleading eyes and impulsively brought it home. On its very first night, it ruined my sofa and curtains, and it even emptied the fridge." Wensijia reminisced, her tone slightly exasperated, yet undeniably gentle. "Despite its mischievousness, it is genuinely a good child, never releasing toxins inside the house, at most. It merely damages a few pieces of furniture." Iser, not particularly polite, thought to herself that Wensijia seemed like the type who would quickly reconcile after a quarrel, believing their previous misunderstandings were trivial and that they were quite happy together. Was this what they referred to online as a tolerant person? Iser often browsed Beast Taming forums, where such high-tolerance individuals towards their pets' antics were indeed labeled as tolerant people. She found the term extraordinarily fitting. She was determined to ensure Sand Aotion secured this exceptional green onion. Iser strongly suggested, "Sand Aotion has a delightful disposition. It doesn't scratch sofas or chew on curtains." Wensijia was undeterred, retorting, "Though Xiaohua may scratch the sofa and curtains, it doesn't chew on slippers." Iser pressed further, "Have you considered the possibility of contracting Sand Aotion? I heard from a senior that pets in the nurturing building can be exchanged by students, provided they have enough points." Wensijia was taken aback, her hand halting in its motions with the massage hammer. "Is that truly possible? I thought you would want to contract it yourself. Its talent is so remarkable, its temperament so kind, and it is even aesthetically pleasing with its unique coloration." This was the first time Iser had heard someone praise Sand Aotion's appearance. It was only fitting for someone who had made the first contract with a gas ghost. While Sand Aotion's shell color was indeed distinctive, many viewed its peculiar coloration as a deformity caused by mutation. Iser chuckled, "Did I not mention it before? I already have a pet, and I may not have space available for a few years. I have no intention of contracting Sand Aotion." "I thought that was just your excuse. We had only just met then," Wensijia exclaimed. Iser shook her head, realizing that her admiration for Wensijia had grown during their time together, which motivated her to introduce Sand Aotion with such fervor. Having trained with Sand Aotion for merely 3 days, she had already developed some affection for it, and hoped it wouldn't have to return to a clan that rejected it after her assessments concluded. Voila! The gas ghost leaped up, floating in midair before bounding onto Sand Aotion. How wonderful! It seems Xiaohua truly adores Sand Aotion, and Sand Aotion is unperturbed by Xiaohua's toxins. They are bound to get along splendidly. To be honest, my psychic domain has surpassed 10 for over a month now, and I have been searching for a suitable pet. Yet, those I found either fear Xiaohua or are not favored by it." Wensijia suddenly seemed to recall something. "Wait a moment, I'll be right back." Iser was left in place, exchanging glances with the gas ghost. It wasn't long before Wensijia returned, her arms laden with various large packages, bulging with unknown contents. She first retrieved a small pet nest from the largest parcel, which rapidly expanded to 15 meters in length upon opening the sealed bag. With solemnity, she placed the pet nest in a pet exchange certificate issued by the nurturing building in front of Sand Aotion. Then, from another package, she produced an assortment of pet treats in various flavors. From yet another, she unveiled pet shell care solutions, aromatic bath bubbles, and tail hook maintenance scrubs. Finally, from a separate bundle, she revealed numerous potions suitable for Sand Aotion's training, all of the highest quality. Iser even spotted a low-grade evolution stone among the items. Wensijia gazed earnestly at Sand Aotion and asked, "Sand Aotion, do you wish to be my pet? Whether in wealth or poverty, whether you are strong or weak?" Sand Aotion eagerly leaped into the pet nest, rubbing against it with enthusiasm. Iser felt a swell of emotion, it says it is willing. In a moment of profound connection, the trio embraced tightly, when Sigia clutched Sand Aotion's outer shell, while Sand Aotion nestled into the soft pet nest. Its tail hook wrapped around a packet of treats. Iser applauded vigorously from the side, attempting to enhance the atmosphere. Regardless of Sand Aotion's willingness, when Sigia was genuinely enthusiastic, that evolution stone was extraordinarily valuable. It was evident that when Sigia truly cherished Sand Aotion, alleviating any concerns about it returning to the nurturing building in solitude. With such a powerful ally and her inherent talent, when Sigia likely had little to fear regarding her nurturing assessments. Although she had obtained the pet exchange certificate from the nurturing building, according to protocol, she would still have to wait until Iser completed her evaluations before taking Sand Aotion home. As when Sigia departed that day, she was particularly reluctant to leave. After Iser assured her that Sand Aotion would train diligently, without overexertion, and that she would provide it with sand baths at night and a cozy nest to sleep in, she turned back every few steps, reluctant to part. Iser wiped away the non-existent beads of sweat from her forehead, turning to Sand Aotion with a stern expression. First, consume an elite energy pill. Then coat yourself with this tube of advanced poison attribute supplement. Afterward, don these 2 power tail rings and practice 300 sets of Dance of the Wild Sand. If you tire, take another energy pill. She glanced at Sand Aotion's steadily increasing skill proficiency and evolution progress within the beast taming space. Satisfied, Iser settled down to browse her phone, reveling in the thrill of spending. Chapter 23, Brain Domain Development. In the days that followed, Iser began her monotonous yet fulfilling training routine with Sand Aotion and Aken, a 3-point to 3-point regimen. However, it wasn't as dull as it seemed. Whenever life became a tad too tranquil, Aken would surprise her with unexpected antics, such as devouring the window panes, leading to Iser being awakened at night by swarms of mosquitoes, being drawn to the flashing lights of a smart recycling bin. It would occasionally bite off a piece of metal, a trivial matter in the grand scheme of things. In short, Iser had become proficient in filling out the reimbursement forms for Nicola. It was generally formatted as follows: time, location, individuals involved, images, damaged items, and audio from the pet in question, Aken. In this serene yet busy existence, the final day before the nurturing assessments arrived swiftly. Iser sat in the small courtyard of her dormitory, activating her talent to examine Sand Aotion's nurturing data. Name, Sand Digger Scorpion, Sand Aotion. Attribute, Bug Type. Level, Beginner, 999-1000. Traits, None. Skills, Sand Splash, Mastery 390500. Bind, Mastery 411500. Tail Spike, Mastery 452500. Charge, Proficient 183300. Dance of the Wasteland, Advanced 509-1000. Cultivation Direction, Completely new evolutionary state. Evolution Directions, Armored Sand Scorpion, 9999. Erosion Scorpion, 9999. Unknown, 100. Under the diligent adjustments of Yazelle, the progress of both evolutionary paths has finally been balanced to 9999. Gently patting Sand Aotion's head, she passed over the evolution stone. This is the moment. Upon contact with the evolution stone, a brilliant white light erupted from Sand Aotion's body. The evolution was finally upon them. Yazell's heart raced, her fingers instinctively gripping the long nose of Aken. Although aided by the cultivation simulator, it was her first experience nurturing a pet beast, and she harbored no absolute confidence. As Yazelle gazed intently at Sand Aotion, the cultivation simulator in her mind flickered with light. Countless data points flashed unseen. Lines of text appeared. Sand Aotion, Sand Digger Scorpion, cultivation status updating. Evolution successful. New unrecorded form detected. Intermediate form of Sand Digger Scorpion, Sand King Scorpion, has been recorded. Cultivation simulator updating. Update complete. In reality, the intense white light dissipated after a few seconds, revealing a magnificent pet beast approximately 3 times the size of its original form. Its exoskeleton, from a distance, resembled a seamless amethyst. Up close, it was composed of countless delicate purple scales, reflecting varying shades of brilliance under the light. The originally Y-shaped deformed tail hook morphed into 2 massive segments with 12 joints, the poisonous spikes glistening ominously. The pincers on either side exuded a potent sense of pressure, their deep purple hue leaving no doubt about the extreme toxicity contained within. Yazelle stared, wide-eyed, at the transformation of Sand Aotion, which now bore no resemblance to its former self. After what felt like an eternity, she sprang to her feet in alarm. Oh no, I forgot to record it. Looking at the creature before her, which, aside from being the same species, was utterly transformed, she lamented. The thought of recording had never crossed her mind. It was too late to rush now. Surely, the cultivation class instructor would recognize this as Sand Outyin and not some random scorpion plucked from elsewhere. After a moment of regret, Yazelle steadied her emotions and opened the cultivation simulator in her mind. Why did the cultivation simulator update automatically? She noticed a new panel in the upper left corner of the interface that had not been there before. Personal cultivation record. Skill cultivation, 3. Evolution cultivation, 1. Received talent feedback. Mental interference resistance, 200. Physical attack resistance, 200. Ground type resistance, 15. Poison type resistance, 5. Mind domain development, 1. The two categories with the most significant bonuses were likely bestowed by the black and white bear, a testament to the uniqueness of contracted pets. The mental interference resistance she could indeed feel. Previously, the black and white bear had used a blinking skill on her, but it had no effect whatsoever. As for the physical attack resistance, she was completely unaware of it, having not faced any physical attacks recently. However, with this newfound physical attack resistance, her future explorations into secret realms would be considerably safer. Her gaze scanned the entries for ground type resistance and poison type resistance. Yazelle paused at the phrase mind domain development, instinctively holding her breath. This couldn't be the mind domain development she imagined. The one related to the size of the beast space and the quantity and quality of contracted pets, could it? A talent that enhances mind domain development was something she had never even heard of. In this era, beast masters with talents were already a rarity. And for every professional beast master competing, their unique talents served as their secret weapon. Last season, the Eastern League's third-place winner, Vera, achieved fame by utilizing her talent, Beast Soul Resonance, during the decisive moment of the ranking match to defeat her opponent. Beast Soul Resonance temporarily enhances the abilities of contracted pets in all aspects, and during this time, her own body can reach the physical strength of her pets. After that, her Beast Soul Resonance became a formidable asset, propelling her into the finals. Such talents as Beast Soul Resonance are universally recognized as powerful, falling within the realm of combat-oriented pets. Meanwhile, Lan Zhang's Beast Whisperer is a versatile talent, not particularly special, yet often yielding commendable results. Additionally, there are various other talents, including defensive, enhancement, and affinity types. Many beast masters, even upon awakening their talents, remain oblivious for various reasons. In such cases, an experienced beast academy could provide invaluable assistance. For instance, there was once a mediocre student who awakened Beast Whisperer and mistakenly believed that everyone could understand their pets after awakening their beast space, only to discover the truth 2 decades later. In her sorrow, she penned a song mourning the 100 Alliance coins she had missed out on for the first 20 years due to not registering her talent. The song unexpectedly surged to the top of the charts, and her story became known throughout the Alliance. Moreover, many beast masters focused solely on combat eagerly await the perfect moment to unveil their talents, creating a thrilling spectacle for spectators each year at the Beast Master competition. Thus, while the Alliance does not require beast masters to register their talents, those wishing to use their talents for bonus examinations must register at the Beast Center and undergo a comprehensive test. Yazelle had learned about talents in elementary school. Although not in depth, she had a general understanding. Yet, she had never heard of a talent that could assist in mind domain development. And to gain a +1 at that. What does this imply? Newly awakened beast masters typically have a mind domain development centered around 24, with ritual awakenings usually at 2. Among those who awaken independently, reaching 6 is truly a mark of genius. A mind domain development of 10 allows for the expansion of the beast space, enabling the contracting of a second pet. This pattern continues. At a mind domain development of 20, a third pet can be contracted. Furthermore, for every additional 10 in mind domain development, the beast space can be expanded, allowing for the contracting of new pets. However, developing the mind domain is no easy feat. Those who undergo ritual awakenings rarely surpass a development of 10 in their lifetime, with most only able to contract a single pet. This is why the pursuit of independent awakening is so fervently sought after. Chapter 24, Assessment Day. Ever since the incident in her childhood, Yazelle had not measured her mind domain, leaving her unaware of its current development level. However, with this additional point, she was likely approaching 10, perhaps allowing her to contract another pet next year. Generally, beast masters begin searching for new partners as soon as they have an open contracting slot. Had it been a week ago, she would have undoubtedly done the same. Yet now, after personally nurturing 2 pet beasts and encountering many beast masters like Nicola and Wensigia, she no longer harbored such naive thoughts. Perhaps she should wait until the black and white bear grows a bit more. Various thoughts swirled through her mind. A Kanking let out a series of excited calls, his nose wrinkling vigorously. And with each contraction and expansion, A jet of water shot forth towards the freshly evolved Xiao Tian. Iser hurriedly interjected, "Wait, a Kanking, that is not some unfamiliar scorpion. It is Xiao Tian. It has merely evolved. Do you not recognize it?" Xiao Tian raised its pincers in greeting, waving them amiably. "A Kanking? A Kanking," Iser observed. For the first time, the expression of astonishment on a Kanking's golden-hued, elephantine visage. She explained, "Xiao Tian has been diligently training every day for the past few days to achieve this evolution. Not only has it grown stronger, but it has also become quite beautiful. Don't you think? Its body now gleams splendidly." A Kanking, still in a state of bewilderment, nodded slowly. A Kanking. In the next moment, a Kanking began to spray water in exuberance at a small tree in the corner of the yard. Iser had grown accustomed to a Kanking's boundless energy. It would indeed be peculiar if it were ever quiet. Xiao Tian, intrigued, turned its head from side to side, examining its new form, occasionally swaying its newly formed dual-tail spikes, startled by the commotion it caused. Seeing both creatures busily engaged in their own activities, Iser seized the opportunity to closely examine the breeding simulator. Name, Sand King Scorpion, Xiao Tian. Type, Bug, Poison. Level, Intermediate, 110000. Ability 1, Intimidation, imparts a sense of pressure to opponents, reducing their evasion. Ability 2, Poison Sting, has a chance to poison opponents that come into contact. Skills, Sand Splash, Expert 390500, Bind, Expert 411500, Tail Spike, Expert 452500, Charge, Proficient 183300, Dance of the Sandstorm, Advanced 5091000, Insight, Novice 1100, Poison Needle Barrage, Novice 1100, Sandstorm Ambush, Novice 1100, Breeding Direction, Undecided. Sand King Scorpion. Iser's eyes sparkled as she gazed at Xiao Tian. It seemed the name Xiao Tian was indeed apartment. Did the evolution simulator suggest that this evolutionary branch harbored the potential to become a king of its kind? Its attributes had gained a poison type. Remarkably, it had awakened 2 abilities. It was known that many creatures only awaken new abilities upon reaching advanced stages due to innate heritage or fortuitous encounters. 3 new skills were impressive as well, comprising support, attack, and charge. Xiao Tian, you are truly outstanding. Iser was about to express her overwhelming excitement by patting Xiao Tian's carapace as she usually did when she halted, noticing the splendid, purple-tinged shell that exuded an aura of toxicity. Returning to her room, she donned a pair of thick gloves before resuming her previous action. With a solemn expression, she cradled Xiao Tian's pincers and said, "Xiao Tian, do you remember what I said before? You must triumph in every battle, making those who ostracize you, scorn you, and belittle you regret their actions. Tonight, we shall practice your new skills one last time. Tomorrow marks the moment for you to showcase your prowess." On the day of the battle assessment, at the breeding hall, Iser was greeted with, "Hey, Iser, you've arrived before the Halia people," a voice exclaimed, echoing before its owner appeared. "I haven't seen you around these past few days. I even went to your dormitory looking for you several times," Halia inquired. "TCH. She must know she has no hope and has gone off to play," a short-haired girl cradling a water vapor duck remarked disdainfully from the staircase. "Ha, Xiaolon. If your battling skills matched even half of your sharp tongue, you wouldn't need to attend the pre-exam breeding class." Halia stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Iser. "Humph, I see your muscles must have taken root in your brain, even if you win every battle. If you fail the theoretical exam, the Academy won't let you pass." Xiaolon rolled her eyes dismissively. Halia grasped Iser's arm and urged, "Let us go. Ignore her. We're heading to the assessment venue. The theoretical exam results will be posted half an hour before the exam, and will arrive just in time." As they walked, Halia slowly explained, "Xiaolon is a classmate from the same school as me. We've had our differences before. It's really not a significant issue. Xiaolon excels in theoretical subjects and believes that theoretical scores reflect intelligence and significantly influence battling. However, since I awakened independently and was placed in the same class as her, I consistently outperformed her in practical assessments. Over time, she has become quite antagonistic towards me. She tends to think highly of her intellectual prowess and looks down on her peers." Halia shrugged apologetically. "It's all right. Her words don't affect me much. However, I don't recall seeing her at the theoretical assessment site before." Iser pondered aloud. "Ah, you wouldn't know since you weren't in the dorm. Actually, there were 3 classes taking the exam that day, but they were separated into different floors," Halia clarified. "That makes sense," Iser mused, wondering how such a large academy could have so few students. "I've been sharing a dorm with Xiaolon. Seeing her every day has been quite annoying. I even dream of a theoretical science deity descending from the heavens, utterly defeating her in her most confident domain." Halia seemed to recall some amusing incident, letting out an odd, cackling laugh. During our exam, there was a classmate who wrote incredibly quickly. Although everyone claimed it was merely an evil interference tactic, I felt otherwise. Iser silently nodded in agreement. By the way, is this creature your contracted pet? Halia pointed at the obedient Akanking trailing behind Iser. Though I don't recognize it. It certainly doesn't seem like a creature one would typically find in the A1 area of the breeding hall. I've just received its breeding application, Iser replied. To have received a breeding application in just a few days is truly impressive. Halia gave a thumbs up. Akanking, seemingly sensing Halia's compliment, amicably tapped her shoulder with its long trunk. Wow, it's so adorable. Is it obedient and well-behaved? Halia squealed, her voice rising in excitement. Iser attempted to shift the topic. Is that where the results will be posted? Chapter 25, The Spiraling Fruit. A crowd had already gathered at the results venue, clustering together in small groups. Xiaolan had also arrived, standing alone under the shade of a tree, cradling her water vapor duck. Despite her usual aloof demeanor, Xiaolan consistently performed well in assessments, ensuring she would not miss an opportunity to shine. Halia whispered a comment. Iser nodded, feeling similarly confident about her own performance, which was why she had come to check on the results early. Otherwise, if her theoretical scores were mediocre, witnessing the results might dampen her spirits and affect her performance in the subsequent battles. At 8:58, a rhythmic thumping resonated, accompanied by vibrations through the ground, growing nearer. It was a spiraling tree. The spiraling tree is a uniquely shaped arboreal creature, featuring a trunk adorned with a pair of large eyes and sporting a fashionable monocle. Each of its branches terminates in long, curling tendrils, one of which was deftly coiling around a bundle of paper. This creature's juvenile form, the spiraling seedling, is quite common in the Tsangsan region, yet few manage to evolve into the spiraling tree branch due to its stringent evolutionary requirements, which demand that the spiraling seedling possess a profound love for knowledge, having read numerous tomes. It is said that the first to discover this phenomenon was a teacher who had contracted a spiraling seedling. Spiraling trees that evolve under such conditions are known to be avid readers and can even grade papers. It is said that transforming into a favored answer will yield delightful fruits, while altering it to accommodate the illiterate will result in bizarre flavors. The two severed trunks beneath the rolling tree rhythmically thudded against the ground. It surveyed its surroundings, and moments later, the roots began to stir, plucking numerous scroll-like fruits from the branches and distributing them to each individual. Do I get one too? My theoretical scores have never been stellar. Could it be that I performed exceptionally well this time? Halia excitedly received the scroll fruit from the rolling tree with both hands. Perhaps it was an illusion, but the scroll fruit in Iser's hand appeared particularly succulent. She casually wiped its surface with a tissue and took a hearty bite. So sweet and juicy. Iser offered her praise. Really? Let me try? Halia took a large bite. Yuck. The next moment, she spat it out. The flavor was akin to concentrated lemon juice, impossible to consume. Halia, teary-eyed, delivered a harsh verdict. The classmates around them echoed her sentiments with a chorus of exclamations of disgust. How bitter. What is this? My goodness, how could there be a fruit that tastes like stinky socks? Yuck, mine has a bit of a poop flavor. How do you know what poop tastes like? Mind your own business. Yuck. The scene descended into utter chaos. Those who received their fruits a moment later awkwardly tucked them away into their bags. The rolling tree, which had orchestrated the commotion, seemed entirely unaffected, cheerfully making its way to the bulletin board. A tendril holding a roll of paper unfurled dramatically, affixing it to the board. Early recruitment theory assessment results. First place, Iser 1888 points. Second place, Lin Xiangyu 961 points. Third place, Xiaolan 734 points. 118th place, Halia 263 points. Ah, Iser, you are first. Halia exclaimed upon seeing the prominent characters at the top. Lin Xiangyu is impressive too. She told me this morning that she was too nervous about the upcoming battle assessment to check the results. Halia declared excitedly. My intuition is spot on. I found you two right away. Hee. Xiaolan is probably fuming. Iser scanned the rankings, eventually locating Halia's name and attempted to be emotionally intelligent. You didn't perform well this time, did you? Halia scratched her head. Haha. I'm not particularly good at theoretical subjects. I mainly answered multiple choice questions and still managed to exceed expectations with 263 points. Beside them, Xiaolan's eyes widened, her face paling. How is that possible? Not only am I not first, but I am not even second. I refuse to believe it. How could someone score 1888 points unless they completed all the large questions correctly? It's impossible to achieve that in such a short time. Xiaolan stepped towards Iser. You are the first place, Iser, right? I demand to see your exam paper. The rolling tree squeezed between the two, indicating Iser with its tendril. The rolling tree meant that it would only provide access to the exam paper after receiving mutual consent. A teacher with vibrant red curls appeared out of nowhere, elucidating for the rolling tree. Teacher Tiffany was correct. We always fully respect the students' wishes in these matters, chimed in the squinty-eyed teacher nearby. Iser understood and promptly responded, I refuse. Xiaolon fixed her gaze on Iser. Why? I am not satisfied. Leah fervently supported from the side. What is there to question? The battle assessment is imminent. Who has time to entertain your fuss? Do you think you are the beloved Federation currency? Other classmates gradually gathered around, pointing and commenting. Exactly. She has already secured first place in theory. As long as her battle performance is decent, her spot is guaranteed. However, I also want to see the first place paper. Scoring higher than all four of us is terrifying. Classmate, would you like some sunflower seeds? Caramel cream flavor. Have a handful, thank you. At the center of the storm, Xiaolon fumed. I will offer 100,000 Federation coins for a chance to view your exam. Iser, already stepping away, swiftly turned around to respond. Deal. Cash or transfer? Xiaolon gritted her teeth. Transfer. Once the rolling tree confirmed their agreement, it produced a thick stack of papers from its dense foliage. My goodness. The rolling tree carries papers with it. How can it not be overwhelmed by so many? A classmate in the crowd marveled. It's impossible for it to carry everything. It must be particularly fond of those papers to keep them close. I can confidently assert that it wouldn't even burn the rubbish I wrote to enrich the soil. Quite a valid point. Meanwhile, Iser, having received the transfer, slipped into the battle arena with Leah. Found it. I'm at Venue 1. Iser located her battle match. Her opponent being a classmate named Jiaz. I'm at Venue 6, so it seems we must part ways for now. Leah waved briskly. Good luck with the battle assessment. Chapter 26. This is Venue 1. The judging panel already housed several familiar faces. Tiffany, the squinty-eyed teacher, and the white-robed teacher from the theoretical assessment were all present. Teacher Tiffany appeared quite amiable, cheerfully ushering everyone into Venue 1. Hurry up. The assessment starts in 10 minutes. From a distance, Iser spotted Lin Xiangyu, a small leaf dog pawing at her shoelaces. It seems Lin Xiangyu ultimately chose the small leaf dog after all. Looking around, nearly everyone had their pet beasts with them. Not only fostering mutual understanding in daily life, but also because pet beast bags are quite expensive. Not everyone present had already awakened their abilities autonomously. Iser, to ensure San Ao Tian made a stunning entrance, had even borrowed Aiken's pet bag. However, Aiken didn't mind at all. It seemed to know there was excitement to behold, and happily found a seat for itself. The black and white bear also emerged from the beast's space. Sitting side by side with Aiken, Iser glanced around and noticed an array of basic pet beasts. Wouldn't it be unfair for San Ao Tian to battle against them? But there was no helping it. Who would have thought that with just a bit more effort, San Ao Tian would evolve? Hey, classmate. Would you like to purchase opponent information? 200 Federation coins for a copy. A bespectacled girl quietly approached. 200 Federation coins for a copy? Iser hesitated, repeating the question. What kind of information is so expensive? The bespectacled girl replied, Indeed. Whether it's about the opponent's pet beasts or the opponent themselves, I have it all documented. You've caught me during a pre-assessment promotion. The regular price is 200 Federation coins, but now it's only 198 per copy. No risk in buying. Seeing Iser appear tempted, the bespectacled girl quickly added, the 200 Federation coins option is for complete information. If you only want basic info, I also offer tiers at 150 and 20 Federation coins. Although Iser had just received a hefty sum of 100,000 Federation coins from the irrational Xiaolon, there was no way she would squander it on such frivolous purchases. They were all basic pet beasts. Who wouldn't they fight? What is the point in buying information? Do not be swayed by that unscrupulous fellow, Kirk. A voice floated softly nearby. I purchased a 50 federal coin package, which merely contained information about my opponent's pet species. If that's all you seek to know, one could simply glance at the breeding application form displayed on the table in Area A1. Do not defame me, Kirk exclaimed in surprise. Clearly, it also includes detailed information about the opponent. Well, if the opponent's age, height, birthday, zodiac sign, shoe size, and favorite color qualify as detailed information, the calm voice was laced with a hint of resentment. Kirk chuckled awkwardly. Well, I never claimed it was detailed information about the opponent's pet. If you don't wish to buy it, that's fine. I'll take my leave, said the student, whose demeanor bore a subtle hint of despair. Turning to Iser, they inquired, who is your opponent for the first match? Iser pondered for a moment. Jazz? A nearby delicate girl gasped. You're rather unfortunate. That guy, Jazz, has awakened the fire attribute pet enhancement talent. Even if he commands a non-contracted pet, it can still perform at least half its potential. Jazz, 15 years old, 166, 8 centimeters tall, born on July 15th, Cancer, shoe size 38, favorite color red. He awakened the Fire Attribute Pet Enhancement talent last month, and his breeding subject is the Fire Rooster. The student with a faint aura of despair recited, word by word. From their phone. Thank you. That is quite useful, Iser replied after a brief silence. Kirk is truly a swindler, the delicate girl remarked. Glancing at Iser before shifting the subject. You must be Iser, right? Iser nodded silently, reflecting on the severity of information leaks in this day and age. The girl seemed to read her thoughts, smiling. It's not as you think. Kirk cannot invade people's phones. All her information was collected manually. I just glanced at the roster for the first examination hall and noticed that everyone assigned here ranks high in theoretical assessments. I could match almost all the names. Which naturally led me to deduce who you are. A girl with a bobbed hairstyle gasped, what? You are the top student in theoretical assessments. Who chose to breed the Sand Digger Scorpion? Indeed, the leakage of information is rather excessive. You are somewhat unfortunate, as the bug type is precisely countered by fire. Moreover, Jazz possesses the Fire Attribute Enhancement talent. The girl with a bobbed hairstyle counted on her fingers. However, given your excellent theoretical performance, if you can endure longer in practical combat and showcase the capabilities of the Sand Digger Scorpion, the likelihood of advancing through prior summons is quite high. The delicate girl added. The bell of the academy chimed. All right, the assessment time for battles has commenced, announced Professor Tiffany from the judging panel. First match, Yazelle versus Jazz. This 1v1 battle assessment disallows the use of items or external assistance. A pet is deemed defeated when it loses its combat capability. The match will officially begin upon the sound of my whistle. Jazz descended from the opposite stand, a regal fire rooster perched on his shoulder. Yazelle approached with a pet bag in hand. Jazz stood confidently, hands on his hips, proclaiming, You're unfortunate to encounter me. Understand that theory and combat are entirely different matters. Today, I shall teach you this lesson. How infuriating. Enough with the chatter. I'll send you and your little chicken home shortly. Yazelle retorted, refusing to back down in the face of banter. Professor Tiffany raised her whistle. Pets, take the stage. Jazz elegantly waved his right arm, Fire Rooster, prepared to flatten the opponent. The Fire Rooster strutted forward, chest puffed out, standing at approximately 60 centimeters. Its comb was composed of blazing flames, and sparks flew from its wings as it moved, its eyes gleaming with sharp intensity. With the enhancement from Jazz's Fire Attribute Enhancement talent, the flames surrounding it flickered with extraordinary vigor. Come forth, Sand King Scorpion. It is time to demonstrate the fruits of our training. Sasha. The regal Sand King Scorpion leaped from the pet bag, its amethyst-like body shimmering in the sunlight. Its two tails raised high, exuding an air of magnificence. The Sand King Scorpion, significantly larger than the Fire Rooster, elicited a stir among the audience. Good heavens. What is this? Was it not said that Yazelle was breeding a Sand Digger Scorpion? Why is she able to summon an intermediate pet? Is this not a total mismatch? It must have evolved. This person is practically a cheat. Goodness. How can someone be so overpowered? Hold tight to my boar pig. I absolutely cannot face her in the second round. Even the judges in the panel began to murmur among themselves. Professor Tiffany humbly inquired of the squinting-eyed teacher, Ming Su. What pet is this? Sasha Scorpion? Chung Ming Su replied uncertainly. Professor Tiffany, who taught combat, expressed skepticism. Is the Sasha Scorpion supposed to look like this? The teacher in white, with a raspy voice, stated, No, it is neither the armored scorpion nor the Sasha Scorpion. It is the newly evolved form of the Sand Digger Scorpion. Chapter 27, Fire Rooster. Professor Tiffany hesitated. So, will her battle assessment proceed as normal? Chung Ming Su remained silent, rummaging through his bag for his glasses. I need to take a closer look. Even from this distance, I can feel the exquisite lines of that pet's armor. And this shimmering exterior. In my eyes, it is utterly dazzling. Chung Ming Su's eyes sparkled. He wiped away a suspicious droplet from the corner of his mouth. It's not that it dazzles in your eyes. The sunlight reflecting off its shell is genuinely blinding. I can scarcely bear it, Professor Tiffany retorted, exasperated. In my opinion, rather than glasses, you might benefit more from a pair of sunglasses, Professor Tiffany sincerely suggested. She did not expect Chung Ming Su, the research enthusiast, to take charge. Scott, what do you say? The teacher in white decisively stated. Proceed with the assessment as per the protocol. Yazelle was summoning her Sand King Scorpion outside for the first time since its evolution. Today as sunlight was particularly splendid, and she realized how reflective the Sand King Scorpion's shell was. It was far more conspicuous than its previous dark red shell. Truly, it deserved its potential to grow into a species king. Evading was out of the question. The characteristic of sand concealment, which almost every Sand Digger Scorpion possessed, was entirely absent from it. Amidst her chaotic thoughts, Yazelle took a moment to observe the panel of teachers. Truly, the instructors of the Beast Taming Academy in White Tower City were nothing like the raucous students below, especially the squinting-eyed teacher. who had now donned a pair of splendid gold-rimmed glasses, her lips pursed, sitting upright in her chair. She appeared exceedingly serious and composed, creating a stark contrast to the students in the stands. Professor Tiffany rapped on the table, signaling for silence. She raised her whistle. Once again, I shall reiterate. Upon the sound of the whistle, the match begins. Ready. 3, 2, 1, beep. As the sharp whistle pierced the air, Fire Rooster, charge at it with a fiery assault. Jazz called out, taking the initiative. The Fire Rooster surged forward like a blazing fireball, hurtling towards the Sand King Scorpion. Almost instantaneously with the whistle, the Sand King Scorpion also sprang into action. Sasha, unleash the dance of the sandstorm, Iser declared at a measured pace, having previously discussed this move with Sasha before the match. After all, this was a battle assessment. The instructor would undoubtedly assess the student's comprehensive abilities. If she gave no commands at all, it might appear as if she were merely coasting through, potentially diminishing her score for command proficiency. With a swift lash of its scorpion tail, the Sand King unleashed a thick cloud of sand that surged through the arena like a tidal wave. In an instant, the entire battlefield was shrouded in a golden haze, obscuring the silhouette of the fiery rooster from view. A persistent coughing echoed from the stands. Unbeknownst to anyone, Iser was now wearing a protective mask on his face, calmly instructing, now, launch a surprise attack using the sandstorm. The battlefield was engulfed in swirling sand, rendering visibility nearly impossible. Just as a student was about to voice his complaints, a blurred crimson figure hurtled towards him at breakneck speed. He instinctively attempted to duck, but his limbs lagged behind his thoughts, leaving him momentarily paralyzed. Suddenly, a towering figure blocked his path. It was the Tyrogue. Its body was cloaked in russet fur, its fists wrapped in tattered bandages, with knuckles that jutted out prominently, clearly a veteran of countless battles, exuding an aura of primal ferocity. The Tyrogue extended one hand forward, as if clutching something. All eyes shifted toward its grasp. Wasn't that the fiery rooster from the platform moments ago? As the sand began to settle, it became evident that only the Sand King remained on the battlefield. Tyrogue, return. Tiffany called from a distance, summoning it back into the beast space. Casting a glance at the now unconscious fiery rooster, Tiffany declared, in the first match, Iser emerges victorious. The second match will commence in 5 minutes. With enthusiasm, the bear-like Komishiba waved its trunk, while the black and white bear danced atop its head in excitement, greeting the incoming Sheoshin. Iser nonchalantly returned to the stands with the Sand King. On the judges' panel, a heated debate had erupted. Why wasn't the protective shield activated? Scott furrowed his brow, directing his inquiry at the two. Fortunately, Tiffany had the foresight to send Tyrogue in, or that student would have surely been injured. Indeed, had this incident not occurred, I would have never realized you neglected such a crucial detail. Tiffany retorted sharply towards Chung Mingshu. Chung Mingshu looked aggrieved. I had no control over that. Tiffany, you are the overall supervisor for this recruitment. Tiffany quickly backtracked. I apologize, everyone. In previous years, students utilized only beginner-level beasts, whose skills were not as formidable. So we never deemed it necessary to activate the shield. Scott interjected, since the matter is resolved, there's no need to dwell on it. I've already sent a message to have the shield activated. What is paramount now is that newly evolved beast. Chung Mingshu wholeheartedly agreed. Absolutely. That sand digger scorpion evolved with such perfection. Its strength and agility are remarkable, and its mastery of the skill dance of the sandstorm must be quite high. This child is impressive. What score did she achieve in the theoretical assessment? Scott suddenly inquired. She is the one who answered your tricky essay question perfectly, scoring full marks. Didn't you mention just yesterday that you wanted her in your class? Tiffany raised an eyebrow, casting a look that implied, what are you talking about? Scott's previously indifferent demeanor shifted as the corners of his mouth curled into a slight smile. It seems this child and I are destined to cross paths. Conveniently, I just submitted a funding application to the principal to research this newly evolved sand digger scorpion. As its cultivator, she can seamlessly join this project. Chung Mingshu exclaimed in surprise, how is that destiny? All the multiple choice, fill in the blank, and judgment questions I posed were answered correctly by her. And she even got more right than you. I believe she has a closer connection with me. Wait, Tiffany attempted to interject. Look at her calm and composed demeanor. It's evident she is naturally suited to be in my cultivation class. Chung Mingshu declared loudly. If that's the case, she could cultivate other beasts into new evolutionary forms, let alone her own contracted beast. She might even be better suited for my Beast Day class. Tiffany quipped, her tone tinged with a hint of temptation. The other two turned to glare at Tiffany in unison. Chapter 28, Bobo Crab. The second battle commenced swiftly. The contenders in this round were also familiar to Iser. One side featured Lin Xianyu with her chosen leaf dog, while the other was a girl with an apple-shaped head who had just conversed with Iser. The girl selected a water-type shell tortoise. Renowned for its adorable appearance and gentle disposition, The shell tortoise was equally famous for its aversion to conflict. How intriguing that she chose the shell tortoise for battle. What was she thinking? Iser watched with keen interest. Iser, who do you think will win? A somewhat familiar voice queried from beside her. Turning her head, Iser was surprised to find it was Jaz, who had just been defeated by her. Jaz awkwardly settled down, leaving a seat between them. What are you staring at? Do I look like someone who can't handle defeat? Jaz snapped. Iser replied earnestly. I believe the shell tortoise has a chance of winning. What? The water-type shell tortoise is at a disadvantage against the grass-type leaf dog, and you're making such a prediction? There must be some detail I missed that could sway the outcome. Jaz quickly cast aside their previous conversation, fixated on the shell tortoise in contemplation. Iser merely recalled that Lin Xiangyu had mentioned her theoretical scores were decent, but her battle skills were rather lacking. Moreover, the leaf dog had yet to enter battle mode, wagging its tail enthusiastically at Lin Xiangyu. It didn't seem very formidable. Iser thought casually. With the sound of a whistle, the battle officially commenced. Leaf dog. Use leaf blade. Lin Xiangyu shouted confidently. The leaf dog barked joyfully and swung its head, sending several sharp leaves soaring toward the shell tortoise. Shell tortoise. Retreat into your shell and harden. The apple-headed girl instructed calmly. Seeing her unhurried demeanor, Iser suddenly had a realization. She and Shaoshan had agreed to immediately employ certain skills upon entering the arena, and this was the state they aimed for. In the arena, the shell tortoise quickly retracted its head and limbs into its shell. A flurry of leaves struck the shell with a clatter, then fell impotently to the ground. When the last leaf landed, the shell tortoise cautiously peered out, appearing completely unscathed. Not a single scratch marred its shell. Prepare to counterattack. Shell tortoise, use water gun. The apple-headed girl shouted. The shell tortoise took a deep breath. Quick dodge. Lin Xiangyu urged anxiously, but it was too late. A slender stream of water blasted into the leaf dog's face. The leaf dog's fur became soaked, and it shook itself vigorously, attempting to dry off. After a moment, the leaf dog halted its movements. The previously dry leaves atop its head unfurled, becoming even more vibrant and lush under the stream of water. As a grass-type creature, the added moisture was beneficial for the leaf dog. Iser analyzed, cradling the black and white bear. The bear's eyes widened with intrigue. How much longer will these two fight? I'm about to fall asleep. Jaz crossed her arms, looking exasperated. The battle was still ongoing, with neither side able to gain the upper hand. After another 10 tedious and uneventful minutes, the match was abruptly halted by Tiffany. The outcome, of course, was a draw. Tiffany straightened her posture and pointed at Scott, asserting, "See, not activating the protective shield cannot solely be attributed to my oversight. Past assessments have been of a similar caliber. I must admit, employing the shield at this level would indeed be a waste of resources." Cheng Mingshu nodded in agreement. There are many here participating in the assessment who have yet to awaken their abilities. The previous child was indeed an exception. Tiffany felt quite aggrieved. Our training program is not exclusively for beast tamers. We also cater to ordinary individuals. Beyond the outcome of battles, theoretical knowledge, nurturing methodologies, the patience of the nurturer, and the synergy between both parties are of paramount importance, Scott remarked languidly. All right, enough of your lecture. I'm merely the head of the combat department. It is you two who must select the students, so ensure you choose wisely. Tiffany groaned at the thought of her lengthy discourse. In the third match, the competitors were Xiao Lan, accompanied by a dupiter and a curly-haired classmate with a shelter. The dupiter was enveloped in soft, light blue fur. Its feathers adorned with delicate droplets of water, releasing bubbles with each flap of its wings. The shelter sported a translucent, water blue shell with intricate water patterns, its claws razor-sharp, trailing a wet line as it moved. Both combatants wielded water-type companions. It seemed this battle would be quite engaging. Do you prefer water-type companions? Together, those two wouldn't stand a chance against my Blaziken, Jace remarked with a tone of condescension, this time refraining from asking who would emerge victorious. I have no particular preference for water types, Iser replied quietly, her back turned to the merrily munching Lurantis. Let me tell you, if you're going to bond with a companion, it should be a fire type. Fire types not only possess formidable combat prowess, but also tend to be quite aggressive. So you need not worry about them shying away from a fight, Jace suggested. Is that because you have a fire affinity? Iser bluntly retorted. Most individuals who awaken a specific elemental affinity typically only bond with companions of that element. After all, bonding slots are limited and must be chosen based on one's own circumstances. The type of affinity one awakens is significantly related to their own attributes. The compatibility between each beast tamer's talent and their personal traits is remarkably high. My temperament aligns quite well with fire-type companions, Jace boasted. So, you mean to imply that your disposition is as combative as that of fire-type companions? Iser silently scoffed. Nevertheless, after observing several matches, She began to realize that Jace's skills were indeed among the stronger in the group. I choose my companions based on fate, and I likely won't have an available slot anytime soon. Iser paused before adding, but I will certainly consider fire types. After a brief exchange, she developed a strategy for dealing with Jace. Indeed, Jace finally nodded in satisfaction, falling silent. On the battlefield, the clash between Dupiter and Shelder reached an intense climax. How intense, you may ask? Initially, Shelder raised its claws, trimming Dupiter's feathers until the arena was littered with them. Enraged, Dupiter unleashed a furious barrage of water blades, disregarding Xiaolan's commands and relentlessly pursuing Shelder. Despite its sideways movements, Shelder exhibited remarkable agility, dodging numerous water blades while returning fire with water bullets. Amidst their relentless exchange of skills, a shallow pool of water began to accumulate on the arena floor, crystal clear in its transparency. Unintentionally, Dupiter caught sight of its reflection on the surface. Once a pristine and elegant creature, its fur was now a disheveled mess, with a noticeable bald patch revealing skin beneath. Quack! Dupiter let out a distressed cry, turning tail and fleeing the battlefield, exiting Arena 1. Dupiter, where are you going? Wait for me. Xiaolan called after it. The third match goes to Shelder, Tiffany announced. Chapter 29, Additional Assessment. The entire Arena 1 comprised 16 individuals, divided into 8 pairs for a round of matches, after which they would be sorted into winners and losers groups. The second round would feature battles within each group. This structure allows for the selection of the best, while avoiding overwhelming mismatches that might obscure the true strength of competitors. The first round concluded in under 2 hours. At the judges' table, several teachers were compiling the list for the second round of matches. Please, don't let me face Iser. The girl with the apple-shaped hairstyle clasped her hands in prayer. Neither do I want to. Facing her would be futile. I feel her scyther could knock my boar out with a single swipe. Your boar is well nourished. If it gets knocked out, it won't hurt Scyther's tail at all. My Turtwig should be the one worried. Another curly-haired classmate chimed in, her logic unwavering. What is there to fear? Just fight, they exclaimed, with such hesitance. How can one become the strongest beast tamer? The group turned towards the source of the voice, discovering it belonged to Jace. The girl with the apple-shaped hairstyle sighed. Those who don't face mini-bosses certainly speak boldly. If I were in the losers group, I wouldn't have to worry. Shoo, keep your voice down. She can hear you. Someone whispered. Regardless, we're in the winners group, so we cross paths with her. Jace was visibly fuming, her fists crackling with tension. Actually, I believe you possess great potential. You stand out among your peers in a remarkable way. Iser suddenly interjected, seated beside Jace, close enough to hear the crackle of her knuckles. She felt it necessary to say something before the brewing conflict escalated. How do you know that? Jace's face displayed genuine astonishment. A moment of contemplation flickered in her eyes as she regarded Iser with newfound seriousness. This girl has a thick skin, Iser thought, nearly overwhelmed. Just wait, I'll show you my true strength, Jace declared, raising her chin and casting a level gaze across the others. Let us exchange contact information, Jace suggested, her expression signaling approval. All right, Iser replied, retrieving her phone. Thus, the tension of impending conflict was swiftly diffused. Before long, the teachers had finalized the list for the second round of assessment battles. The matchups were announced. First, Mona versus Kirk. Second, Lin Xiangyu versus Nancy. Those who heard their names called alongside Iser immediately breathed a sigh of relief, while those who had yet to hear their names felt anxious. Seventh match, Jace versus Dudley. Eighth match, Jace versus Xiaolan, Tiffany read aloud. Thank goodness, I didn't get matched with Iser. Someone exclaimed. Me too. Haha, I'm so lucky. I was quite anxious just now. Wait, did you hear who Iser is matched with? Kirk adjusted his glasses and began scribbling notes fervently. Indeed, Tiffany announced. Students whose names were not called should follow Mr. Scott for an additional assessment. After a brief wait, Iser noticed the teacher in a white robe approaching her. This must be Mr. Scott, she mused, recalling their previous encounter at the theoretical assessment, where he had donned a pristine white robe. With deep brown hair meticulously styled into an elegant bun at the back of her head, her skin appeared somewhat pallid, and her gray-blue eyes shimmered with a restrained brilliance beneath her glasses. Follow me, Scott gestured for her to keep pace. Iser obediently trailed behind, cradling a black and white bear plush, flanked on either side by a kangaroo elephant and a sand king scorpion, creating a rather lively spectacle on her own. Scott cast a glance, but refrained from further comment. She led Iser to a nearby empty classroom, gesturing for her to take a seat. No need to be nervous, Scott cleared her throat. Think of this as an interview and a test. I understand that you have been solely responsible for the cultivation of this sand digger scorpion. Indeed. I selected it as my assessment partner in Area A1 of the cultivation building a week ago, Iser affirmed confidently. As far as I know, The evolutionary forms of the sand digger scorpion have remained remarkably stable for quite some time. How did you manage to facilitate its evolution into a new form in such a short period? After researching the sand digger scorpion, I discovered that it has two potential evolutionary paths, the defensive and offensive armored scorpion and the elusive poison sand scorpion. I attempted to develop the sand digger scorpion in both directions simultaneously, which successfully evolved it into the current sand king scorpion, Yazelle articulated fluently. Scott's eyes sparkled with growing interest. Initially, like her colleagues, she had assumed that this child was merely fortunate. However, as the conversation progressed, it became evident that Yazelle's reasoning was sound, and her achievement was a meticulously designed experiment that had succeeded. Moreover, it was a singular opportunity. She herself could not guarantee such a feat during the cultivation process. What materials did you utilize? Could you enumerate them? Scott inquired, suppressing her excitement. Well, quite a few, Yazelle reflected. Class of nutritional supplements, rapid healing ointment, toxic element gel, shell hardening essential oils, beast polishing paste, peachy beast shampoo, and a primary evolution stone. Surely the points provided by the school could not cover all these? Scott queried. Initially, it was somewhat challenging due to limited funds. Yazelle smiled shyly. At that time, I happened to meet a kind upperclassman at the training grounds. Noticing her connection with Sand King, I introduced them. Although Yazelle's explanation was somewhat vague, Scott understood immediately. Her satisfaction grew. This child was not only clever and adaptable, but also resourceful in securing funding. A natural student for her. This Sand King scorpion has already been exchanged, correct? The school will not impede this, but if subsequent research is required, they may ask for your cooperation, with points as compensation for each instance, Scott briefly elucidated. And what else? Cultivating beasts is no simple task. What other factors do you believe contributed to your success? Scott probed incisively. My innate talent happened to assist in beast cultivation as well, Yazelle admitted, though she felt a slight hesitation in revealing her extraordinary gift. However, after prolonged interaction, those around her would inevitably sense it, so she opted to divulge a hint. Oh, I suspected as much, Scott replied, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. Yazelle was taken aback. You are not from around here, are you? Perhaps you are unfamiliar with our White Tower Beastmaster Academy, Scott remarked with a slight smile. Our academy is one of the premier institutions in the entire Tsangsin region. Each year, all eligible Beastmasters, or those who have awakened their talents, flock to our institution. For instance, Lin Xiangyu, who ranked second in this theoretical assessment, possesses an affinity talent, which provided her an advantage in cultivation, thereby securing her assessment opportunity. Just an opportunity for assessment? Yazelle was momentarily stunned, as if anticipating her thoughts. Scott continued, those with talent in combat assessments occupy half of the participants in the first venue, though most are not combat-focused. At this point, Scott shifted her tone. However, you are different. If you choose our school, after the semester commences, I will assist you in applying for special contribution points for this cultivation achievement. You're saying? Yazelle's eyes widened. Congratulations, you have been admitted. Chapter 30, a bit of noise. In a daze akin to being struck by a grand prize. Yazelle accepted the enrollment contract that Scott handed her. Naturally, she was not the sort to impulsively sign a contract merely out of excitement. After meticulously reviewing it and confirming that it stipulated her enrollment in Class A of the White Tower Beastmaster Academy for the upcoming semester, she decisively signed it. Of course, I will sign. The White Tower Beastmaster Academy is the finest institution in the Tsangsin region. I could never forsake this academy for others far inferior. Moreover, Class A in cultivation sounds like the premier class. What could possibly warrant hesitation? Both parties held steadfast intentions to secure the other, and the contract was smoothly finalized. Well, now that the contract is signed, we shall meet after the semester begins, Scott stated. As Yazelle prepared to depart, Scott called her back. Wait, I'll write you a recipe for beast food. During the holidays, you can prepare it using the materials listed. Scott swiftly scribbled on a piece of paper. Yazelle suddenly recalled something. Is this the method for crafting nutritional beast food? How did you know? Scott inquired, surprised. Students at the academy call it that. But I originally termed it all-around nutritional supplement, rapid absorption, enhanced sensory perception super S-class quality beast food. After consuming this food, beasts will feel more energized, and their perception of elements and strength will improve. If a beast's talent is sufficiently strong, it can even learn new skills more easily. Yazelle was left speechless. No wonder this nutritional beast food was so expensive at the academy. It could assist beasts in perceiving elements and learning new skills. The materials were not exceedingly hard to find. The tricky part might be the adaptive cellulose, which required a bit of the skin from a dancing melon. Dancing melons are not commonly found here, and their price may be higher. Yet even so, it would still be far more cost-effective than market-sold beast food. All right. The prepared beast food is for personal use only and cannot be sold. In just a few moments, Scott completed the recipe. Iser glanced at it and was astonished by the dense array of handwriting. A single beast food recipe required so many materials. This was extraordinary. Thank you, Teacher Scott. Iser sincerely expressed her gratitude as she accepted the recipe. Yes, you may return home now. Have a wonderful summer, and do not neglect your beast cultivation training, Scott nodded, signaling her to leave. As Iser exited, she felt as though she were walking on air, as if in a dream. It wasn't until she glanced at the enrollment contract in her hand that she awoke from her reverie, excitedly shaking her black and white bear. Bear, the plush, though unaware of the events that transpired, joined in her joy. Come, let us escort Sand King back to the cultivation building. Iser instructed her, obediently following Kangaroo Elephant. Kung. The kangaroo elephant seemed puzzled. Sand King has merely been undergoing training with me these past few days. It's time for him to return home, Iser clarified. Kung. The kangaroo elephant remained somewhat bewildered. The outside world is so captivating. Not only can one leisurely wander about the Beastmaster's domain every day, but today also boasts a plethora of delightful performances to behold. Why, then, does Sha Outyin wish to return home? Although Iser cannot comprehend the utterances of Kangaroo Elephant, she can discern its sentiments through its expression. Just as she was about to elucidate, she was preempted by the black and white bear. Bear, of course. I must accompany Yi. Without Yi, even milk loses its flavor. The black and white bear declared with a grave bear face. Kangaroo Elephant emitted a series of chuckles, the meaning of which remained elusive. The black and white bear, incensed, leaped from Iser's embrace onto Kangaroo Elephant, raising its fluffy little fists to deliver a few swift blows. Hey, Sesame, stop it. Iser quickly interjected, but it was already too late. The black and white bear landed 2 punches upon Kangaroo Elephant, which, despite its 3-meter stature, plopped down onto the ground, wailing loudly. Perhaps due to Kangaroo Elephant's water affinity, its tears flowed like wide noodles, cascading down incessantly. Sha Outyin observed with bemusement. Iser felt a headache coming on. Kangaroo Elephant's actions seemed oddly familiar, conjuring visions of Nicola. Over the past few days, aside from drinking milk and sleeping at night, she had kept the black and white bear in the Beastmaster's space. Today was their first official meeting, and they had just been getting along splendidly on the battle platform. How had things spiraled into chaos so quickly? Pondering this, Iser inquired, Sesame, what did Kin just say? The black and white bear, though it ceased its actions at Iser's behest, clearly still simmered with indignation, its tiny fists clenched tightly. Bear. That naughty elephant claimed that our kind, which cannot thrive without our beastmasters, are merely fledgling Beastmaster's companions still dependent on milk. Iser responded, Sesame, aren't you also a companion still relying on milk? However, Ken truly had a knack for stirring trouble. After some contemplation, Iser whispered to the black and white bear, Sesame, you must understand, Ken's Beastmaster left it with nothing but cold, hard cash before departing. Although it appears cheerful, it is merely masking its sorrow. Ken, despite its large stature, is still quite young and often speaks without thinking. Can you forgive it? On the other side, the black and white bear was already teary-eyed. Bear. So it is merely a big oaf who grew tall without growing wise, abandoned by its own Beastmaster. How pitiful. I cannot even imagine life without Yi. Wiping its tears with its furry paw, the black and white bear resolutely approached Kangaroo Elephant, offering a comforting pat. Bear, I had no idea you lived such a life. From now on, I shall look after you and share my treats. Ken. What life? Treats. Oh, thank you. You are truly a splendid bear. Bear. My strength may be a tad overwhelming. Does it hurt? Let me blow on it for you. As Iser watched the two beasts reconcile swiftly, she let out a sigh of relief. She could vaguely sense that her previously mundane holiday was beginning to drift away from her grasp. Chapter 31, The Silver Card. In the subsequent stretch of her journey, Iser smoothly arrived at the cultivation building. From a distance, she spotted Wensigia waiting at the entrance with the gas ghost. Iser, have you finished your exam? How did it go? Upon seeing Iser, Wensigia rushed over. Just as Iser opened her mouth to speak, she was interrupted by the exuberant Wensigia. Is that Sha Outyin? Wensigia gazed incredulously at the now larger and vastly transformed Sand King Scorpion. Sha Outyin raised its tail hook high in greeting. Oh my. When I received the call from the school this morning, I thought it was a new type of scam. I hung up twice, haha. Wensigia lovingly stroked Sha Outyin's purple shell. It's true, Sha Outyin has evolved into the Sand King Scorpion. Iser beamed. Sha Outyin, you are simply stunning now. I hardly recognize you. Wensigia exclaimed excitedly. Wawa. The gas ghost floated curiously to Sha Outyin's side, examining it closely. Sha Outyin greeted it with an equal gesture. I knew you would pass the exam. By the way, I came to find you for an important matter. when Sigia pulled a silver card from her pocket. "This is for you." She handed the silver card to Isel. The card was slightly thicker than a typical credit card, cool to the touch, and shimmered with a dark silver metallic gleam. "What is this?" Isel turned the card over, observing that at certain angles, a beast symbol appeared when held up to the light. "This is a 50 off card for the beast market this year. A prize I won in a lottery last year. I had initially planned to visit and find a pet pup during the holiday, but now that you have Sha Outyin, it seems fitting." Even as she spoke, when Sigia's gaze kept drifting toward Sha Outyin, "I don't have anything substantial to offer in return, so I thought this card would suffice. The quality of goods at the market can be quite variable, but there are many treasures to be found. With this card, you can save a considerable amount." "What is the beast market?" Isel had never heard of it before. "Oh, I forgot you aren't from around here. The beast market opens once a year, right after the awakening ceremony. It was initially intended for new graduates to select suitable pets. However, as the event grew, anyone in need can attend. Numerous merchants from far and wide come to trade, all certified professionals. They bring along many rare local beasts. Prices may be slightly higher than buying locally, but the variety is immense, and it also offers many materials useful for training and evolving pets. Even if you don't buy anything, merely browsing is quite enjoyable." "Thank you. I will make good use of it." Isel carefully tucked the silver card away. "I should be thanking you instead." When Sigia shook her head, adding, "Remember to link the card to your account before you go, and be sure to bring plenty of money. The maximum discount limit on this card is 5 million. It would be ideal to utilize the full amount." "I understand." Isel nodded. If she arrived at the beast market, found something wonderful with the discount card, only to realize she lacked sufficient funds, it would be a great regret. It seems she must find ways to earn more money before the market opens. Training for Kin and Sesame also needed to commence. The thoughts of all the tasks ahead weighed on her. After handing Sha Outyin over to Sigia, she proceeded to Nicola's dormitory. The pet food for Kin must be packed. Otherwise, her home would surely be impoverished by its appetite. Isel struggled to pack the pet food from the cabinet into several large sacks, which she then placed onto a borrowed cart. She secured a rope to the cart's handle, attaching the other end to Kinlu Elephant's shoulder. Ken. Kinlu Elephant seemed quite excited, mistaking Isel's actions for a game. Yet, even with this, half of the pet food remained unaccounted for. After a moment's thought, Isel took out her phone and messaged Nicola. "I finished the exam and am preparing to head home. There's too much pet food for Ken. I can't take it all." 20 seconds later, a message from Nicola arrived. "No need to bring it. Just ask me for reimbursement for what you bought for Ken. Transfer 20,000. Please take care of Aiken." Emoji, "Thank you, GIF." Iserl's mind had yet to catch up when her fingers had already clicked to confirm the payment. "No problem, leave Aiken to me." After a moment's contemplation, Iserl promptly removed the rope that had been fastened around Kalu's trunk. She decided it would be best to return home and prepare the pet food provided by Teacher Scott, so they could all enjoy it together. Upon reflection, bringing such an abundance of pet food would surely tire the majestic striped bird if it came to fetch her. "Kikek?" The unhitched Kalu appeared rather displeased, its long trunk extending towards her with a series of disgruntled snorts. Aiken, it's not what you think." With her hair tousled by Kalu's playful antics, Iserl suddenly had a brilliant idea. "I have a more significant task for Aiken." On the campus, a cacophony of clattering sounds echoed. Aiken galloped excitedly, while Iserl sat atop the little cart cradling Sesame. How swift! What was that golden creature that just dashed by? It seemed vaguely familiar. How impressive, truly fearless. Passers-by turned their heads, and snippets of conversation floated into Iserl's ears. Upon reaching the school gate, Iserl scooped up her black and white bear. She realized then that even though everyone had their own pets, she had never seen a student move in such a manner on campus. The speed bumps within the school premises were far too numerous. Quite jarring indeed. The little cart rattled incessantly, and for the first time, she acutely felt the sensation of her backside being jolted apart. Kalu, however, paid no heed to such trivialities, eagerly leaning in towards Iserl. Iserl gently patted its head, tears welling in her eyes as she exclaimed, "Aiken is simply marvelous, so incredibly fast." The black and white bear imitated Iserl, reaching out to pat Kalu's head. "Bear, wonderful bear. Aiken is amazing." Kikek, not at all. Aiken displayed a sudden shift in demeanor, as if possessed by some peculiar force. Iserl found it hard to look at Aiken, who had suddenly crossed its legs in a bashful manner. Following Aiken's gaze, she spotted Xiaoxiao. It was her very own striped bird. Xiaoxiao was perched on the railing, preening its golden-orange tail feathers, delicate claws entwined with exquisite silk flower chains, basked in the afternoon sun that gilded its outline. Upon noticing Iserl, it flapped its wings and soared over, growing larger until it reached 5 meters in length. Xiaoxiao. Chapter 32, The Peace Lock. Iserl first placed the black and white bear on the back of the striped bird before turning back. Aiken was exhibiting a blend of anticipation and hesitation. Its long trunk twisted into a knot. Iser inquired, "Sesame, what is Aiken saying?" "Bear. Aiken claims it is too heavy to ascend." Iser had never intended for Aiken to climb aboard. Although the striped bird was 2 meters larger than Aiken, its ethereal form could hardly bear the weight of Kalu. "Aiken, you should remain in the beast bag for a moment. I will call you out when we arrive," Iser instructed. "Kikek." Aiken nodded, albeit reluctantly, glancing back at the striped bird with each step. Upon witnessing Aiken's demeanor, Iser began to understand. Aiken must have idolized the striped bird. It had always been drawn to golden objects, showing a peculiar fascination with Iser's hair upon their first encounter. Iser had often suspected that part of the reason Nicola entrusted Aiken to her training was due to this admiration. The striped bird was renowned as the fairy of birds. Long ago, it was believed that a golden-orange rainbow in the sky heralded good fortune, a belief rooted in the trails left by the migrations of the striped bird. Iser could empathize, as Aaliyah's giant muscle punch also had its idol, a contestant in the Emerald Cup known as the Parsley Warrior. Last year, Aaliyah gifted Giant Muscle Punch a high-definition dynamic poster of the Parsley Warrior for contract day. Giant Muscle Punch adored it, affixing the poster in their training area, which was their backyard. Iser often passed by to see the Parsley Warrior striking various bodybuilding poses, occasionally practicing basic boxing moves. Longjang's Fluffball also had an idol, but its favorites changed so frequently that by the time Iser learned of them, the information was often outdated. Fluffball's previous idols included Apple Mouse, Garlic Chicken, Sweetwater Fish, and Pudding Dog. In any case, Iser was not concerned. She had ample experience in nurturing starstruck pets. Comfortably seated on the back of the striped bird, Iser felt the wind rush past her. Sesame, after an initial bout of excitement, had grown weary and was now nestled in her arms, fast asleep. There was no helping it. The 22 laps were indeed quite a distance. As the sun began to set, Iser finally arrived home. Little Crescent Moon, having received advance notice. Aaliyah rushed over to greet Iser with a tight embrace. "Oh my mother." Iser felt a bit bashful, ignoring her apparent shyness. Aaliyah scooped up Sesame. "Last time was too rushed. I haven't had a proper look at this little one yet." "Bear." Sesame stretched its fluffy arms, eager for a hug. Iser had never consciously guided Sesame, yet at some point, it began to mirror her every action. "What an adorable little bear. It reminds me of Punch when it was young," Aaliyah exclaimed, giving Sesame a warm embrace. "By the way, Little Crescent Moon, this is the gift I promised you. Prepared by Longjang and me for Little Sesame." Aaliyah produced a boxed turtle from her pocket. "Bear." Sesame, understanding that the gift was meant for it, joyfully reached out to receive the boxed turtle. "Ah, this cannot be given to you," Aaliyah chuckled, lifting Sesame in one arm. "Little box, present the gift intended for Sesame," she instructed. The boxed turtle's beady eyes twinkled as its shell opened, and a round object shot out. Aaliyah deftly caught it, bending down to adjust it before placing it around Sesame's neck. "This is a spatial collar customized by Longjang and me, designed in the style of a peace lock. With a small black and white bear head engraved on the front and a crescent moon on the back," Aaliyah explained, pointing it out to Iser. Crafted from a resilient and highly elastic material known as spatial mithril, the collar would also fit Sesame as it grew. Iser affectionately patted Sesame's head, smiling. "How wonderful. I truly need this right now." Her eyes sparkled with excitement. "I thought of you running about everywhere. Carrying a bunch of things would be inconvenient. So I chose this especially," Aaliyah replied. Bear." Sesame was enamored with its new spatial collar, repeatedly putting its bottle in and taking it out. "Oh no. I nearly forgot Aiken." Iser slapped her forehead, overwhelmed with joy at returning home that she had almost forgotten to release Aiken. She retrieved the beast bag and gave it a shake. A spirited golden elephant appeared before her eyes. It immediately spotted Aaliyah and eagerly extended its trunk in greeting. "Where did this little fellow come from? It certainly seems extraordinary," Aaliyah remarked, grabbing Aiken's mischievous trunk and shaking it as one would during a handshake. "Kikek?" The Akun was completely subdued by this move. One must understand that typically, even Yazelle cannot manage it when it causes mischief. "Akun is a task assigned to me by a classmate," and Yazelle explained it thoroughly from beginning to end. "Oh. Is it true that it can stay at our home for 2 months? That is absolutely fine. Training can be handled by Quan Quan. After all, it has obtained a qualification certificate for combat pet education," Ilias stated with ease. Yazelle was utterly unaware of this. "So, where will we be staying?" Yazelle inquired. Although the small courtyard in front had ample space, the pond required by the boxed turtle occupied half of it. Does Xiaoyan know? Lanchang had been waiting inside for quite some time. Having prepared the meal, he peered outside to see if anyone was returning. Ilya initially chose this place because it comes with a very large training ground. Thus, despite being in the 22nd ring, this location was selected. Lanchang remarked while holding a spatula. "Is this little fellow named Akun?" After dinner, let us have everyone help set up a small nest for it by the training ground. Lanchong suggested, glancing at Akon. Great idea. Let us proceed with that. Ilya agreed enthusiastically. Xiao, please take Akon to play at the training ground for a while. Lanchong instructed the Xiao bird. Xiao nodded and gestured for the Akon to follow. Upon hearing the name of Xiao, Akon perked up its ears. And seeing that Xiao was leading it away, its tail stood straight with joy. Akon followed with a series of tiny, clumsy steps. Occasionally stealing glances at Xiao's back, but quickly averting its gaze, lowering its head shyly. Another little fan of Xiao, Lanchong chuckled. Chapter 33, Dragon Breath Ribs. Dinner that evening was exceptionally sumptuous. There were dragon breath ribs, steamed jumping fish, sweet and sour tenderloin, and a full table of shellfish soup. Quickly wash your hands and come to eat, Lanchong called out. Sesame, as the new family member, was also given a seat. Quan enthusiastically dug out a pink bunny-embroidered bib from the box turtle's box and tied it around Sesame. Isn't that the one Iser used when she was little? Ilya remarked, growing increasingly familiar with it. Indeed, Lanchong affirmed with a nod. Bears, I want to use what he used too. Sesame initially felt a bit uncomfortable in the bib and considered removing it, but upon hearing that, it immediately froze in place. How did the exam go? Lanchong inquired. Guess? Iser teased. I presume you've already passed? Lanchong replied calmly. How did you know? Iser pondered whether she had inadvertently let it slip upon returning. It's a secret. Lanchong grinned, serving Iser a large rib. Try this dragon breath rib. I specifically purchased it, roasted with firestone that has stored the breath of a fire dragon. Let us see if there's any difference. It's crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, particularly fragrant, but I can't discern any difference. Iser remarked. If there's no difference, then that's a good sign, Lanchong mused. If there were a difference, it might have mixed in the saliva of the fire dragon. Iser silently swallowed a piece of meat. Don't tease Xiaoya. Focus on your meal, Ilya said, serving each of them a piece of tenderloin as a bribe to keep quiet. Understood, Lady Ilya. Lanchong obediently fell silent. Although Sesame wore the bib and sat at the same table as Iser, it was only given a bottle of juvenile pet milk. Noticing that no one was paying attention to it, Sesame clawed at the edge of the table with its fluffy front paws, its small eyes blinking eagerly. Fixated on the rib in Iser's bowl, its little nose twitched continuously, and it even licked its lips sneakily, appearing utterly tantalized. Oh dear, this little one. Ilya couldn't help but chuckle. Sesame, you haven't grown your teeth yet. You can't eat that now, Iser reasoned. You need to grow a bit more. Bears. Sesame tilted its round head, its ears twitching, and protested with a couple of soft grunts. Let us give it a small piece to taste the flavor, Ilya. Unable to resist the cuteness of the juvenile, suggested. Very well, since mother has said so, Iser selected a piece of the rib with a bone for Sesame. Bears. Sesame chirped sweetly, seizing the oily, fragrant rib and taking a hearty bite. This flavor. Sesame initially froze, then began to nibble voraciously. With each of its movements, a faint red glow emanated from its body. What is happening to Sesame? Iser was taken aback, not expecting that the act of eating a rib could lead to such an issue. It seems to be some sort of skill, or perhaps a characteristic. Ilya speculated based on her experience. That effect must be the intermediate skill, excitement, Lanchong mused. Excitement, a short-term all-out burst, followed by a period of fatigue. Can one really gain excitement just from eating a rib? I must include this in my resume when applying for the chef position at the White Tower Star Hotel. Lanchong joked. Not funny. Iser still felt somewhat anxious. She entered the Beast Master space to summon the breeding simulator. Name, Black and White Bear, Sesame. Type, Fighting. Psychic. Level, Beginner, 671000. Ability 1, Thick Fat, protected by thick fat, damage from water and fire type moves is halved. Ability 2, Strongman, physical attack power doubles. Skills, Jab, proficient 104300. Roll, entry 11100. Blink, proficient 112300. Telekinesis, entry 39100. Excitement, entry 1100. Indeed, it is an intermediate skill, Iser murmured. Although it's an intermediate skill, it counts as a minor divine ability. If used effectively, it can alter the outcome of battles. The drawback is that the side effects are quite significant. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be at this level, Lanchong elaborated. Iser could hardly believe it. As someone with breeding talent as a beastmaster, the first skill her contracted pet Sesame learned was astonishingly derived from eating a rib. Meanwhile, the red glow around Sesame had dissipated. It lay limply on the table. Bears. What is going on? I have no strength at all. Who plotted against me? Even in the fatigue phase of the skill, Sesame still clutched the rib tightly. Ultimately, it was Quan who stepped forward, cradling Sesame in one arm and rhythmically patting its back with the other. In less than 3 minutes, Sesame had fallen asleep, already snoring softly. Fluff, Fluff, hurriedly brought a damp cloth. Quan took the damp cloth, first removing the gnawed rib from Sesame's paw, then carefully wiping its greasy paws before directly placing it in the bed of Yazir's room. How impressive, Yazir marveled. When you were little, Quan not only obtained a breeding certificate to care for you, but also worked part-time in the juvenile section of the Beast Center for 3 months, Ilya reminisced. During those 3 months of part-time work at the Beast Center, Quan earned the gold medal for juvenile caretaking for 2 months. Ilya spoke with pride. Lulu. Fluff squeezed in, eagerly conveying something. Lulu said it also went, but couldn't he pass the parenting exam and was dismissed by the Beast Center after 3 days, Lanchan translated. Lulu, Fluff emphasized. However, half of the clothes you wore as a child were woven by Fluff. That pink bunny bib Sesame is using was made by Fluff. Lanchan continued translating. Lulu. Fluff left, satisfied. Yazir felt profoundly touched, hugging Fluff tightly, showering it with affection. As for the muscular figure enveloped in steel armor, standing at a towering height of 2 meters, she embraced Kun while standing on a chair. Kun, under the impression that she too sought to wipe her hands, hastily used a damp cloth to clean Isel's hands as well. Chapter 34, A Lacking Fortune. After their meal, Isel and Kun gathered the dishes from the table and placed them into the dishwasher. Lan Zhang was in the kitchen, experimenting with his innovative pastries. Upon a cursory glance, it appeared that the dough in his hands contained purple cabbage powder, fluorescent tea powder, rose fruit powder, and a vibrant array of hues that did not seem particularly appetizing. Isel, intrigued, leaned closer and slipped him a note. Here's the pet food recipe given by Teacher Scott. Dad, can you take a look and see if it's feasible? When it came to culinary creations, Lan Zhang was undoubtedly the most proficient in the household. If he couldn't manage it, her own attempts would surely be futile. Let me see. Lan Zhang squinted at the note. Bolly grass roots, concentrated protein gel, and the skins of dancing melons? No problem, leave it to me. I'll have the finished product ready for you in a few days. Yay, Isel cheered. However, she suddenly remembered something. By the way, remember to calculate the ingredients for Awakens' pet food separately. I need to get reimbursed by his Beastmaster. Of course, Lan Zhang readily agreed. And don't forget to include your crafting fee. Isel meticulously pondered, ensuring she had not overlooked anything. Naturally, Lan Zhang replied, drawing further connections. Also, we need to account for our rent and utilities, your tuition and meal expenses, Kun's protein powder, the shell care solution for the little box, and Lulu's idol cards and figurines. Oh dear. No, alright, enough of that. Isel exclaimed as she dashed away. Having entrusted the task of preparing the pet food entirely to Lan Zhang, Isel made her way to the training area at the back door. It was her first time seeing this space, having hurried off to take an exam after only spending 1 night there upon moving in. The yard was indeed quite expansive. Empty as far as the eye could see, just vast. The ground bore some uneven patches, clear remnants of pets practicing their skills. Kun was fervently helping several other pets build a small house for Awakens, while Ilya was nearby, cutting planks to suitable sizes. How is it that Kun is everywhere? What would this household do without Kun? Isel couldn't help but ponder. Little Crescent, why not take a break? Ilya waved to Isel. Isel sat beside Ilya with a sigh. I've already informed Principal Delana about your acceptance into the White Tower Beastmaster Academy. You can apply for graduation directly from the elementary school. Your holiday is about to commence. Ilya patted her shoulder. Isel sighed again, lowering her voice to confide in Ilya. Mom, I got a 50 discount card for the Beast Market. Ilya's face lit up with laughter. Then why are you still sighing? If only that card had no spending limit, but alas, it caps at 5 million federal coins. I just want to take advantage of the organizer as much as possible. Isel reasoned. She painted a vivid picture of the Beast Market to Ilya. It said that rare pets and high-level evolution stones might appear there. Isel exclaimed with excitement. Sounds quite promising, Ilya remarked, hearing of the Beast Market for the first time. Exactly. So I'm planning to find a part-time job before the Beast Market opens. It would be even better if I could take Sesame along. Isel was troubled by this. Although she had awakened her own abilities, she hadn't even passed the F-level Beastmaster exam, rendering her unable to earn money through tasks released by the Beast Center. Little Crescent, have you forgotten that you've already passed the preliminary examination for the White Tower Beastmaster Academy? Ilya winked at her. No, but what difference does that make? Isel asked. Puzzled. Of course. You can include that in your resume. The White Tower Beastmaster Academy has a far greater reputation than you might imagine, Ilya chuckled. Haha. I completely forgot about that because the exam went so smoothly, Isel admitted, a bit embarrassed. Shoo, don't say that outside. It would attract envy, Ilya laughed heartily. Cheer up. If you find yourself short on cash while shopping, just come to your mom and dad for help, Ilya encouraged. She thought for a moment and added. You could also ask Kun. It has quite a stash of pocket money. Over at the wooden planks, Kun, having heard this, paused its work and retrieved the moonlit box turtle from the corner, rummaging through it. It then presented a platinum card with a flourish before Isel. Kun appeared unfazed, and as it turned to leave, its long rabbit-like ears created a stylish arc. Kun is so great. Ilya beamed. Without looking back, Kun raised its ears even higher, and the sound of its hammering on the wood seemed to grow louder. Isel was astonished, her mouth forming an O. Isn't that a platinum card from the Emerald Bank? Indeed, Ilya nodded. But isn't a platinum card only issued after a single deposit of 1 million federal coins? Isel was incredulous, examining the platinum card in disbelief. Well, Kun possesses the traits of Heart of Justice and No Escape. These traits are particularly advantageous for capturing fugitives during work, allowing it to earn quite a bounty. Ilya explained. Isel recalled both traits. Heart of Justice. In a state of righteousness, attack and speed surge dramatically. In a state of evil, defense and speed plummet. No Escape. Once the opponent is locked on, their location can be tracked within 48 hours. Kun is truly impressive. Isel clutched her racing heart. Don't you think the security in Bear Paw Town is quite good? It wasn't he always like that, and Kun has certainly contributed to it, Ilya praised loudly. Meanwhile, Kun worked even harder. Thank you, Kun. I still have money on me. I'll come find you when I run low. Isel reluctantly returned the platinum card to Kun. However, she was not merely speaking. She intended to seek out Kun again before the beast market commenced. Kun nodded graciously. After receiving advice from Ilya, Isel decided to browse through recruitment websites to see if any part-time jobs suited her. She casually clicked on the first job listing. Recruitment wall, White Tower City. Urgent hiring, pet bathing technician. Priority for spiky ball fish. 1 positive review. 66 negative reviews. Job description, bathe fire dragons. Requirements. Must be a water-type pet, no species limit, and must know high-pressure water gun with sustained water flow. Working hours. Every night from 8 to 10 p.m. includes supper. Benefits. Free scale polishing and fire resistance training. Salary. 400 federal coins per hour for regular pets. 550 federal coins per hour for spiky ball fish. Upon reading this, Isel noted not only the high salary, the inclusion of supper, scale polishing benefits, but even fire resistance training. Such a wonderful opportunity. Unfortunately, she did not possess a water-type pet. Looking more closely, Isel sensed something amiss. It seemed quite appealing. Why were there so many negative reviews? She clicked on the comments. The working environment is too hot. My water-scale fish nearly turned into jerky after coming out. Nowhere did it mention the boss would make us bathe in magma. How outrageous. The fire dragon used my spiky ball fish as a bath ball and even picked its teeth with it. Spiky ball fish, don't ever take this job. The benefit of scale polishing refers to smoothing your pet's scales until they are devoid of any sharp edges. The fire resistance training indicates that every second spent in this environment serves as special training. Iser, there are far too many pitfalls in this. Chapter 35, The Fruity Planting Base. After witnessing the dark side of recruitment, Iser steeled herself and began to sift through the options. The position for beast tamers required a minimum of an F-level beast tamer. After some contemplation, she checked the boxes for combat and psychic abilities in the pet recruitment section. The responses that popped up were all within the capabilities of Sesame. Bluethorn fruit picking, daily payment based on quantity harvested. Hiring large parcel sorting assistants. Must possess great strength. A 7-star hotel is seeking bed linen organizers, telekinesis required. Long-term recruitment for delivery personnel. Those who can run, jump, and teleport, come forth. Iser tapped into private chats for inquiries. Upon reaching the 4th one, a system message appeared. You have exhausted your daily greeting quota. Upgrade to VIP to enjoy unlimited messaging for the month. Iser, of course, opted not to upgrade. She decided to ask just these few questions. A dreamless night passed. Upon rising, Iser found Sesame already awake. It lay with its head resting on her arm, cradling a large bottle of cub milk, blissfully dozing. Iser touched the milk bottle. It was still warm. It appeared Sesame had ventured downstairs on its own that morning. Sesame, starting today, you will undergo special training, Iser announced. Yay! Sesame exclaimed with boundless enthusiasm. After witnessing Shah Aotion's training, it had longed for such an experience. But Iser had always insisted that the training grounds were too toxic and advised it to remain in the beast space. Those days of boredom spent napping in the beast space were finally over. Today was its turn to train. Iser glanced at the schedule she had noted on her phone the previous day. We'll first head to the fruity planting base, she said. After 3 transfers on the hovering train, Iser and Sesame arrived at the entrance of the fruity planting base. The expansive base lay at the foothills of a mountain, surrounded by fresh air. At the entrance stood a staff member wearing a yellow cap and a jumpsuit emblazoned with the fruity planting base logo. The staff member frequently glanced in their direction, tapping impatiently on the edge of their trousers, a slight frown creasing their brow. This was likely the same individual who had messaged her on her phone to wait at the entrance. Iser quickly opened her phone and checked the chat history. See you tomorrow morning at 8 at the Fruity Planting Base entrance, right? Yes, I'll be waiting at the entrance for you. Could this be the same person? Surely not, right? It was possible two individuals were using the same company account. Besides the staff member, several casually dressed individuals surrounded her, each accompanied by their own pets. They appeared to be applicants just like Iser. The staff member scowled more deeply upon noticing Iser's youth. Are you here to apply as well? Did you read the requirements? Picking bluethorn fruits is not as simple as it seems. I have read the requirements, Iser affirmed with a nod. Very well, what is your platform ID? The staff member, upon hearing her response, ceased further remarks. Genius Worker Sesame. The ID name reflected Iser's high hopes for Sesame. After registration, the staff member checked their watch. Where is Knight's Overlord Dragon King? They're almost late. Iser glanced at her phone. There were still 10 minutes until their agreed time. The other applicants, seemingly unaware of what had transpired, stood silently in their corners, engrossed in their phones. Iser, holding Sesame, peered over at them. The Fruity Planting Base's recruitment advertisement specified a need for pets skilled in fruit picking. One reason Iser had chosen this job was the significantly higher salary compared to others. They offered 500 federal coins for each basket of bluethorn fruits picked, with payment made daily. If one could pick a basket in an hour, it would yield more than cleaning the teeth of a fire dragon, or rather, scrubbing it. Given the high salary, the task was undoubtedly challenging. Iser had conducted thorough research the previous night. Bluethorn fruits are fist-sized oval fruits. Their surfaces covered in green spikes that contain anesthetic sap, often used in medical anesthetics. When unripe, they are pale green, but upon ripening, they transform into amber. They must be harvested within a brief week after ripening, or they will spoil. While harvesting bluethorn fruits, one must avoid touching the branches. If the bluethorn tree senses excessive weight on a branch, it will simply drop that segment, causing the fruits to be damaged. Furthermore, one must be gentle, for the flesh beneath the spikes is particularly soft and fragile. A mere squeeze could cause it to burst. All in all, the harvesting proved to be quite a challenge. Iser resolved to have Sesame try using its telekinesis. Telekinesis was indeed one of Sesame's abilities, allowing it to pick fruits without worrying about mishaps. This way, not only could it work, but it could also train its skills, a win-win situation. However, as for whether Sesame was truly proficient, Iser had her doubts. But that was all right. Practice would lead to proficiency. Iser surveyed the pets of the other applicants. A glance revealed reds, blues, greens, and yellows. These pets could not all be like Sesame, capable of using telekinesis to harvest bluethorn fruits. Iser was uncertain about the others, but the fire monkey in the center was undoubtedly a pure fire type. Developing a secondary attribute for such a single attribute pet was no easy feat. The most traditional method involved utilizing high-purity, high-level evolution stones during evolution, but success was never guaranteed. It also depended on the pet's elemental affinity, innate talents, preferences, and condition on the day. For a water-type pet to evolve into a fire attribute was exceedingly difficult, verging on impossible, while it would be much easier for it to develop a new wood attribute. The key was that this fire monkey was still a novice pet and likely had not yet utilized any evolution stones. Iser was quite curious about how a fire-type pet would go about picking bluethorn fruits. The atmosphere on site felt peculiar. After some contemplation, Iser occupied a corner and began tapping on her phone. Just a minute shy of the agreed-upon 8 o'clock. A sleek black hover vehicle zipped to a stop at the entrance. Dark silver high-top boots thudded heavily on the ground, their sides shimmering with a faint purple pattern, glinting with each step of their owner. Dark black pants were adorned with numerous metallic chains, while the upper attire consisted of a short, deep purple leather jacket with a high collar, complemented by dark purple goggles. Aside from the rhythmic sound of her footsteps, the surroundings fell silent. You must be the Knight's Overlord Dragon King? The staff member inquired. The staff member showed no sign of favoritism due to her striking entrance. Rather, they appeared increasingly agitated. That would be me, replied the Knight's Overlord Dragon King, her voice as chilling as her name suggested. Now that everyone is here, follow me. The staff member beckoned. The staff member led the group onto a small sightseeing vehicle, and after a brief ride along a winding path, the surroundings suddenly darkened. This is a completely different orchard. Before me lies a vast expanse of dense thorny trees, towering approximately 10 meters high, their branches and leaves resembling clusters of clouds, elegantly extending outward. The trunks are adorned with slick moss, intertwined with accompanying thorny vines. The elusive thorny fruits await harvesting at the very top of these trees. Indeed, it is clearly the season of abundance, as plump, amber-hued fruits are densely clustered together. To Iser, it appears as if the tree is brimming with wealth. Money, money, money. Chapter 36. A sudden commotion? Are we all present? A tall staff member clad in blue work attire entered, pushing a metallic cart. On the cart rested a green box emblazoned with the logo of Fruit Galore. I double-checked, confirming. This is for collecting thorny fruits, correct? The cart emitted a harsh screech against the ground, and I noticed the shoulders of those around me tense noticeably. Why is everyone so anxious? During my research, I hadn't encountered any mention of the dangers associated with harvesting thorny fruits to this extent. Could there be some hidden information of which I am unaware? Iser focused her mind, preparing for any unexpected developments. Let us begin roll call. The blue-clad staff member accessed the registration list on his device, announcing, Lien and I, Bulibuchi. Present. A muffled voice came from the back of the line, the owner attempting to bury herself within her collar. Mei Xin Wantang Jiang. Present, came a strong and assertive reply. The owner of this name was a beast master of the Dahua monkey, standing at least 180 centimeters tall, reaching approximately 185 centimeters with shoes on. She possessed an air of righteousness, her gaze unwavering as she fixed it upon the blue-clad staff member. The staff member suddenly felt a surge of pressure, discreetly wiping the sweat from his brow. Yesteryear's summer wound. Present. The responder appeared somewhat numb, their eyes vacant. Iser began to understand why the atmosphere had been so somber upon her arrival. Working genius Sesame. Present. Iser stated. After comparing herself to the previous names, she felt particularly confident in her own. Simple. Grounded. Such a splendid name. Suddenly, Iser recalled that when she first logged into the recruitment software, there had been a subtle prompt indicating that a name change would require a VVIP subscription after the initial naming. The VIP subscription cost 99 federal coins per month, while the VVIP was priced at 999 federal coins per month. No wonder everyone preferred to endure such names rather than change them. With the roll call complete, the blue-clad staff member tucked his phone into his pocket. Come and collect your equipment. The staff member unlatched the green box, revealing a neatly arranged array of hemispherical protective helmets, one for each person to take. Everyone calmly retrieved their helmets and donned them. These helmets were designed to protect against falling thorny fruits, as although the fruit itself is quite soft, its thorns are exceptionally hard, with unfortunate incidents occurring annually where individuals were injured. I refuse. The Knight's Sovereign Dragon King stood rigidly, unmoving. The staff member didn't even raise an eyebrow. He pulled out his phone, activated the camera mode, and directed the lens toward the Dragon King's face. Repeat after me. The staff member's voice remained devoid of any fluctuation. I voluntarily choose not to wear the protective helmet and accept all consequences. I voluntarily choose not to wear the protective helmet and accept all consequences. The Knight's Sovereign Dragon King scoffed, leaning closer to the camera to repeat the phrase. Unexpectedly, the Knight's Sovereign Dragon King, who appeared to be a formidable character, adhered to the rules. The staff member then addressed everyone, stating, I am unaware of your knowledge regarding thorny fruits, but be aware that the maximum allowable loss per day is 5 fruits. Exceeding this limit will result in a requirement to compensate for the difference. 500 federal coins per fruit. Iser quickly calculated in her mind. Harvesting a box of 15 thorny fruits yielded 500 federal coins, yet if one were to damage a single fruit, it would cost 500 federal coins in compensation. Iser couldn't help but entertain some ominous thoughts. Surely, this base doesn't profit from compensation fees, does it? Each of you select a tree, fill a box, and you can come to me for your wages. Oh, and I advise you not to stand too close to one another. The staff member scanned the crowd and continued. The 3 trees to your left are newly cultivated varieties, featuring larger fruits, firmer flesh than the original variety, and sharper thorns with increased toxicity. The staff member briefly mentioned. All right, let us begin. Everyone dispersed to select their trees. If handpicking, the original variety on the right would indeed be easier. However, Iser intended to have Sesame use psychic power, making the firmer flesh of the new variety on the left more manageable. Overly soft fruits could risk being crushed. Having made her decision, Iser guided Sesame to the left side. To her surprise, Ruantang Jiang and Yesteryear's Summer Wound also chose the new variety thorny trees. Now, with 3 individuals, each at one tree, if another person showed up, hey, the Knight's Sovereign Dragon King swaggered over, hands in pockets, and lifted his chin. I'll take this tree. You need to switch to another. You can't do that. Yesteryear's Summer Wound's gaze sharpened, her face flushed with indignation. Is there a rule about first come, first served? The Knight's Sovereign Dragon King sneered. There's no rule here. It's based on strength allocation. Any conflict must be resolved outside the orchard, and any damage to the base will incur double compensation. The staff member recited this coldly, with the atmosphere escalating. Yesteryear's Summer Wound ripped off her helmet, revealing her tousled short hair. Who is afraid of whom? Let us fight. If I win, you'll have to share half of today's, no, the next 3 days' earnings with me. TCH, fine. If I win, You'll also give me half of those 3 days' earnings, the Night Sovereign Dragon King replied. These two must join as well. Yesteryear's summer wound pointed at Iser and Jiang, who had also chosen the new variety thorny trees. There's nothing wrong with the original variety. All fruit-bearing trees are good trees. Iser was unfazed. Just as she was about to refuse, she noticed Sesame stepping forward with an air of bravado. Well then, it seems I must agree. If Sesame wishes to fight, Iser assessed that the opponents likely also wielded novice beasts. As long as it wasn't a cross-dire battle, Sesame had a chance. Moreover, in a multi-person melee, tactics could be employed if they found themselves outmatched. The loser must give half of their earnings from these 3 days to the winner, yesteryear's summer wound emphasized. I have no objections. Jiang appeared eager. Clearly a combative spirit, befitting a beast master of a fire-type creature like the Dahua monkey. Agreed, Iser concurred. Combat can only occur within the designated line area. Stepping outside counts as a loss. The staff member pointed out impassively. Summon your Dragon King for everyone to see. Yesteryear's summer wound taunted the Night Sovereign Dragon King. Rolling her eyes, the Night Sovereign Dragon King rolled up her sleeves to reveal a small, dark blue snake coiled around her wrist. This is the Waterblade snake. Iser recognized the beast. Is this little worm really called a Dragon King? Yesteryear's summer wound chuckled. You'll find out soon enough whether this is merely a little worm. The Night Sovereign Dragon King retorted. Chapter 37, A Four-Way Melee. Yesteryear's summer wounds Maru Vine, Jiang's Dahua monkey, and Iser's black and white bear entered the battleground sequentially, with the Night Sovereign Dragon King's Waterblade snake being the last to join. The battle commenced, with the staff member serving as the referee. Waterblade snake, unleash a barrage of water bullets. The Night Sovereign Dragon King gestured to issue a command. The Waterblade serpent immediately conjured several water orbs, swiftly launching them towards the other side of the arena where the Maramaru Vine stood. Maramaru Vine, defend! Shouted yesterday's summer injury. The Maramaru Vine brandished its numerous emerald tendrils, forming a barrier akin to a shield before itself. The water orbs shattered into countless droplets, refracting soft hues of light beneath the sun. Maramaru Vine, use Leaf Blade. Yesterday's summer injury retorted defiantly. Several sharp leaves were sent hurtling back toward the Waterblade serpent. The petite Waterblade serpent deftly evaded the attack. Sesame, wait for the opportune moment, Iser stated, analyzing the situation on the battlefield with swift precision. Regardless of the circumstances, it was best to let those two expend some energy first. Although the black and white bear was eager to charge in, it obediently remained positioned at a distance from the other three parties. Sugary Sauce seemed to share the same sentiment, refraining from immediately sending in the Diefire monkey to join the fray. The positioning of the Diefire monkey, black and white bear, Maramaru Vine, and Waterblade serpent formed a perfect triangle. However, the Diefire monkey appeared exceedingly impatient, pacing back and forth, the flames on its tail flickering erratically, clearly unable to suppress its desire for battle. Don't rush, Die. Wait for them to tire out first. Sugary Sauce attempted to soothe it. Yet before she could finish her sentence, the Diefire monkey bared its teeth and dashed forward. Die, wait, Sugary Sauce exclaimed, but it was too late. The Diefire monkey had a singular target in mind, the black and white bear. Its fists ignited with flames as it roared and unleashed a fiery punch at the seemingly unguarded black and white bear. Sesame, roll to evade. Iser reacted with remarkable speed. The rotund body of the black and white bear nimbly rolled to the side, the fiery punch grazing its fur, the searing airflow causing it to squint slightly. Evaded? Create some distance. Sugary Sauce gritted her teeth. However, the Diefire monkey disregarded commands entirely, launching a second punch immediately after missing the first. Die, don't be impulsive. Sugary Sauce attempted to call it back, but the Diefire monkey, fueled by its fervor, completely ignored her orders and continued its relentless assault. Keep rolling to evade, and look for an opportunity to strike, Iser commanded. The black and white bear continuously dodged the various fire-type skills unleashed by the Diefire monkey, occasionally countering with a punch during its skill cooldowns. Given the Diefire monkey's reckless use of skills, it wouldn't last long. Once its energy was depleted, Sesame would have the upper hand. Ugh, this is infuriating. Sugary Sauce suddenly seemed like a different person, tugging at her hair in frustration. Diefire monkey, don't be a coward, just go all out. Burn its fur and smack its little behind. She roared, her previous tactical demeanor replaced by raw aggression. Your Diefire monkey has been on the offensive. I wouldn't say anything else, but it's certainly not cowardly, Iser noted, recognizing Sugary Sauce's transformation. Excluding the possibility of her having a legendary dual personality, it was the empathic talent at play. An empathic beast tamer not only perceives their pet's emotions, but is also influenced by their own temperament. During the use of the empathic talent, the tamer need not speak. The pet can intuit their thoughts. In that moment, Sugary Sauce appeared even more impatient than the Diefire monkey. She had entirely abandoned strategy, opting for the most primal, violent approach. Die. The Diefire monkey bellowed, fists ablaze, charging toward the black and white bear. Fire punch. Sugary Sauce nearly shouted the move's name in unison with the Diefire monkey, their thoughts synchronizing in an intense display of aggression. We cannot take this head on. Use telekinesis to soften the blow. Evade this strike. Yazelle exclaimed, her fists clenched in anxiety. A flash of blue light flickered in the black and white bear's eyes as it utilized telekinesis to momentarily halt the incoming Diefire monkey. Following that, it leaped high, tracing a semicircular arc in the air, extending its short legs to deliver a powerful kick to the back of the Diefire monkey's head. You wretched creature. Claiming you'd smack my little behind. Let us see who gets smacked. Yazelle heard the black and white bear's furious roar, and she hesitated for a moment. Sesame was so enraged that it instinctively executed a double kick. Was learning a new skill for a pet this easy? She contemplated some rather impolite training strategies, unsure if they could be voiced, but the battle was far from over. This is so irritating. Why won't this creature just fall down? Sugary Sauce stomped her feet in frustration, her 180 centimeters tall, muscular physique causing the ground to thud beneath her. The Diefire monkey, seemingly impervious to pain, rose once more and charged back into the fray. Something felt amiss. While directing the black and white bear to counterattack the Diefire monkey, Yazelle's gaze shifted to the distant skirmish between yesterday's summer injury and the night's sovereign dragon king, where they were engaged in a fervent exchange, seemingly unremarkable. Yet, an underlying sense of discord lingered in her mind. Why were there so few leaves in the Maramaru vine's leaf blade attack? It appeared far less potent than the small leaf hound she had seen during the school battle assessments, which could unleash dozens of leaves at once. Furthermore, was the water blade serpent's water orb speed always this sluggish? With its attributes already at a disadvantage, how could its skill potency be so weak? Would it even manage to strike the Maramaru vine? Just then, yesterday's summer injury suddenly snapped his fingers. The battlefield's dynamics shifted dramatically. In the blink of an eye, the water blade serpent and Maramaru vine, previously locked in combat, both pivoted and charged toward this side. The water blade serpent's tail shimmered ominously as it unleashed a water blade attack toward the black and white bear, while the Maramaru vine's tendrils unexpectedly elongated. Flanking from the opposite side. Quick dodge. Use telekinesis. Yazelle's pupils constricted. Thankfully, the black and white bear reacted swiftly. Its rotund form rolled back nimbly, narrowly evading the water blade's lethal edge, while it raised its small paw, azure light flashing in its eyes. Telekinesis activated. The ethereal blue force momentarily froze the approaching tendrils in midair, and the black and white bear seized the chance to perform a sideways roll, evading the meticulously orchestrated ambush. You two are in cahoots. Sugary Sauce gasped in astonishment. However, the Diefire monkey had already found itself in peril. Another tendril of the Maramaru vine had inexplicably snaked around from behind, binding the Diefire monkey tightly. Diefire monkey, breathe fire. Sugary Sauce commanded. The Diefire monkey struggled, sparks flying from its mouth, yet the Maramaru vine, ever wary of fire, had long since prepared a countermeasure. The tendrils tightened their grip, sealing the Diefire monkey's mouth shut. Chapter 38. Just honestly pick the fruit. Cursed, cursed, cursed. If you're such good actors, why not go become performers? Sugary Sauce seethed with rage. Black and white bear, use blink. Take out the Maramaru vine first. Yazelle swiftly assessed the situation. Upon hearing this, the black and white bear immediately turned its attention to the Maramaru vine, its dark, beady eyes suddenly shimmering with a watery glint, emitting a charming pink glow with each blink. The blink took effect. The Maramaru vine's movements noticeably slowed, its tendrils loosening their grip. Don't be deceived, Maramaru vine. Yesterday's summer injury shouted urgently, but it was too late. Under the influence of the mental disturbance, the Maramaru vine unexpectedly released the Diefire monkey, redirecting its tendrils toward its ally, the water blade serpent. Damn it, water blade serpent, quickly dodge. The night's sovereign dragon king's expression changed drastically. The water blade serpent had not anticipated that the ally it had cooperated with multiple times would suddenly turn against it. It barely managed to evade, but still suffered a glancing blow from the tendrils, letting out a pained shriek. The two combatants had been engaged for quite some time, yet neither had inflicted any damage upon the other. The performance was a far cry from a genuine clash. Seizing the moment, Yazelle declared, now is the time. Before Maramaru awakens, unleash enthusiasm. Suddenly, the body of the black and white bear radiated a crimson glow, its muscles slightly swelling. This was its explosive skill, enthusiasm. In a heightened state of power, it dashed towards Maramaru. A reinforced straight punch struck heavily against Maramaru's torso. With the trait of mighty, the black and white bear already possessed immense strength, and with the complete enhancement from enthusiasm, it became an unstoppable force. Maramaru. Maramaru let out a mournful cry and collapsed, rendered incapable of further combat. Damn it. Waterblade Serpent. Use Tail Blade for a full assault. The Night Sovereign Dragon King commanded through gritted teeth. The Waterblade Serpent leapt high, its tail blade sharpened, slicing down towards the black and white bear. Roll to evade, then continue with straight punches. Iser calmly directed. The black and white bear nimbly rolled forward, avoiding the Waterblade attack while closing the distance. Under the boost of enthusiasm, another straight punch landed squarely on the Waterblade Serpent's abdomen. The Waterblade Serpent crashed heavily to the ground, struggling briefly as if attempting to rise again. Finish it quickly, Iser urged. The effect of enthusiasm was time-limited. Failure to secure victory within this state could lead to a reversal of fortunes. Sesame rushed towards the Waterblade Serpent, delivering several more straight punches. This time, the Waterblade Serpent could not rise again. The Waterblade Serpent is unable to continue fighting, the staff announced. Now, the only Pokemon still standing was the dopey Fire Monkey, which had just been tossed aside by Maramaru's vines and was in a poor state, its fiery tail flickering dimly. Dopey Fire Monkey, use Spark, Candy Sauce commanded. The small Fire Monkey released a shower of sparks, which the speed-boosted black and white bear easily rolled to evade. As the state of enthusiasm was nearing its end, the black and white bear seized its final opportunity, lifting the energy-depleted dopey Fire Monkey with psychic force under Iser's guidance. Then, with a swift motion, it hurled the monkey out of the arena. A perfect parabolic arc. Iser mentally awarded Sesame full marks. Dopey Fire Monkey is out of bounds. The match is concluded. The victor is the industrious genius, Sesame, the staff announced loudly. The Night Sovereign Dragon King and yesterday's summer injury, filled with frustration, recalled their respective Pokemon. Candy Sauce also retracted her talent, anxiously checking on the dopey Fire Monkey's injuries. Dopey, why did you charge in so recklessly? Boo-hoo. The lack of talent enhancement made Candy Sauce feel utterly unrecognizable to Iser. The black and white bear's state of enthusiasm ended, and it slumped to the ground, utterly exhausted. Iser knelt down, cradling it in her arms while offering an energy-replenishing candy. Sesame, you are truly remarkable. How can there be such an intelligent and powerful little bear in the world? Just one little bear managed to overpower those 3 Pokemon. How extraordinary. I am so fortunate to have contracted with Sesame, Iser exclaimed with unrestrained admiration. Sesame, feeling a bit dazed from the praise, rubbed its round ears against Iser's palm. Hey, you two, halt right there. You aren't planning to skip out on your bill, are you? Candy Sauce called out to yesterday's summer injury and the Night Sovereign Dragon King, who were trying to sneak away along the wall. When Candy Sauce crossed her arms and shot them a frosty glare, she exuded a formidable presence. At least, yesterday's summer injury and the Night Sovereign Dragon King immediately straightened up. What? We will be giving half of our earnings from the past 3 days to the industrious genius. Sesame, the Guaduo planting base will directly transfer our earnings to her. Yesterday's summer injury hurriedly clarified. Yes. We were just about to go pick thorn fruit. The more we gather, the more we can give to the industrious genius, Sesame. The Night Sovereign Dragon King forced a sheepish smile, completely shedding its previously defiant demeanor. Candy Sauce chuckled lightly, raising her fist, which was as large as a sandbag. Sounds good. We can pick the thorn fruit while you explain your harmonious collaboration. We have ample time for a discussion. Sister Candy Sauce, please spare us. We didn't mean it, boo-hoo. The two huddled in a corner, clutching their bruised Pokemon. Trembling in fear, Iser found it hard to look at the two, who had completely lost their composure. She finally understood why the Night Sovereign Dragon King had barely spoken when it first appeared. As soon as it opened its mouth, that icy aura dissipated. If she didn't know the circumstances, she might have thought she had stumbled upon a scene of nefarious activity. Calling you Aunt Candy Sauce won't work, Candy Sauce said, cracking her knuckles ominously, casting a shadow over the two's faces. Dopey. The dopey Fire Monkey in Candy Sauce's arms, despite its injuries, still managed to taunt the duo. Its tail raised proudly. Genius Sesame, say something. Yesterday's summer injury thought quickly. We will work diligently and sincerely for you. Bear. Iser had yet to speak. But Sesame happily responded, baring its teeth in delight, appearing quite fond of the idea. Seizing the opportunity, yesterday's summer injury eagerly pulled out a sweet fruit, a common delicacy for Pokemon, and presented it. The sweet fruit, valued at 20 pounds in the market, had no special effects, merely being sweet, juicy, and delicious. Sesame took the sweet fruit, sniffed it, and took a big bite. Bear, this is delicious. It extended the bitten fruit towards Iser to share. Iser smiled and politely declined. If Sesame likes it, eat more. I will buy you another next time. Sesame displayed a touched expression, silently resolving to earn more money to buy fruit for Iser in the future. They were currently in dire straits, with only one fruit. and Iser was too generous to eat any, giving it all to Sesame. Having experienced the hardship of not being able to afford formula milk from the supermarket shortly after birth, Sesame firmly believed they were quite poor. Now, every second wasted was time that these two could have been working for Iser, and since Sesame had even accepted a gift, Iser decided to say, "Go ahead and pick thorn fruit." Yesterday's summer injury and the others felt a wave of relief. Iser added, "We can discuss anything after work." Candy Sauce reluctantly nodded. "If I see you two outside this base, you know what that means. We are doing this because we are about to enroll in school, but haven't gathered enough tuition yet, so we resorted to this despicable, unforgivable act." The Night Sovereign Dragon King wiped away tears with a handkerchief. Just as the words left their lips, a notification chimed from the Night Sovereign Dragon King's pocket. 33,000 had been deposited into their virtual bank. "Very well. Is there anything else you wish to leave behind in this brief life?" Candy Sauce smiled kindly. Chapter 39, Angelic Pokemon Lawn. In the end, Candy Sauce allowed the two to go pick thorn fruit. This was not merely because the Night Sovereign Dragon King and the others solemnly promised to compensate for their unforgivable deceit by voluntarily allocating 10 of their earnings over the next 3 days to Candy Sauce and Iser. This was a trivial matter. Rather, it was because Candy Sauce had proven to be too soft-hearted. At least, that was how she justified it. Iser wholeheartedly agreed with this resolution, as Candy Sauce had also lost to her and was thus required to surrender 50 of her earnings from the past 3 days. With the additional share from yesterday's summer injury and the Night Sovereign Dragon King, Iser would receive an even greater income. Who would have thought that by merely working, she would end up with a whole entourage of workers? Iser comfortably reclined in the lounge chair brought over by the Night Sovereign Dragon King, cradling Sesame, who was in a state of fatigue after using its explosive skill while leisurely contemplating. Although the Night Sovereign Dragon King and the other individual are prone to spinning fanciful tales to deceive others, they possess an undeniable knack for navigating social situations. Yesterday, Xiaoshang graciously presented 2 bottles of chilled fruit juice, cautioning, "Esteemed one, be careful as the juice may be quite icy." Jima, the fluffy companion, patted its belly, asserting its resilience against the cold, and promptly stowed the juice within its spatial neck ring. "Jima, are you not going to drink the juice?" wondered Iser, perplexed. For Jima was not the fussy type of creature. Xiong xiong, xiong xiong. The bear is eager to grow and requires milk. Milk is nutritious, while the juice is laden with additives. This shall be taken home for a Ken. Jima, indeed, was the most splendid little creature. Iser indulged in a playful tussle with the soft and fluffy Jima. When did it learn about nutrition and additives? Who was its teacher? Iser felt a peculiar mix of surprise and pride, akin to discovering that her darling had secretly striven to enroll in kindergarten. Moreover, it discerned that the juice, though deliciously sweet and tangy, was devoid of nutrition and filled with additives, and wisely decided to bring it home for a Ken. What a delightful little one. Ever so eager to share. In this corner, the atmosphere between Iser and Jima felt like a vacation. Meanwhile, over there, Xiaoshang and the Night Sovereign Dragon King were not enjoying such leisure. The space was limited, and they were laboring right under the watchful gaze of the Gummy Sauce, with each entitled to a 5 share of the profits payable to her. Eager to impress, Gummy Sauce busily directed her to a monkey while also managing the Shui Rin snake and Wan vine. With the availability of 3 new varieties of green thorn trees, there was no need to compete for them. Iser generously allowed Xiaoshang to take the green thorn trees, as long as the black and white bear had rested well beforehand. Under Gummy Sauce's intense scrutiny, these two were surprisingly efficient, appearing far more adept than the genuinely new employees next door. Wan vine employed a rather straightforward method for harvesting the green thorn fruits. It stimulated a vine from its body, allowing it to grow to a length of 10 meters. With a large basket for the green thorn fruits, it ascended the tree as if riding an elevator. Then, with the precision of its flying leaf blade, it carefully targeted the junction where the green thorn fruits connected to the branches, severing them and wrapping the fruits with a slender vine, placing them one by one into the large basket. It was crucial to ensure that when cutting the fruits with the flying leaf blade, no pressure was applied to the branches. Otherwise, the entire branch would be discarded by the green thorn tree. Iser heard the unmistakable sounds of fruits dropping, cries of pain, and lamentations of empty pockets emanating from the nearby grove of original green thorn fruit trees. Xiong xiong? Jima tilted its head in confusion. When you use telekinesis to pick the fruits, be gentle. The one making those odd sounds over there exerted too much force, alerting the green thorn tree, resulting in the fruits being dropped and damaged. I wonder if they can afford to pay for the damages, Iser mused, adopting a worried expression. If they cannot afford it, then what? Iser seemed to ponder something, heaving a long sigh as she gently stroked Jima's round ears. Jima's eyes widened, and its little ears perked up. What is it? Why did you stop speaking? If you remain silent, Xiong will begin to worry. If they cannot pay, will they force Xiong to toil here? Xiong. How terrifying. Indeed, it was quite frightening. Iser nodded, recalling that the staff had mentioned earlier that if one could not pay, even applying for an Angel Beast loan would not absolve them of their debts. The Angel Beast loan is a service provided by an entertainment company specializing in creating pet stars. It categorizes loans from FSSS level, spanning various grades, with most pets. Upon evaluation, starting from the lowest F grade. After signing the contract, they must upload 15 pet photos and 1 pet vlog each month on the company's platform. If fans offer tips, that money counts towards repayment. If, after a year, the tips are insufficient to cover the payments, they must comply with the company's demands for promotional activities, such as making the thunderous tiger meow, having the clumsy pig solve math problems, or dyeing the feathers of the white satin bird in vibrant colors. In short, many beast tamers, as long as they can tighten their belts, would never allow their pets to fall into such dire circumstances. Despite their differing thought processes, Iser and the black and white bear reached a unanimous conclusion. They must avoid incurring debts at all costs. Jima focused intently on the pet diligently harvesting the green thorn fruits. It was determined to learn the art of fruit picking. On another tree, the shui ren snake was also laboring to gather green thorn fruits. It clung to Wan Vine's vine elevator to ascend the tree, and due to its light weight, it could directly climb onto the branches. The shui ren snake first used its tail blade formed of water currents to sever the fruits, then gently transported them to the ground with soft streams of water. This method was effective, though considerably slower than Wan Vine's. However, did Wan Vine not risk being poisoned by the narcotic liquid within the thorny green thorn fruits by repeatedly contacting the fruit spines? The information Iser had gathered prior to her arrival repeatedly cautioned against direct contact with any part of the body. Perhaps the vine did not count as part of Wan Vine's body. Before long, Iser's question received an answer. Wan Vine's vine movements slowed significantly after picking 5 baskets of green thorn fruits, and it collapsed to the ground, motionless. Let us take a break. Gummy Sauce was not a tyrant. She lifted Wan Vine to inspect it. No harm done, just paralyzed by the green thorn fruit's thorns. A rest of about an hour and a half should suffice for recovery. Meanwhile, the shui ren snake, halfway through harvesting on the adjacent green thorn tree, suddenly lost grip with its tail, inadvertently brushing against the thorn. Its movements froze, and it plummeted from the tree. The potency of the green thorn fruit's venom was indeed formidable. Merely brushing against it had resulted in such a consequence. Shui ren snake. The Knight's Sovereign Dragon King exclaimed in alarm. Chapter 40. Other uses of superpowers. Gummy Sauce, closest to the shui ren snake, dashed forward, swiftly catching the falling creature. She lifted the eyelid of the shui ren snake, furrowing her brow as if uncovering something peculiar. What is it? Is it serious? Iser inquired as she approached. No. Perhaps it is my lack of skill, but I cannot discern anything. Gummy Sauce observed the shui ren snake, its slender tongue exposed, motionless, eyes closed, unconscious in her grasp. It may require a visit to the pet hospital. How could it be so serious? It has harvested green thorn fruits before, Iser lamented. Shui ren snake, awaken. The Knight's Sovereign Dragon King called out urgently. Iser, with keen eyes, noticed that the shui ren snake, with its back to Gummy Sauce, seemed to roll its eyes. After a moment of thought, she remarked, in my homeland, there exists a remedy specifically for treating serpent-like pets. It is quite effective. When they faint like this, it is often due to an imbalance of QWER elements within them. In such cases, a beast tamer's assistance to shake them gently is all that is needed. Much like skipping rope, Jima can help. Iser demonstrated the motion. Xiong. Jima thumped its chest. Although it was not fond of that troublesome little snake, it was determined to assist diligently, confident in its strength to balance whatever elements the little snake needed. Upon hearing this, the shui ren snake could no longer remain still and suddenly sprang up from Gummy Sauce's hands. A moment of silence enveloped the scene. The water-blade serpent felt no embarrassment upon realizing the failure of its leisurely plan. It promptly turned and ascended the tree again via the vine elevator. Oh, a performer it is. To everyone's surprise, Gummy Sauce did not seem the least bit angered. How did you know? The Knight's Sovereign Dragon King blurted out. Gummy Sauce clenched her fist. Moments later, she revealed, in truth, we are both second-year students from the Lionheart Drama Academy, tasked with harvesting the thorn fruit to earn some credits and, in the process, apply our expertise to a side venture, the Knight's Sovereign Dragon King confessed. The water-blade serpent often observes us while we film, so it may have picked up a few tricks, the Knight's Sovereign Dragon King added sheepishly. Once abandoning the pretense, he removed the ostentatious purple goggles and the clinking silver chain from his waist. Beneath the goggles were gentle apricot-colored eyes, which appeared quite sincere when directed at others. However, those present had witnessed her commanding presence when she descended from the hovercar, rendering them immune to her act. Learned a bit, you say? That sounds rather modest. Had it not been for Gummy Sauce's presence, we might have been deceived, Yazelle remarked, realizing that the performance techniques taught in acting were quite plentiful. As the atmosphere threatened to devolve into a confrontation, yesterday's Summer swiftly interjected, truly, it is the astute Gummy Sauce who sees through the ruse. I never realized it was fake at all. Turning to Gummy Sauce, he continued, I never expected you to be knowledgeable in medicine. Indeed. I am a first-year student in the Animal Medicine Department at White Tower Medical University. Gummy Sauce raised an eyebrow in response. Not only yesterday's Summer, but even Yazelle had not anticipated that the Beast Master contracted with the clumsy fire monkey was studying medicine. Nowadays, when certain specialized programs admit students, they also review the students' contracted beasts. It is not to say that one cannot study medicine without a contracted beast possessing healing abilities. Such a requirement would be excessively stringent, considering admissions must ultimately reflect the student's capabilities. Rather, contracting a beast that meets professional criteria grants additional points. This supplementary scoring varies from university to university and is determined independently. For instance, the architecture program awards points for having rock-type beasts akin to the boar. The medical program offers points for healing-type beasts, and the computer science program gives points for mechanical-type beasts. Each year, numerous beast masters who perform poorly in combat and theoretical subjects are propelled forward by their beasts. This phenomenon is primarily reliant on the abilities of the beasts themselves. In essence, the beasts must also attend specialized courses to learn relevant content, while employers directly recruit the beasts, with the beastmasters acting merely as their agents. However, beastmasters do not entirely rely on this convenience, as the readership of the Interdisciplinary Beast Adaptation Guide tends to surge during each admissions season. Observing the expressions of her companions, Gummy Sauce understood their unspoken question. The clumsy fire monkey is my second contracted beast. I brought it here to help it practice patience. My first beast is a water-type slippery sea rabbit. The slippery sea rabbit, known for its gentle disposition, excels at collecting colorful pearl shells and enjoys gliding across icy surfaces on its smooth belly. Yazelle's understanding deepened. That makes perfect sense now, she mused, recalling her impression that Gummy Sauce's temperament occasionally shifted. It now appeared that her first contracted water-type beast possessed a notably gentle nature. This empathic talent is truly formidable. How wonderful to have opened a second contract slot so early in your studies, exclaimed yesterday's Summer with envy. You still have a few years left in your first year. Why the rush? Gummy Sauce chuckled. As for me, my brain domain development level is at 6. I doubt it will happen that quickly, yesterday's Summer remarked. That is indeed the case, Gummy Sauce replied. When I first awakened, my brain domain development level was already at 6. Shouldn't one be courteous in such moments? Yesterday's Summer found herself at a loss for words. A working genius like Gummy Sauce must have a high brain domain development level, at least higher than Summer's. Gummy Sauce turned her gaze toward Yazelle. I wouldn't know. I haven't been tested, Yazelle admitted candidly. How could you not have been tested? You need to register when selecting schools during the entrance exams. It must have been a while since your last test. Yesterday's Summer corrected her automatically. More or less. Yazelle did not intend to elaborate further, sensing an ominous premonition that the conversation could spiral indefinitely. All right, Gummy Sauce has likely rested enough. Let us not prolong this conversation, Yazelle urged. Seizing the opportunity, yesterday's Summer dragged the recovering Muru vine toward another section of the woods, leaving behind a remark. All right, Gummy Sauce. You take the lead. I'll head over there. I have no preference for tree types. Sunlight filtered through the cloud-shaped leaves of the thornfruit tree, casting shadows upon the ground. Yazelle looked up at the ripe fruit hanging at the top of the thornfruit tree, saying, Gummy Sauce, it's your turn. Focus your attention and use your telekinesis. Roar. Gummy Sauce took a deep breath, raising a front paw to aim at the most plump thornfruit at the top. The thornfruit was enveloped in a pale blue light of telekinesis, swaying gently in accordance with Gummy Sauce's intent, just as it seemed poised for a successful harvest. The branch began to tremble under Gummy Sauce's manipulation. The shaking intensified rapidly. Wait. Yazelle urgently called for a halt. Gummy Sauce promptly ceased, wiping the sweat from its brow. That was terrifying. I barely exerted any effort, and the branch started shaking. This approach won't work. The connection between the thorn fruit and the branch is exceedingly resilient. You cannot simply pull it. You must slice it open, like the water-blade serpent would, the Night Sovereign Dragon King suggested. Roar. Gummy Sauce's eyes glimmered once more with blue telekinetic light, attempting to narrow the focus to envelop the upper portion of the branch connected to the fruit. However, no matter how hard it tried, the fruit merely quivered slightly, showing no signs of loosening. After all, telekinesis is not a cutting technique. Yazelle pondered. Perhaps they needed to master other applications of psychic abilities. Roar. Gummy Sauce tilted its head in thought. Suddenly, its gaze sharpened. A deeper blue light appeared in its eyes, contrasting with the soft diffusion of telekinesis. Instead, it quickly condensed and compressed, ultimately forming a slender energy blade. Swish! The blue light flashed, precisely severing the stem of the thorn fruit. Chapter 41, Psychic Energy Blade. The pale blue telekinetic glow promptly enveloped the vertically descending thorn fruit, transferring it into a nearby fruit box. That is not a basic skill, the Night Sovereign Dragon King exclaimed in astonishment. It was also Yazelle's first encounter with this skill. It resembled telekinesis, but evidently possessed a greater offensive capability. She quickly glanced at the cultivation panel. Name: Black and White Bear, Gummy Sauce. Type: Fighting, Psychic. Level: Beginner, 921000. Ability 1. Thick Fat, protected by Thick Fat, reduces the damage from water and fire type moves by half. Ability 2. Strongman, doubles the power of physical attacks. Skills: Jab, Proficient 124300. Roll, Novice 66100. Blink, Proficient 114300. Telekinesis, Novice 51100. Inspire, Novice 8100. Double Kick, Novice 1100. Psychic Energy Blade, Novice 1100. It is a mid-level skill of the Psychic attribute, Psychic Energy Blade. Yazelle stifled her inner excitement, striving to maintain a calm demeanor as she spoke. If others were to discover that Gummy Sauce awakened a mid-level skill simply by harvesting a fruit, they might very well trample the Guaduo plantation base. It is well understood that mid-level skills are classified as such precisely because, under normal circumstances, only those who have reached an intermediate level possess enough energy within their bodies to learn mid-level skills. Although during the earlier four-person melee, Sesame had instinctively grasped the basic skill of the martial arts system, the double kick. When compared to mastering intermediate skills, it could only be deemed as an extraordinary talent. To transcend skill levels, mere talent is utterly insufficient. It requires the beast to possess energy vastly exceeding that of its current tier, exceptional comprehension, and a stroke of fortune. Heavens! The thorn fruit could actually lead to the comprehension of the intermediate skill, the Night Sovereign Dragon King, she murmured to herself. Suddenly, her expression shifted as if a realization dawned upon her. Waterblade Serpent, I believe in your potential as well. Charge. Let us reach for the highest thorn fruits. The Waterblade Serpent turned its head, feigning ignorance, and sluggishly used its tail blade to pluck the fruits. Sesame. Continue employing that extraordinary psychic blade technique. Let's see if you can slice 2 fruits at once. Yazelle pondered a possibility. Roar. Sesame nodded, gathering a deep blue energy blade once more, this time aiming at 2 closely positioned thorn fruits. With a swift motion, a blue arc flashed. The 2 thorn fruits fell almost simultaneously. Connect with your telekinesis, Yazelle prompted. The nearer fruit was caught first, while the other lagged slightly behind. Very well, continue practicing in this manner, Yazelle encouraged. Patting the bear's head. Roar. Sesame, why not attempt to divide the psychic blade into 2 to cut down both thorn fruits? Yazelle pointed towards the target fruits. Sesame shook its round ears, a glimmer of excitement flickering in its bright little eyes. Roar. With a soft exclamation, 2 crescent-shaped psychic blades shot forth from its claws. One blade struck the stem of the fruit with precision, while the other veered off course, merely slicing through a few leaves. Roar. It veered off quite a bit. Sesame drooped its head, ears flopping back, looking somewhat dejected. Yet, Yazelle's eyes sparkled. Sesame, did you notice? That psychic blade appears significantly smoother than before, and its shape is much closer to a crescent. Sesame curiously examined its claws and unleashed several more psychic blades. Indeed, it was true. The first psychic blade had resembled a crooked line, while the current one could clearly be identified as crescent-shaped. Yazelle re-entered the Beastmaster space and glanced at the cultivation panel. As she suspected, the skill proficiency had indeed changed. It had shifted from telekinesis, Novice 51100, Psychic Blade, Novice 1100, to telekinesis, Novice 55100, Psychic Blade, Novice 10100. It seemed that manipulating multiple objects with telekinesis could enhance proficiency multiple times. In that case, let us attempt to divide the Psychic Blade into even more segments, Yazelle suggested. Roar? We haven't even achieved 2 yet, and you wish to divide further? Yazelle explained. Just like telekinesis, the more you use the Psychic Blade, the more skilled you become. Your control is merely a tad lacking at the moment. Once your proficiency increases, it will be no issue. Roar. Upon hearing this, Sesame felt invigorated. It was not that the bear was incapable, but rather that its proficiency was insufficient. This time, Sesame focused intently, the blue glow in its eyes intensifying. Roar. 3 blue energy blades fanned out in 3 directions. One was a beautifully standard crescent, accurately severing the stem of the targeted fruit. Another barely resembled a crescent, but successfully cut down the second fruit. The last one, however, was a crooked arc, veering completely off course and dissipating into the air. That's the spirit. Keep practicing. Iser applauded enthusiastically. Sesame learned quickly, making rapid progress, leaving her as the beast master with little room to contribute. If this training continued, the proficiency of the psychic blade could increase by 3 each time, soon transcending the novice level to reach the proficient tier. Iser glanced at the cultivation panel. Why is the proficiency not 3, but rather 6? To confirm that she had not miscalculated, Iser observed Sesame for a while longer. It was indeed 6. What could this mean? Sesame, let us pause for a moment. Iser called the diligently training black and white bear over and provided it with 2 vials of energy supplements. Now, unleash a psychic blade against the ground, Iser instructed. Though puzzled, the black and white bear released a beautiful crescent-shaped psychic blade. Proficiency 3. Now simultaneously unleash 3 psychic blades. Proficiency 6. Release one of those crooked psychic blades. The black and white bear strained, producing a crescent-shaped blade. Proficiency 3. Roar? The black and white bear frowned. I can't produce it. All right, now we've found the reason. The first psychic blade you released was the most standard shape, which counts as 2 of the later crooked ones, Iser explained simply. Roar. Sesame looked astonished, counting on its fingers. Does that mean if I continuously produce 1 standard-shaped psychic blade, I progress more rapidly? However, that would slow down fruit harvesting, hinder telekinesis training, and delay the initiation time of skills. Sesame's processing system got stuck. Let's continue practicing as we did before, and if possible, aim to produce all standard shapes, Iser suggested. Roar. Forget it. What he says must be right. Chapter 42, Sweet Dream Shopping Mall. Several hours later, as the sun slowly descended beyond the mountain ridge, darkness began to envelop the sky. The black and white bear, meditating cross-legged beneath the thorn tree, opened its eyes. A gentle breeze stirred as 8 standard crescent-shaped psychic blades were unleashed simultaneously. These 8 psychic blades were nearly half the size of the initial ones, yet their power remained undiminished. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 8 thorn fruits fell like raindrops, quickly enveloped in a soft blue glow of telekinesis. The thorn fruits, one after the other, lined up neatly before Iser, forming a grand heart shape. One by one, they jumped into the box. Puff. Unable to contain her laughter, Iser scooped up the black and white bear and affectionately ruffled its fur. The Night Sovereign Dragon King looked on enviously from the side. How bittersweet, it thought. Just an hour and a half ago, its waterblade serpent had officially declared a strike, sitting alongside Iser in a reclining chair, watching the black and white bear harvest fruits. Now, witnessing the bear's acrobatic display, it couldn't help but wag its tail, letting out sounds of applause. How could there be such a vast difference between beasts? The waterblade serpent pondered. How could there be such a disparity among beast masters? During this training period, whenever the black and white bear showed the slightest hint of fatigue, its master would immediately notice and carry it off to rest. The black and white bear had crushed several fruits with its telekinesis, yet it faced no reprimand, only praise for its strength. Not only would its master personally feed it fragrant beast milk and energy candies of various flavors, but they would also massage its muscles and even comb its short fur with a small brush. What was there to comb in that black and white fur? It merely used telekinesis to pluck a fruit, not even climbing a tree. And as for the massage, though it was uncertain how the psychic blade was produced, it was clear that it was not muscle. Such pampering was excessive. The waterblade serpent mused, feeling envious. Moreover, its beast master not only possessed a radiant golden appearance, but also spoke in a particularly melodious manner, quite endearing to serpents. Sigh. The waterblade serpent and the Night Sovereign Dragon King sighed in unison. There was no remedy, since they were already entangled with her. They could only strive a bit harder. Upon reflection, she had her merits, such as her exceptional acting skills, distinctive personality, striking blue hair and scales, and her loquacious nature with a lengthy tail. The two soon convinced themselves that their own beloved beasts were the finest. In an instant, the bond between the human and their creatures flourished. Iser, however, remained oblivious to the unfolding narrative. The part-time hours at the Guiduo cultivation base were rather flexible, allowing her to leave at her convenience. Many had departed upon realizing they could not manage the task, or when their pet's energy was depleted. The spiny fruits on the green thorn trees had already been entirely picked clean by the black and white bears, and another area had also been nearly stripped bare. Surrounding Iser were several towering stacks of fruit boxes. Sesame, we've finished for the day. With the sky dimming, Iser summoned the staff. 1 box, 2 boxes, 3 boxes. The workers diligently opened and counted. It took them 10 minutes to complete the tally. In total, there were 69 boxes, with 4 spiny fruits lost during the picking process, which fell within acceptable limits. Thus no compensation was required. Moreover, with 2 individuals earning 55 and 1 receiving 50. The staff tapped away at the calculator. The total comes to 38,500 federal coins. The workers transferred the payment onto Iser's card. So much. This truly is a wonderful job. Not only does it provide a source of income, but it also allows for the training of pets. After today's training, Sesame's proficiency in the skills of telekinesis and psychic blades skyrocketed to mastery. Alas, the spiny fruits in this orchard were nearly all picked. Iser felt a sense of satisfaction. This was Sesame's first paycheck, after all. However, you 3 have only picked this little? Iser quickly calculated and shook her head. Do you think everyone is as abnormal as you? The Night Sovereign Dragon King nearly choked, inadvertently voicing his inner thoughts. Iser pondered this as well. Other pets had to climb trees and pick each fruit individually, facing the risk of being poisoned. Many beast tamers also refrained from providing energy supplements to their creatures, which meant that if a pet's energy ran out, they would simply clock out. After all, energy supplements were quite costly, and if the efficiency of picking spiny fruits was not high enough, they might end up earning less than they spent. All right, but I want to be coming tomorrow. What about your wages? Iser inquired. They will be credited to your card. However, with the spiny fruits nearly all picked, we'll have to move to other orchards where the prices won't be as high, replied the Night Sovereign Dragon King. Then I can rest easy. If anything comes up, contact me. Sesame, we're clocking out. Iser called, leaving without looking back as she boarded the sightseeing vehicle. What is the first thing one does upon receiving payment? Shopping. Embracing the black and white bear, Iser stood beneath the grand light screen of the Sweet Dream shopping mall, tilting her head back. The mall's 5-story facade was adorned with flickering LED billboards, each showcasing the latest pet gear and snacks. The automatic doors slid open with a chime, releasing a gust of cool air mixed with the aroma of freshly baked bread. Bear. The black and white bear peeked out from Iser's embrace, its moist black nose twitching incessantly. As soon as they entered, Iser spent 65 federal coins to buy Sesame a lemon-flavored pet mousse. The spacious ground floor of the mall was paved with anti-slip tiles imprinted with adorable paw prints. In the center stood a large fountain, where a dozen water-type pets frolicked joyfully. Store clerks in various uniforms accompanied at least 1 pet each. Some greeted customers outside the store, others organized shelves. And a small punching mouse stood at the cash register, handling transactions. A shrub cow, adorned in a uniform that read Sweet Dream Sales Assistant, wheeled over a cartoonish pet stroller. The shrub cow's back was covered with a dense cluster of bushes, and perhaps due to the season, several small white flowers were blooming, while its 3 tails intertwined in a beautifully braided shape. I'm looking for a store that sells pet training supplies. I would appreciate your assistance. Iser placed the black and white bear into the pet stroller. This vehicle featured a steering wheel, allowing pets to navigate it manually or enabling beast tamers to push it along. Equipped with a sensory system, it could automatically steer clear of obstacles, preventing collisions with pedestrians and shelves. The front basket was designed to hold small items like pet snacks. The shrub cow nodded, indicating for Iser to follow. They traversed through the pet paradise on the 2nd floor and the food street on the 3rd. Stopping on the 4th floor, the shrub cow pointed ahead with its tail. Thank you. Iser rewarded the shrub cow with a 5-star rating on the display screen on its chest. Before her stood a large comprehensive supermarket named Pet Home, seemingly composed of various brands, divided into numerous sections based on pet attributes. Chapter 43. Something seems amiss as Iser entered Pet Home ahead of the black and white bear, which was now adept at maneuvering the mini stroller with one front paw. Following closely behind Iser, it traced a smooth S-shaped path on the mall's polished floor. The aisles were lined with a plethora of functional drinks tailored for various pet attributes. Some were designed to simply replenish energy, while others temporarily enhanced elemental perception or provided essential nutrients. The bottle nearest to Iser, shaped like a flame, prominently displayed the words Fire Attribute Perception Enhancement. These elemental perception drinks were akin to certain brain-boosting foods consumed by humans. While they posed no harm, they also showed no signs of enhancing intelligence. Dismissing them as ineffective seemed difficult, as one often heard tales of others' pets experiencing remarkable effects, with some even evolving in a single gulp. Conversely, many pets seemed to drink the concoction as if it were mere sweet water, exhibiting no discernible difference from their usual selves. In summary, it was hard to definitively ascertain their effectiveness. The black and white bear's nose twitched, irresistibly drawn to the sweet aroma of mixed tree fruits. Let us buy the items you need for training first, Iser said, stroking its head. She intended to purchase a punching bag for the black and white bear. It was a standard training tool for fighting-type pets, with each pet requiring at least one. This way, they could train at home over the coming days and take on tasks once their skills improved. Iser had conceived this idea after observing the black and white bear using the same skills, noting differences in proficiency based on the precision of its movements. It was essential to correct the black and white bear's skill usage posture early on. Not to mention, the proficiency gained from performing standard movements was exponentially higher, and the skill's potency varied. Upon arriving at the fighting section, Iser was initially distracted by an electronic screen suspended from the ceiling, displaying 4 striking red characters. Today's special offer. The screen showcased the effects of the newly developed gravity rings equipped with a gravity field. Standard gravity rings were crafted from specially dense, heavy mineral blocks, typically fastened to various parts of a pet's body to increase weight, with the maximum design resembling full-body armor. The newly developed custom gravity rings, however, featured a biofield adjustment system capable of real-time pressure gradient modulation based on the pet's muscle fiber vibration frequency. Upon seeing this, Iser found herself unable to move. The custom gravity ring was akin to bespoke tailoring, and a perceptive staff member approached with a touch pen to elaborate on its features. For instance, when your pet utilizes skills akin to a dash, the moment the hind legs explode with power. This bespoke gravity ring emits a gravitational field that automatically reduces the weight by 15, while the extreme contraction of muscles paradoxically increases the load by 20. The skeletal projection, simulated within the confines of the store, begins to flicker with a red glow at the clerk's command. After such a balance adjustment, the state achieved is much closer to the natural sensation of a pet's movements. Moreover, upon removing the gravity ring, the pet experiences no adaptation period. Traditional gravity rings cannot achieve such precise muscle activation. The clerk continuously utters enticing phrases, and Isel's heart begins to race. Upon reflection, she realizes that purchasing a new sandbag is unnecessary. The one discarded from her previous training with the mighty fist would suffice. However, this gravity ring, she must acquire the customized version with a force field. The clerk's assertions regarding its superior training efficacy, comfort, and alignment with the pet's natural exertion habits, particularly for a developing creature, are compelling. However, Isel inquires, how much does this latest customized gravity ring cost? You've come at just the right time. Today marks the second day of our product launch, and for the first 3 days of purchase, we offer a 20% discount. The clerk replies with a standard smile. The original price is 45,990,000 Federation coins, but after applying the discount, it is only 3,679,000. That is excessively expensive, Isel gasps. She only possesses the 200,000 bonus that remains untouched since registering her black and white bear at the Beast Center, alongside 100,000 from her classmates for her exam and the 38,500 recently earned. The 300,000 compensation from Nicola had long been spent on evolutionary materials for Xiao Tian during the breeding assessment. Had she not subsequently found a materials supplier, the entire 300,000 worth of materials would have been insufficient to support Xiao Tian's evolution. Breeding pets is inherently costly. It is commonplace to spend hundreds of thousands with little to show for it. This gravity ring boasts the widest range of gravitational adjustments, suitable for beginner to advanced combat type pets. The clerk smiles. This model exceeds my budget. Do you have any alternative styles? Isel directly queries. There is a less expensive model available, priced at 250,000 after the discount. However, the range of gravitational conditions is not as flexible, which may not be ideal for your pet at this stage. The clerk explains. What does that mean? Can't the pet utilize it for advanced training? Isel furrows her brow. Indeed, the cost effectiveness is significantly diminished. The minimum gravitational setting is relatively high, making it generally suitable only for intermediate to advanced combat type pets. If your pet possesses attributes not renowned for strength, it may not be able to utilize it effectively even at higher levels. The clerk clarifies as she displays the parameters to Isel. Isel glances at the complex array of letters and numbers and promptly scoops up her black and white bear, which is scurrying around in a nearby mobility vehicle. Can we give it a try? Isel asks the clerk. Certainly, but this model is quite heavy. You may struggle to lift it. Be cautious not to twist your ankle. The clerk's warning trails off. The black and white bear curiously grasps the gravity ring with one paw, repeatedly inspecting it, tossing it from hand to hand. Bear? What is this? It's heavier than a teddy bear. This is a gravity ring. When you wear it during training, your strength will gradually increase, Isel explains. Bear? I can become stronger? I want this. Wrap it up for me. Isel turns to the clerk. Absolutely. Haha. I initially thought this pet you brought was a beginner, but it turns out to be an advanced one. The clerk responds with a hint of embarrassment. Having worked in this store for quite some time, the clerk has become well acquainted with various pets, particularly those in the combat section, having even memorized several volumes of combat pet data. Although she cannot claim to recognize every combat pet in the entire Emerald Federation, she is familiar with most in the Tsangsan region. However, this is her first encounter with a bear sporting dark circles under its eyes, Based on its size, she had mistakenly classified it as a beginner pet. Let me deduct a 0 for you. The total comes to 220,000. Additionally, we are offering 6 bottles of high-purity energy supplements as complimentary samples. The clerk retrieves a bag and begins to pack. A set consisting of 4 gravity rings requires your pet to come to the inner room for a custom data measurement. The clerk leads the way. A finely crafted large mechanical arm begins scanning the black and white bear's body data, while the customization program hums into action. Soon, the tailored wristbands, fitted with the entered data, are completed. As expected of a custom piece, they fit the black and white bear's limbs perfectly, remaining stable during movement. Yazelle deliberately chose an all-black color, which blends seamlessly with the bear's dark fur, rendering it nearly invisible upon close inspection. After purchasing the entire set of customized gravity rings and acquiring additional energy supplements, Yazelle finds herself with less than 20,000 left. After buying some nutritional snacks for her pet offspring, she has spent every last coin, leaving only enough to take the public hover train home. Wrapped in the dense cloak of night, Yazelle changes vehicles several times before arriving at her small courtyard's entrance. Before she even steps inside, she notices her box turtle basking in the moonlight within the small pond. "Hey, little box, I'm back." Yazelle waves. "Box, box." The box turtle barely opens its eyes, lazily moving its tail in acknowledgement. Yazelle is accustomed to this. The box turtle tends to avoid unnecessary movement during the summer. However, she feels an odd sense of dissonance. What could be amiss? Wait a moment. She hasn't even entered yet. Where is the wall of her courtyard? Chapter 44, Disappearance? After a long, exhausting day, Yazelle is suddenly jolted awake. Has a thief stolen the walls of her home? Surely a thief wouldn't steal walls. "Mom!" Yazelle cries out, grabbing the black and white bear and rushing toward the brightly lit house. The lights on the first floor are clearly on, yet the rooms are utterly vacant. A flurry of federal news headlines flashes through Yazelle's mind, and her hand instinctively reaches for the emergency button on her phone. Fortunately, just then, she hears the muffled voice of Ilya emanating from the training area at the back of the house. How could this happen? Choo choo choo. Yazelle breathes a sigh of relief and slips her phone back into her pocket. Truly, worry leads to chaos. The box turtle is safe in the pond. How could anything be wrong? Opening the back door to the training area, she exclaims, "Wow, what a lively scene." The entire family, except for the box turtle, is gathered here. The main speakers are Ilya and the embroidered beak bird. Lan Zhang is busy pouring tea from a large teapot for Ilya and the embroidered beak bird, also acting as a translator. The fluffball appears to be flitting about, mingling with the crowd. The mighty fist occasionally interjects, appearing torn between wanting to join the familial activity and adhering to today's training schedule, bringing along its 3-meter-high sandbag to strike a few punches before engaging in conversation. The sound of punches echoes throughout the gathering. At the center of this lively assembly sits the rather listless, flat-faced Kanglu elephant. Yazelle's arrival goes unnoticed by anyone. "Even if you're hungry, you can't gnaw on the wall. How disgusting. I left 50 barrels of pet food in the small house. Why aren't you eating?" Ilya exclaims loudly, waving her hand. "Choo choo choo." The Kanglu elephant seems to realize its mistake, its tail drooping sadly. Suddenly, the aroma wafting from outside the wall is incredibly enticing, far more fragrant than the pet food. In a moment of distraction, it nibbles a bit, only to realize that its surroundings have become unexpectedly empty. Lan Zhang quickly translates. Upon catching a glance from Ilya, I hastily distanced myself from the situation. Akane mentioned this, and I too find it utterly vexing that by the time one reacts, the surroundings have become so desolate. Xiao Xiao, the hummingbird, flapped its wings in indignation. Typically, Xiao Xiao is a creature of grace, with a melodious call. It was Iser's first encounter with the bird's true, resonant voice. It appeared that Xiao Xiao usually spoke in a somewhat constrained manner. "Why did you consume the wooden birdhouse I crafted for you from the rare scented wood, which is quite difficult to procure? And what of the 30 dumbbells I placed beneath the tree?" Ilya took a sip of her tea to soothe her throat. Xiao Xiao was particularly fond of its nest, a creation from long ago. Moreover, Ilya continued, "Little box is currently slumbering in the pond while you, on the other hand, have been draining the water." She enumerated its transgressions. The Akalu elephant emitted a plaintive sound, explaining that it had replenished the water in Little Box's pond several times with its water gun. Lan Zhang sighed and turned to Akane. "You ought to inform Little Box before you indulge." Little Box had experienced a nightmare, imagining a colossal water creature draining all the water from the world, which had startled it awake. The Akalu elephant's head drooped lower and lower. "The most egregious part is that you left untouched the 50 barrels of pet food I provided, yet devoured every last morsel from the identical bowl of Fangle." Ilya raised the Fangle, which had rushed over upon hearing its name. "Lulu." Fangle nodded in confirmation. It had been an entire hour and a half late for dinner. Their species was meant to be round and plump. It felt as though it had been starved into a slightly less appealing state. The Akalu elephant nearly laid down in despair. Iser stood in stunned silence, clutching her sesame seed tightly. How utterly terrifying. It turns out that Akane was merely in its most obedient form a few days ago. Without comparison, I had no idea just how wonderful my sesame truly is. She now fully believed in Nicola's tears. At least 99 of it was genuine. Sesame too clutched Iser tighter. What if one day I awaken to find my gluttonous friend has nibbled off half an ear or a tail? That's simply one do. I adore rubbing its round ears. Mother, please don't be angry, Iser implored as she faced the wrathful Ilia. The last to take such a risk had been one of Ilia's colleagues, who had been forced to stay in the hospital for 7 days after Ilia, in a fit of rage, had inadvertently struck their shoulder. It is, still, small. Ilia's azure eyes, now ablaze, held an intensity akin to fire. Of course not. What I meant was, Akane has consumed everything and cannot regurgitate it. It has a beast tamer to attend to its needs. Iser swiftly retrieved Nicola's contact information. Ilia inhaled deeply and nodded. Please give me Akane's beast tamer's contact details. Turning toward Akane, she commanded, You shall not sleep until you have consumed all 50 barrels of pet food. Akane nodded vigorously, indicating its readiness to begin feasting immediately. The Akalu elephant possessed the trait, devour, allowing it to consume anything at will without issue. Ilia strode back to her room with purpose, and Lanzhong hurriedly followed with a water jug in hand. Iser observed as Akane eagerly began devouring the pet food, silently lighting a candle for it in her heart. The black and white bear nestled closer to her, seemingly relieved not to have caused such a debacle. Lulu. Fangle suddenly tapped Iser's calf, pointing a claw toward a pile of debris in the training area. What is that? Iser approached and discovered the remnants of Xiao-Xiao's beloved sandalwood birdhouse, with distinct bite marks on the fragments. Xiao-Xiao. The hummingbird flew over in a flurry of emotion, alighting beside the debris, pecking gently at the wood shavings, tears shimmering in its eyes. Akane paused its feasting, letting out a low, remorseful sound. It confessed to understanding its wrongdoing and promised to replace Xiao-Xiao's birdhouse. Lanzhong, returning with a notepad, stated, Ilia instructed me to document the list of damages to seek compensation from Akane's beast tamer. Punch. The muscular punch approached, patting Akane's large head. Next time you feel hungry, just eat my dumbbells. Do not consume Xiao-Xiao's cherished nest. Iser couldn't help but chuckle at their camaraderie. Suddenly, Xiao-Xiao flitted in front of her, gesturing with its wings. It conveyed its forgiveness to Akane, but required a promise that it would not consume its possessions again. Lanzhong translated and further added, however, it demands that the new birdhouse be constructed from double the amount of scented wood. Akane nodded fervently, happily using its long trunk to lift a barrel of pet food, pouring it into its mouth, with its tail held high in glee. What to do? Iser fell into silence. Akane's appetite seemed insatiable. It appeared that 50 barrels of pet food would not suffice to satiate its hunger. By the way, Lanzhong suddenly recalled, Ilia asked you to take Akane to the pet hospital tomorrow. The hospital? Has Akane upset its stomach? Iser pondered. Not quite. It's for a full-body examination. Lanzhong explained. Ilia is concerned about whether there might be an underlying issue, as it is unusual for it to consume such things that hardly qualify as food. Akane insisted that these items, which suddenly smelled exceptionally delightful, could not be false. Lanzhong shared in the concern. Who knew that after merely going to the market for ingredients to make pet food, things would escalate to this extent? Iser understood. Indeed. While Akane had previously nibbled on various items, it had always regarded them as snacks, with its primary meals being pet food. Today, this aberrant behavior might indeed indicate a problem. However, she recalled the tale of Akane's ancestry, rumored to possess the bloodline of a golden dragon. Such stories are often concocted by illustrious families to elevate their status, merely attributing a characteristic to their lineage, Lanzhong shrugged. Yet, given that it has been chosen as the heir to a prominent family, the Akalu elephant must possess some extraordinary traits. I believe its devour ability is quite remarkable. Lanzhong remarked. Akane, do you feel unwell? Iser inquired, lifting the elephant's large ear. Akane. The elephant gazed at her with wide, crystal-clear eyes, appearing bewildered. It doesn't seem sick, Iser concluded after pinching Akane's ear for a few seconds. The information from the breeding simulator materialized before her. Name, Akalu elephant, Akane. Attributes, water. Steel. Level, beginner, 329-1000. Ability 1, devour, can transform any ingested item into strength. Ability 2, dull, due to its dulled senses, it is unaffected by charm and taunt skills. Skills, stomp, beginner 96100, wagtail, mastery 361500, water gun, advanced 506-1000. Breeding direction, not selected. Evolution direction, not open. Nothing particularly alarming seemed apparent. The proficiency in Wagtail and Water Gun had notably increased, especially the latter, which had reached an advanced level. Iser reflected on how Akane typically practiced its skills. Feeling a bit sheepish. What exactly is wrong with Aiken? It has gnawed on the family walls, the heavy dumbbell plates, the quaint wooden cottage, and the water from the little pool. The walls, earth, the dumbbells, steel, the wooden cottage, grass, and the pool, water. Yazelle murmured to herself. Aren't these precisely various elemental attributes? Like a bolt of lightning striking her mind, Yazelle suddenly turned to King Blue Elephant. No, it's not ill. Aiken might be exhibiting signs of evolution. Bear. The black and white bear was taken aback. It had witnessed Sha Aotion evolve and understood what evolution entails. It means becoming taller, bigger, stronger, more beautiful. Never did it expect that Aiken, who spends all day munching away, could evolve too. Yazelle felt puzzled again. Aiken is a dual-type water and steel Pokemon. It shouldn't react to so many elements simultaneously. By this logic, it shouldn't be consuming walls and wooden cottages either. Lanzhong furrowed his brow in contemplation. Generally, that is the case, but it possesses a devouring trait, which is quite rare. Perhaps it's the effect of this trait. There is an unverified theory that, although Pokemon typically have a maximum of 2 attributes, their perception of elements is not limited to just 2. While various attributes can counter each other, some can also be mutually beneficial. Perhaps Aiken is one such case? Lanzhong suggested. So it instinctively selects the elements necessary for its evolution. Yazelle excitedly interjected. Aiken seemed to understand their discussion, lifting its head, twitching its nose, and emitting low gnawing sounds. Lanzhong translated. It says it indeed feels something within its body calling for these materials, especially water and metal, and feels particularly comfortable after consuming them. Yazelle fell into deep thought. All right, I've nearly documented all the items that need compensation. I'll head back to report to Aaliyah. You've been busy all day too. You should rest early, Lanzhong said before returning to his room. When Yazelle returned from the Pokemon hospital the next day with King Blue Elephant, it was already afternoon. You're back? How is Aiken? Aaliyah had calmed down and was gently rubbing Aiken's large ears. Aiken was immediately dazzled by the gentle version of the golden Aaliyah, excitedly nudging her shoulder with its large head. In its mind, it referred to Yazelle as Little Golden. After seeing Aaliyah, she transformed into Big Golden, while Yazelle was corrected to Little Golden. Very healthy. The levels of steel and water elements within Aiken are extraordinarily high, reaching 300. It might be entering a rapid growth phase. Yazelle waved a thick stack of inspection reports in her hand. During the rapid growth phase, the elemental activity within a Pokemon becomes exceedingly vigorous, with a notably increased appetite and growth rate. Not every Pokemon can enter this rapid growth phase, and training during this time often yields remarkable results. That is good. Aaliyah effortlessly held Aiken back with one hand against its wild leaps. I've been worried it might be sick. Aiken's nose twitched a few times. Then, with a swift motion, it snatched the metallic hairpin Yazelle had used to pin back her stray hair, crunching it in its mouth. Hey, you really know how to pick your targets, don't you? Yazelle pulled a new hairpin from her pocket and fastened it in place. Nibble, nibble. Aiken twisted its body, wagging its tail enthusiastically at Yazelle and grinning widely. No, I must ask Nicola to provide more materials for Aiken to eat. Aiken has already devoured 3 of my hairpins today, and this is the last one, Yazelle said helplessly. Just as she finished speaking, Aiken's trunk curled, and it chewed up the last hairpin, swallowing it whole. Aiken, that was my favorite, Yazelle exclaimed. She suddenly noticed a shimmering dark gold light flowing across Aiken's scales. What is this? Yazelle tugged at King Blue Elephant's long trunk and opened the breeding simulator. Name, King Blue Elephant Aiken. Attributes, water, steel. Level, primary, 333-1000. Trait 1, devour, can transform anything it consumes into power. Trait 2, dull, due to being dull-witted, it is unaffected by charm and provocation skills. Skills, stomp, beginner 96100. Wagtail, expert 377500. Water gun, advanced 516-1000. Breeding direction, not yet selected. Evolution directions, golden scale elephant, 22, gilded water elephant, 22, long-nosed dragon elephant, 0. The evolution directions have indeed been unlocked. Long-nosed dragon elephant? Aiken truly has a draconic lineage. Chapter 46, Special Training. Yazelle immediately dialed Nicola. Hello? Yazelle. I'm truly sorry for the trouble Aiken has caused you. I'll transfer the money now. Please do keep Aiken for a while longer. Nicola began with a string of apologies. Aiken didn't cause any trouble today. Yazelle hadn't said anything yet. That's good. Haha. Ever since contracting Aiken, I've been saying sorry so often it's become a habit. Nicholas sighed in relief, with the sound of waves faintly heard in the background. Aiken also has many merits, Iser asserted. For example, it eats exceptionally fast and voraciously, consumes everything well, and its beast master pays quite promptly. Aren't those many advantages? I called to tell you that Aiken has entered a rapid development phase and has the potential for evolution. During this time, it needs to consume more high-purity steel, metal, and energy water. It would be best to gather some materials of other attributes as well, Iser explained. No problem. I'll send them to your place shortly. Nicola's tone brightened upon hearing that Aiken didn't cause any trouble. By the way, Iser pondered for a moment before asking. Does Kanglu Elephant's evolution chain include a type related to dragons? Iser, you're amazing. You know that too. Truly worthy of being the breeding master I meticulously chose for Aiken. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed from Nicola's side, as if she had moved to a quiet room. Meticulously? Although there's no evidence. Iser had always felt that Nicola merely wanted to find a willing place to take Aiken, especially since she had heard Aiken had been blacklisted by several Pokemon breeding institutions. I see. Have you also heard the rumor that Kanglu Elephant has a golden dragon bloodline? That is not true. In Kanglu Elephant's evolution chain, there is a type called long-nosed dragon elephant. Even though its name includes dragon, it's not actually a dragon type. It requires Kanglu Elephant to grow up in a special environment, and the special evolution stone necessary for evolution has also gone extinct, Nicola explained. However, long-nosed dragon elephant is indeed not very aesthetically pleasing. I'll send you a picture for you to see. Nicola sent a document titled Campbell's Confidential Document. Upon opening it, Iser saw a large Pokemon. Its body was robust, with rough, thick skin exhibiting a deep gray metallic sheen. It had a large, curved horn on its head and was using its long trunk to lift a small tree to its mouth. Compared to a dragon, it resembled a rhinoceros more. Didn't it? Why did even the skin color change? Iser was astonished. After all, Aiken loved golden things just like itself. If it were to transform into this, long-nosed dragon elephant is primarily a steel type, Nicola explained. After ending the call with Nicola, Iser looked up to see Aiken staring at her with wide eyes. It cast a disdainful glance at the ugly creature in the picture before quickly averting its gaze. Suddenly, Iser had a clever idea. Aiken, I have some bad news for you. Just moments ago, Iser informed me that if you do not train diligently, this is what you will evolve into. Pointing at the image. What? Conru shocked at the sight. This hideous creature belongs to the same species as him? He had thought evolution would enhance his appearance, much like Sandow Tion. No, he must train diligently. Since Akin is so determined to train well, I shall do my utmost to assist him, Iser reassured, patting Akin gently. At the training ground, today's training rules are straightforward. Iser stands at the sidelines, holding a clipboard. It's an attack and defense drill, with the understanding to stop short. Akin will primarily train his water gun, while Sesame will focus on roll and straight punch. There will be rewards for good performance or progress. Sesame, your objective is to swiftly approach the sandbag behind Akin and attack it with straight punch. Akin, your goal is to use water gun to prevent Sesame from reaching the sandbag, and you can use tail whip and stomp to hinder him. Bear. The black and white bear raised its paw first to indicate understanding. Akin curled his long trunk around a nearby bucket, gulping down the water eagerly, seemingly ready for the challenge. 3, 2, 1, begin. Iser blew the whistle. Bear. As the command was uttered, the black and white bear lowered its body and charged towards Conru like a black and white cannonball. Its furry, short legs kicked up a cloud of fine sand, and its rotund body was surprisingly agile. Akin swung its long trunk, sending a stream of water accurately towards Sesame's path. Its aim was quite precise, targeting the position of the black and white bear. Just as the water was about to hit, Sesame suddenly executed a sideways roll. The stream of water grazed its fur, leaving a wet mark in the sand, allowing the black and white bear to advance a few meters. Well done. Iser quickly noted Sesame's performance on the clipboard. Although the black and white bear's speed had noticeably diminished with the gravity ring, its reflexes remained quite sharp. Akin, remember to anticipate. Akin's ears twitched, and suddenly it raised its front leg and stomped heavily. The ground trembled slightly, sending ripples across the sandy surface. The black and white bear stumbled, nearly losing its balance. Seizing this opportunity, Akin launched another water gun. This time, it aimed while moving along the bear's trajectory, attempting to block its path. The black and white bear was forced to halt, its little eyes darting around for an escape route. Akin proudly waved its trunk. However, the black and white bear feigned a left roll, tricking Akin into believing it would go that way, then quickly pivoted to break through from the right. Only 5 meters remained to the sandbag. At this critical moment, Akin engaged its mind and executed a new tactic. Instead of directly targeting the black and white bear, it shot the water gun towards the sandy ground in front of Sesame. The splashing water and the slippery surface caused the charging bear to lose its footing and tumble. Time's up. Iser blew the final whistle, commending both sides for their excellent performance. The black and white bear scrambled to its feet, shaking off the sand with a hint of frustration while gazing at the sandbag, which was tantalizingly close. Awakens, on the other hand, excitedly curled its trunk around a new bucket, not rushing to drink, but instead spraying a jubilant splash of water upwards in celebration. Awakens' tactical awareness has improved tremendously. Splendid. It is truly the cleverest little elephant I have encountered. Keep it up. Iser applauded. Sesame's role was executed with remarkable fluidity, and the feint was well crafted. Not only Awakens, but I too was deceived. I never anticipated Sesame could reach such a level. Iser applauded once more, regardless of the outcome. Both the victorious Awakens and the defeated Sesame held their heads high with pride. I never knew I was this smart. Iser retrieved the prepared reward stickers, adorned with little red flowers. The two pets happily gathered around. Iser solemnly affixed one to each of them, Awakens on its forehead and Sesame S on its chest. This marks not only your first day receiving the little red flower stickers, but also your first step towards becoming legendary pets. Every day spent without training is a disservice to the nurturing of the pet food you consumed. The clarity in both pets' eyes gradually transformed into resolute determination. I hope you will remain true to your original intentions and forge ahead in the upcoming training. Iser delivered a speech that resonated deeply with the hearts of the pets. After 5 minutes of rest, Iser kindly inquired, "Shall we continue training?" Awakens nervously glanced at the enormous photograph of the long-trunked dragon elephant affixed to the edge of the training ground, promptly straightening its posture and emitting a determined can-can. Chapter 47. A photograph sparks change 1 month later. The morning sun bathed the training ground in its golden light. The sandy surface bore myriad skill marks, hinting at the intense training the two pets had undergone during this period. All right, let us take a brief respite. Iser clapped her hands, summoning the two pets. After this period of specialized training, the black and white bear had mastered its straight punch and roll, nearing the pinnacle of proficiency. Its movements had become swifter, and with the gravity ring's adaptive training, it could now even hover briefly in midair, altering its direction. Not only that, the black and white bear's level had surged into the intermediate tier. Iser had already included the evolution stone for the black and white bear in her plans. As for Awakens, Iser turned to see the Conru elephant joyfully chasing after the black and white bear. It wore a radiant, iridescent stone known as the immutable stone around its neck. The immutable stone is a transparent energy mineral that can suppress the energy within a pet. Even if a pet possesses enough energy to evolve, the stone allows it to temporarily maintain its current form. Beast tamers pursuing a certain specific evolution often utilize the immutable stone. If it begins to change color from transparent, it indicates that the pet's energy has reached the standard for evolution. The more energy exceeds the current level, the more vibrant the color of the immutable stone becomes. Of course, the immutable stone merely serves as a means to suppress and roughly display the pet's internal energy. It does not absorb energy, which remains within the creature. From the appearance of the immutable stone around Awakens' neck, it is evident that it has reached the standard for evolution. During this month, taking advantage of Awakens' rapid growth period, its water gun has advanced to mastery. No longer a mere straight stream, it can now precisely control the direction and force of the water flow, dividing it into multiple streams that trace arcs in the air, obstructing the opponent's movements. In fact, Awakens' level had reached its maximum 3 days prior. However, Iser noticed on her nurturing panel that among the two evolutionary paths, one suddenly stagnated. Evolution direction: Golden Scale Elephant, 100, Gilded Water Elephant, 99, Long Trunk Dragon Elephant, 0. Iser actually preferred for Awakens to evolve into the Gilded Water Elephant, as the name, with its connotation of gold, sounded far more splendid than the Golden Scale Elephant, which Awakens would surely appreciate. She wished to inquire about Nicola's opinion, but Nicola had vanished after leaving half a message on the communicator 2 weeks prior. Iser, I was whisked away by my family for intensive training, and it will take approximately a month and a half before I can return. I entrust all matters concerning Awakens to you. Should you require any materials, please send a message to this number. Reimbursements are included as well. However, the message abruptly ceased. When Iser tried to make a call, the line was already met with the sound of disconnection. After several days of monotonous routine, Iser suddenly realized that Nicola was merely a highly efficient automated financial overseer. The new number provided by Nicola received no responses from its counterpart, yet the funds were transferred at a pace far swifter than Nicolas. Unlike Nicola, who intermittently sent messages such as, Nicola, Iser, how did my Awakens perform today? Iser, very well, it didn't eat indiscriminately, but has recently become infatuated with chasing stars. Nicola, did Awakens only consume 50 buckets of pet food today? Is the flavor unsatisfactory? I would appreciate it if you could take a look. Iser. It's the same nutritious pet food as at school. Aiken loves it. The reduced intake is because it also devoured 2 trucks of Mystic Water Steel. Nicola. How is Aiken getting along with new friends? Although Aiken is mischievous, it is truly a good baby, and I am a bit concerned for it. Iser. Quite well. Upon discovering that the evolution progress bar of the golden water elephant had stagnated, Iser tinkered with the cultivation simulator for hours. After experimenting with various inputs, she realized that Aiken had not yet consumed enough high-quality materials. She promptly drafted a request using the number left by Nicola, requesting a plethora of expensive materials. Within an hour, trucks laden with supplies arrived at her training ground. After several days of Aiken's voracious consumption, the evolution progress bar for the golden water elephant finally reached its zenith. Today marked the auspicious occasion that Iser had meticulously selected for Aiken's evolution. Iser presented several pieces of deep-sea iron and polar ice crystals to Aiken, urging it to consume a few more bites, feeling a lingering unease. Although the progress bar for the golden water elephant was full, the same could be said for the golden-scaled elephant. Surely, the evolutionary form could not be random. The more she contemplated, the more anxious she became, prompting her to pour another bucket of liquid alloy for Aiken. Aiken! 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 Aiken exclaimed in astonishment. What? Not feeling secure. If she was not concerned, it could continue training for another month. Evolution was not urgent. The black and white bear, seemingly deep in thought, suddenly used its telekinetic powers to pull over a giant waterproof poster of the long-nosed dragon elephant, placing it before Aiken. This image of the long-nosed dragon elephant was no longer the original version. In the initial days, Iser noticed that the poster would mysteriously vanish each morning. She initially presumed it had not been affixed securely and had been whisked away by the wind. It was only later that she discovered. After everyone had turned in for the night, Aiken would sneak out of its little den, launching a deluge of water at the poster. After thoroughly soaking it, Aiken would stomp on it several times before discarding the disfigured remnants into the trash bin. Hence, the current version was a high-definition waterproof edition, which was removed during nighttime hours. It was not Iser's insistence to post it. Rather, the poster proved to be exceedingly effective. Each time Aiken saw this image, it was as if it had ingested a forbidden stimulant from the Beastmaster Championship, igniting an inferno of energy within. Meanwhile, the black and white bear affixed the long-nosed dragon elephant poster to its forehead, mimicking a long trunk with its furry arms, straining with all its might. Was this an indication of evolution? Subsequently, the black and white bear retrieved a small mirror that Iser typically used from its spatial ring. After inspecting itself with a semblance of seriousness, it plopped down, pounding its little fists on the ground, feigning a sobbing fit. Iser fell silent. It seemed, indeed, to resemble Aiken's mannerisms. Was Sesame performing a skit about Aiken evolving into the long-nosed dragon elephant, only to weep at its own unflattering reflection? Aiken, incensed, stomped its feet and pouted. On the verge of tears, Iser had long suspected that this was, in fact, a peculiar ability of water-type creatures. Aiken's cries were unlike those of typical pets, resembling an inexhaustible torrent, reminiscent of a water gun's flattened form. Just as Iser intended to clarify to Aiken that she was not referring to the long-nosed dragon elephant, she noticed its scales shimmering with a flowing golden light. Chapter 48, Gilded. Was Aiken on the verge of emotional evolution? Emotional evolution is a transformation that pets can attain under specific conditions, such as joy, sorrow, happiness, or despair. Some are so stringent that without a certain emotion, evolution is unattainable. Others may evolve even without meeting the conditions, though a strong emotional surge can facilitate the process. Aiken likely fell into the latter category. She had not anticipated that the image of the long-nosed dragon elephant would so profoundly impact Aiken. No, it was too soon for evolution. Aiken's evolution stone was still en route. Iser composed herself, contemplating. A premium evolution stone could even bestow new characteristics upon a pet, while a lesser one could merely provide energy. Iser glanced at the time, wondering why it had not yet arrived. Aiken was merely a stone away from evolution. At that moment, a thunderous roar approached rapidly from afar. It was the king-class flying pet, the helicopter chicken, renowned for its volume and speed. It belonged to the steel and flying types. Due to its disruptive noise during flight, it is generally prohibited in urban areas unless registered through a flying application at the Beastmaster Center, should complaints arise during its flight. A 3-month waiting period ensues before reapplication is permitted. The helicopter chicken was adorned in a striking combination of red and black scales, with 4 foldable rotors on its back, resembling metallic propellers. The tips of its feathers gleamed with a metallic luster, able to withstand the wind pressure of high-speed flight. The tail extended into auxiliary jet feathers, ejecting airflow during emergency accelerations. Truly, the Campbell family spared no expense, dispatching a king-class helicopter chicken for a mere delivery. In the blink of an eye, the helicopter chicken landed before her. Several robust bodyguards, clad in black, disembarked from the helicopter chicken, one of whom retrieved an enormous black box from a spatial ring. Not only Iser, but even Awakens paused its tears in curiosity at the spectacle. Upon seeing Awakens regain its composure, the golden light flowing across its scales began to wane. No, Awakens, hold on a little longer. This is wonderful. Awakens, you are on the brink of evolution. They have come to assist you in transforming into the most formidable long-nosed dragon elephant. Iser exclaimed with exaggerated enthusiasm. Awakens was taken aback, quickly grasping the key term. Awakens. Streams of tears cascaded from Awakens' eyes, drenching even the freshly delivered helicopter chicken. The surrounding individuals were instantly soaked by Awakens' deluge. Except for Iser, who promptly opened an umbrella to shield herself and the black and white bear. This was it. Iser looked on with satisfaction at the brilliant golden light flowing across Awakens' scales. The black-clad individuals were extracting the third black box from the massive container. The password being a dynamically generated combination of 108 characters, including letters, numbers, and symbols. Noticing Iser's subtle gaze, one of the black-clad figures explained, almost there. Just one more to go. The final box from the 108-digit secret vault required Awakens' visage to unlock. Do not speak. It is surprisingly agile, even in its wrinkled state, capable of deciphering in an instant. Within the box lay an extraordinarily resplendent golden evolution stone, roughly the size of a fist, taking on an irregular polyhedral shape with its edges unusually rounded. Its surface shimmered with a liquid gold-like luster, while internal ripples of water undulated. It appeared undeniably precious. Without hesitation, Yazelle seized the golden evolution stone and placed it upon Awakens, simultaneously removing the unchanging stone from its neck. In nearly the same instant, a brilliant golden light enveloped Awakens, shrouded in mist, and with a resonant trumpet-like sound, its body underwent a complete metamorphosis. The smooth, mirror-like golden scales glimmered with a flowing brilliance akin to water. Its tusks grew significantly larger, entwined with aqueous patterns, and a gentle flick of its nose sent cascades of water spraying. Both Yazelle and the black and white bear stood in astonishment. As the golden glow dissipated, Awakens seemed to realize its evolution, and a wave of sorrow washed over it. Awakens, wait. Yazelle quickly interjected. However, it was too late. The now significantly larger golden water elephant began to weep profusely, the torrents overwhelming the soles of Yazelle's shoes. The black and white bear, quick on its feet, leapt up and clung to Yazelle's calf, preventing the fur from getting soaked. It seemed the drainage system of Yazelle's training ground was encountering its most formidable challenge for the first time. Although one could see that the drainage system was making a valiant effort, the outflow was clearly outpaced by the inflow. Bear. The black and white bear produced a small mirror, manipulating it with telekinesis, bringing it before Awakens. You look splendid, golden bear. Awakens, amidst its tumultuous cries, heard the black and white bear's words. It finally opened its eyes and gazed at itself. Glorious. Oh my, how radiant, how beautiful. Glorious? The voice seemed to have changed. Yet, this was of little consequence. It was simply too beautiful. Noticing that Awakens had finally ceased its lamentations, Yazelle gently caressed its scales for a few moments before accessing the breeding panel. Name, Golden Water Elephant, Awakens. Type, Water, Steel. Level, Intermediate, 1090100000. Ability 1, Devour, can convert anything consumed into strength. Ability 2, Dullness, due to sluggishness. Immune to charm and provocation skills. Ability 3, Golden Body, a layer of golden water membrane on its surface, reducing water-type damage by 30 and rendering it immune to critical hits from its own type. Skills, Stomp, Expert 852-1000, Wagtail, Expert 777-1000, Water Gun, Secret Technique. Surf, Beginner 1100, Heavy Slam, Beginner 1100, Rain Dance, Beginner 1100. An additional ability, Golden Body. While it is not uncommon for a pet to acquire a new trait upon evolution, this particular ability is evidently extraordinary. Every beast master understands that encountering an opponent whose type counters their pet is the most vexing aspect of battling. Attacking the opponent not only results in diminished damage, but may also render the opponent more comfortable. Conversely, the opponent's attacks deliver substantial critical hits, leading to immense frustration. With this ability to mitigate critical damage from opposing type advantages, Awakens' susceptibility to such opponents has been significantly reduced, not to mention the percentage-based reduction in water-type skills. Abilities are innate special powers or talents possessed by pets, defining their unique performance in combat, assistance, or survival. They manifest in various forms, potentially as active skills or passive effects. Despite the myriad types, their potency and rarity vary. A trait like Golden Body, which combines resistance to type disadvantages with percentage mitigation, is decidedly rare. Upon reviewing the skills, 3 additional ones have been acquired. Surf summons a colossal wave to strike all foes, dealing water-type damage and allowing for brief distance displacement via the wave. Heavy Slam charges and collides with the opponent, with damage increasing based on the user's weight. Rain Dance alters the weather within the skill's range to rain, enhancing water-type skill damage. The first is exceptionally suited for group battles. The second aligns perfectly with Awakens' size, and the third is a high-level skill capable of changing the weather. Chapter 49, Logos. Awakens has even awakened the advanced skill. Rain Dance. Water-type pets can perform Rain Dance, Fire-type pets can unleash Solar Flare, and Grass-type pets can create sunny weather. All capable of modifying the weather within a specified area and granting a single-type enhancement to the pets. They are collectively referred to as the classical trio's minor divine techniques. Long ago, in the regions inhabited by people, water, fire, and grass-type pets were the most commonly encountered. Other types existed, but were broadly categorized as ordinary. Generally, those that could neither spray water, breathe fire, nor grow grass fell under the ordinary category. It was only later, as humans delved deeper into pet studies and the bond between beast masters and pets deepened, that these vastly differing ordinary pets were classified into distinct types. Ultimately, the classical trio refers to the water, fire, and grass types, the most popular trio in a given area. Nowadays, not only in one region but at every city's Beastmaster Center, pet breeding facilities, and pet shops, each year unveils its own trio. Some switch their trios every few years, while others may do so thrice in a single month. However, to ensure memorability, they generally allow at least a quarter to pass between changes. This is not limited to just water, fire, and grass types. For instance, last summer, the Bear Paw Town's Beastmaster Center launched its trio of Cotton Bird, Beanshell Turtle, and Sword Mouse, which are commendable choices in terms of practicality, aesthetics, and cost-effectiveness. Awakens' evolution not only signifies a leap in skill awakening, but also marks the emergence of one of the minor divine techniques, Rain Dance. This alone speaks volumes regarding its talent. The gap between intermediate and advanced pets is significantly more pronounced than that between novice and intermediate pets. The experience required for evolution from intermediate to advanced, as seen on Yazelle's breeding panel, starkly illustrates this. The experience required to progress from novice to intermediate is 1,000. While from intermediate to advanced, it escalates to a staggering 10,000, 10-fold greater. Thus, the evolution and advancement of pets become increasingly challenging as they mature. Yazelle's spirits soared as she repeatedly fondled Awakens' exquisitely textured large ears. The nearby black-clad bodyguards remained silent, standing rigidly, not a superfluous motion to be seen. If they were to dress up and pose as statues on the roadside, they might easily deceive many. The black-clad bodyguards only moved during Awakens' evolution, producing 3 cameras to document the entire process in 360 degrees. Yazelle completely forgot about the recording aspect. Next time, she too wished to capture such pivotal moments in her pet's life. After completing the filming, the bodyguards fiddled with their communication devices, seemingly receiving some information. And one of them suddenly stepped forward. "Breeder Yazelle, may I have a moment of your time? His Excellency Logos, the head of our family's resource decision department, wishes to speak with you," inquired the black-clad bodyguard politely. "The head of the resource decision department? That sounds quite affluent." "Certainly," Yazelle replied. The bodyguard's glasses flickered with the receiver's light. "His Excellency Logos has your contact number and is currently reaching out to you." Iser was not surprised that this Logos representative possessed their own communication number. However, what did it mean by visiting her? Shouldn't it be on the way to pay a visit or perhaps a call later? Iser, utterly perplexed, retrieved her phone as directed by the black-clad bodyguard. On her screen, a plump, silver-gray sphere was bouncing about. This sphere sported a pair of mechanical cat ears atop its head and a slender cat tail, with a blue line-drawn facial expression displayed at its center. Iser's phone wallpaper featured a photograph of a black-and-white bear arranged in a large letter, "Sound asleep." Unbeknownst to it, perhaps dreaming, a small trickle of drool escaped the corner of its mouth. The silver-gray sphere circled around the slumbering bear, seemingly observing it. Then, as if by magic, it produced a glowing blue data handkerchief to wipe away the drool from the bear's mouth. After its ministrations, the drool in the wallpaper vanished. "Logos?" Iser's mind raced as she tentatively inquired. The silver-gray sphere appeared startled, its round body suddenly sprouting a ring of small spikes, with an exclamation mark emerging above it. Upon realizing that it was Iser who spoke, it reverted to its previous form. "Log, log, log." A cute voice emanated from Iser's phone receiver. So, it truly was Logos. The visual contrast was far removed from her expectations. She had imagined that even the seemingly formidable bodyguards, who referred to Logus as Your Excellency, would be a person of great stature, one who, when silent, commanded respect, but upon speaking could bring an entire family to ruin. Yet, here was a small, adorable silver-gray sphere with a cute voice. "Hello, Your Excellency Logus." Iser instinctively raised her pitch. Log log. Pink lines appeared on Logus's face. As if recalling that Iser could not comprehend the language of pets, it promptly conjured a curtain to separate the background of the sleeping bear. Then, a large speech bubble materialized above it. Iser, hello, I am Logus, currently serving as the head of the Resource Decision Department for the Campbell family. The text within the bubble diminished in size as the sentence progressed. Iser understood. It turned out to be a shy pet. "Did you come to see me for something?" Iser asked. "I received information that you successfully cultivated Nicola's pet into a golden water elephant." As the topic shifted to work, the speech bubble above Logus transformed into a neat metallic frame. The golden water elephant is the perfect evolutionary form of the Kulu elephant, which has not appeared in the Campbell family for 2 generations. As a token of gratitude, I will represent the Campbell family in presenting you with 3 10-year VIP cards for Cloud Rest Villa, covering all expenses for food, lodging, and entertainment within the villa. As soon as Logus finished speaking, a ripple suddenly coursed across the phone screen, and 3 gleaming golden cards sprang forth. 1 card can be bound to a single user. "Should I bind it for you now? My data suggests you might wish to bind it for both yourself and your parents?" Logus inquired. Let's proceed as you suggest." Iser replied, stowing away the 3 golden cards. Mechanical pets were truly formidable. It seemed there was nothing they did not know. "The house you are currently residing in happens to be under the Campbell family's ownership. I can directly assign it to you." Logus's speech bubble flashed with text at remarkable speed. "Just sign here." Logus produced a property transfer confirmation document for the residence at 22 Ring 2306 in White Tower City. After Iser confirmed its accuracy and signed, Logus's face displayed a charming line-drawn smile. "Well then, I look forward to future collaborations." Of course, Iser responded. No wonder so many cultivators preferred to be affiliated with prominent families. The generosity of these families was indeed remarkable. Although the house they rented was in a relatively remote area of Ring 22, it was not merely a 3-story villa. It also boasted a small yard and a large training ground, with rent not being inexpensive. If purchased, the price would likely be astronomical. Meanwhile, Logus, having completed its tasks, removed its cat ears with a flourish, resembling a weary office worker clocking out after a long night. However, it still politely waved its tail in farewell to Iser. Log. A raspy, low voice echoed. "Oh dear, I loaded the wrong voice pack." Leaving behind this string of text bubbles, Logus joyfully leapt away from the edge of the phone screen, leaving Iser silently gazing at the mechanical cat ears resting at the bottom of her phone. How was she to dispose of these? Chapter 50, Cloud Rest Villa. During dinner that evening, Iser recounted the incident. "Cloud Rest Villa? That sounds vaguely familiar. I believe I've heard of it somewhere." Ilya began to reminisce. "It's the luxurious resort situated within the stable secret realm numbered 179 in the Tsangsan area. Favored by many celebrity beast masters," Lan Zhang interjected. "Secret realms exist as separate spaces from the continent where people reside, theoretically capable of manifesting randomly in any location. In reality, they seldom appear within cities, more commonly found in remote outskirts. During urban planning, spatial stability is taken into consideration, and generally, cities are not established in areas of spatial instability. In regions of spatial instability, secret realms and fissures frequently occur, often allowing various beasts to emerge. The distinction between a secret realm and a fissure is that a secret realm has an entrance, while a fissure is merely an opening in a secret realm that may close at any moment, rendering it particularly perilous. The ecology within secret realms tends to be quite primitive and natural, featuring various terrains such as forests, grasslands, lakes, deserts, and ice fields, where ancient beasts once roamed. Nowadays, many secret realms have stabilized and connected with the continent, remaining fixed in a singular position. After being assessed by the Beastmaster Center, secret realms deemed to have manageable levels of danger are classified as stable secret realms. The Campbell family operates a vacation resort within such a stable secret realm. I remember now. I came across it on a forum. It's rumored to be exceedingly expensive. The minimum cost per night starts in the 5-figure range, and reservations must be made a quarter in advance. Ilya's eyes lit up. I've heard that there are still many undeveloped areas within the 179 secret realm. Although it has passed the safety assessment by the Beastmaster Center, being a large secret realm, anything could happen, Lan Zhang remarked cautiously. However, the architecture of Cloud Rest Villa employs elemental active materials that can automatically adjust to create the most suitable environments for different types of beasts. The hot springs feature massaging spa starfish, and there are evening performances by beast theaters. Even the staff are award-winning beasts from grand competitions. Ilya exclaimed, reading from the forum's introduction on her phone. It still seems a bit dangerous. Little Yuya isn't even an F-rank beast master yet, and hasn't experienced much feedback from beasts. Lanzhong pointed out, referencing Izal. I want to go, Ilya declared loudly. Then let us go together. Lanzhong immediately agreed. Wait a moment. This isn't the scene I envisioned. Izal interjected. I actually feel perfectly fine, she asserted. Izal opened her personal cultivation panel within her cultivation simulator. Personal cultivation record. Calculating. Acquired talent feedback. Mental interference resistance 200. Physical attack resistance 200. Water resistance 20. Steel resistance 20. Ground resistance 15. Poison resistance 5. Brain domain development 2. Upon successfully evolving into the golden water elephant, Akun received a boost of 20 in both water and steel resistance, while her brain domain development increased by another point. Although she had not put it to the test, with her newfound 200 in mental interference resistance, Sesame's blinking skill was rendered ineffective against her. Now that she possessed 200 in physical attack resistance, she ought to be quite resilient. I am no longer a mere child. Our teacher might even take us for training in the secret realm after school starts. Perhaps I should acclimate to the environment in advance. Yazelle argued persuasively. Adapt to the beautiful, natural, splendid, and elegant surroundings of Chiyun Villa? Lanzhong found her reasoning unconvincing. Rest assured, if such a minuscule probability were to occur, we might as well buy a lottery ticket. I will certainly protect you all, declared the family's strongest warrior, Ilya. Thus, the family vacation itinerary, including Yazelle, was confirmed. However, I have been exceedingly busy with work lately. I estimate I won't be able to take leave until next month. Ilya sighed deeply. With just a month and a half until the opening of the beast market, I need to earn money, Yazelle declared with enthusiasm. Although Yazelle had acquired another property, her pockets were utterly empty, rendering her financially destitute. I can manage my time, but I plan to start a business soon, said Lanzhong. Previously, in Bearclaw Town, Lanzhong had opened a clothing store on the first floor of her home. She crafted textile embroidery, home embroidery, and occasionally took on wedding dress commissions alongside her partners, the Stitchbeak Bird and the Powder Puff. With a distinct style, exceptional aesthetics, and exquisite craftsmanship, she garnered a stable clientele. However, upon arriving in White Tower City, she had to start anew. While the city's residents did seek custom clothing, they favored brand name stores, making it challenging to establish recognition from scratch. It's not as you might think, Lanzhong explained. I intend to open a psychological consultation room for pets. ISNT that's something that requires a license? Yazelle queried, astonished. You can't operate without one. You'd get arrested. I have one. Last week, I took some time to study and passed the exam on my first attempt. The practical assessment was not difficult either. I received my certificate the day before yesterday. Lanzhong waved a blue booklet she retrieved from her drawer. However, I am currently in the cold start phase of my business and am exploring more effective client development channels, Lanzhong confessed, somewhat distressed. Please simplify your way of speaking. Upon hearing this, Yazelle found it all rather muddled. If you can't find any pet owners, if you happen to come across suitable candidates, do introduce them to me. Lanzhong readily adjusted her phrasing. Then let us postpone the vacation to Chiyun Villa until after Xiaoya returns from the beast market, Ilya suggested after some thought. I haven't paid attention to pet owners before, but I'll keep an eye out for you next time. Ilya turned her head. However, Xiaoya, I can introduce you to a potential client. I wonder if you might be interested. Please share. Yazelle took out her notebook, signaling her readiness. Chapter 51, Xianghua Community. Number 1701, this is the place. Confirming she was correct, Yazelle knocked on the door of a residence in Xianghua Community. Is that you, Yazelle? Just call me Aunt Nami. Has Ilya briefed you on the situation? Come in, and we can discuss it further. A kind-faced woman opened the door, inviting Yazelle inside. Nami was the client Ilya had introduced to Yazelle, a colleague from the security department at the administration bureau. Nami's child, Naomi, was the same age as Yazelle and was also preparing for the 9th grade entrance exams. Naomi had awakened her abilities 3 months prior. After careful consideration, Nami had chosen a Camellia Meow from the grass-type pets for Naomi, waiting for her to visit the Beast Center to select one she liked. Although the Camellia Meow was expensive, costing nearly $1 million, its gentle nature and adorable appearance, along with the potential for awakening healing skills, made it highly appealing to Nami. However, to her surprise, Naomi had contracted a wild water leaping rabbit on her way home after merely registering her information at the Beast Center. Water leaping rabbits were as common as weeds in Nami's hometown village. They were lively, bouncy creatures that enjoyed corn. Their price at the Beast Center was also modest, around 30,000 federal coins each. Although Nami felt a twinge of regret for not securing the Camellia Meow, Seeing that Naomi genuinely adored the water-leaping rabbit made her feel it was still a fine choice. While the water-leaping rabbit did not particularly excel in strength, agility, constitution, resistance, or intelligence, it was undeniably adorable. The water-leaping rabbit had a small, rounded body, about the size of 2 palms, with a plump round head and a pair of exceptionally large ears that displayed a translucent light blue hue. In Nami's hometown, the locals, including Nami, were all enthusiasts of water-leaping rabbits. Although Nami had never contracted one herself, she had been a fervent fan since childhood. Even now, she occasionally crafted water-leaping rabbit figurines and pendants to gift to family and friends. Thus, Naomi's choice to contract a water-leaping rabbit was undoubtedly influenced by her. Nami invited Yazelle to sit on the sofa and began to recount the situation. I have been working in White Tower City for decades, and I never anticipated that Naomi would contract a water-leaping rabbit from our hometown. It seems this rabbit is destined to be with us. However, while this water-leaping rabbit has a wonderful temperament, for some reason, it has been resistant to training and has not exhibited any skills. It has never used the common skills of bubble, hydropump, or slam. We even took it to a nurturing class, but neither encouragement nor intimidation worked. The nurturing teacher brought in a ferocious, spotted tiger, and the water-leaping rabbit was so frightened that its face turned black. Both Naomi and I felt sorry for it. So we decided against sending it to the nurturing class again. Yazelle nodded along as she listened. Although Aaliyah had briefly informed her about the situation, it was rather vague. Aaliyah's exact words were, Nami mentioned that her child's pet is a bit slow-witted and cannot utilize skills. After 2 weeks of training with a nurturing expert, there was no improvement. Why don't you give it a try? If you also struggle, perhaps the pet harbors some psychological block, and we can pass it on to Lanjiang. Aaliyah's suggestion was quite astute. Returning to the present, Yazelle pondered for a moment and asked, does this water-leaping rabbit have any unusual traits? Well, it is slightly larger than the average water-leaping rabbit and eats more. Does that count? Nami replied. That's noteworthy. Is there anything else? Has its mood been off lately? What is its temperament like? Yazelle began jotting down notes. Its mood seems quite good. It has a hearty appetite at every meal. Its personality is particularly intelligent, clingy, and lacking in security. Naomi suspects it might have encountered something unpleasant during its time as a wild pet, but whenever she asks it, it says nothing happened. With just over a month until Naomi's entrance exams, if the water-leaping rabbit doesn't learn any skills before then, it might fail the combat assessment. Nami expressed her concerns anxiously. That does seem peculiar. Pets typically require considerable effort and talent to learn new skills or improve skill proficiency. Skills that are innate or awakened should come as easily as drinking water, and they should be utilized naturally. I believe I ought to observe the water-leaping rabbit in person before formulating any plans based on its condition, Iser replied cautiously. No problem. Though it happens that today there is a university recruitment event taking place on Chonghua Street. Naomi went there early this morning and might not return until evening. If you are not in a hurry, why not have some snacks here? Suggested Nami. Then I shall first search for Naomi on Chonghua Street. If that fails, I can return later, Iser said, unwilling to simply wait idly. After exchanging brief farewells with Nami, Iser departed from the Chonghua community, heading towards Chonghua Street. The street was bustling with activity, as various universities had set up recruitment booths lining both sides. Recent graduates clustered in groups before the booths, their expressions a mix of anxiety and excitement. Why haven't I seen the White Tower Beast Academy? Iser mused, picking up a map of the university locations to search. Does the White Tower Beast Academy even need to advertise here? Remarked a passerby, casting a glance at Iser. Being a newcomer to White Tower City, Iser had managed to gain admission to the White Tower Beast Academy, but was not fully aware of the institution's influence in the area. The universities present were all competitors, hoping to attract promising students. A student donning a volunteer vest overheard the exchange and explained to Iser, they have set up several battle platforms over there. If you are confident, you can give it a try. If you demonstrate sufficient skill to capture the attention of the university admissions officers, they might use their resources to secure your admission. The volunteer pointed towards the battle platforms. What resources? Iser inquired curiously. That depends on how much they are willing to invest based on the student's capabilities. Last year, there was a particularly strong student who managed to hold off challenges with a spicy fire pig for 3 days. It is said that Qingyun Beast High School promised that if she chose their institution, they would cover all the training materials for the spicy fire pig throughout her high school years. Moreover, they offered an A-grade evolution stone and a choice of a pet egg valued up to 3 million. The volunteer spoke with a tone of admiration. How could one refuse such an offer? Iser marveled, realizing that an A-grade evolution stone was quite expensive, and combined with other resources, the total value surpassed several million. They stand to gain significantly, as securing even one student capable of advancing to the Beast Area Championships would be a considerable profit. Serving as a prime promotional asset for the next 3 years, the volunteer waved dismissively. Did that student who contracted the spicy fire pig ultimately enroll in Xingyun Beast High School? Iser asked with intrigue. No, she was admitted to the White Tower Beast Academy. The volunteer replied with a hint of bitterness. Chapter 52. Such a bustling scene. After expressing gratitude to the volunteer for their explanation, Iser began her search for Naomi amidst the throng. However, the sheer number of people made it nearly impossible to see clearly. The scene was a sea of bodies. Each recruitment booth was surrounded by students and parents. Some were undergoing pet energy tests, while others showcased their brain domain certificates from the Beast Center or prepared to demonstrate their skills at the battle platforms. The recruitment booths not only displayed electronic brochures showcasing the Academy's environment, faculty prowess, and last year's admission statistics, but they also employed various eye-catching tactics to draw attention. For instance, at the booth for the 13th Beast High School, a cap-wearing baboon was demonstrating its exceptional noodle-pulling skills. Indeed, it was the culinary craft of noodle making. The baboon's paws deftly flung the dough, stretching it into elegant arcs through the air. Subsequently, its paws moved with rapid precision, repeatedly stretching and kneading the dough, creating a rhythmic sound as it struck the table. The admissions officer nearby passionately explained, "Our 13th Beast High School focuses on cultivating a new generation of beast masters. We not only emphasize battle training for pets, but also teach them various life skills. Graduates find employment effortlessly. If you are interested, please take an informational brochure." Yet, despite the officer's fervent tone, the crowd before the booth was sparse. After all, no matter how spectacular the noodle-pulling demonstration was, it was still just noodles. Students attending this event were either drawn by the esteemed faculty of top-ranking beast schools or the enticing resources offered by lower-ranking institutions. As Iser ventured further, she noticed that the booths of the more popular schools were positioned closer to the center, attracting larger crowds and offering increasingly appealing resources. Tuition free for those with a brain domain development of 5. Sign with our school, and if you meet the annual requirements, receive a scholarship of 30,000. Students who have contracted powerful attack-type pets, come here. Priority given to those with fire-type, steel-type, or dragon-type pets. Interested in participating in glamorous competitions? Unique, visually stunning pets with extravagant skills, come this way. For those with a brain domain development of 8, receive a B-grade evolution stone upon enrollment, with all pet training fees covered for 3 years. Plus, one-on-one classes with renowned instructors. These universities range from the 13th Beast High School, which taught life skills, to those emphasizing personal physical training for beast masters, specializing in certain attribute pets, and focusing on glamorous competitions. Iser was dazzled by the array of options. In a hurried passage past these popular booths, Iser suddenly spotted a brain domain testing machine set up by the roadside. A volunteer in a blue vest leaned against a sign, engrossed in their phone, with several large boxes at their feet. The sign read, "Brain domain testing, free eggs. A dozen for those with a score of 5, 2 dozen for a score of 6, 1 dozen for each additional point. Everyone is welcome to participate, limited to graduating students from the 3rd year of middle school." Iser paused in her tracks. Come to think of it, she had not tested her brain domain since her awakening. Typically, students would be required to take a unified test during their middle school graduation exams, scheduled shortly after their ceremonial awakening. Additionally, those who had awakened independently for a while and believed their brain domain development had improved would often opt for a retest at the Beast Center. After all, a higher brain domain development would favor their choices of schools. Many Beast schools preferred students with high brain domain potential over those with merely good grades. The earlier one reached a score of 10, the sooner they could contract a second pet and cultivate a bond with it, providing a significant advantage in competitions. However, Iser was neither a student who underwent a ceremonial awakening nor had she taken the middle school exams, having bypassed them to gain admission to a university directly. Thus, making a special trip to the Beast Center for a brain domain test seemed somewhat cumbersome. Moreover, a test at the Beast Center entailed a usage fee of 65 federal credits. With this in mind, Iser resolved to approach the brain domain testing machine. "Hello, are you here to test your brain domain development?" the blue-vested volunteer inquired, putting away their phone. "Yes, please," Iser responded as she settled into the testing chair. "You've awakened independently for a while, right? This test is perfect for you. This machine is the latest model borrowed from the Beast Center. It connects directly to the Beast Center database, updating data immediately after testing, without the need to queue or pay," the chatty volunteer continued. Having awakened her talent and nurtured 2 pets to evolution, Iser's personal panel indicated a rise in her brain domain development by 2. If her previous score had been 3, she would be eligible for a dozen eggs. The volunteer adeptly adjusted the metal sensor device and pressed the start button. The machine emitted a soft hum. and the numbers on the display began to fluctuate. 223749. The volunteer casually remarked, in recent years, the average brain domain development for graduating third-year students in White Tower City is 3. 4. Reaching 4 is considered excellent. Suddenly, the volunteer's voice faltered as the numbers on the screen began to climb at an astonishing rate. What on earth? The volunteer in the blue vest vigorously patted the casing of the sensing device, attempting a physical repair on the malfunctioning machine. This wretched contraption has broken down again. Last week, it recorded a baffling -993, and I was chastised by the team leader for it. Wasn't it supposed to be the latest model of high-precision testing equipment? Guaranteed to be flawless? The blue-vested volunteer hastily grabbed their phone to urgently call for assistance. Ethel gazed at the number, lost in contemplation. Unlike the flustered volunteer, she was acutely aware of her own situation. If her brain domain development truly corresponded to this figure, it implied that her cognitive domain had commenced its development even before the black and white bear had hatched. Although her Beastmaster space had been shrouded in mist and not fully opened at that time, her innate talent yet to awaken, it was likely merely because the contract egg had not hatched, thus preventing the environment of her Beastmaster space from stabilizing. Assuming the test results were accurate, and subtracting the 2 points gained from her cultivated beast's evolution, her initial brain domain development level upon awakening her talent should have been 10. While she had a sense that her cognitive development was substantial, she had not anticipated it to be so elevated. Reflecting on the promotional announcements she had just heard from the recruitment speakers of various schools, she recalled that attaining a brain domain development level of 8 would earn one a B-grade evolution stone and personalized mentorship from esteemed instructors. Given her level of 12, she mused. Of course, Ethel was merely contemplating. She was already a member of the White Tower Beastmaster Academy. This was a contractual obligation, and any breach by either party would incur a significant penalty. However, achieving a brain domain development level of 10 would allow her to contract a second beast. Yet she felt no indication of such. With this thought, Ethel focused her mind and entered her Beastmaster space, opening the Cultivation panel to navigate to the contract page. The entire page was filled with information about the black and white bear. Indeed, it had been like this before. Ethel attempted to flip back a page. Blank page. Available contract beasts. 1. So, it was possible to turn the pages. Chapter 53. If it were an egg, there would be no way to contract it. Ethel inquired of the blue-vested volunteer, is it possible for someone to surpass their brain domain and possess an open contract beast slot without being aware of it? That seems improbable, the volunteer pondered. When a new contract slot is created, the area of the Beast Master space expands, making it difficult not to notice. Unless the expansion is minuscule and the Beast Master has poor vision, the volunteer added. No wonder Ethel's brain domain development level had reached 10 as soon as she opened her Beastmaster space. Her space had never expanded. Moreover, each individual Beastmaster space varied in size, and textbooks did not specify these dimensions. There is a saying among Beastmasters, the difference in the sizes of each Beastmaster's space is greater than that between ceremonial awakenings and spontaneous awakenings. If one's talent is particularly lacking and the awakened Beastmaster space is too small, it may preclude contracting beasts that are significantly stronger and larger. At that moment, the surrounding crowd began to take notice of the commotion. Someone pointed at the display screen, exclaiming, 12. Am I seeing this correctly? This student's brain domain development level is 12. Is she perhaps a second-year senior from a Beastmaster high school here to make up credits? A red-haired student suggested calmly. A second-year senior cannot claim an egg. A green-clad classmate shook her head. If a second-year student could reach a brain domain level of 12, they would surely be admitted to the White Tower Beastmaster Academy. Another classmate, with blue hair, countered. Third-year seniors cannot claim an egg either, the green-clad classmate reiterated. The red-haired and blue-haired students shot daggers at the green-clad classmate, indignantly retorting, who asked you whether she can claim an egg? Their discussion attracted the attention of nearby recruitment teachers. A teacher wearing black-rimmed glasses approached briskly, his gaze fixed intently on Ethel. Excuse me, are you a prospective student wishing to learn about our school? Is it true that your brain domain development level has reached 12? Before Ethel could respond, the blue-vested volunteer's phone rang. Upon answering, the volunteer's expression turned peculiar as he relayed to Ethel, the equipment is functioning properly. Your test results have already synced with the Beastmaster Center database. You are, astonishingly, an incoming student who has yet to be tested for brain domain development. And your first test yielded a level of 12. That's remarkable. I thought the machine was faulty. His words were like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, instantly creating ripples of excitement. The teacher with black-rimmed glasses promptly produced a business card and handed it to Ethel, exclaiming, I am the admissions director of Derlin Beastmaster High School, and I cordially invite you to join our institution. Full scholarship, top-tier cultivation resources, and guidance from distinguished instructors, all yours. The terms are negotiable. Next to him, a suit-clad teacher hastily unlocked a display case reinforced against explosions and retrieved a fist-sized fire attribute A-grade evolution stone, thrusting it into Ethel's hands. As long as you enroll in our school, you'll have access to as many evolution stones as you desire. The suit-clad teacher extended his fingers, which were adorned with 4 gold cards, exuding an impressive aura. Given that your beast has such exceptional physical attributes, have you considered participating in the glamorous contest? Our school typically prioritizes admission for colorful and dazzling beasts. We've never encountered a beast with such a refreshing and unique color scheme as yours. You would undoubtedly stand out. Chimed in a short-haired teacher who had come over. The black and white bear in Ethel's arms pointed at itself, looking puzzled. Yes, little bear, it's you. The short-haired teacher exclaimed excitedly. Our faculty excels in beast grooming, styling, and coloring. We could even remove its dark circles and dye them fluorescent green if desired. Bear. The black and white bear suddenly clung to Ethel's neck and vigorously shook its head. Ahem, esteemed admissions teachers, I must inform you that I have already signed with another school. Ethel said, rubbing her sesame bun. Signing does not preclude changes. We can cover any breach of contract fees. The suit-clad teacher insisted, unwilling to give up. I have signed the enrollment contract with the White Tower Beastmaster Academy. Ethel emphasized the key phrase. Upon hearing her declaration, all the admissions teachers immediately dispersed in a flurry. The suit-clad teacher swiftly locked away the A-grade evolution stone and casually tossed the 4 gold cards he had been holding onto the display table. Ethel's keen eyes caught the embossed golden lettering on the cards, which read VIP Seasonal Pass for Renly Gym. No wonder he had been so anxious to avoid her noticing it. With the admissions teachers gone, Ethel turned to the blue-vested volunteer, who was stunned into silence, mumbling something about how they had previously ignored her. Can I claim my egg now? Ethel inquired. Of course. Absolutely. The blue-vested volunteer responded eagerly. Just a moment. He opened a large box beside him and began to pull out bundles of eggs. 1, 2, 3. There are a total of 8 dozen eggs. The blue-vested volunteer wiped the sweat from his brow. Ethel instructed her black and white bear to store the eggs in her spatial ring, feeling light and carefree as she continued her search for Naomi. Having traversed nearly half of Cheonghua Street and approaching the arena, Ethel had yet to catch a glimpse of someone resembling Naomi. Ethel halted in her tracks. The water-blue creature nestled in the corner of the arena was none other than the water-leap rabbit. The anxious beast master beside it, with flushed cheeks, bore an uncanny resemblance to a miniature Naomi. However, this water-hopping rabbit is far from the well-fed creature described by Naomi. It is significantly larger than the ordinary water-hopping rabbit. While a typical specimen measures less than 20 centimeters, this one must be around 80 centimeters. It is even a size larger than her pet Sesame. Is this merely a matter of consuming more food and better nutrition? Were it not for the knowledge that a novice pet cannot fully absorb the growth serum, she might have thought this water-hopping rabbit had somehow ingested a dose of the enlargement potion. On the battle platform, the water-hopping rabbit curled its head, cowering motionlessly in a corner, trembling uncontrollably. The top-knot-headed beast tamer opposite Naomi, witnessing its evident fear, felt reluctant to strike. My dear classmate, is your pet freshly contracted? It seems you haven't taken it for training yet. Perhaps you should practice with it before returning, the top-knot-headed beast tamer suggested tactfully. I truly apologize for wasting your time. Naomi blushed, scooping up the curled-up water-hopping rabbit and hastening off the battle platform. Iser quickly pursued her. Naomi, wait. Iser called out, chasing after Naomi, who was sprinting with the oversized water-hopping rabbit in her arms. 5 minutes later, they found themselves seated across from one another at the Mimi Cafe, 3 streets away. Wah. I'm so sorry I didn't see you. I felt a bit unwell, Naomi lamented, burying her face in the fur of the water-hopping rabbit. Chapter 54, Water-Hopping Rabbit. The water-hopping rabbit drooped its long ears, occasionally stealing glances at Naomi, appearing quite dejected. It's all my fault. I had this naive hope that once it stepped onto the battle platform, everything would be fine. I never imagined it would be so terrified of combat, Naomi reflected, her heart heavy with guilt. I understand your feelings, but the priority now is to ascertain why the water-hopping rabbit cannot utilize its skills, Iser offered, handing her a tissue. Naomi lifted her head, her eyes slightly reddened. But I truly don't know what to do. Little Leap is clearly intelligent and healthy, yet it cannot even perform the simplest water splash. Suddenly, the water-hopping rabbit seemed to sense Naomi's despondency, gently nudging her arm with its head and emitting a faint sound. Is that how your water-hopping rabbit sounds? Iser inquired. Wow, your observation skills are remarkable. No wonder you were accepted into the White Tower Beast Tamer Academy. My mother mentioned that the water-hopping rabbits in her village might have different accents, Naomi replied. Given its size, Could it be that this one is significantly larger than ordinary water-hopping rabbits? Iser questioned skeptically. Right? I also think Little Leap is exceptionally large. My mother said I was lucky. Perhaps I contracted a variant. Naomi's tone brightened at this thought. Naomi, Iser suddenly interjected. When you contracted it, did anything unusual occur? Naomi tilted her head in recollection. After I completed my ranking at the Beast Center while walking home. It suddenly leapt out from the grass and landed in my arms, so enthusiastic, with its ears being large and soft, and its eyes were particularly big and adorable. When it stared at me, I was instantly smitten, and that is how I contracted it. So, you contracted the water-hopping rabbit simply because it leapt out of the grass and was too cute? That seems to yield little useful information, Iser remarked. I heard that pets become more adorable the more you praise them, so I make it a point to compliment Little Leap every morning, noon, and night. Before and after meals, and even before bed and upon waking. Indeed, it's only grown cuter, Naomi exclaimed, pulling out her phone to show Iser pictures. Is growing cuter meant in that way? Isn't it more about personality? Or perhaps it refers to the most beautiful pets in the eyes of their beast tamers. Iser mused, examining the photos Naomi had presented. It truly is. This photo was taken 3 months ago, likely when Naomi first contracted the water-hopping rabbit. Although it appears slightly smaller than now, it is still considerably larger than an ordinary water-hopping rabbit. While it is undeniably cute, its ear curvature is sharper than now, its eyes smaller, and its fur less dense. One can vaguely discern a patch that seems to be bald at the rear. The overall change seems minimal. Yet it has indeed become even more adorable, Iser noted in astonishment. Isn't it? I only realized that pet offspring genuinely become more appealing after contracting my own water-hopping rabbit. Naomi's excitement was palpable as she momentarily lost herself in thoughts of her pet, eagerly intending to show Iser 832 photos chronicling their life together. I'll look later. May I touch the water-hopping rabbit? I might need to examine its physical condition, Iser suggested, hoping to use the cultivation simulator. Of course, feel free. Little Leap is very well behaved, Naomi cheerfully responded, bringing the water-hopping rabbit closer. Iser grasped the rabbit's large ears, pretending to examine it closely, while intently activating the cultivation panel. Name, Muddy Little Leap. Type, Ground. Level, Novice, 981000. Ability 1, Transformation. The soft mud-like body can morph into desired shapes, requiring sustenance to maintain. Skills, Mud Toss, Expert 356500. Hardening, Beginner 78100. Splash, Beginner 52100. Iser fell silent. She released her grip, only to take hold again. She glanced at Naomi, who was patiently feeding treats to the Muddy. How does one broach this subject with Naomi? Iser inhaled deeply, striving to maintain a calm and gentle tone. Naomi, I have some news that might come as a surprise. You should prepare yourself. Naomi blinked, tightening her hold on the water-hopping rabbit. What news? It's not that Little Leap has some hidden genetic disorder, is it? Well, it's not quite that severe, Iser noted, realizing that Naomi seemed to view her through a lens of omnipotence. However, Little Leap is perfectly healthy and can use skills. Iser interrupted Naomi's frantic speculation, gently stroking the long ears of the water-hopping rabbit. But it is not a water-hopping rabbit. Naomi's eyes widened as she looked down at her well-behaved pet, but it clearly is. The water-hopping rabbit, or rather, Muddy, suddenly leaped from Naomi's embrace. Spinning on the ground, in a flash of soft light, its body began to undulate and reshape. Its ears shortened, fur faded, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a brown, pliable blob of mud, with only its round, glimmering eyes retaining their original appearance. Muddy. The creature gazed anxiously at its beast tamer. Naomi's mouth fell agape, rendered speechless for a moment. The eyes of Muddy grew dimmer. Iser, concerned for both Naomi and Muddy, prepared to offer comfort. Only to see Naomi's expression brighten. Oh my goodness, this is incredible, Naomi exclaimed, crouching down to excitedly poke at Muddy's soft form. So, you can transform into a little blob of mud? No wonder you couldn't use any water-type skills. Muddy, taken aback by Naomi's enthusiastic reaction, joyfully hopped around, transforming back into the form of the water-hopping rabbit and affectionately nudging Naomi's hand. You don't need to become a water-hopping rabbit. Just be yourself. I didn't contract you solely for being a water-hopping rabbit. Besides, you're quite adorable in your current form, and it's clearly something extraordinary. Naomi's eyes sparkled as she playfully pinched Muddy's face with both hands. Iser's breath of relief was palpable as she smiled and explained. It is a rare ground-type pet known as Mud, possessing the ability of transformation, which allows it to disguise itself as a water leap rabbit. As for why it refrains from using its skills, Mud shyly lowered its head, aware of its lack of conventional beauty and the unpopularity that accompanied it. in stark contrast to the more fluffy creatures. Thus, when it first encountered Naomi, it transformed into the water leap rabbit charm adorning Naomi's backpack. As fate would have it, Naomi contracted it. Subsequently, she showered it with daily affirmations, proclaiming that Little Leap was the most adorable creature in the world and that it would only grow cuter with time, remarking on its soft fur and large eyes. Spirited by her words, Mud endeavored daily to reshape its appearance, discreetly making its eyes slightly larger one day and rounding its ears the next, all the while adding more and more fur, which indeed made Naomi even happier. Consequently, Mud felt increasingly hesitant to reveal the truth or utilize its skills, fearing that doing so would betray its secret. After all, it was not capable of creating splashes. However, Naomi embraced it tightly, exclaiming, "No, Little Leap, you're Little Mud. Regardless of your appearance, you are my most beloved pet. Shall we start practicing ground-type skills tomorrow?" Mud's eyes sparkled with excitement as it vigorously nodded in agreement. Observing this heartwarming exchange, Iser could not help but chuckle. In truth, it has already mastered some ground-type skills. It simply lacked the confidence to display them before you. Now that you've established communication, future training sessions will undoubtedly proceed with greater ease. After all, it has already perfected the skill of Mud Toss. I wonder how it honed that skill before meeting Naomi. Naomi, rising from her seat, bowed deeply to Iser, expressing her heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you so much. Without you, Little Mud and I would still be at a loss." Chapter 55. Barbara, the Snow Queen. At Naomi's earnest invitation, Iser visited Naomi's home for lunch, where she was warmly welcomed by Naomi's mother. After an hour of feasting to the point of satiety, Iser, her belly round and full as a sesame seed, exited the Cheonghua community. As she departed, she and Sesame carried 2 overflowing baskets brimming with local delicacies and a generously stuffed red envelope sent from Naomi's hometown. Iser adeptly boarded the hover train back home. The outer wall of her small courtyard had been completed a month prior by a construction team, led by a skilled foreman accompanied by a group of diligent mudpaw apprentices who worked swiftly and efficiently by simply offering them some crunchy biscuits. They willingly stayed late and diligently redid any necessary work. However, her family had no intention of crafting anything particularly ornate. They simply erected a plain white wall. As Iser stepped into the courtyard, she spotted Lan Zhang standing before the wall, wielding a brush dipped in ink. With a flick of his wrist, he began to expressively paint on the white surface. With each stroke, the outline of a steep cliff emerged, and with delicate ink lines, a majestic ink-wash waterfall cascaded straight down. The mountains were shrouded in mist, and the sky faintly revealed a few ink-colored wild geese, creating an ethereal atmosphere. "How do you find it?" Lan Zhang inquired, setting down his brush and turning to Iser. "Absolutely stunning. It feels as though the wall has gained value," Iser exclaimed, her praise bursting forth despite its simplicity. Hesitant to touch upon Lan Zhang's feelings, she cautiously ventured, "Father, are you considering a career change to selling paintings due to a lack of clients? If it's a shortage of funds, you can always discuss it with Mother." Lan Zhang produced a handkerchief to wipe the ink stains from his attire. "This child of mine is wonderful. She seems to have inherited none of the artistic talent from either of us," he mused. Reaching into his pocket, he handed Iser a few bags of fragrant crispy biscuits. "You've worked hard today. Go enjoy yourself. There's food in the fridge if you get hungry." He then proceeded to the training ground in the backyard, summoning Xiao and Aiken while also retrieving a high-definition camera from the house. "Wow, look, Iser and Sesame, having been sidelined," exclaimed in unison as they settled onto a small bench. Xiao, adorned with a delicately embroidered headpiece, had its fine beaded embellishments cascading down its cheeks. Its feathers sparkled with sequins, and its already stunning tail was dusted with gold powder. One glance at Aiken's large, unwavering eyes revealed just how radiant Xiao appeared today. "Father, can we still afford such gemstones? Surely they aren't borrowed?" Iser pondered, noting the clarity and exquisite craftsmanship of the gems, indicating their high value. "These are from the Barbara Snow Queen gift set you cherished in kindergarten," Lan Zhang shrugged. "Your mother and I bought you 2 sets. After coaxing you, I even spent a month's salary as a beast trainer at the Beast Center to acquire 10 sets. In total, we have 12 sets, while we may lack other treasures. We certainly have an abundance of these gems." With this revelation, Iser found herself recalling memories of chasing after every pet in the house, attempting to adorn them with the array of gem-studded accessories. As Xiao walked with remarkable grace, each step accompanied by a gentle flutter of its wings, it created an effect of ethereal lightness, as if it were gliding through the air. "Have you remembered everything I just told you?" Lan Zhang instructed, positioning Xiao in front of the freshly painted ink-wash wall. Xiao flapped its wings, giving a slight nod, its headpiece remaining perfectly still throughout the motion. "Go, Aiken." Brimming with excitement, flapped its large ears as if ready to take flight. All right, let us begin. Lanzhong adjusted the camera's angle. In front of the inkwash wall, Xiao raised its head slightly, striking a pose angled at 45 degrees towards the sky. With its wings fully extended, the shimmering tail feathers sparkled in the sunlight. Aiken, eager to fulfill its important task, eagerly thumped its long nose against the ground, splashing up droplets of water. Today, it had been entrusted with the responsibility of creating the perfect shot for Xiao. Lanzhong had made it clear that without Aiken's assistance, Xiao might fade from a celebrated bird of grandeur to an unnoticed passerby. Such a dreadful fate was utterly unacceptable to Aiken, whose spirit was unyielding. For the first shot, we need to create a misty effect. Lanzhong snapped his fingers. Aiken, use your water gun, disperse. Aiken lifted its long nose high, inhaling deeply. It carefully aimed at the empty space before Xiao, unleashing a slender column of water that arced through the sunlight, creating a rainbow-like curve. Just as the water was about to touch the ground, Aiken suddenly quivered its nostrils, causing the column to burst into countless tiny droplets, enveloping Xiao in a glistening mist. Perfect. Lanzhong quickly pressed the shutter. Within the mist, Xiao appeared ethereal, its golden powder reflecting a dreamlike glow. While the geese in the inkwash wall seemed to traverse the clouds and fog, Iser and Sesame clapped enthusiastically from their small bench, and Xiao gently waved its wings at Aiken, who proudly wiggled its nose. Really, what is there to applaud? I merely showcased a fraction of my abilities, Aiken thought, feeling a bit embarrassed. As Iser and Sesame observed Aiken, who twisted its legs in apparent bashfulness, they found themselves momentarily at a loss for applause. Aiken, you did exceptionally well. Even a professional prop master could not have executed it with such finesse. It is precisely the scene I envisioned, Lanzhong promptly affirmed. Aiken wrinkled his nose, his face flushed as he playfully toppled the onlooking Fong Lulu, exuding a distinct air of don't say anything. In the second group, featuring a waterfall effect, Lanzhong commanded, Aiken, this time utilize the powerful positioning water gun you just practiced. Without hesitation, Aiken dashed to the wall, inserting his snout into the prepared bucket, eagerly gulping down water. Suddenly, with a swift turn, he flung his long nose towards the wall. A robust column of water erupted forth, perfectly aligning with the water ink waterfall depicted on the wall. The genuine stream of water harmoniously merged with the painted cascade, droplets sparkling in the sunlight like shattered diamonds. Taking advantage of the moment, Xiao unfurled her tail feathers, twirling gracefully in front of the water curtain, her jewel-like adornments shimmering in tandem with the flowing water. That's it. Hold that pose, Lanzhong exclaimed, rapidly clicking the shutter. Aiken, now stomp your feet. Lulu. At his command, Aiken raised his front leg and stomped down heavily. The ground trembled, sending fine dust swirling into the air. Amidst this natural spectacle, Xiao flapped her wings, soaring above the murky dust, untouched by its grime. She resembled a celestial bird from a fairy tale. For the final group, showcasing a mirror effect, Lanzhong pointed, Aiken. Understanding the cue, Aiken filled his nose with water and suddenly sprayed downwards. Not just any ordinary water gun, but a steady stream that quickly formed a smooth surface of water in front of Xiao. Elegantly, she approached the water's edge, tilting her neck, presenting her profile to the camera, while lowering her head to preen her feathers. The mirror-like surface reflected her exact likeness, creating a narrative depth against the backdrop of the waterfall. Aiken released a few more delicate streams, creating ripples across the surface, enhancing the dynamic beauty of the scene. Excellent. That's a wrap, Lanzhong declared with a wave of his hand. He inspected the series of shots, satisfied. Xiao had performed exceptionally well today. Aiken's self-created water ripple effect was surprisingly artistic as well. Chapter 56, The Dark Side. Iser rushed over to examine the masterpieces Lanzhong had captured, gasping in awe with each turn of the page. My goodness, there are hardly any discarded shots. Every single one is so perfect. Is Xiao preparing for the cover of Fashion Pets? Iser marveled. No, I've opened an account for Xiao on the Angel Pet platform. These are the completed shots I intend to post. Later, I'll also edit a behind-the-scenes vlog, Lanzhong explained. Angel Pet platform. When did our family go bankrupt? Iser exclaimed, aghast. That's the platform created by the entertainment company that launched Angel Pet Loans. You can register an account and post content without taking out a loan, but the profits are shared with the platform, Lanzhong clarified, showing her the account he had just registered for Xiao. Lanzhong pulled up the contract terms. I've reviewed all the potential pitfalls and copyright ownership. It explicitly states that the account ownership fully belongs to the individual whose identification was used during registration. Ah, that's reassuring. The Angel Pet loans seem to advertise incessantly on the maglev trains. I see them so often that I can almost recite the slogans, Iser commented, immediately associating the keyword with the loan service. Last year's Pet Forum voting for the 100 hottest star pets in the Emerald Federation had 63 entries from the Angel Pet platform. It can be said that the Angel Pet platform is a cradle for star pets. Besides the gorgeous and adorable pets, there are many that were once overlooked in the pet community, but after discovering their unique talents and directions, they skyrocketed to fame. But Dad, why the sudden desire for Shoshio to become a star pet? Iser inquired, glancing at Shoshio, who was gracefully singing atop the surrounding wall after the photo shoot. Aching looked up at her, his large ears bobbing rhythmically to the melody. Among our pets, Shoshio enjoys the attention the most, Lanzhang pointed out towards Aching. Don't let her aloof demeanor fool you. She truly relishes it. Before Aching arrived, she seldom frequented the training grounds, but lately, she has been unconsciously drifting over there. Lanzhang smiled gently. So, do you wish to be a photographer or a pet agent? Iser suggested, considering that Lanzhang's aesthetic sense would surely shine in photography. Of course not. I'm merely taking photos of Shoshio. Haven T, I mentioned before that I want a psychological counseling room? Lanzhang shook his head. How does this relate to a psychological counseling room? Iser asked, puzzled. Of course it does. Once Shoshio garners a fan base, I'll draw lots or offer my counseling slots based on tips given to them. In the meantime, I'll utilize my solid professional skills to keep them engaged. After my counseling sessions, they can receive tickets to Shoshio's intimate concert, along with a photo featuring her paw print, Lanzhang calculated shrewdly. Who is benefiting whom here? Iser mumbled under her breath. All right, I need to go prepare dinner. Ilya will be off work soon. She mentioned she wants honey-glazed ribs and garlic crayfish today. Lanzhang feigned ignorance and turned towards the kitchen. Noticing the lack of excitement, Iser headed back to her room with sesame. Aunt Naomi was incredibly generous, slipping her a full 30,000 federal coins in the red envelope, even though she hadn't done much. But it should be quite helpful for Naomi, right? Naomi had over a month until her midterms, enough time for her to train with me too. Iser glanced at her account balance and flopped onto her bed. Earning money is so slow. Why does it seem like the more I work, the less I have? She thought to herself. At this rate, when the beast market opens, I might not even be able to afford a single batch of waterleap rabbits, let alone high-grade pet eggs and evolution stones. Although she could consider borrowing from Ilya and Kun, Iser quietly dismissed the idea of asking Lanzhang for money. As his filming demeanor suggested, he wasn't financially abundant, not even buying colored paint. Pondering further, she opened the Beast Tamer forum, set her location to White Tower City, and began her search with keywords. Popular. With my chai tu gui, I'm so broke I might as well eat dirt. Any big shots have lucrative suggestions? The sentence is quite grim. Original poster. Not grim. I'm a law-abiding beast tamer. Live streaming chai tu gui delivering takeout. Original poster. You might not understand. But chai tu gui moves very slowly. The selling point is the quirky aspect of slow delivery, getting beaten up by the orderers every day. Original poster. Going into secret realms to collect rare materials. Original poster. I'm not very good at herbalism, so I can't identify rare materials. Let me share an exclusive tip. Anything guarded by a powerful pet is good stuff, especially those that can send you flying with a sneeze. My experience is to collect all vividly colored herbs with fantastical patterns. If they don't cause harm when bitten, they're rare herbs. Original poster. What if biting them causes harm? Angel Pet Loan Customer Service 808. Hello, if you're short on cash, you can apply for Angel Pet Loans. And we also offer a personal insurance service for you to try. Doesn't the chai tu gui's diet include dirt? Just eat dirt then. Original poster. You overestimate me. My strength can only match up with those under 18, but I'm 24 now. Iser's attention was caught by a dark, blood-soaked image that appeared ominously within the thread. Could this be the notorious gray industry that thrives in the shadowy corners of every major city, where the light of day cannot penetrate, controlled by powerful families? An insidious underground fighting ring. The tone of this poster suggests a certain age demographic. Could it be a place where unwilling participants are confined to fight to the death, maimed if they refuse, and then, akin to nurturing a venomous creature? The strongest beastmaster is cultivated and coerced into joining a dark family, perpetuating a vicious cycle? Iser's fingers instinctively moved to report this, but after a moment's contemplation, she decided to send a private message instead. May I inquire, where was this picture taken? A response arrived within seconds. The dark underground arena of White Tower City. You didn't know? Chapter 57, Baba Oddity. The individual on the other end even had the audacity to question her. How brazen. Was there an intention to drag her into this murky abyss? After a moment's thought, Iser replied. Are you not concerned about being caught by the authorities for posting this on a public forum? This time, the other party took even longer to respond. Then suddenly sent a flurry of messages. You mustn't speak recklessly. I am a law-abiding beastmaster. I even helped 3 pets cross the street today. That photo was taken in the underground dark arena of the Starry Pet Paradise. Iser's eyes widened. An evil arena beneath a place with such an adorable name, frequented by children and young pets. How terrifying. As if sensing Iser's thoughts, the other party continued. Yes, yes. The underground blood pit known as the Bone-Wailing Dark Arena. Oh, it's not what you think. The full name sounded even more sinister. Iser's hand was already reaching for the report button when the other party added. This is the most popular theme arena launched this season at Starry Pet Paradise. If you sign up now, you'll receive a limited edition Baba pendant. Iser paused. A themed arena? The other party quickly responded. Yes, yes. You're from out of town, right? You're in luck. You've just caught the new theme of the Dark Blood Pit Bone Wailing Underground Arena. Last season's theme was the Forest Dream Butterfly Dance in the Meadow of Joy, and it was terribly executed. The organizers, in their infinite wisdom, planted a vast field of fragrant flowers by the arena. Each flower was supposed to boast a unique scent, but with such a large area, they ended up blending together. The audience and contestants alike were furious. During the competition, the 360-degree surround sound would occasionally erupt with eerie laughter, startling several contestants at the height of their battles, turning them into comedic fodder for online clips. However, the organizers have made adjustments this season. The competition begins in 7 days. Would you like to sign up? All you need is a contract with a novice pet to register, and participants get free admission for that week. Iser observed the frustration seeping through the other party's enthusiastic promotion and mused. You must be an employee of Starry Pet Paradise, correct? You figured it out? You're so clever. You'd be perfect for our new themed arena competition. I'm just part-time. Haha. This is called cyberflyering. You can come to me for registration, and I can get you 10 limited edition Baba pendants. Iser felt a flicker of interest. Didn't you say there is potential for big earnings? What is the competition format? What is the prize for the champion? This time, the response was slower. The competition is divided by the level of participating pets. Different tiers have different formats. The championess prize is a photo signed by the park's popular idol, Baba. You can also hug and take pictures with it. Seeing Iser's lack of reaction, the other party inexplicably felt a twinge of anxiety. Oh no. It's terrifying that there is someone who remains indifferent to the allure of hugging a Baba. What I meant by earning big isn't lie. But it's not from the prize, it's from betting. Betting? Iser inquired. Yes, betting. The other party replied excitedly. Our Starry Pet Paradise has set up a betting system for the arena. Spectators can place bets on their favorite contestants before the match, and the winners can rake in substantial profits. This themed arena was newly introduced last year and is currently gaining traction. Starry Pet Paradise is keen to bolster this project. Not only within the park, but also online live streaming will be available, allowing participation in betting from anywhere. Iser pondered for a moment. Please send me the registration form. Also, I would like to request 20 limited edition Baba pendants. Although Iser had no idea what a Baba was, the term limited edition certainly suggested it held some value, so requesting more was undoubtedly prudent. Deal. The other party quickly sent a link. Remember to enter my employee ID 01008. After successfully completing the form, Iser had officially registered for the themed arena competition at Starry Pet Paradise. She meticulously researched the relevant information. Starry Pet Paradise is the largest amusement park in White Tower City, designed to allow everyone to experience the joy of being a pet beastmaster. The working pets within are either adorably sweet, exquisitely beautiful, or exceptionally talented, and regardless of their type, they are exceedingly warm and friendly to visitors. Many beastmasters who have contracted notoriously obstinate and fiery pets have left in tears, declaring it a paradise of their dreams. Furthermore, the pets themselves adore visiting, as the park offers services not only for humans, but also for pets. For instance, they provide a day of customized Beastmaster experiences, allowing pets to enjoy the training and playtime they imagine with their ideal Beastmasters. These customized Beastmasters are not only eloquent, but also skilled in pet massage techniques and understanding pet psychology. However, the cost is exorbitant. Once a pet has experienced it, they become exceptionally motivated to return, actively cooperating with their Beastmasters, strengthening their bond. This themed arena competition was a new initiative launched by Starry Pet Paradise last year, which initially garnered significant attention. However, due to various mishaps, it faced a barrage of criticism. This year, Starry Pet Paradise evidently aims to redeem itself, having commenced extensive online promotions last month. Had Iser not been preoccupied with training Awakens, she would have certainly come across it. Iser had specifically checked. This competition is considered an unofficial entertainment event, with the only restriction being the prohibition of throwing matches when victory is attainable. Participants are even allowed to bet on themselves and can choose to remain anonymous in their betting. This is excellent. Iser registered for the themed arena competition precisely because of this betting rule. although she would undoubtedly only be able to compete in the lowest tier of novice pets. As long as there are enough viewers and bettors, the larger the prize pool, the greater her chances of profit. Iser located the replays of last season's Forest Joy theme arena and began her analysis. It seems that the more skilled Beastmasters have opted for other official competitions, leaving this one to those novice pets whose abilities do not exceed their current level. The strongest contender was a dragon-type pet known as the Waterdrop Dragon. It appeared she had quite a chance. Iser then searched for last year's betting section. In the intermediate and advanced tiers of pet battles, the wagers placed on the competing trainers are relatively balanced, resulting in a dynamic exchange. However, in the beginner tier, the scenario is decidedly one-sided, as the beast tamers participating lack the prowess to deliver an exhilarating, evenly matched contest. Yazelle turned to the finals of last year's beginner pet battle tournament, noting a clear division among the betting crowd. No, not 2, but 3 factions. Haha, I knew the water droplet dragon would win. Look at its trainer. Adorned with prestigious badges and clearly affluent enough to afford a dragon-type pet. That was just luck. The little bull calf that counters it was swiftly taken down by the runner-up, Swift Chirp, in earlier rounds. Luck is also a part of skill. Not at all. You weren't there. The water droplet dragon's trainer has a dedicated healing and massage team, lavishly administering costly recovery potions to the dragon. Isn't healing and recovery also provided by the organizers? Besides, the breaks between matches are quite lengthy, one match in the morning and another in the afternoon. At most 2 in a day, but the expensive ones make a difference. Doesn't that mean the water droplet dragon's trainer would still incur losses even if they win this round? Well, they must be wealthy. Perhaps they're a fervent fan of Mimi, or just trying to bolster their resume. Though this isn't an official event, it's still a championship. Is this your first time betting? The details determine success or failure. There's a forum next door where analysts assess competitors' win rates based on their attire, backgrounds, and the commands they issue. I'm bankrupt. Eating dirt over here. I plan to livestream how to survive on 100 federal coins for a month in White Tower City, including the best underpass choices for overnight stays. Anyone interested? Type 1 if you are. I took a risk betting on Swift Chirp. If it had won, my investment would have doubled. If only I had played it safe and chosen the water droplet dragon. The trainer of the little bull calf seems quite affluent as well, using a top-tier beast bag from a renowned brand, yet they were eliminated early. Did you observe how the little bull calf's trainer issued commands? Clearly inexperienced. They must have just awakened their abilities last year. One side was celebrating wildly, while another lamented. And a third faction whose chosen competitor had already been defeated shifted seamlessly between despair and frenzied outbursts. At this moment, an epiphany struck Yazelle. If she aimed to profit from the betting, she could not rely on trainers she knew nothing about. Her knowledge was woefully inadequate to place her hopes in others. Moreover, the evidently dominant trainers, like last year's champion water droplet dragon, had their wealth scrutinized by the audience, which attracted too many bets, rendering any profit minimal. Those who attempted to speculate on the opponent ended up losing their fortunes. With this realization, Yazelle clenched her fist and made a decision. She first changed her forum ID to Apprentice Newbie Reporting, then sought a dimly lit corner in the uneven sandy training grounds, messing up the fur of her pet, Sesame. She removed the seemingly valuable space ring and gravity bracelet, positioning Sesame to face away from her for a shadowy photograph. The rusty street lamp elongated Sesame's shadow against the pockmarked sandy terrain, complemented by a wall that bore the marks of a small bite. Yazelle glanced at Sesame's black and white tones and felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Thus, she employed photo editing software to render the image in a darker gray hue, making Sesame's glossy fur appear a tad coarser. Half an hour later, Yazelle nodded in satisfaction. She uploaded the photo to her forum profile, captioning it, "After much effort, I have awakened my abilities and contracted a bear-type pet. Although professionals claim it has no advantages beyond its strength, I still hope to successfully enroll in the 18th Beast Tamer High School in a month." The 18th Beast Tamer High School is not particularly prestigious. Any beast tamer with a modicum of talent would not set their sights on such an institution. Yet, details determine success or failure. A week later marked the commencement of the tournament, with 3 days until the organizers revealed the competitors. She needed to prepare thoroughly during this interval. With this thought in mind, she revisited the forum where the analysts had previously directed her. Yazelle meticulously studied their posts and identified several key points they focused on. 1. The economic standing of the beast tamer, including pet market prices, attire, and pet supplies. If someone had grown up in White Tower City with family ties to well-known beast tamer events, they might be easily identified. 2. Assessment of the pet's potential, encompassing breed, size, fur, and mental state. 3. The fighting style of the beast tamer, including the timing and proficiency of their commands, as well as their combat awareness and adaptability. 4. The past achievements of the Beast Tamer, including the schools they attended, their occupations, and the events they participated in. Yazelle wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. This was far too comprehensive. What did this analyst do for a living? Surely not a Beast Tamer training instructor. Following the details provided by the analyst, Yazelle began to make adjustments one by one. First, she addressed her visible attire. Yazelle rummaged through her belongings to find an old sports outfit from 2 years prior. Having grown taller since her awakening, it now fit her a size smaller, revealing her wrists and ankles. After looking in the mirror, she felt something was missing and took scissors to fray the sleeves, creating a few natural wear and tear marks. The result was quite satisfactory. Given that the tournament was only a few days away, 3 interchangeable outfits would suffice. As for the assessment of Sesame's potential, there was little she could do. After all, Sesame was the first black and white bear to appear in the Emerald Federation and even on the continent of Orisha. However, that didn't mean there was no recourse. Yazelle posted in her forum profile, "I dyed my bear Sesame a trendy color." The beautician said it was inspired by a rare pet's appearance. It really makes her eyes pop. But now I'm broke. Shortly thereafter, she shared a video titled Recommended Diet for Raising a Black-Faced Bear, captioning it with gratitude for the original poster. The black-faced bear is a pure fighting-type creature inhabiting the northern ice plains, characterized by its all-black fur and fiery temperament, making it notoriously difficult to tame. Few would choose to contract it, and it was far from her location in the Tsongsing region, leading most beast tamers to overlook this breed. Perfect. Even after the competition, if it were revealed that Sesame was not a black-faced bear, she could easily explain it. After all, she never claimed Sesame was a black-faced bear. After posting, Yazelle felt a twinge of regret. Was she perhaps too blunt in her approach? In just a few sentences, she had revealed the species of her pet and the reasons for its unusual appearance while emphasizing her impoverished status as a beast tamer. After pondering for a moment, she decided it would suffice. Her father always said that internet users are gullible fools who believe anything they read. If she could deceive a few, that would be enough. While she had cultivated an image of Sesame as merely a strong pet with average potential, her ultimate goal was victory, and it would be easy to expose her ruse once the battles commenced. Thus, she would need to strive in other areas. As for the Beast Tamer's past achievements when she gained fame in Bear Paw Town, being barely 10 years old, she used a pseudonym in the newspaper, and her photograph was never released. Her notoriety was limited to a small circle within her school. Surely, these analysts could not be conducting household registrations. Utilizing governmental systems for such purposes would be a violation of federal law. Chapter 59. The appointed day has swiftly arrived, just 3 days later. Today marks the announcement of the contestants for the Starry Pet amusement park. During the waiting days, Yazelle diligently engaged in specialized training with Sesame, while devoting the remainder of her time to meticulously crafting her personal space in alignment with her character design. Every few hours, she retweeted giveaways from a black-faced bear blogger. She shared screenshots of the latest trending animations among her peers, inadvertently exposing fragments of her search history. What to do if my pet refuses to follow commands? What if my pet is reluctant to train? How to fix color fading after dyeing my pet? Is it normal for a young pet to consume 2 pounds of food in one sitting? She interspersed her posts with reflections on the excitement of transitioning from a remote town to a bustling metropolis, along with her feelings of confusion about exams and the future. Lastly, she included some high-definition photos of the amusement park star pet, Meow Meow. The moment of truth regarding her recent efforts was imminent. Last night, at the behest of the organizers, Yazelle updated her forum profile to indicate her participation in the second Dark Underground-themed arena contest, using her personal account for the Starry Pet amusement park. Overcome with exhilaration, she did not fall asleep until the early hours of the morning. By the time she awoke, the list of participants had already been released. However, that was of little consequence, as she surmised she would hardly recognize many individuals. Skillfully, she navigated to the forum where the analysts congregated. Indeed, within mere hours of the list's release, the analysts had already delineated the favorites for the championship and the top 10 contenders. This classification was entirely based on betting rules. The Starry Pet amusement park had established a plethora of betting options, 2 of which were accessible prior to the event. The first, and most favored, involved directly predicting the champion from among the hundreds of contestants. In the beginner pet segment, the odds for correctly predicting the champion could soar to 150 before the competition commenced. This meant that if one maximized the wager, a bet of 100 could yield a profit of 5,000. The limits for intermediate and advanced segments were even higher. However, this scenario represented the most optimistic outcome. Many spectators were drawn to the high stakes and were willing to take a gamble on an underdog. Naturally, identifying such an underdog was not a matter of mere chance, for that would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. One reason for the popularity of this betting rule was that it remained open for wagering until the top 20 were revealed, allowing continuous betting. However, the payout ratios would diminish as the competition progressed. The second betting option was to predict the top 10 candidates without requiring specific rankings. The more correct predictions made, the greater the potential reward. In the beginner segment, the maximum odds for this type of betting were 1-5, indicating that the likelihood of accurately guessing the top 10 in the beginner tier was relatively high. Many spectators, lacking insight into intermediate and advanced pets, preferred to bet on the more familiar beginner pets. After all, the higher odds in the intermediate and advanced segments were partly due to the more evenly matched strengths of the competitors, making it challenging to discern a clear winner. Moreover, in most instances, the upper limits served merely as a facade, a tactic employed by bookmakers to mitigate the risk of unexpected underdogs leading to substantial losses. Aspiring to become an unexpected underdog, Yazelle began to scrutinize the post of the top analyst. Have something to say 66. This analyst had accurately predicted the ultimate champion and 8 out of 10 finalists last year, earning a reputation as a guiding beacon among netizens. Yazelle swiftly perused the post from beginning to end. Remarkably, there were a total of 296 contestants in the beginner segment this season. Have something to say 66 had managed to compile a brief profile for each of the 296 contestants within just a few hours. Indeed, one who could sway betting trends was no ordinary analyst. However, Yazelle suspected that Have something to say 66 had contracted a mechanical type pet capable of rapidly gathering online data. As she spotted her own name, contestant name, Yazelle, forum ID, aspiring novice report, a newly awakened 8th grade student with a combat type black-faced bear cub as her pet. Having lived in a small town and recently arrived in White Tower City, possessing an unconventional aesthetic for dying. From a modest background, her academic performance in school is average, and she has a fondness for Meow Meow. Analysis conclusion. A fan of Meow Meow, participates in the arena contest solely to gain free entry into the amusement park. Initial predicted rank, unremarkable. Impressive, indeed, every point she emphasized had been accurately captured. Yet, if this was merely a matter of collating online data, she could not be blamed for initiating her intended plan of action. Yazelle noticed that her space had garnered an additional 2,000 visitors, though few engaged in conversation. The scant 3 comments were, here to see the unconventional dye aesthetic, it's truly unique. Likes, 133. Which pet grooming shop did this? Will it fade? Avoiding this, likes, 11. Meow Meow is the epitome of divinity. A delightful companion that brings joy. Likes, 51. Yazelle dutifully liked the comment praising Meow Meow in line with her ardent fan persona. She then returned to examine the predicted top 10 and champion candidates by Have something to say 66. Goodness. The champion candidate, Shan Mingzhu, hailed from a family with 3 generations of professional beast tamers, with records available in the League's historical archives. It was rumored that Shan Mingzhu had already passed the early admissions assessment for the beast taming class at the White Tower Beast Taming Academy last week. Purely out of affection for Meow Meow, the contracted pet was a dual attribute, aggressive water-electric type, the flashing crocodile. Bystanders claimed to have seen Shan Mingzhu enter the talent registration room at the Beast Center alone, although her talents had yet to be disclosed. With such accolades, Shan Mingzhu's personal forum followers had surged to 610,000 in a remarkably short time, even trending in regional searches. Explosive. Have you ever encountered such a formidable beginner beast tamer? While the trending topic was evidently a purchase by the Starry Pet Amusement Park, many bystanders remained intrigued enough to click and investigate. Among the top 10 predicted by Have something to say 66. There were also 2 beast tamers from prestigious beast taming families, one in 8th grade and the other in the first year of high school. According to classmates, both performed averagely in theoretical and practical examinations. They had entered 2 of the top-ranking beast taming academies with substantial funding, likely seeking to enhance their rankings. Nevertheless, both had contracted dragon-type pets, which they had nurtured from the time of their awakening, making them formidable contenders. Yazelle inhaled sharply, feeling a sense of foreboding. It seemed as though her luck had taken a turn for the worse. The contestants from last year did not appear nearly as formidable. However, her own Sesame was no pushover. Bears. Were these pets truly strong? Indeed, they were. They far surpassed the blue snake she had encountered in the orchard. And this competition promised to be anything but easy. Yazelle cautiously replied. Nevertheless, we must not relent or give up. The outcome of this competition will significantly affect our ability to afford meals for a considerable time to come. Moreover, regarding the quality of our lives, can you smoothly evolve into a clever and healthy little bear? Will our current residence be sold off due to bankruptcy, leaving us bereft of all our savings, transforming my beloved companion into a pitiable destitute creature? As Jima listened, her body grew increasingly tense. However, Jima, fret not. Even if you do not secure the championship, and we find ourselves homeless, I shall toil daily to provide us with a shelter that shields us from the elements. I assure you that we will never find ourselves so impoverished that we cannot afford the ingredients for your pet food, allowing you to become a malnourished and pitiful little bear. It is merely that, for the time being, acquiring a good evolution stone may prove challenging. To facilitate your perfect evolution, you may have to endure wearing a non-evolution stone for now. As an ancient proverb wisely states, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Within these 30 years, we shall undoubtedly rise again. The future envisioned by Iser is exceedingly bright. Goodness, are these words suitable for a bear? How frightening bear. If the competition is lost, must the bear wait 30 years to evolve? Jima's mind conjured the image of herself and Iser frantically working, fainting from hunger along the way. Tonight, she must accompany Quan Quan to complete an additional 600 sets of straight punches. Chapter 60, The Chattering Parrot. The bustling hours of intensive training swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, it was time for the arena competition to commence. Iser arrived early at the entrance of the Starry Pet Paradise, the most popular theme park in White Tower City. Looking up, the Starry Pet Paradise resembled a fantastical castle straight out of a fairy tale, with various pet sculptures intricately carved into the castle's columns. Crystal rabbits adorned with beautiful headpieces lined the windows, peeking out and using their long ears to send heart gestures to the crowd. Pets with supernatural abilities continuously used telekinesis to toss small toys to fortunate visitors. To the left upon entering was a delightful souvenir shop, marked with the image of a bleeding sheep, bustling with patrons. It seemed that all amusement parks shared such characteristics. Iser quickened her pace, traversing the Cotton Cloud roller coaster, Iron Frog Jump, Spring Duck Spin, and Joyful Pig Smash, until, guided by the diligent working pets, she finally discovered the entrance to the dark underground arena nestled deep within the park. The entrance exuded a chilling breeze, and faint, sharp wails echoed within, creating a disconcerting ambience. Iser's keen eyes spotted two zephyr bats hidden in a dark corner above, panting as they vigorously flapped their wings to generate a breeze. These two zephyr bats seemed quite adept at slacking off, only emitting their second shriek after the first echo completely dissipated. To spare them from exhaustion, Iser kindly hurried a few steps and entered the underground entrance. As Iser stepped into the entrance, the overhead lights abruptly dimmed, leaving only a few eerie green wall lamps flickering along the tunnel's sides. The floor tiles were uneven, with white skeletal frames scattered about, and cold mist wafted from the wall crevices, brushing against her ankles. A faint crunching sound emanated from behind, reverberating throughout the space, as if some creature were gnawing at the white bones. Iser felt a chill creeping down her spine. Turning her head, she discovered that the two lazy zephyr bats had noticed her departure and were now snacking on seeds they had somehow produced. One of the bats accidentally locked eyes with Iser, causing it to drop its seeds in fright. After walking for a while, Iser finally located the true entrance to the arena, a sinister corridor that concealed an elevator disguised as a stone wall at its end. The button was a protruding, blood-red skull. The elevator doors silently slid open, revealing a narrow space lined with glowing stone blocks. As Iser stepped inside, a chime echoed from above. A distorted mechanical voice resonated within the elevator. Creepy, creepy, creepy. Welcome to the Dark Blood Abyss, the bone-wailing underground arena. Who emits the scent of fresh flesh? Simultaneously, a screen popped up before Iser. Voice input, contestant name. Iser, she responded dutifully. How extravagant, Iser thought. This themed arena caters not only to the audience, but also to the contestants. A solitary young beast tamer dares to enter this brutal melee. How thrilling. The mechanical voice enunciated each word with excitement. Iser tapped the skip scene button in the upper right corner of the electronic screen. The elevator whooshed into motion, twisting and turning for several seconds before finally coming to a halt. The doors opened to reveal a spacious area marked Junior Segment Arena Registration Zone, with directional signs indicating the arena's location. As Iser exited the elevator, she was momentarily taken aback by the scene before her. This underground arena waiting area, rather than being foreboding, felt almost welcoming. Welcome to the contestant registration area. Please complete your registration and pre-match inspection here. A parrot adorned with a pink-yellow bow tie and a blue-white top hat flapped its wings toward Iser, its cheerful tone a stark contrast to the elevator's eerie atmosphere. The registration area was arranged as a bright square hall, with walls playing dramatic performances featuring the park's star pets. In one corner, a self-service snack station was bustling with several electro-mice in yellow-green uniforms replenishing energy recovery agents onto plates. Wasn't he this season's theme the Dark Blood Abyss? The bone-wailing underground arena? Iser recounted, her memory sharp. Due to an abundance of junior, underage beast tamers, complaints have been made. It has been temporarily changed. The chattering parrot cheerfully explained as it guided Iser to the pet health inspection area. Quickly now. If you haven't taken any prohibited substances, you will pass the health inspection. Indeed, within 5 minutes, a green pass stamp was placed on Jima's contestant card. This way, this way. The parrot directed Iser to press the matching button. Matching opponent. Match successful. Your opponent is Shelly. Please ascend to the battle stage within 2 minutes and 56 seconds, or you will lose your qualification to compete. So soon, following the chattering parrot, Iser hurried to arena number 5. To her surprise, arena number 5 was a pink circular venue adorned with charming heart-shaped bones, flower bones, and sun bones. The lighting was exceedingly bright, with a simulated sunlight lamp overhead, completely unrelated to the dark theme. The arena was filled with excited spectators eager to watch the competition. Her opponent, Shelly, was a curly-haired beast tamer, accompanied by a primary fire-type beast, the fire goose. The fire goose bore an angry expression, sporting a pair of inverted eyebrows, and its wings were tipped in red, capable of bending into a hands-on-hips pose. Fire! Fire! Fire goose. Its voice resonated with fury. Iser reminded Jima, "Do you remember everything we discussed earlier?" Bear. Jima confidently signaled an okay gesture. "I have wagered all of Quan's savings on us. Do you recall our motto?" Iser inquired. Bear. Victory first, persona second. And our devised tactics? Iser continued. Bear. Jima waved her arms. Against strong opponents, strike swiftly. Against weak opponents, battle for 300 rounds. Next match, Iser versus Shelly. Please both contestants ascend to the battle stage. The announcer's voice boomed. Fire. Fire goose flapped its wings. Bear. Sesame stretched its limbs, assuming a preparatory stance. Wow. What a peculiar creature. I have never encountered a bear-like pet with such unique coloration, remarked the blonde commentator to his partner. It is a black-faced bear hailing from the northern icy plains, sporting a stylish coat. This color scheme may appear odd at first glance, but upon closer inspection, it possesses a distinctive charm, the bespectacled commentator replied, having done his research. Indeed, it makes me want to dye my elegant cat in a dual-tone mix. What do you think about a red and green combination, complemented by the current trend of retrofluorescence? The blonde commentator asserted, showcasing his personal taste. I believe we should first consult with our elegant feline and inquire about its preferences, the bespectacled commentator replied calmly. Chapter 61. Furious. Greetings everyone. Welcome to the Dark Underground Arena, hosted by the Starry Pet Amusement Park. We are currently in the preliminary round of the 296 to 148 elimination match. In this phase, we will be eliminating half of the competitors. Special thanks to Paw Kitchen for sponsoring pet food and energy supplements, ensuring your pets are well-fed and battle-ready. For those watching the live stream, please show your support by sending flowers and effects to your favorite competitors. The blonde commentator quickly recited his script. Now, let the competition begin, the host declared with a wave of his hand. The lights in the audience dimmed slightly, while those on the battle stage blazed brightly. Iser thought to herself, surely, I can't be unlucky enough to face a dark horse in the very first match. Her pre-match strategy involved responding to her opponent's commands, so she had not instructed Sesame to attack first. However, the opponent, Shelly, seemed to be experiencing this grand spectacle for the first time, gripping her pant leg tightly, her legs trembling. Observing that her opponent was even more inexperienced than she had anticipated, Iser's expression sharpened. No, I have underestimated this, Iser noted, realizing that Shelly was the character she should aspire to emulate. Thus, Iser, unwilling to be outdone, began to tremble as well, her entire body shaking, shoulders driving her upper arms, which in turn shook her forearms. However, seeing Shelly's flushed face and her inability to muster a command, Iser had to adapt. She clenched her fists tightly at her chest, feigning a breath-holding demeanor, and issued a barely audible command to Sesame. Sesame, use your skill to hit it. To enhance the viewing experience, soundproof speakers were set up outside the arena. Consequently, both the live audience and online viewers heard her command. Clearly a newcomer who has never stepped onto the battlefield. Such poor skills, I don't want to watch this. I came here because of the trending searches. When will the Singular Pearl appear? The Singular Pearl has submitted a strength assessment application. She will only appear in the final rounds. Is that possible? Isn't that unfair? Her presence here to bully novices is indeed unfair. Those with some skill who meet her early will be eliminated. How unfortunate for them. You should refrain from making such snide remarks. Most beast tamers are this way during their first appearance on the battlefield. Oh, it seems both beast tamers are a bit too tense, the blonde commentator interjected. According to the data, both competitors are freshly awakened third-year students. The nervousness displayed by Iser, who cannot articulate clear commands, is a common ailment among novice beast tamers, the bespectacled commentator added as he reviewed the information. On the arena stage, After Iser issued her command, Sesame remained frozen in place, even taking a step backward. This was a tactical maneuver Iser had trained Sesame in recently. The command to hit it equated to run away. The intention was to portray Iser as a novice beast tamer, incapable of issuing clear instructions, with a newly contracted pet that completely disregarded her commands. However, Iser had emphasized that the most critical aspect of executing a tactic was adaptability. In real time on the battlefield, Sesame had to respond to the situation. Given that the fire goose remained stationary, Sesame could not simply run away. A slight backward step not only exhibited the pet's timid demeanor, but also avoided appearing overly conspicuous. It seemed Shelly was still gathering herself, while the fire goose could no longer contain its impatience. As a quintessential fire-type pet, the fire goose was known for its fiery temperament and propensity for headstrong behavior. Observing its tamer's indecision, the fire goose anxiously contemplated taking flight to the command platform to scold Shelly. Fire goose, use sound waves to approach it, then employ spark. Shelly finally managed to articulate a command. Fire! Fire! Fire goose. The creature flapped its wings vigorously, accelerating towards Sesame, emitting a loud cry. This was a mental interference skill, sound wave. However, it was evident that the effectiveness and proficiency of the sound wave skill paled in comparison to Sesame's blink. It could not breach Sesame's mental interference resistance and would likely have no effect on it. Don't be afraid, Sesame. Iser shouted anxiously. The command, don't be afraid, translated to be afraid. Immediately, Sesame curled its head, feigning dizziness from the sound waves, rolling about for a moment before scuttling away from the fire goose. My goodness, I can't believe the fire goose possesses such innate talent. Even a basic sound wave can yield such impressive results. The blonde commentator exclaimed in awe. Perhaps it is due to a higher skill proficiency. It appears that Shelly is not as simplistic as she seems. She certainly has some prowess in pet training. The bespectacled commentator adjusted his glasses. After this exchange, Sesame comprehended the situation. It was merely a clumsy goose. Iser remembered that the strategy against such a novice goose was to engage in a prolonged battle. Subsequently, each time the fire goose approached Sesame, it would roll away. When the fire goose distanced itself from Sesame, Sesame would appear to be utterly distressed by the sound waves. Unable to move, only able to kick its legs in place. This tactic provoked the fire goose further, leaving it more infuriated. Fire goose, remain calm, Shelly urged in desperation. However, the fire goose was far from calm. Its mind was consumed with thoughts of the irritating little bear with dark circles under its eyes. Once it caught up, it intended to singe every hair on that bear's body. In a fit of rage, the fire goose disregarded the distance, pursuing Sesame while alternating between using heat wave and spark. Yet these skills lacked the range to maintain a proper distance from the constantly rolling Sesame. The fire goose, lacking any acceleration techniques, found itself unable to catch up to the rolling Sesame, despite its legs flapping vigorously. Meanwhile, Iser continued to shout, Sesame, don't be afraid. Hit it, which actually meant to run away. Thus, Sesame darted around the arena, evading its tamer's calls while the furious fire goose lost control in its pursuit. Online viewers, searching for dark horse candidates to place their bets on, were left in disbelief. My goodness, the other arena has already completed 8 matches. When will this one end? Understood. I can't bet on either of these competitors. Let us move on to the next match quickly. This match is raising my blood pressure. Why is the black-faced bear dodging? Why isn't it fighting? It must be particularly timid. It's probably a newly contracted cub, clearly not following its tamer's commands. Fire! Fire! Fire goose. The red feathers atop the fire goose had completely ruffled, panting heavily as it chased Sesame. However, due to its reckless use of skills, its energy was noticeably depleting, and the sparks it emitted became increasingly feeble. Iser's thoughts drifted toward the conclusion of the match. She had been seeking an opportunity since the outset. On the arena, one side featured Sesame, rolling towards the edge, while behind it, the furious fire goose relentlessly pursued. Run! Sesame, don't let the fire goose catch up. Let it catch up and give it a thrashing. Iser seized the moment to issue her command. Sesame stumbled near the arena's edge, appearing profoundly affected by the sound waves, impairing its performance. Chapter 62, The Caring Cows. The fire goose, already exhausted, had only managed to sustain its chase through sheer anger and determination. Upon cornering Sesame, it let out a hoarse cry of excitement and surged forward with its remaining strength. It strained to lift its wings, generating a gust of hot air, hurtling towards Sesame like a projectile. Watch out! Iser shouted. At that critical juncture, Sesame, in a moment of panic, raised its hind legs. Bang! A dull thud resonated through the air. The fire goose was inadvertently kicked in the belly by Sesame, soaring out of the arena's confines like a deflated balloon, landing heavily on the protective mat. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. The fire goose struggled a couple of times, but ultimately failed to rise again, succumbing to unconsciousness. The referee stood in stunned silence for several seconds before raising the flag. The fire goose had exited the arena and lost its fighting capability. The victor was Iser. A wave of laughter and applause erupted from the audience. The spectators, initially preparing to leave, settled back into their seats. This match will surely be remembered in this season's bestiary compilation. The commentator with the yellow hair stifled a chuckle. I never anticipated that Iser's Sesame would emerge victorious. However, that final kick had considerable power and speed, analyzed the bespectacled commentator. It certainly had strength, but its cowardice is remarkable, showing no synergy with its Beastmaster. With a bit of training, it might break into the top 50 next time. The yellow-haired commentator shook his head. It's a pity for contestant Shelley. The fire goose displayed astonishing perseverance in the arena. If it were a tad more temperate, its potential for growth is considerable, the bespectacled commentator remarked. With the match decided, Iser and Shelley exited the arena from opposite sides. The fire goose, after receiving healing skills from several caring cows clad in medical attire, was nearly restored. After all, compared to other creatures engaged in serious combat, it had only sustained a single blow. However, upon reviving, the fire goose evidently recalled the recent events, bouncing upright and chasing after its curly-haired beastmaster with a fervent clamor. Fire goose! Fire goose! Fire goose! It angrily pursued. Little fire! Oh dear, stop your incessant squawking. You didn't heed my commands in the heat of the match, Shelley exclaimed, hurrying away with the fire goose in tow. It was no wonder Shelley wore thick denim jeans even in the sweltering heat. They served as protection against incessant pecking. Iser, however, did not follow suit. Instead, she circled around the arena and re-entered the audience section. Iser. A familiar voice called from behind. Iser froze, cradling Sesame. She had just secured a victory. And encountering an acquaintance at this moment could spell trouble. Come sit with us. I never expected to see you here. Are you a fan of the Meow Meow dolls as well? A warmly welcoming voice beckoned her. Iser turned to see Helia, quickly recalling their first to last encounters. Iser surmised that unless Professor Scott had transformed into a loudspeaker while facing away from her, Helia would not know she had been accepted into the Academy's early admission program. Helia, it's been a while. Iser greeted with a cheerful smile, taking a seat beside her. Helia's backpack was adorned with 8 Meow Meow doll charms, explaining how she had recognized Iser as a kindred spirit at first glance. I just saw your match. For your first appearance in such a grand setting, you performed remarkably well. Especially Sesame. Despite its timid nature, it still won. Helia remarked with a grin. Hello there, Sesame. She attempted to speak in a high-pitched voice to engage the timid bear. Bear. Although Sesame was baffled by the sudden alteration in tone, it embraced the moment, mimicking Helia's demeanor, and they both formally shook hands as a means of introduction. Where's your creature? Aren't you bringing it out from the Beastmaster space? Iser inquired. You mean my water frog? It's over at the contestant registration area of munching on snacks. The Pawpaw Kitchen brand sponsors all the treats for free. Help yourself. Helia enthusiastically recommended. I have another match soon. Iser hesitated for a moment, glancing at the wall clock. It should be soon. If her creature had sustained no injuries, she could face her opponent within the hour. I've already completed 2 matches today, she added. Helia's gaze shifted to the electronic screen nearby. Those who advance from the first round will be randomly paired in the pool over there. Your name has appeared, Helia exclaimed, spotting it instantly. Iser's name had just popped up on the waiting list, with matches commencing after 3 rounds. Her opponent bore a name she had no recollection of. As she made her way to the waiting area, she pulled out her phone to check the information provided by Say It Straight 66. As long as it wasn't excessively critical of her, the resource was quite useful. Her opponent had contracted a junior water-type creature, the Little Wave Tortoise, renowned for its defensive capabilities. In the previous year's official Beastmaster tournament, a Little Wave Tortoise, in its advanced evolutionary form known as the Wave Tortoise, withstood a fiery projectile attack from a high-tier fire-type beast, renowned for its high offense, without sustaining a scratch, leaving spectators in awe. It was hailed as a mobile fortress of the water. Consequently, the Little Wave Tortoise's popularity surged. Iser relished encounters with water-type creatures. They were advantageous, especially since Sesame's innate trait of thick fat provided dual attribute damage reduction, favoring encounters against water and fire-type beasts. However, this time, Iser intended to adopt a different strategy. Relying on the same tactics repeatedly would not suffice, while audiences could sometimes be easily swayed. One must not underestimate the intellect of those who wager their hopes and finances on these small contests. A lapse in focus could lead to downfall. She whispered a few words to Sesame. Bear. Sesame nodded in understanding, feigning maturity as it patted Iser's shoulder, exuding an air of confidence. It's time to take the stage. A familiar chatty parrot urged. Aren't there's still 3 matches left? This is moving too quickly. If this sentiment reached the ears of those spectators who, finding the battles dull, could skip half an hour of events without missing a beat and leave halfway through, surely some would comment. Now, entering the elimination round from 148 to 74, please welcome the contestants, Iser and Ma Gaoyin. The host invigorated the atmosphere. Sparse applause echoed from the audience. That name sounds familiar. Isn't it one of those popular contestants I've seen online? Someone murmured. Another person suddenly slapped their thigh. That's the one. The one with the eagle catching chicks. It's been ages since I've seen her in action. A voice from above inhaled sharply. No way. I specifically avoided her. I just came back from a long session of Happy Pig matchup. Just as they settled in, they found themselves facing her again. I calculate a strong connection between you two. You should bet on her. My friend pretended to gesture, pointing out a clear path. Not a chance. Don't lead me astray. Who would place a bet on a single pearl this season? Do you really think you're some dark horse hunter capable of discovering a genius among the hundreds? Chapter 63, Little Tortoise. Yazelle appeared at one end of the arena, cradling Sesame. Unlike its previous timid demeanor, Sesame was now animatedly shouting something in Yazerle's arms, flailing its limbs as if attempting to escape her embrace. However, if one were to adopt a microscopic perspective and analyze frame by frame, they might notice that Sesame's body and rear remained steadfastly seated, with only its arms and short legs thrashing about, carefully avoiding Yazerle's face. At the same moment, Ma Gaoyin entered through a small door at the opposite end of the arena with Little Tortoise. Unlike Yazelle, who held Sesame, she allowed Little Tortoise to walk independently. Apart from its remarkable defensive capabilities, another characteristic of Little Tortoise is its substantial weight. A newborn Little Tortoise measures merely 20 centimeters in length, but already weighs 70 kilograms. The specimen Ma Gaoyin possessed was a year and a half old, weighing over 210 kilograms. The weight of this species is proportional to its defense. The heavier it is, the stronger it becomes, leading to its moniker as a fortress of the waters. Many beast tamers dread encountering such creatures. When an opponent deploys Little Tortoise, it essentially signals a strategy of attrition. Release your skills, and Little Tortoise retreats into its highly resistant shell. Strike it, and not only will your own beast suffer pain, but the opponent will remain utterly unfazed. Yazelle, however, did not belong to the category of beast tamers intimidated by such creatures. Meanwhile, Sesame continued to flail its limbs chaotically. May both beast tamers ascend to the command platform, the host urged. Yazelle gently patted Sesame's head, bending down to seemingly utter a few words of reassurance. She then placed Sesame in the preparation area of the arena and ascended to the command platform. The match begins, the referee announced with a whistle. Yazelle cast a glance at the 6 miniature sound receivers installed around the platform and took a deep breath. Sesame, calm down. I understand you're hungry. But as Teacher Capybara has said, the most important thing in battle is to remain composed and collected. Yazelle shouted loudly to Sesame. Bear. Sesame covered its ears with its paws, completely ignoring Yazelle's words, and charged straight toward Little Tortoise. Sesame, don't rush. We should observe the movements of the opponent's beast first, just as it says in elementary beast taming combat theory. Yazelle attempted to reason with Sesame at length. Little Tortoise, use water gun. Ma Gaoyin responded swiftly. Little Tortoise shook its head and unleashed 2 powerful jets of water straight at Sesame's face. Only 2? Normally, during training with Awakens, Sesame would unleash at least 5. Yazelle subtly shook her head. Oh my, how terrifying. Sesame dodged. Yazelle clenched her fists nervously. This Little Tortoise must have nearly mastered the water gun skill, capable of manipulating 2 streams simultaneously with commendable control, praised the commentator with the yellow hair. Unlike typical Little Tortoises that focus solely on defensive training, this 1S beast tamer must prioritize offensive skills, providing a significant advantage in the arena, explained the bespectacled commentator. It seems this black bear might be in trouble. Its previous victory was likely a stroke of luck. From what its tamer has indicated, it appears to be facing some minor issues that have affected its mindset. Wait, what is that? Exclaimed the yellow-haired commentator, eyes widening in surprise. As Sesame faced the incoming jets of water, it not only didn't turn away to evade, but leaned into the oncoming streams. As it ran, it slightly tilted its body and glided smoothly between the 2 jets, not a single drop touching its fur. Such a performance is astonishing. It nearly gave me a heart attack. Sesame, be careful. Yazelle urgently filled the air with her warnings. Fortunately, the Little Tortoise's proficiency was lacking, and its aim was poor. Yazelle, seeing the precarious situation, quickly filled the void with her words. It seems this Little Tortoise, although capable of using the water gun skill to produce 2 streams, has only recently learned it, and is still not sufficiently adept. The yellow-haired commentator was immediately swayed by Yazelle's words. What a pity. That was a prime opportunity. If little tortoise had been engaged up close, it would have been much harder to counterattack. The bespectacled commentator concurred. However, it can still rely on its shell's formidable defense to engage in a war of attrition. Just as the yellow-haired commentator finished speaking, the dynamics of the arena shifted. In the blink of an eye, Sesame had already approached little tortoise, raising its fist to strike. Ma Gaoyin adjusted her glasses, the lenses reflecting a cold glimmer. Little tortoise, retreat into your shell and use hardening. Little tortoise promptly retracted its head and limbs, its entire body solidifying like a deep blue boulder. Firmly anchoring itself in the center of the arena, its shell shimmered with a faint glow, indicative of the activation of its hardening skill, now tripling its defensive power. Sesame, don't use your fists. Iser shouted anxiously from the command platform, her voice echoing throughout the arena via the 6 miniature sound receivers. Sesame seemed entirely unresponsive and was on the verge of delivering a punch to little tortoise's shell. If only I had supplemented some food beforehand. Why did I let my hunger get the better of me? Iser stamped her foot. Is this black bear going mad from hunger? Perhaps it has a hunger trait. When starved, it becomes irritable and gains a temporary boost in abilities, but it can't maintain it for long. Am I imagining things? It seemed quite adept at dodging the water gun earlier. Just luck. That little tortoise is too inexperienced. Its tamer probably hasn't trained it with moving targets. Originally, it could have engaged in a gradual war of attrition, but at this rate, if the black bear lands a few more punches, it may not last much longer. What a shame. I wanted to see this bear in action for a few more rounds. Does anyone else find its fur color adorably quirky? I'd love to dye my blue-horned cow the same way. You might prefer the floral milk cow. In the arena, Sesame's fist sped toward little tortoise. It then switched from a punch to a slap, striking the shell several times, producing dull thuds. However, such an attack was akin to mere tickling, inflicting no damage upon little tortoise. Sesame, listen to me. Teacher Capybara once said that when faced with difficulties, one must know when to take up and when to let go. Even if you can't manage it, you must strive, exert effort. Iser fervently lectured Sesame. My goodness. It's the first time I've seen a beast tamer reciting motivational quotes in the arena. Just moments ago, she was trying to follow the advice in elementary beast taming theory. Please, stop reciting, stop. Which teacher raised her? Is this how commands are issued? A long monologue without a single useful directive. This beast tamer seems to come from a remote town. Perhaps their teaching style differs. Is no one curious about who Teacher Capybara is? Chapter 64, Spiral Thinking. One must possess a flexible, spiral-like thinking. If a straight line won't do, then circle around. If an impasse is encountered, then kick it down, Iser ranted on, while Sesame appeared to be incessantly tapping on little tortoise's shell. Its little mind was already spinning wildly. When faced with difficulties, one must know when to take up and when to let go. Strive, exert effort. Such effort was futile. Ma Gaoyin confidently adjusted her glasses. The defensive prowess of the little wave turtle is unparalleled among creatures of its class. Even mid-tier beasts would find it exceedingly challenging to breach its defenses. Your black-faced bear, being merely at the novice level, stands no chance. Her words suddenly halted. Bear. With a low growl, Sesame swiftly clamped its front paws around the edges of the turtle's shell. To everyone's astonishment, those seemingly clumsy bear paws adeptly located the sole 2 points of leverage on the shell, tiny depressions left by the turtle's growth. What is it intending to do? Ma Gaoyin's expression shifted slightly. Little wave turtle, activate weight amplification. A glimmer danced over the turtle's shell as its color deepened. This indicated the execution of the weight amplification skill. It was unexpected that this little wave turtle, with such extraordinary talent, possessed this divine trait of its lineage even at the novice stage. The commentator exclaimed in wonder. The little wave turtle now weighed at least 400 kilograms, rendering any reversal impossible. Huang Mao explained, unless the black-faced bear also possesses the legendary trait of a fighting-type beast, the mighty one, it would be quite difficult. Suddenly, Huang Mao's explanation faltered in his throat, for Sesame had already lifted the entire little wave turtle upright. Sesame's small head was filled with Yisel's words. Lift it, apply force. Then circle around. Kick it. With bated breath, Sesame launched a powerful kick at the upright shell. The remarkably heavy shell began to roll rapidly across the arena with a resounding thud under its strike. Sesame rolled after it, adjusting the turtle's rolling direction and speed. Seemingly reveling in this playful pursuit, growing ever more invigorated with each kick. Inside the shell, the little wave turtle was akin to a small ball tossed into a washing machine, forced to endure a frenzied spin. Little wave turtle, find a way to stop. Use water gun, Ma Gaoyin shouted, drenched in sweat. However, the turtle within the shell was already dizzy, unable to comprehend commands, likely even oblivious to Ma Gaoyin's frantic words. Its stomach churned violently, and its vision was filled with golden stars, disoriented to the point of losing all sense of direction. This is utterly insane. Huang Mao stuttered. The black-faced bear has managed to unravel the little wave turtle's seemingly invincible defense in such a manner. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that it had cleverly found a pivot point to elevate the little wave turtle, conserving considerable strength. So the hunger trait is this formidable. It appears the black-faced bear has not only shed its previous timid demeanor, but has also grown considerably shrewd. Huang Mao remarked incredulously. Impossible. The hunger trait can merely deplete energy temporarily. It shouldn't enhance a beast's intellect. Glasses countered, shaking his head. Perhaps it was simply too dim-witted to understand the trainer's guidance, mistaking it for a command to spin, and thus executed it directly. Who would have thought it would succeed purely by chance? Such luck. Huang Mao had an epiphany, convinced he had uncovered the truth. With each successive kick from Sesame, the little wave turtle's rotation accelerated. Ultimately, it resembled a deep blue top, whirling wildly on the arena. Bravo, Sesame. Swift and decisive. Prolonging this would be unwise. Quickly finish it so we can go eat. Yazelle subtly guided the audience towards speculating about its hunger trait. Bear. Sesame, seemingly enticed by Yazelle's mention of food, delivered one final kick to the little wave turtle. Thud. With a muffled sound, the turtle rolled away at an astonishing speed, akin to a struck bowling ball. Just as it was about to exit the boundary, the shell finally halted, swaying a few times before vomit. The little wave turtle poked its head out, promptly regurgitating. Its eyes had transformed into spiral shapes, its head drooping lifelessly at the edge of the arena. The entire body twitching, clearly overwhelmed. The referee stood frozen for several seconds before raising the flag. The little wave turtle is unable to continue fighting. The victor is Yazelle. A moment of silence enveloped the arena before it erupted into uproarious laughter. Ha! It's my first time seeing a creature lose due to being spun into nausea. This strategy is brilliant. I must enroll my beast in capybara's classes. Wait, was that truly a strategy? It seems more like pure chance. Nevertheless, this beast master is extraordinarily fortunate. Both victories have been remarkably peculiar. Just a stroke of luck, perhaps. Although it employed clever tactics, it appears that the black-faced bear possesses considerable strength. So, will you bet on it for first place? Of course not. At most a top 10 finish. However, its condition is far too unstable. And the Beastmaster evidently lacks combat experience. I shall observe further. As the referee announced the result, Yazelle swiftly slipped away with Sesame through a side door, avoiding the throng of adoring fans. Better to say little and err less. It was prudent to make a quick exit. Passing by the snack cabinet sponsored by the chefs of the Claw at the contestant registration area, Yazelle paused, pondering whether she could take some treats home. A uniformed Electromouse, inexplicably enthusiastic, filled 2 bags with various beast snacks and energy supplements, handing them to her. Although puzzled, Yazelle caught sight of the live broadcast replay on a screen nearby and immediately understood. Sesame had merely been hungry, its mood slightly irritable, not prone to attacking mice indiscriminately. She attempted to explain, but upon witnessing the replay showcasing Sesame joyfully kicking the little wave turtle into a state of vomiting and fainting, she fell silent. Complying obediently, she left, carrying the 2 large bags of snacks. Chapter 65, Aiken. Upon returning home with the beast snacks, Yazelle was about to push the door open when she noticed the gate had already swung wide, a multitude of creatures pouring out of the courtyard. Green leaf monkeys, pudding dogs, firefly butterflies, iron chickens, Tibetan snow sparrows, and colorful deer streamed forth in abundance. Some even bypassed the door, fluttering over the wall. Yazelle stepped back in confusion, glancing at the house number. Is this my home? A few creatures waved their tails in friendly greeting. Yazelle, bewildered, returned their salutes and stepped inside, only to find Lanzhang clad in a simple yet elegant robe, gently waving a hand-painted black fan while smiling warmly as he bid farewell. 5 minutes later, the courtyard was finally empty. Dad, what on earth happened to our home? Yazelle inquired, staring at a newly appeared small stone table, steam still rising from the tea set atop it. Oh, nothing much, Lanzhang replied with a faint smile. Just a slight improvement in my business endeavors. But let's set aside my matters. How did your competition go today? Was it smooth sailing? He gestured toward a stone bench, indicating for Yazelle to sit and chat. Not too shabby. I won both matches smoothly, and Sesame should have kept its true strength under wraps. At least half of my secret funds are safe. Yazelle settled down, taking a deep breath and gulping down the tea cup Lanzhang offered. She succinctly recounted the entire plan and execution process. Let me think. The overall impression is quite good, though the details could use some refinement. It would be even better with a bit more ambience. What will you wear tomorrow? I'll make some adjustments. Lanzhang produced a needle and thread from beneath the table. Sounds great. Yazelle nodded eagerly. Lanzhang was a professional in this regard. The details and ambience sound quite promising. Once the top 10 is announced, you can shed this persona. Would you like to turn the tables and astonish everyone? Lanzhong sought her opinion. Much like the resplendent coronation attire of Queen Barbara, I too possess the ability to craft such garments. However, you must inform me several days in advance. Let us decide now. Lanzhong has already unfurled the design blueprints for consideration. Haha, on second thought, perhaps simplicity is preferable. One ought to be modest after reaping financial rewards. Yazelle waved her hands in refusal. Yet, after declining, a twinge of guilt washed over her. Her father had gone to such lengths for her, even intending to personally design a magnificent coronation outfit akin to that of Queen Barbara. Strangely, her immediate reaction was one of social embarrassment. That tattered beggar's attire? I have never attempted anything like that. It would indeed be a fresh challenge for me. Lanzhong, brimming with skill yet lacking an outlet, continuously proposed new ideas. The fleeting sense of guilt that had stirred within Yazelle vanished in an instant. Simplicity. Every day. Low profile. Yazelle vehemently rejected the notion. Very well, it appears we shall have to devise some strategies concerning accessories and ambience. With a hint of regret, Lanzhong closed the blueprint book. The following day, Yazelle appeared punctually before the Starry Pet amusement park, donned in the charming ensemble curated by Lanzhong. This outfit, aimed at achieving a youthful aesthetic, was said to present her as innocent and approachable, ensuring that anyone who laid eyes upon her would feel compelled to offer guidance. Hey, you there. The ticketing entrance is this way. A staff member gestured towards her. No, thank you. I am here to participate in the tournament. Please, use the special entrance. Yazelle called back from a distance. Lanzhong had not misled her. After donning the charming outfit, she felt the gazes of those around her shift significantly. Yazelle glanced at her reflection in a nearby shop window. Her long, lustrous golden hair was entirely swept up and tucked into a low black cap, with not a single strand escaping. The slightly wrinkled school uniform shirt was meticulously tucked into her trousers, every button fastened with precision. The rigid black-framed glasses left a red imprint on her nose, visually diminishing her stature. Behind the thick lenses, her somewhat smaller eyes shyly flitted away from those they encountered. Clutched in her arms was a tome of considerable thickness, revealing a corner of its title, Zero to Mastery in 30 Days, Becoming a Beast Master from Novice to Expert. Yazelle sighed, recalling Lanzhong's advice before leaving home. To cultivate an aura, one's gaze is paramount. Regardless of who meets her eyes, she ought to evade their gaze. Whether by ducking, sidestepping, or best of all, looking down. Yazelle had learned this lesson well. She now sensed that her left cheek proclaimed she was a student, while her right cheek screamed she was particularly easy to approach. In such moments, dining at the school cafeteria would likely result in receiving half the usual portion. No. After this series of matches, she must change out of this ill-fated charming outfit. Upon entering the amusement park, Yazelle had scarcely walked 30 meters when she was approached by 5 families seeking directions. Although everyone was exceedingly polite, she could not shake the subtle feeling of having been tricked by Lanzhong. Aiken, wait for me. A voice called from a distance. Upon hearing the familiar name, Yazelle instinctively turned in the direction of the sound. It was a beast master chasing after their own lightning fox. How serendipitous, sharing the same name as Aiken. Yazelle took a few more steps, passing by a musical fountain. Aiken, don't spray water on me, came a voice nearby, although unfamiliar. The content of the remark inexplicably resonated with warmth. Yazelle found herself drawn to the source of the voice. There, frolicking joyfully amidst the fountain, was a blue dolphin. Yazelle pondered for a moment. She must have misheard. The blue dolphin's name was probably Ake. This beast master seemed to be a non-local. Their accent was quite strong. She moved forward a few more steps. Aiken, stop it. You can't eat that. Yazelle abruptly turned her head. Is there something you need? The beast master, who was trying to prevent their dopey fire monkey from munching on a model banana, was startled by Yazell's sudden movement. I apologize. Haha, it's quite all right, Yazelle chuckled, quickening her pace. What was going on? Upon hearing Aiken and can't eat in the same breath, her body seemed to move of its own accord. However, why were there so many pets named Aiken? She hadn't noticed this before. Could it be that the name Aiken derives from some profound literary reference, rich in meaning and significance? Aiken. Yazelle attempted to search her memory for any poetic lines containing this character, but found nothing. She then tried to form words with Aiken. Nibble, bite, gnaw? Yazelle halted her musings. It appeared her learning was still quite shallow, as she could not recall where this character originated, whether from a gentle or grand verse. She had initially thought that Nicola had whimsically named her Aiken due to the inclusion of Aiken in the name of her Kalu elephant. But it seems she had underestimated Nicola. After all, the Kalu elephant was a family heirloom beast, surely not named so casually. Typically, beast masters prefer to select names from the species of their pets or ones that carry alternate meanings, like those beast masters she had just encountered, whose contracted pets bore no resemblance to the name Aiken yet were still called Aiken. it was evident that they had thoughtfully consulted a dictionary. Chapter 66, Blood Dragon. On this day, contestants were to undergo a unified lottery match before the battles commenced. As Yazelle arrived at the contestant waiting area, she felt somewhat dazed. Along her path, she had already encountered 8 pets named Awakens. While it might have been forgivable for some tourists' pets to share the name, even a swablu working on the roller coaster sported a name tag that read Awakens. From the moment she first heard it, Yazelle couldn't help but turn her head. Now, she had grown accustomed to it. She didn't even notice the arrival of Halia. Good morning, Yazelle. I almost didn't recognize you with that outfit. What are you so focused on? Halia greeted her energetically, her water frog dozing drowsily on her shoulder. I was pondering the remarkable meaning behind the name Awakens. Your water frog isn't also named Awakens, is it? Yazelle said casually. To her surprise, the seemingly immobile water frog suddenly sprang to life, leaping off Halia's shoulder. Man, you really are named Awakens. Yazelle was taken aback. The water frog gestured towards Yazelle, and seeing her confusion, it tugged at its beast master's sleeve. Ha. Your internet speed is too slow. Check the trending topics on the White Tower. Halia exclaimed, picking up the excited water frog. In recent days, Yazelle had been wholly focused on the tournament's progress, so upon hearing this, she curiously opened the trending topics on the White Tower. She discovered that the content related to Shan Mingzhu had dropped to the 13th position. The top trending topic, boldly highlighted in red, breaking, embroidered fairy. Those 2 words seemed familiar. Yazelle rubbed her eyes and swiftly clicked on it. The translucent circle indicating loading began to spin. What on earth was it? She wanted to see it too. Finally, the page loaded. It was filled with an array of stunning photos of Xiao, either in vivid clarity or enveloped in an ethereal ambience. A significant portion comprised the ink wash series she had personally witnessed being shot. The remaining fraction was new, likely produced in the past few days. Good heavens, while she was merely preparing for the tournament, Xiao had managed to debut without her knowledge. Yazelle clicked into the comment section. Unlike typical comment sections, where text predominates, the top entries here consist of lengthy voice messages, each reaching the 60-second limit. Iser clicked on the most popular voice message with 1.36 million likes. Moo. Iser exited and opened the second voice message, which had 870,000 likes. Tea flower. Iser's skepticism grew, prompting her to switch to the latest releases. She scrolled down and randomly selected a voice message uploaded at 3 in the morning, which had garnered 6 likes. Man. The familiarity of the sound caught Iser's attention, and she noticed Shuaiman Frog beside her, visibly more excited. The sounds from the phone and the surroundings seemed to merge momentarily. Haha, you caught that. Man has been utterly enamored with the embroidery fairy lately. She was still awake at dawn yesterday, Halia remarked with a smile. Embroidery fairy? Iser repeated, puzzled. Indeed, this exquisite embroidery bird has recently skyrocketed in popularity. It debuted on the Angel Beasts platform and instantly graced the Central Square's screen. Renowned as a perfect pet beast of the millennia, Halia explained. Among the fans of the embroidery fairy, there are often more pets than people. My Shuaiman Frog simply glanced at it while passing by the Central Square, and now it insists on supporting the embroidery fairy every night, Halia added, rolling her eyes. But why does everyone refer to it as a con? Shouldn't they be expressing their admiration for the embroidery fairy? Iser still couldn't comprehend. You haven't watched the embroidery fairy's vlog, have you? Halia swiftly shared a video from her phone. Judging by the speed with which she found the video, it seemed Halia had watched it quite a bit. The embroidery fairy not only possesses an elegant demeanor and a melodious voice, but every movement encapsulates the dream pet of every beastmaster, with Halia's eyes sparkling with admiration. Man. Shuaiman Frog chimed in excitedly. It activated its electronic pet watch on its wrist, using its long tongue to tap a few times. Sending a message to Iser's phone. Received a 3G compressed file from Embroidery Fairy, bravely flying. A Kun Man will always be there. Would you like to open it? Thank you, Man. So your name is a Kun Man? Iser tucked the compressed file away. The Embroidery Fairy in the vlog was simply too graceful, too ethereal, far beyond anyone's imagination. When not singing, she only occasionally uttered phrases like thank you, a Kun, please, a Kun, or a Kun must not, remaining mostly silent. Her gaze often conveyed a sense of helplessness, as she appeared to be a pet that only consumed pet food, evoking a peculiar thrill among many pets. Thus, the fans of the Embroidery Fairy wished to be the Akon who remained off-camera, hence the fanbase adopted the name Akon. Such an impressive description, even without having seen Akon. You managed to articulate it so accurately. Before Iser could continue her conversation with Halia, the results for the draw of the 74-37 knockout match were announced on the big screen. Match on Arena 9, Round 2, Iser vs. Xiao Xinshi. Quickly prepare. Parrot, hurry. The chatty parrot accurately ushered Iser toward the waiting room. The waiting room also allowed real-time viewing of the arena battles. The competitor in Arena 9 was a popular contender frequently mentioned in the top 10 predictions. It was the high school beastmaster from a prominent family who had contracted a dragon-type pet. Iser observed the scene where the budding dragon was dominating the opposing fire mouse. Feeling somewhat perplexed, although dragon-type pets grow to be incredibly powerful, both pets were at the novice level. So how could they perform so seamlessly under a tribute disadvantage? Upon closer inspection, the flames emitted by the fire mouse consistently veered slightly to the left, while the budding dragon seemed to anticipate this, dodging to the right almost instantaneously as the fire mouse initiated its skill. Consequently, none of the fire mouse's fire-type skills managed to hit the budding dragon. Iser opened her phone to glance at the live chat. Budding dragon is incredible. That evasion, truly worth the price of an unattainable dragon-type pet. Fire mouse isn't cutting it. The budding dragon's beastmaster is quite skilled too, managing to issue commands calmly regardless of the situation. That beastmaster seems to be from the Shi family. The one selling pet supplies? No wonder. The market price of the budding dragon is around 30 million, right? That was the price from 2 years ago. It has increased quite a bit recently. Quickly bet on this budding dragon. If nothing unexpected happens, it's definitely a top 10 contender. Chapter 67, The Embroidery Fairy. In just a few minutes, the fire mouse succumbed to the onslaught of the budding dragon. Now, entering the arena are competitors Iser and Xiao Xinshi. The host announced. Xiao Xinshi's pet was a gooby rabbit, known for its fluffy pink fur and fierce temperament. Boasting a balance of aesthetic appeal, agility, and aggression, it ranked among the top 10 recommended pets for novice beastmasters. Unlike the small wave turtle, the gooby rabbit emphasized agility and offensive capabilities. Attempting to use the same strategy against the gooby rabbit as one would against the small wave turtle would undoubtedly be futile. As Iser pondered this, she nervously clutched Sesame, her gaze flitting about. Who is this person? I've scanned through the winners of every match. Yet I've never seen her before. Such a strong sense of stealth. How can she always hold on to her pet? She should let it walk by itself. Not only would it strengthen the pet's leg muscles, but it would also prevent the pet from developing lazy claws. I find this match entertaining, but can't she focus on the battle instead of talking nonsense? So many beastmasters in front were holding their pets. Why didn't anyone say anything then? Though it's not a star-studded match, wouldn't it be better to wear something more eye-catching? Those thick-framed glasses are quite stifling. Why not wear contact lenses? Am I the only one who thinks this? This beastmaster has such a peculiar aura, for some reason. I just want to teach her how to do things whenever I see her. The beastmaster opposite, Xiao Xinshi, with the gooby rabbit, clearly underestimated Iser, casually resting with one hand in his pocket. Gooby, end this match quickly. I don't have time to play with this little beastmaster. Xiao Xinshi spoke with an air of arrogance. Gooby, Gooby. The gooby rabbit turned with a protest, its large ears thumping against the ground. All right. I know you've renamed yourself Akun Gooby. With a deep breath, Xiao Xinshi commanded, Akun Gooby, please finish this match swiftly. Akun Gooby? What an odd name. Is she also a fan of the embroidery fairy? Then she shouldn't expect any mercy. Iser, with an earnest expression, gently set down Sesame and whispered a few words before stepping onto the command platform. The match begins. As the host's voice fell, Akun Gooby instantly transformed into a pink blur, lunging towards Sesame. The speed elicited gasps from the audience. Such incredible speed. This gooby rabbit's acceleration skill must be at an advanced level, exclaimed the commentator with black hair. Xiao Xinshi must have trained it for high attack and speed. If Iser couldn't respond in time, she would not only be overwhelmed from the start, but the rhythm of the ensuing battle would also be disrupted. The bun-headed commentator began to analyze. Just as the gooby rabbit was about to reach Sesame, Iser finally reacted. Iser exclaimed, her voice a blend of astonishment and shyness. Tinged with disbelief, oh my goodness. How could the enchanting Shosho fairy be here? Is she here to witness the arena battles? Gooby rabbit abruptly halted, following Iser's gaze towards the audience. Not only gooby rabbit, but the crowd erupted into a cacophony of excitement. Where is she? Where's the Shosho fairy? Don't stand up. It's quite rude. How can others see the Shosho fairy? Have the person in front of me sit down first. Is she at the east side entrance? Why can't I see her? Perhaps it's the south side? I think I saw something gathering over there. Meanwhile, amidst the unobserved arena, Jimai seized the moment while Gooby Rabbit turned its head, pouncing ferociously. Grabbing Gooby Rabbit's long ears, it unleashed a flurry of strikes. Gooby Rabbit, reliant on its large ears for offense, found itself caught off guard, rendered helpless as it endured a relentless 30 seconds of punishment. As Gooby Rabbit succumbed to defeat, the referee blew the whistle to declare Iser the victor. Meanwhile, the audience remained in disarray, still searching for a glimpse of the Shosho fairy. Ahem. Could you please explain what just transpired in the arena, commentatorly? The bun-headed commentator attempted to interject. I also went to look for the Shosho Fairy. Could you please play the replay? Lee, sweating profusely, replied. The director gestured. We just had 18 shots dedicated to the Shosho Fairy. Dear audience, we'll now interrupt for a brief advertisement. The upcoming matches are sure to be thrilling, so stay tuned. The bun-headed commentator flashed a perfect smile, hastily transitioning to an advertisement. How to explain this to the online audience? Lee queried the director. Perhaps we should provide an interview with Yazelle for clarification? The director hesitated. Let it be. The chief planner made the final decision. The online community was already in an uproar. What? The Shosho Fairy has appeared. Where? Quick, switch the camera. Forget this dreadful match. Where's the Shosho Fairy? Moo. The top moo appeared so swiftly. Wherever there is Shosho, it is sure to be present. Who is the Shosho Fairy? Check this out. Link. Vlog of Shosho Fairy's morning routine, including vocal practice and grooming. I can no longer converse with anyone unaware of the Shosho Fairy. I can hardly eat or sleep, constantly longing for her. Could it be a sickness? A love sickness? Indeed. The beauty of the Shosho Fairy is beyond what even the most exquisite peach blossom camera can capture. I see nothing. The camera is shaking all over the place. Minutes later, the organizers of the arena uploaded a brief interview on their official account. A staff member inquired, Did you truly see the Shosho Fairy? Where did you see her? Yazelle, her gaze lowered in nervousness, replied, I think I saw her. Near the small door on the south side of the audience. Her voice trembled. In hindsight, I might have mistaken her. Perhaps it was a golden screen sparrow. Yazelle fidgeted with her fingers. I really adore the Shosho Fairy. I kept thinking about her today, so. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, and she discreetly pulled out a tissue to dab at the corners of her eyes. The staff member offered her a tissue, saying, No need to be anxious. The Shosho Fairy has many fans. It's normal to misidentify her. It's perfectly fine. What a letdown. There's no Shosho Fairy after all. I'm leaving. Moo. Suddenly a sinister, terrifying thought crossed my mind. Could this be a tactic? Although this match has no replay, this Beastmaster has won. Impossible. Just look at how earnest she appears. It's merely a brief interview, and she's already that nervous. Exactly. Stop projecting your nefarious adult thoughts onto this innocent child. Absolutely impossible. If what you say is true, wouldn't that make us seem rather foolish? I am an expert in microexpression analysis. I've watched this video 3 times, and she is definitely not lying. From a distance, the golden screen sparrow does resemble the Shosho bird. It's not impossible to confuse them. The Shosho Fairy is not just about beauty. What sets her apart is her unique aura, entirely distinct from an ordinary Shosho bird. Can anyone comprehend that? Chapter 68, A Suspicious Individual. Having successfully triumphed in the 3rd arena battle, Yazelle made her way to the contestant waiting area after the interview. Anticipating the 2nd round of draws for the day, since the matches were being held simultaneously on several platforms, she wouldn't have to wait long. It should conclude within 2 hours. Setting Jimai aside to indulge in snacks, Yazelle rested her head on her hand, idly observing the surrounding contestants. Most of the competitors were solitary, engaging solely with their respective beasts, while a small group of social butterflies chatted animatedly together. Who was that person lurking in the corner, acting so secretively? Judging by their physique and demeanor, they appeared more like a bodyguard from the Campbell family than a student from the initial high school. Adorned with a hat and mask, they concealed their face entirely and had no entry-level beast accompanying them. Quite suspicious indeed. Yazelle's curiosity piqued, and she discreetly observed them. Yet, the individual merely focused on their phone, seemingly without any unusual behavior. Could they just be an ordinary introvert? No. The individual appeared excessively alert to their surroundings, subtly shifting their body to shield the phone screen whenever someone passed by, their movements painstakingly cautious. Who could they be contacting that necessitated such secrecy? 10 minutes later, Yazelle squinted her eyes. She noticed the suspicious figures subtly adjusting their posture, facing the corridor as if awaiting something. At that moment, a contestant clad in blue athletic wear strolled by, and their gazes momentarily intersected. The suspicious individual imperceptibly nodded. The blue-clad contestant continued on their way without pause, while the suspicious figure lingered for several more seconds, only following after the blue contestant had completely vanished from sight. Their actions were remarkably discreet. If not for Yazelle's deliberate scrutiny, their odd behavior would have gone unnoticed. Should Yazelle follow them? No. Her current objective was to quietly advance to the finals. Any unforeseen complications would be undesirable. Although she had no idea who the heavily concealed individual was, the blue contestant sported a participant identification number, which would soon reveal the nature of their clandestine dealings during the matches. As she perused forums for information about the blue contestant, Yazelle occasionally glanced at the electronic screens broadcasting various arena battles. Effort yields rewards. Half an hour later, Iser successfully spotted the blue contestant on the live feed from Arena 4. The contestant's name was Lanyi, and according to the predictions on their something to discuss 66. She was a contender to watch, potentially among the top 10 seeds. Lanyi, a freshman this year, had already reached the intermediate level with her first beast. And the creature she was set to bring into the arena was her contracted second beast, the silver-faced tiger. This rare and sought-after Steel Rock dual-type beast commanded a price at the Beastmaster Center that far exceeded that of a typical dragon-type beast. However, according to analysis from their something to discuss 66, which involves retrieving personal space information, this silver-faced tiger was a beast that Lanyi had contracted 3 months ago during an expedition. They shared a deep bond and had been acquired for free. Many have placed their hopes on Lanyi, betting on her to be among the final top 10 contenders. Her opponent in this match is the esteemed Beastmaster, Shi-Er-Yi, who commands the popular pet, the Sprout Dragon. As the battle nears its conclusion, Shi-Er-Yi's Sprout Dragon delivers a powerful tail swipe, knocking the silver-faced tiger to the ground. Unable to retaliate, the silver-faced tiger lies motionless, eyes shut, and the referee announces Shi-Er-Yi as the victor. Iser's gaze falls upon the fallen silver-faced tiger, its eyelids tightly closed, yet its brow is furrowed from the effort, revealing that its sharp claws still twitch faintly. It appears that this silver-faced tiger's acting skills leave much to be desired. The mystery deepens as Iser realizes that Shi-Er-Yi has likely bribed her opponent to clear her path. A glance at the live commentary reveals comments such as, "The Sprout Dragon is so powerful, and is Shi-Er-Yi's strength on par with that of Dan Mingzhu?" Followed by various speculations about their respective talents and training durations. It seems Shi-Er-Yi's strategy has proved effective. Has she lost? Iser observes Hylia, who appears dejected as she exits the arena with her water frog. Indeed, facing an opponent with a contracted electric-type mouse has proven to be a severe disadvantage. Despite feeling downcast, Hylia reassures herself that she has progressed several rounds and plans to fully enjoy her 7-day free ticket at the amusement park, even to the point of making the Starry Pet amusement park incur a loss. Iser gives her a thumbs up in affirmation. Alas, if she had progressed to this round, she would have secured a photo with Meow Meow's own claws as a guarantee. Yet, as fate would have it, things are unpredictable. Although Hylia expresses her thoughts, she still slumps dejectedly against the chair's back. Iser opens the forum and quickly types into the search bar, "What to do when a friend's competition elimination dampens the mood." The first response pops up, "Share some mind-blowing gossip to cheer your friend up." "Oh, did you know? I just uncovered a huge secret. It's about money, human nature, and deals. Don't tell anyone else. I'll let you in on it quietly." Iser states, her tone casual. In an instant, Hylia perks up. "What? I promise I won't tell anyone. Hurry up and spill." Iser recounts to Hylia the rumor of Shi-Er-Yi secretly bribing her opponent. However, to her surprise, Hylia slumps back against the chair once more. "I received 2 texts from unknown numbers last night, saying that contestants willing to cooperate could reach out for monetary compensation and resources," she explains. Now, it is Iser's turn to fall silent. "Several classmates from my school also participated in the arena, but they were eliminated in the previous round, and they received similar messages. I've heard that these are habitual offenders. It's impossible to find evidence through their numbers, and the wording is deliberately vague, never explicitly linking it to the arena. Besides, those participating in such entertainment matches are mostly here for Meow Meow, and with Dan Mingzhu likely to win, no one would bother with such schemes. Official competitions are far more reliable." Hylia analyzes the situation with keen insight. "Bribery texts? Why didn't I receive any?" Iser quickly checks her messages from the past few days to confirm. Perhaps even wealthy families prefer to spend their money wisely. If an opponent appears too weak compared to themselves, they may see no need for such underhanded tactics. It's not that your strength is lacking. It's just that those people are short-sighted. Suddenly, Hylia has a revelation and adds earnestly, Chapter 69, The Dilemma of Elegant Me. What? Even students who were eliminated in the previous round received bribery texts, while she, who advanced to the top 37 through her own strength, did not. This does not imply her weakness. Rather, it attests to her hard work bearing fruit. Iser swiftly opens the real-time leaderboard. Glancing at the remarkably low number of comments and exceedingly high odds under her betting column for the champion, and her mindset settles. If she wins just one more match and enters the top 20, her bets will be locked in. With the championship secured, she could potentially earn multiple zeros. No, she mustn't dwell on that. Such good fortune is often jinxed by premature celebration. An hour later, the elimination round from 74 to 37 concludes. The remaining 37 contestants gather in the waiting area, anticipating the draw for the next round. The rules remain unchanged, with half being eliminated. However, as fate would have it, there is an odd number of contestants, resulting in one vacant spot. A contestant drawing this vacant spot will advance directly to the next round, soaring into the top 19. Iser receives her draw from the talkative parrot and eagerly opens it. Match 2 of Arena 2. She realizes she was foolish to hope for such fortune. Just as she prepares to check her opponent for this round, an angry voice rings out from nearby. So what if I draw the vacant spot? I already said I won't switch. Take your filthy money and get lost. A contestant clad in orange attire loudly refuses. Turning her head, Iser catches sight of a familiar figure in a black hat and mask scurrying away along the wall. Recognizing the distinctive orange outfit of the contestant and the similarly colored orange swallow beside her, Iser quickly connects the dots with the information from the forum. Orange Fruit, a first-year student at Derlin Beastmaster High School. Contracted pet is the orange swallow. Known for her straightforward personality and deep love for the color orange. Fan of Meow Meow. Predicted outcome. Likely to make the top 10, can be bet on. Truly, a contestant whose personality is noted in their profile is bound to be forthright. Orange Akon. Let's go? We need to report that sneaky figure who has been lurking around me. Orange Fruit exclaims, her determination evident. Orange Akon. Iser keenly picks up on the information. The orange swallow is also a fan of Meow Meow. She promptly rises to pursue Orange Fruit, hoping to negotiate some arrangement. 5 minutes later. Oh my goodness. It's an unpublished daily photo of Meow Meow. And look, a naturally shed tail feather. Orange Fruit has completely cast aside her earlier anger. The orange swallow flutters her wings excitedly, eagerly pecking at Orange Fruit's collar, clearly thrilled to have recognized Meow Meow. Trade, trade, trade. Don't worry, Orange Akon. I must secure this for you. Orange Fruit assures her fervently. Turning to Iser, she states, exchanging ISNT out of the question. But you know this vacant spot is incredibly valuable. Whoever draws it advances directly to the top 19. I can't just give it away without a second thought. Since you know Meow Meow, could you arrange for her to send a message of encouragement to Orange Akon? If that is not possible, an exclusive photo of her claws will suffice. Before long, Iser leaves happily with the coveted vacant spot in hand, while the orange swallow remains behind. Clinging tightly to Meow Meow's tail feather, repeatedly replaying the audio message just received from Meow Meow. Embroidered, 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 embroidered. Cheer up, my dear orange baby. For Shio will be watching you. You are the most adorable orangian baby I have ever encountered. And I am certain you will evolve into something extraordinarily powerful and beautiful. Who could have anticipated that the last 37 to 19 before the closure could be achieved so effortlessly? With a light step, Iser boarded the hovercraft. Not lingering for even a moment. If she could successfully navigate through these final hours, she would soon be able to shed this novice outfit. As for the other contestants, she would simply watch the replay at home, where she could have plenty to discuss with the analytical group known as the Microscope Squad. Upon entering her home, a faint burnt odor reached Iser's nostrils. Following the source of the scent, she dashed into the kitchen. Mom? Iser inquired, observing Ilya wielding a spatula with an awkward grip. As if it were a weapon. On the counter lay several stainless steel spatulas, their handles unnaturally bent. Ah, little Crescent, you're back, Ilya exclaimed, a smile brightening her face. I finished work early today and thought I would prepare a nutritious meal for you. In an instant, the ingredients in the pan seemed ready to leap out, with countless droplets of oil splattering outward. Ilya's expression turned serious as she swiftly seized the lid, performing an impressive dance to shield against the sizzling oil. Although Iser wondered why her mother didn't simply cover the pan directly, she couldn't help but applaud. I'm preparing your favorite dish. Care to guess what it is? Ilya asked. Is it grilled magic mushroom steak? Iser pondered over the mysterious purple-black object in the pan. Exactly. I knew you would love it. Ilya skillfully flipped the pan, her movements appearing quite adept. However, if not for the mysterious meat spinning rapidly in the air before landing back in the pan, one might have believed her a master chef. Mom, you've worked hard. Why not take a break and let Dad cook instead? Iser suggested, glancing nervously at the increasingly rich-colored meat. He's busy with many clients, Ilya reassured her. Don't worry. I rarely cook, but I'm quite good at it. Lan Zhang says I have a talent for culinary arts, she stated, vouching for her skills in the name of their family chef. Just then, the meat emitted a strange pop, followed by a burst that splattered a thick purple sauce onto the range hood. Ilya declared the kitchen too smoky and shooed Iser out. As Iser passed the study, she faintly heard Lan Zhang's voice. Your Beastmaster wants to dye you fluorescent red with green? You agreed, momentarily bewitched, to avoid hurting her feelings? Of course, I completely understand your sentiments. Feeling embarrassed is a perfectly normal reaction. Such a visually striking combination could indeed unsettle an elegant beast that values taste. However, one cannot entirely fault your Beastmaster. For the aesthetic gap between a beast and its master can sometimes be even greater than that between beasts themselves. True elegance lies not in appearance, but in demeanor and strength. Even if your fur changes, your stride remains composed. And you could still send your Beastmaster flying with a single punch, couldn't you? The voice across grew increasingly confident. All right, do you feel completely better now? You're welcome to return whenever you have troubles. With a sudden snap, the study door swung open, revealing a figure with fur dyed fluorescent red and green, confidently carrying a chic pearl handbag, exuding brilliance even in the absence of light. Iser, witnessing this from around the corner, realized this was the prowess of a certified professional beast psychology consultant. It appeared she still had much to learn. Chapter 70. The True Arena Competition. Boom, boom, bang. 2 rows of little drum bunnies clad in red training outfits struck their waist-mounted drums with rhythmic thuds. Toot, toot, bang, bang. A flock of ringing sparrows flew overhead, passionately playing a bold march. Amidst this lively atmosphere, Iser held Sesame, who swayed excitedly to the rhythm as they prepared to enter the contestant waiting area. Help! The official Beastmaster competitions lack such extravagant flair. Truly, this competition organized by the amusement park is something else. That morning, she had delightedly discarded her cumbersome novice outfit, leaving behind her thick glasses, vision-obscuring cap, and the hefty best-selling tome on beast mastery. However, upon arriving at the waiting area, she was informed by a chatty parrot that the contestants entering the top 20 arena match must first visit the makeup room for character portrayal. Since she had advanced without a match, she found herself choosing her role second to last. The contestant behind her, of course, was the legendary Dan Mingzhu, who had leapt directly into the top 20 and had been trending online for days without appearing. Iser glanced at the characters already chosen by the preceding contestants: werewolves, mermen, and electric mousemen. Then, she surveyed the remaining options for her selection: a treant and an apple person. A surge of emotions overwhelmed her. Damn the capitalist amusement park for resorting to such unscrupulous tactics for views and popularity. Having made her choice, she donned the treant costume. At this moment, she was clad in a brown, adorable tree bark bodysuit, her head adorned with branches bursting forth like an explosion, while leaves defiantly pointed in various directions, resembling a broccoli struck by lightning. Her face was painted the same color as the trunk, with only her sparkling eyes visible. In truth, the treant costume was rather delightful. Iser admired her reflection in the mirror after carefully selecting between the treant and apple person costumes. The visual effect rendered her figure elongated, and the lush green branches were quite pleasing to the eye. Sesame appeared to appreciate it as well, having shown a desire to climb the branches on her head since the beginning. Most importantly, compared to the other contestants' outfits, her choice seemed rather commendable. Iser observed contestant number 1, who donned a mermaid tail trailing on the floor while wearing an oversized fish head, and contestant number 2, the electric mouseman, whose face was painted bright yellow and had 3 whiskers glued on, appearing disgruntled as he dragged his lightning tail. Meanwhile, contestant number 3, the ringing sparrow, sat quietly in a corner, adorned with small bells that jingled with the slightest movement. Iser's satisfaction with her treant costume soared. Indeed, happiness is often derived from comparison. Simultaneously, the popularity rankings of the arena competition livestream skyrocketed, attracting many who had previously not engaged with the community. Upon entering, I was startled by that yellow-faced mouse person. What is this? Am I the only one who finds the fish-headed person appealing? It reminds me of the fish head soup I stumbled upon during my travels. Just you. Did I walk into the wrong place? Isn't this the arena competition livestream? Where's my chosen contestant? Where did the clever and lively contestant go? Such an avant-garde artistic form. Where is Dan Mingzhu? Isn't she supposed to appear today? She must be in there. I counted. There are 20 contestants, no doubt. It must be that fish-headed individual. Indeed, Dan Mingzhu has arrived. Yazelle turned her head to glance at the large apple-shaped being beside her, sprawling across 4 seats, utterly slumped against the chair's back. The graceful demeanor and admirable virtues spoken of by netizens on the forum were nowhere to be found. Good morning, contestants. Seeing the smiles on your faces, I can only assume you are all filled with anticipation for today's competition. The host's booming voice resonated throughout the entire room. Now, I am about to announce a significant piece of news: the unveiling of a brand new competition format. The host raised a golden envelope high above, and the stage lights dramatically shifted. The new format will be a true, fearsome, and brutally competitive tournament, tailored to adhere to minor standards. In this tournament, every victory will earn a point, and defeating an opponent will allow you to claim a portion of their points. The further along you progress, the fewer points you can obtain from your opponents. We will select the top 10 based on their points, presenting them with a small card bearing the paw print of Mew, along with Mew's blessings. The defeated will be eliminated, and those who stand until the end shall become the champions of our second season of the Dark Underground Arena. The spotlight suddenly narrowed into a pink beam, igniting the golden envelope in the host's hand. Gasps and applause erupted from the audience, while the contestant area fell into silence. Does anyone wish to step up voluntarily? If not, we shall commence with the drawing. The host produced a drawing tube from behind. This new format appears quite novel at first glance, yet upon closer inspection, it carries a hint of sinister capitalist undertones. Could it be that the organizers have deliberately designed this to create chaos in the betting outcomes? Do they intend to seize her hard-earned savings? Not a chance. Yazelle quickly calculated in her mind. To secure a place in the top 10, she must achieve multiple victories. Defeating opponents would grant her a portion of their points, ensuring her spot among the elite. However, she had wagered all her savings on the championship. Points were of little concern to her. The ultimate victory was what mattered. Thus, the strategy became simple. She merely needed to endure until the end before making her entrance. Though she feared that other contestants might share the same thought. I'll go first. The apple-shaped being beside her stood up decisively. How bold. Truly. She is the acknowledged contender for the championship, Dan Mingzhu. The first to step up? Surely she doesn't intend to fight through 20 matches? However, strategically speaking, could this not be a tad impulsive? Yazelle recalled the information she had gleaned online about Dan Mingzhu. Composed, graceful, fond of reading classic literature after school, often indulging in classical music, and engaging her family in profound discussions about pet beasts and life. Yet now, in reality, she saw Dan Mingzhu tear off an obstructive apple leaf, eagerly dashing toward the stage. Yazelle quietly opened the livestream comments. Charge. Just the way Dan Mingzhu enters the stage is utterly distinct from the other contestants. Of course it's different. The other contestants are not apple beings. So elegant. I heard she only drinks the morning dew that hangs from the tips of leaves at sunrise. Perhaps it's because she enjoys reading philosophical texts. It said she reads a book every 3 days about identity and existence. Her philosophical aura is unparalleled. I heard she is exceptionally kind, often volunteering at her cousin's neighbor's pet training class and assisting at her aunt's farm with chick births, and even helps at the fighting arena with their pet beast dilemmas. She is perfect. What a benevolent beast master. Is that for real? These activities seem utterly unrelated. I was her middle school classmate. She is nothing like you describe. She never reads, only enjoys fighting, constantly beating up my pet beasts during battle class. She is a terrifyingly violent combat fanatic. Another slanderous hater? This is absurd. Only a fool would believe that. I've seen several identical comments, each pretending to be Dan Mingzhu's middle school classmate, lacking any originality. Chapter 71. High-end trash talk, often. Dan Mingzhu stood on the arena for 3 seconds. Noticing no one was stepping up, she smirked and remarked, I thought those who could reach the top 20 would be formidable, yet not one dares to step up. If none can compete, why not say so? You're wasting my time. Her words echoed clearly through the loudspeakers, effectively igniting the animosity of all participating contestants. The oddly adorned competitors below were immediately incensed. Who is afraid of you? I'm coming up to teach you a lesson about the taste of elimination, shouted the orange fruit-shaped competitor, dressed as an electric mouse, as they charged onto the stage. With a mere lift of her hand, a flash of white light enveloped the arena, and a blue-purple flashing croc materialized on stage. The audience erupted in excitement. This flashing croc, shimmering with deep blue scales and adorned with purple lightning, was clearly a battle beast cultivated from top-tier resources. Should any researchers with extensive knowledge of flashing crocs be present, they would likely observe that despite being only 6 months old, this specimen was already nearing the late intermediate level. How cool. It comes with special effects. Is this the championship contender-esque beast? I'm nearly brought to tears by its magnificence. Teacher, didn't the school require us to contract a pet beast? I want this one. No wonder electric-type beasts are never cheap. There is certainly a reason for their high value. Electric-type beasts are so showy. Just their entrance, crackling with electric energy, overwhelms their opponents with sheer presence. Yazelle stroked her pet, Sesame, who was wide-eyed, utterly fixated on the match. What is so great about an electric beast that is merely flashier and more dazzling? Her own Sesame bear, with its simple black and white fur, is timelessly elegant. Plus, when cradled, it has a delightful weightiness that doubles as arm-strengthening exercise. Can the flashing croc really do that? The flashing croc would only leave its beast master in a frenzied state of shock. However, she was also preparing to contract a second beast, so she might consider an electric type. 10 minutes after the orange fruit competitor boldly declared their intention to eliminate Dan Mingzhu, the orange finch was struck by 5 high-voltage electric spheres from the flashing croc, collapsing in a daze and being carried off the stage. The subsequent matches devolved into a one-woman show for Dan Mingzhu. The water-electric combination techniques of the flashing croc left its opponents utterly defenseless. First, with precise control, it trapped its adversary in a confined space using the water move riptide, restricting their movements. Then, it unleashed high-voltage electric spheres, each hitting with pinpoint accuracy. More terrifyingly, the flashing croc could adjust the water and electric currents with finesse, causing the lightning to refract and amplify within the water flow, creating a chain thunderstorm effect that exponentially increased the damage. Opponents struck by this move often fell scorched and steaming before they could even let out a scream. 9 more contestants, now smoldering, were carried off by the medical team comprised of love cows. It seems the first contestant, the orange finch, due to its flight agility, managed to last the longest. How formidable! No wonder I was eliminated from the White Tower Beastmaster Academy. It seems only newly awakened Beastmasters are required to possess such strength to qualify. She was recruited early through the Beastmaster class. Generally speaking, it's not so extreme. But I won't take the exam, huh? If you're not taking it, then I won't either. I choose the 13th Beastmaster High School. But if the White Tower Beast Academy discovers my undisclosed potential for immense growth, please contact me privately right away. I've already mentioned that I am a classmate of Shan Mingzhu from middle school. She is a violent combat fanatic, her mind occupied solely with fighting and eating, neglecting her studies after school. You should believe it by now. In the realm of Beastmaster battles, there is no such thing as violence or non-violence. This is the realm of the rising stars of the Beastmaster competition. I previously remarked that the rumor about Shan Mingzhu helping the combat arena's beasts with their everyday dilemmas sounded too bizarre. It's about rigorous training and mutually resolving issues encountered in battles, a diligent Beastmaster indeed. Absolutely, that's incredibly cool. Far more legendary than the absurd tale of Shan Mingzhu spending 3 days on a farm to collect 300 eggs. Does it sound fake? I didn't notice at all. It sounds very enthusiastic, kind-hearted, and capable. After each round of combat, there is a moment for energy replenishment and healing. Yet Shan Mingzhu requires none, effortlessly dispatching 13 contestants as if they were mere dumplings. Aside from the orange fruit cluster, the contestant who managed to last a bit longer was the sprout dragon of Shierii. By sheer luck, its attributes slightly countered the water type, and its formidable dragon physique allowed it to endure a bit longer. Yazelle was rather fortunate. Apart from the initial 5 opponents who were easily provoked by Shan Mingzhu, the subsequent 8 contestants were drawn out one by the host. The next contestant to step onto the stage was announced with a drawn-out tone. Drumroll. This was the little drum rabbit, creating a tense atmosphere. The host was primed to reveal the name. Drumroll. Seeing the host was not yet finished, the little drum rabbit struck another set. Yazelle. The host proclaimed in an elevated tone. What was meant to come would eventually arrive. Yazelle stood up with a serene expression, cradling the just awoken sesame bear wedged between the branches. This calm demeanor was deliberately crafted to reflect Shan Mingzhu's character. After all, Shan Mingzhu already embodied a fiery and rebellious Dark Lord persona. If Yazelle were to adopt a brash and ostentatious underdog character, exchanging barbs with Shan Mingzhu, it would trivialize the grandeur of the finals into a petty schoolyard squabble. No, this would be archived online. She, like a humble shrub, seemingly inconspicuous, had fought her way to the finals. Would she bring us more surprises today? The host continued reading from the script. Where is she? Let me have a look. Upon entering the live broadcast room, why did that background tree suddenly move? Who is this? Can any fans provide an introduction? I thought it was a pet climbing frame shaped like a tree. That black-eyed bear was just snoozing on the branches. I saw it too. It looked so cozy. I was so engrossed in the bear that I missed the match. The spotlight on the stage focused on Yazelle and the sesame bear. The bear rubbed its sleepy eyes and yawned. The audience erupted in quiet chuckles. That bear was adorably odd. What breed was it? It seemed like a dyed black-faced bear. Do black-faced bears look like this? I study pet breeding. Don't try to fool me. Shan Mingzhu stood at the opposite end of the stage, wearing an impatient expression. The waterfall crocodile seemed even more invigorated after several rounds, its body crackling with violet electricity, emanating an impressive aura. Hurry up. Shan Mingzhu glanced at her watch. Truly having no time to waste on this bunch of half-hearted beastmasters. Time for you all to go home and drink milk. Yazelle neither wished to exchange insults with her nor allow her to feel too comfortable. Thus, she cast a sidelong glance at the spotlight above her head, adopting the innocent gaze of a clueless novice as she sighed softly and spoke. Flowers may wither, yet I shall forever remember their fragrance. Do not let victory or defeat drown the romance and passion of battle. Observing the faint throbbing veins on Shan Mingzhu's forehead, Yazelle intensified her words. I am solitary, yet I do not suffer from loneliness. There is no need to rush, no need for sparks to fly, no need to become someone else. Shut up. Shan Mingzhu's face turned livid, for the first time revealing such a distorted expression after countless battles with formidable opponents. I detest pretentious people the most. Chapter 72, Wisdom and Strategy. The barrage of comments in the live stream erupted, with the audience's opinions sharply divided. She seems really different. I really like her. I need to gather all her information within a minute. She doesn't resemble any beast master of her age. Even Shan Mingzhu doesn't exude such an aura. How to describe it? Elegance? Even clad in a tree bark bodysuit, her powerful essence cannot be concealed. Needless to say, I've changed my forum signature to Lonely Flower, for romance, passion, and solitude describe me perfectly. Why do I feel my toes curling, even though she is the one speaking? What is she rambling about? I can't understand a thing. It feels so philosophical. I need to jot it down in my notebook. I forgot to connect my headphones on the public hover bus. And the moment I opened the live stream, it played Flowers May Wither aloud. Although I muted it quickly, I felt the strange gazes of those around me. How should I handle this? Forget handling it, just switch to another carriage. Though I have no idea how strong she is, she feels formidable. How did I not notice her before? If it weren't for the betting being closed, I would have wagered $1 on her. Unaware of her impending internet fame, Yazelle was still pondering how to deal with the troublesome opponent that was Shan Mingzhu. She had not watched Shan Mingzhu's numerous matches for nothing. Although her talent had never been disclosed online, the fact that she had been accepted early into the White Tower Beast Academy's Beastmaster class with high scores essentially indicated her awakening of talent. As for what that talent entailed, it could either be something Shan Mingzhu had yet to reveal, or perhaps she possessed a talent that was not immediately apparent in its effects, such as beast blood boiling or mutual empathy. Yazelle had a vague hypothesis forming in her mind. Well, our two contestants seem to be enjoying a delightful conversation. I hope both participants exhibit remarkable performances in the upcoming battles. The host began to guide the flow. Which of these two beast masters do you favor? Asked Duo. The commentator. The Starry Pet Amusement Park has invested heavily to invite the twin stars of the commentary world for the finals, Duo and Su Duo. Among these two, Duo, hailing from a breeding background, is well versed in various types of pets, earning the title of a living encyclopedia of pet knowledge. There's nothing she doesn't know. The other, Su Duo, is well acquainted with various strategies and works seamlessly with Duo, missing no detail. No tactical instruction escapes her keen eye. I still believe in Shan Mingzhu. The previous contestants have failed to allow her to showcase her true strength. If she can defeat 20 opponents consecutively, that would indeed be legendary, Su Duo excitedly declared. I have a differing opinion, Duo chuckled, seeming to have discovered something intriguing. The information provided by the organizers states that Yazelle has contracted with a black-faced bear, a dyed pure fighting type black-faced bear, timid in nature, possessing a hunger trait. Is there something amiss? Su Duo recited the contestants' information aloud. Yet, it was all wrong, entirely incorrect. Duo asserted confidently. This is not the black-faced bear from the northern ice plains. Black-faced bears, accustomed to frigid environments, generally possess a coat of long, cotton-like fur. Moreover, their eyes are deep blue, and while their tails appear short, they are merely curled into spherical shapes. The bear in question has pure black eyes, a tail that is not curled, and rounder ears. Duo meticulously pointed out each discrepancy. Could it possibly be a mutated variant of the black-faced bear? After all, it is also a pure fighting type. If it isn't a black-faced bear, then what kind of bear is this? Su Duo inquired. If it weren't for my habit of perusing the beast information released by the Beast Center every month, I might have thought the same, Duo chuckled. If I am not mistaken, this should be the unrecorded black and white bear that the Beast Center updated in the Pokédex over a month ago. It is a dual-type fighting and psychic Pokémon. Duo, true to his name, revealed the truth with just a glance. A rare Pokémon recorded for the first time. It seems the outcome of this match is still uncertain. Ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned. Su Duo exclaimed in astonishment, disregarding the various comments that erupted due to this sudden revelation. The 14th 1v1 arena battle officially begins. The host announced, blowing the whistle. Psychic levitation. Dodge. Iser had no intention of concealing her strength any longer and issued the command immediately, almost simultaneously as the black and white bear wrapped itself in psychic energy and floated. The torrent from the water-type Pokemon, Splash Crocodile, engulfed the spot where the bear had just stood. That is a psychic-type skill, psychic, Su Duo remarked. As far as I know, the black-faced bear is a pure fighting type. It seems Duo was correct again. He added with a thumbs up. The reactions of both contestants are astonishingly swift. If I did not know better, I would think I was witnessing a battle between two E-level beast masters. Duo marveled. Iser is quite clever. Dan Mingzhu utilized this tactic in her previous matches. Being cornered by Splash Crocodile's torrent at the outset signifies that survival beyond 10 minutes is improbable, Su Duo analyzed. These two contestants have only recently awakened their abilities and have yet to attend the directive courses available in Beastmaster high schools. Their performance today suggests they could achieve great success in future beast battles. G-Duo offered a high commendation. In the arena, TSK. Upon discovering that her usual tactics were ineffective, Dan Mingzhu frowned. This black-faced bear is actually a psychic type. However, she typically preferred to charge directly into combat without prior knowledge of her opponent's information. It was no surprise she was unfamiliar with the black and white bear, let alone the black-faced bear. Psychic roll. Approach Splash Crocodile. Iser commanded. This was the first time after removing the gravity ring that the black and white bear would fight with all its might. Wrapped in psychic energy, the bear transformed into a black and white sphere, hurtling through the air like a small cannonball towards Splash Crocodile. It is a combination technique utilizing psychic and rolling. To grasp a combination technique at such an early stage indicates that this black and white bear possesses remarkable combat talent. G-Duo's eyes sparkled with excitement. The next moment, 3 torrents, intermingled with spheres of electrifying energy, sped towards the rolling sphere of the black and white bear. What a quick response, Iser thought to herself. In the previous rounds, Dan Mingzhu occasionally issued commands, but under pressure, she had fallen silent. Indeed, Dan Mingzhu possessed the talent she had believed. Telepathy. The telepathy talent, in essence, allows a beast master to communicate directly with their contracted Pokemon through their brain domain. Within this category of telepathy, there are further subdivisions into one-way and two-way communication. The former allows for unidirectional information transfer to the contracted Pokemon, while the latter permits bidirectional exchange. This talent is extremely beneficial in battles. While other beast masters are still issuing commands, those endowed with telepathy have already transmitted their instructions to their Pokemon within their brain domain. Not only does it enable them to act ahead of their opponents, but it also eliminates the concern of the opposing beast master countering based on their spoken commands. However, despite its formidable nature, the telepathy talent is not without its drawbacks. Iser gazed at the rapidly surging Splash Crocodile and waved her hand, reciting distantly, "All the world's waters shall reunite, transforming into wind, into rain, into the waves of the rising tide." Dan Mingzhu's face contorted in pain as she clenched her fist, struggling to suppress her urge to retort. Splash Crocodile is utilizing the water-type skill, Torrent, not some rising tide. Iser simply continued reciting. "The rain is the tears of the sky, the waves are the sighs of the ocean. Splash Crocodile's Torrent, whose lament is it?" Dan Mingzhu's mind was shaken. She had always faced strong opponents head-on, never hesitating even when facing 10 beast masters alone. She had believed herself fearless until this moment. "Gah, what is this? It sounds utterly nauseating, yet it softly renders me speechless." Unbeknownst to Dan Mingzhu, her inner turmoil visibly unsettled Splash Crocodile, causing its movements to become erratic, and the execution of its skills was far less fluid than before. Indeed, telepathy could not control the transmission of one's inner thoughts. It would merely share everything indiscriminately. As long as Dan Mingzhu's mind wandered, her talent would not only become useless, but would also serve as a hindrance. The black and white bear seized the opportunity presented by Splash Crocodile's exposed vulnerability, executing a series of rolls that broke through the blockade formed by the torrents and electric spheres, rapidly closing the distance to Splash Crocodile. "Black and white bear, use Psychic Blade," Iser commanded, seizing the moment. Bear. The black and white bear's eyes shimmered with blue light. Several crescent-shaped blue blades materialized in midair, slicing towards Splash Crocodile. Caught off guard, Splash Crocodile suffered deep gashes as the blades cut through its scales. It took a step back, seemingly attempting to create distance. "We cannot let it escape. Release Psychic, Blink," Iser exclaimed. At her command, the blue psychic energy surrounding the black and white bear dissipated, plummeting straight down upon Splash Crocodile. "Oh no," Dan Mingzhu finally reacted, straining to concentrate and relay commands. But it was too late. In a blink, a radiant pink heart descended upon Splash Crocodile. Its movements faltered, and the black and white bear, treating Splash Crocodile as a springboard, accurately crashed down upon it. With a muffled thud, Splash Crocodile stumbled and fell. The black and white bear, using the rebound force, leaped high into the air. "Now's the time. Straight punch," Iser commanded. Bear. The bear gathered its strength, its right fist glowing brilliantly white. Bang! It was the intermediate skill, Sonic Punch. It appeared that Dan Mingzhu's Splash Crocodile was in grave peril this round. G-Duo exclaimed excitedly, slapping the table. "It's over," Iser softly declared. As the Sonic Punch struck like a meteor, it precisely hit Splash Crocodile's vulnerable jaw. With a resounding crash, Splash Crocodile collapsed, electrifying sparks scattering, generating a cloud of mist. 10, 9, 8. The referee began to count down. "Splash Crocodile, stand up," Dan Mingzhu urged anxiously. But no miracle occurred. Splash Crocodile lost its ability to battle. and Iser emerged victorious, earning a point. The referee announced. On the electronic screen, the apple icon representing Dan Mingzhu shifted back one position. A lush green shrub burst forth from below, taking a bite out of the apple and carrying away half of its points, catapulting to the top of the leaderboard. The arena fell silent for 3 seconds before erupting into a roar akin to a tsunami. Iser, Iser, Iser. Meanwhile, a trending topic surged rapidly. Whose lament is this? Ah, I lost. Who suffers as much as I do? I bet everything on the champion, Dan Mingzhu. Who doesn't he feel the same? Such is life, a breath of air and a mouthful of dirt, yet we can still carry on. Why lament? Who is it that said they'd bet $1 on Yazelle? You won't believe what I just found out. Yazelle's odds have shot up to the maximum. I saw that too, 150. Is anyone betting on Yazelle? Why is everyone silent? Is my internet lagging? Everyone must be checking the odds when the betting was closed. Just a casual onlooker, what does this trending topic mean? Why does everyone seem to be lamenting? Yazelle was not as boastful as Dan Mingzhu. Without a moment's rest, she launched into the fray with fervor. In the recent battle, the proficiency of Jima's straight punch reached mastery, evolving directly into the intermediate skill, sonic punch. Some skills, much like the beasts themselves, possess an evolutionary chain. For instance, the sonic punch is the evolved form of the straight punch, boasting enhancements in both speed and power. Even the entry-level sonic punch surpasses the mastery-level straight punch. However, the conditions for skill evolution are exceedingly stringent, with mastery being the bare minimum. Additionally, the innate understanding of the beast itself plays a crucial role. There are instances where a beast may possess both the straight punch and sonic punch skills, or even skip the straight punch entirely to learn the sonic punch directly. Although Jima appeared unwearied, devoid of fatigue or drowsiness after the skill evolution, Yazelle still intended to allow it ample recovery time before facing the next contender. She utilized the entire rest period provided by the organizers, feeding Jima an array of energy-boosting foods and potions, complementary. Furthermore, she summoned 5 available Care Bears from the waiting medical team to administer a relaxing massage to Jima. 2 Care Bears kneaded Jima's arms, 2 others worked on its short legs, while 1 gently massaged its round head, lulling Jima into a state of blissful near sleep. With everything in order, it was only upon the staff's urging that Yazelle roused Jima to confront the next opponent. This time, as Yazelle re-entered the arena with Jima, the audience erupted into a crescendo of cheers, the volume soaring threefold. Yazelle found herself somewhat unaccustomed to this. Even after numerous matches, she had never experienced such an ovation. The 15th match commenced. As the referee's whistle pierced the air, Jima transformed into a black and white blur. The newly acquired sonic punch sliced through the atmosphere with a piercing resonance. The opposing Beastmaster's vine cocoon had yet to unfurl its tendrils when it was met with a solid uppercut. One strike. The black and white bear triumphed with a single move. Commentator Sidaduo had no room to elaborate. The power was simply astounding. The ensuing battles devolved into a one-sided exhibition. In the 16th match, Jima wielded the super light blade to form a luminous array, cornering the ice feather duck, concluding the bout with 3 swift strikes. The 17th match was even more extraordinary. The opponent's Fire Fist mouse had not even unleashed its skill before Jima ensnared it with a blink. By the time it regained consciousness, it was already cradled in the embrace of a Care Bear. This was no longer a competition, commentator Sidaduo sighed. This was sheer bullying. It appeared only Dan Mingzhu was capable of challenging Yazelle. The other contenders currently fell short in prowess. Sidaduo nodded in agreement. When the last opponent's rock-armored rhinoceros collapsed with a thunderous crash, an eerie silence enveloped the arena. On the electronic scoreboard, the emblem representing Yazelle, a bushy icon, grew wildly, swiftly engulfing the icons of all other opponents. The champion of the Dark Underground Arena has emerged. Chapter 74, Averse to Fish. Let us congratulate contestant Yazelle on her victory this season. The host proclaimed loudly. Champion, Yazelle. The audience erupted in enthusiastic cheers for the thrilling battles Yazelle had delivered. She won just like that. The black-faced bear is too formidable. Commentator Sidaduo just mentioned it was a black and white bear. The black and white bear is simply too strong. Mommy, I want to contract a bear like that in the future. A 6 or 7-year-old girl was utterly mesmerized, having dropped her toy in awe. Mommy wants one too. The girl's mother was glued to the sight of the black and white bear, unable to tear her eyes away, despite previously expressing a desire to contract the water-splashing crocodile. I never said that. My heart is truer than yours, Mommy. Oh, then I'll contract the black and white bear, and you can have the water-splashing crocodile. The little girl made a compelling argument. Sweetheart, let us go to bed early tonight. We can dream of anything. The mother was even more pragmatic. In a corner of the audience, someone was fervently shaking their friend's shoulder, exclaiming, I told you to bet on her, didn't I? Do I really have a knack for analysis? Am I the dark horse hunter of tomorrow? The friend's souls seemed to leave their body. Had they only listened and placed their bets, they would have been better off. Reflecting back, while her strength was not immediately apparent, whether evading the relentless pursuit of the fire goose to turn the tables, or toying with the little wave turtle, it was evident she was no ordinary contender. They lamented together, 150. How could they have missed the opportunity to multiply their stakes 50-fold? Today's grand finals exceeded all expectations. Did the audience foresee our champion? Siduaduo's comment reignited the slowly accepting viewers. I'm feeling a bit defensive. What else with Siduaduo's commentary? Aren't we just commentators and viewers? Shouldn't there be some distance? Stop asking. Why bring up others' shortcomings? What a brilliant prediction. I painstakingly compiled a 20-page analysis of the contestants' strengths for my bets, only to realize that Yazelle wasn't even mentioned. I watched every match from the pregame. Yet I have no memory of Yazelle. She seemed to have appeared out of thin air. The lack of recognition is because she changed into a bush creature outfit. You wouldn't recognize her. Every contestant looked completely different today. Not betting on her is one thing, but finding so many excuses is ridiculous. The earlier matches are still available online. She couldn't have just materialized. I only watched the finals, but you're exaggerating. It's not a matter of poor judgment or incorrect predictions. I bet on the wrong person, and now I'm facing bankruptcy, so stop trying to save face. Exactly. With Yazelle's overwhelming strength, how could no one have bet on her? I suspect those who did must be secretly profiting. Meanwhile, Yazelle, who was indeed profiting, was heading towards the backstage interview area, preparing for an interview. In the arena, the host was organizing other contestants to restart the arena competition, planning an additional round to determine the top 10, excluding the champion Yazelle and the runner-up Dan Mingzhu, as the organizers had realized that with either of them present, no other contestant could even score a point, making it impossible to differentiate the top 10. While the match was being reset, Yazelle was scheduled for a champion interview. This time, the scale of the interview was entirely different from the last. Previously, during a brief interview, there was only one staff member filming with a phone, with no lighting or filters applied. This time, as she stepped into the interview room, she was met with a throng of journalists. Their bodies adorned with insignias representing various channels, wielded cameras akin to cannons, incessantly snapping photographs of her. Iser, did you foresee winning the championship before the competition? Iser, how did you maintain your composure in the face of such a formidable opponent as Dan Mingzhu? Iser, could you strike a for the camera over here? The reporters' inquiries surged like a tidal wave, an overwhelming barrage of questions coupled with the blinding brilliance of countless flashes exploding before her eyes, prompting Iser to instinctively raise her hand in defense. Her companion, Sesame, immediately sensed the commotion, stretching its furry paws to shield Iser from the dazzling lights, while employing telekinesis to push a few cameras from the front row aside. Silence. Please maintain a safe distance. One at a time, shouted a staff member, pushing through the crowd to restore order. Once the reporters were organized, the interview commenced in earnest. Iser, the commentator Jidwa Duo has pointed out that your contracted beast is not the rumored black-faced bear, but rather a newly registered creature, the black and white bear. What are your thoughts on this? The first reporter's question was acutely incisive, and a poor response could ignite a considerable debate. Truly, Jidwa Duo, the so-called encyclopedia of anthropomorphic beasts, seemed to know every creature. Impressive. Iser clapped, resolved to learn from her. Did you employ a tactic to deliberately obscure the species of your beast, claiming it to be a black-faced bear, to lower your opponent's guard? The first reporter, dissatisfied with the initial answer, pressed on with increasingly pointed inquiries. Huh, are you referring to Sesame? Iser replied, her expression one of confusion, clutching Sesame tightly. I never said Sesame was a black-faced bear. Sesame nodded in agreement. Bears are not black-faced bears. How can these humans be so foolish? Fee is clearly black and white. However, black-faced bears are splendid creatures, and I hold a fondness for them as well. Occasionally, I refer to their dietary plans when preparing food for Sesame. Iser added with a cheerful smile. The first reporter attempted to ask another question but was pulled away by staff. All right, that's enough. You've asked 2 questions already, and there are many more waiting. Iser, why did you choose a bushman disguise today? Is it a metaphor or a symbol? The second reporter's question caught Iser off guard. Indeed, it is as you say, Iser responded, casting a commendatory glance at the reporter. There exists a type of shrub whose branches may not be lush, but whose roots extend several times deeper into the earth. This is my first competition as a beast master, and I hope to embody the understated yet indomitable spirit of such a shrub, aspiring to reach greater heights in the realm of beast battles. Applause erupted from the crowd, and even seasoned reporters who had interviewed more distinguished beast masters nodded in agreement, unable to resist drawing comparisons to a certain championship winner from the previous year. The reporter's grip on the microphone tightened slightly, the memory of last year's champion's cold, hard voice echoing in their mind. Metaphor? Are you referring to silverfish? I don't enjoy fish. That sea-level beast master had crossed her arms, her beast, the Nile flying wolf, impatiently scratching the ground at her feet. Ask something related to the competition. How about discussing how my Nile flying wolf developed such muscular strength like that of stone? Though that sea-level beast master was quite affable and generously shared 8 popular brands of beast protein powder, the reporter's spirits dampened. Now, standing before Isel, they were momentarily enveloped by the scent of sun-warmed leaves. Next reporter, please. We still have the awards ceremony to attend. Staff urged impatiently. The third reporter stepped forward with excitement. Isel, did you know that some of your statements during the competition have skyrocketed to the top of trending topics? A sinking feeling welled up in Isel's chest. Which statements? The ones about how flowers may wilt, but I will forever remember their fragrance. I am lonely but not suffering from solitude. All waters of the world will reunite. Rain is the sky's tears, the reporter recited with fervor, clearly enamored. Isel's fingers instinctively curled. What did she just hear? Trending. In that moment, she was profoundly grateful that her face was smeared with brown tree trunk paint. Thank you, event organizers. Thank you, Bushman outfit. After the reporter finished reciting her quotes, they continued. Netizens particularly adore these phrases and have crafted many interpretations. Could you elucidate the true meaning behind these sentences? 1,000 readers yield 1,000 interpretations. I respect everyone's understanding and feelings. Each perspective is authentic, valid, beautiful, and wise. Isel began to rack her brain for flattering adjectives. That was beautifully articulated. May I have your autograph? The reporter, now even more excited, produced a card featuring the phrase, I am lonely, but not suffering from solitude. Certainly, Isel signed her name with a flourish, resulting in a scrawl that resembled a series of indecipherable black lines and circles, ensuring that no one could discern the illustrious name of Isel. She had done her utmost. At this juncture, she hoped to continue living quietly under her name in the city. Your artistic signature is splendid. Have you practiced it specifically? The reporter, immensely satisfied with the illegible autograph, beamed. The awards ceremony was set to begin in 10 minutes, and staff hurriedly prompted, last one. I observed your previous matches, Isel, and the performance of the black and white bear was not as remarkable in the early rounds. Can you share how it underwent such a significant enhancement in such a short time? The reporter's voice was rapid fire, akin to a machine gun. Of course, Isel responded, prepared for this inquiry. Though Sesame possesses considerable strength, exceptional talent, intelligence, and a delightful personality, with a coat that is thick and luxurious, and a uniquely attractive hue, it is also incredibly diligent. However, Isel hesitated, recalling Sesame's confident demeanor since birth, unable to voice the truth about its shyness. Thus, she exhaled deeply, allowing the reporter ample room for imagination. Fortunately, during challenging times, the appearance of the embroidery fairy aided immensely. Isel thought of the several pets at home that took turns playing with energetic Sesame, confidently stating, What? The recently popular embroidery fairy? Could you elaborate? Time's up. The May doll has arrived. The awards ceremony is about to commence. Staff interrupted, gesturing for Isel to follow. I hear you're also a fan of the May doll. This year's May doll has reached unprecedented popularity. Events featuring the May doll are always filled to capacity. Staff chatted amiably as they led Isel. While Isel had feigned enthusiasm for several days as a May doll fan, adorning herself with numerous May doll pendants and consistently sharing May doll photos accompanied by exclamations of awe. I love it. Or awe, so cute. Her superficial facade had proven effective, as no one had questioned her sincerity. It seemed everyone unanimously accepted the May doll as a universally adored creature, leaving her somewhat intrigued about what the May doll truly was. However, upon reflection, it is indeed quite unfortunate that after so arduous an effort to seize the championship of this tournament, one is left without the coveted and rare pet egg or evolution stone, and even the symbolic prize money is absent. Instead, one is presented merely with an array of merchandise related to the beloved May, alongside an emphatic embrace from the May itself, boldly highlighted in large, bold letters. Were it not for the allure of betting, one might suspect that only the most fervent fans of May would attend. Yazelle, in truth, harbored a rather superficial understanding of May. She knew only that these creatures require a substantial amount of emotions throughout their developmental stages to grow and evolve. Moreover, the unique characteristic of May is their unpredictable evolution, which varies according to the emotions they absorb. Within the Starry Pet amusement park, the predominant emotions available for absorption are, naturally, joy, excitement, and thrill. In such an environment, most May tend to evolve by absorbing joyful emotions. Those blessed by such an evolutionary Meimeo will find themselves surrounded by numerous joyful occurrences for a time, making it easier to experience happiness and be influenced by joyous emotions. Thus, Meimeo has earned the moniker of the pet that brings happiness. A small fraction of Meimeo, however, evolves by absorbing stimulating emotions. Those fortunate enough to receive blessings from this type will, for a duration, encounter more exhilarating experiences and will embrace thrill with greater courage, daring to attempt activities they would typically shy away from. There was once an underachiever who, after receiving the blessing of a stimulating evolutionary Meimeo, found himself called upon by his teacher every day for half a month to answer questions in class. This particular type of Meimeo boasts the least popularity among all variants. Even rarer are the Meimeo that evolve through excitement. Had the aforementioned underachiever been blessed by an excitement-evolving Meimeo, he would have eagerly raised his hand when called upon, confidently offering his incorrect answers. Yet, what type of evolution does this champion Meimeo, reputed to be the most popular ever, possess? All Yazelle knew was that this Meimeo was adorned in hues of red and gold, crowned with a distinctive red hat. Generally, the colors of pets correlate with their attributes and types. Could the red and gold signify a joy type? The embrace from the Meimeo among the championship prizes is a personal blessing, while the handshake from the top 10 Meimeo represents a collective blessing. Personal blessings are more potent and enduring. As both champion and a member of the top 10, she possesses both. In truth, a joy type would be quite splendid. While a stimulating type might present complications, could it possibly be the even rarer excitement type? Yazelle subtly inquired of the staff. How did the Meimeo in this competition evolve into its current form? It appears to stand out among all Meimeo. Indeed, it was a fortuitous confluence of circumstances. During the period of its evolution, the employment market was quite dismal, and even while patrons played in the amusement park, their thoughts were preoccupied with wealth and prosperity. The staff replied without a second thought. Upon hearing this, Yazelle involuntarily held her breath. Could it be what she suspected? Thus, it evolved into the current wealth-bringing Meimeo, the staff continued. Chapter 76, Mei. The wealth-bringing Meimeo enjoys phenomenal popularity, with countless fans traveling from afar each year to attend its handshake events. The staff shrugged, evidently accustomed to the overwhelming popularity of the Meimeo. Yazelle, who had felt no anxiety during the competition, now found herself somewhat nervous. What is the Meimeo like? Will its mood affect the potency of its blessings? Does it enjoy shrubs? Is it fond of green? Can I still change my outfit? The manifestation of blessings varies for each individual, the staff explained. It is said that one's fortune differs, and the wealth-bringing Meimeo's blessings enhance financial luck, particularly favoring those with abundant prosperity. Wealth can manifest not only as cash or money, but also as valuable items. Once blessed, one may take the initiative to act upon their instincts. The staff pondered for a moment and added, however, one should not be overly aggressive. Yazelle, displaying a studious demeanor in her preparation for the upcoming exam, inquired, "What do you mean by not too aggressive?" My former colleague, Old Wong, once drew the sole individual blessing from a Meimeo at a company event. After receiving the blessing, he squandered all his savings on lottery tickets, the staff recalled, gazing into the distance as if reminiscing. He must have won a substantial amount, right? Yazelle asked. Lost it all, the staff shook their head. Old Wong refused to accept this outcome and reported the matter to the relevant authorities, suspecting the shop of lottery fraud, and then discovered that the shop indeed committed fraud, ultimately receiving a hefty compensation. Yazelle speculated. You have quite the imagination. But the reality is more complicated, the staff revealed, a complex expression crossing their face. The shop's owner was a fugitive with a staggering bounty on his head. When officials arrived, suspecting exposure, he panicked and took Old Wong hostage, fleeing into a secret realm devoid of even toilet paper. The staff sighed. For a moment, Yazelle's thoughts flitted between the absurdity of a realm lacking toilet paper and the question of how one would manage without it. Shaking her head, she cast aside thoughts of toilet paper. Is Old Wong all right? The fugitive initially intended to eliminate Old Wong in that desolate environment, but upon witnessing the inhospitable conditions, he opted to leave Old Wong to farm, cook, clean, and repair the roof. Enduring humiliation, Old Wong toiled in that realm for several months, and amidst his agricultural endeavors, he diligently meditated, ultimately achieving a new contract position in his dormant mind. Yazelle's mouth fell agape in astonishment. Old Wong secretly contracted a poison-type pet, and while cooking, he added an excessive amount of seasoning, incapacitating the fugitive. In the end, he escaped the secret realm with the now paralyzed fugitive in tow and promptly claimed the substantial bounty at the management bureau. Now, that's quite the legend. Yazelle managed to smile. It felt a tad different from her expectations. She had imagined the story would conclude with the lottery ticket incident. You might have heard of Old Wong. After emerging from the secret realm, he fell in love with farming, acquiring vast tracts of land. The most popular agricultural products and toilet paper in White Tower City now bear his brand. The staff chuckled. Are you referring to Wang Erda? I know her. She even received recognition as one of the top 10 inspiring figures of the year. I wrote about her in my final exam essay last year. Though the newspaper only mentioned her agricultural achievements, Yazelle recalled. Indeed, that's her. She changed her name after founding her company. It was originally Wang Erda, the staff confirmed. Is it true that life becomes so extraordinary after receiving the blessing of a Meimeo? Yazelle couldn't help but ask. Haha, rest assured. Individuals like old Wang are exceedingly rare, possessing extraordinary fortune. Over the years, there has only been one such case. The staff assured her as they guided Yazelle to a heavy curtain. Here we are, the staff announced, pulling out their phone to send a few messages. Standing there, Yazelle could already hear the host's voice filtering through the curtain. Next up is our highly anticipated champion, Yazelle. Let us welcome her with thunderous applause. The host declared. A resounding applause erupted. Go ahead, the staff said at the opportune moment, skillfully pulling aside the curtain, leaving Yazelle exposed to the gaze of countless spectators. Blinded momentarily by the sudden spotlight, Yazelle squinted, and then her eyes fell upon the other contestants and their Meimeo nearby. The gaze glided past the competitors, locking onto the delightful Mimi doll. The Mimi doll bore an uncanny resemblance to its pendant counterpart. Its fur was fluffy and soft, spiraled horns intertwined with golden threads. Adorned with red silk embroidered with gold, and a golden bell hung from its neck, complemented by a small red top hat. It was the auspicious Mimi doll. How had she not realized earlier that this evolved form exuded such opulence? With formidable self-restraint, Iser managed to control herself before several onlookers. Refraining from recklessly dashing towards the Mimi doll, she approached it briskly. To her astonishment, the Mimi doll appeared even more exhilarated than she was, bounding towards her with joyful bleats. In the next instant, she was enveloped by a large, soft mass of fur. Iser seemed to hear the Mimi doll emit a contented bleat before it buried its face into her, taking a deep breath. This was not how the script had outlined the sequence of events. The host internally screamed. There should have been an advertisement first, followed by the presentation of the trophies for the 10th and 6th places. Then another advertisement before the 5th and 2nd places were awarded, and finally, yet another advertisement before the champion trophy was presented. After the champion trophy was awarded, a final advertisement should have preceded the Mimi doll's blessing. Mimi doll. We rehearsed for 3 days. Until yesterday, I thought we would be the best of partners. The Mimi doll was bestowing blessings upon our champion. The host initiated applause, instinctively shifting into crisis management mode. The audience joined in, clapping in unison. So this was how it was. The starry pet paradise had indeed changed its ways. Previously, they would interrupt with a barrage of advertisements before getting to the point, one audience member lamented. Indeed, even watching the replay online required advertisements. And after subscribing to VIP status to skip them, I was dismayed to discover that the VIP subscription only eliminated the first ad. Another audience member exclaimed indignantly. So, how many VIP subscriptions would one need to eliminate all the ads? Someone queried nearby. For perhaps, VIP should suffice. This audience member seemed quite versed in the matter. On stage, Iser remained buried in the Mimi doll's soft, white fur for some time, the branches atop her head rustling as the Mimi doll nuzzled against her. The sound of the Mimi doll's enthusiastic inhalations filled her ears, accompanied by the soothing bleats emanating from its throat. Though she understood that the Mimi doll could convey blessings through embraces, she could not shake the peculiar sensation that it felt as though it were merely inhaling her. Chapter 77. The Intelligent Supermarket. Hurry up and work, Mimi doll. Iser's inner voice seemed to transcend the Mimi doll, resonating with the host. The Mimi doll was in the midst of delivering blessings to the champion. The host emphasized with fervor. The Mimi doll finally remembered its purpose, after one last, lingering breath. It reluctantly withdrew its head. Its horns glowed with a warm radiance. The Mimi doll softly bleated, suddenly bowing its head to gently touch Iser's forehead with its horn. A wave of peculiar warmth radiated from the point of contact. Iser felt something awaken within her. A golden halo began to shimmer at the periphery of her vision, accompanied by faint, melodic chimes in her ears. Moments later, everything returned to normal. Was this the blessing of prosperity? Iser murmured to herself. The Mimi doll seemed pleased with her reaction, letting out another bleat, this time laced with clear delight. It stood upright, taking a few steps back, tilting its head as it regarded Iser, its eyes brightening with an unmistakable spark of mischief. All right, the Mimi doll has bestowed its blessing upon our champion. The host deftly positioned himself between Iser and the Mimi doll, seemingly receiving some information through his earpiece. Next, we shall interject with an announcement. Suddenly, lively music filled the air. The host's exuberant voice resonated throughout the venue. Breaking news. The betting system has just confirmed that an anonymous spectator has correctly predicted this season's champion. The odds reached the maximum limit of 150, collecting a staggering share of 876 from the prize pool. Let us congratulate this elusive oracle, and let us all look forward to next year's third season tournament. It wasn't until the sun had set that Yazelle finally removed her makeup, changed her outfit, and exited the starry pet paradise with Gigi. She had not anticipated that the award ceremony would last so long, exceeding the combined duration of 2 matches. The prize money had been credited immediately after the host announced it. Prior to the event, she had wagered her entire savings of $2.36 million on herself. Now, after deducting her initial stake, she had reaped a whopping 50-fold return, a grand total of $118 million. Yazelle hailed a rapid floating vehicle, applying a new user discount for 50 off 11, entering her destination as the Crystal Bright Mall. The Crystal Bright Mall, nestled within the inner ring of the White Tower City, was an upscale shopping destination that Yazelle had previously avoided. The driver of the rapid floating vehicle was an 18-clawed creature dressed in a uniform and bow tie. The primary form of the 18-clawed creature was the 8-clawed version, which evolved to possess more tentacles. It could simultaneously command each tentacle to perform different tasks, making it particularly sought after in bubble tea shops. One wondered how the number of tentacles related to driving skill. The 18-clawed creature drove swiftly and steadily, navigating every curve with precision. They arrived at the destination in a mere 1/5 of the time it would have taken on a public floating vehicle. By this time, the sky had darkened. The Crystal Bright Mall shimmered in the twilight, its structure resembling a meticulously sculpted amethyst, reflecting countless facets of light. It was said that the mall's exterior was crafted from a special material that absorbed sunlight during the day and emitted its own glow at night. As Yazelle walked through the main entrance of the mall, she was greeted by 2 rows of uniformed pet attendants standing in neat formation. On the left were 8 long-necked cats, their elegant necks adorned with silk scarves, bowing gracefully as guests passed by. On the right stood 8 upright walking leer dogs, their gloved front paws expertly opening the heavy glass doors for patrons. So many pets, Yazelle exclaimed in simple awe. Gigi's little eyes sparkled as it gazed around. The interior was even more breathtaking. The towering dome sparkled like a starry sky. Upon closer inspection, it was composed of hundreds of small luminescent bats forming a chandelier. The glow patterns on their wings pulsed rhythmically, simulating the flow of a galaxy. The floor was polished to a mirror-like sheen. With a group of blue-clad cleaning weasels pushing specially designed carts through the space, their tails sweeping away minute dust particles. In the center of the first floor stood a colossal blue crystal escalator, activated by 24 telekinetic ice cream foxes. When it moved, it emitted dazzling blue light, captivating all who beheld it. This was also the signature structure of the Crystal Bright Mall. Yazelle had seen this place online. Nearly every first-time visitor took a photo here. As a first-time visitor herself, Yazelle snapped a picture of Gigi. However, being somewhat familiar with the telekinesis skill, she keenly observed that amongst them, 9 ice cream foxes were merely pretending to exert themselves, their eyes devoid of the glow characteristic of activated telekinesis. How brazenly they slacked off in public. Yazelle paused for a moment, attempting to capture a perfect photo of all the ice cream foxes with their eyes illuminated. However, she discovered that the next wave of guests had transformed into another 11 ice cream foxes idly lounging about. To her astonishment, the subsequent wave comprised a staggering 21 ice cream foxes in a similar state of leisure. The brilliance of the crystal spiral escalator had noticeably dimmed. This was rather unsafe, wasn't it? Just as she contemplated seeking out a supervisor to voice her concerns, she noticed a small, translucent inscription in the corner of the escalator that read Pure Electric Spiral Escalator. So, it was merely the blue light emitted by psychic energy. How infuriating. Anyone would assume it was a psychic-powered escalator, yet it turned out to be nothing more than a superficial facade. Yazelle resolved to first procure some sustenance for Sesame to quell its hunger. Her gaze fell upon a spacious, unmanned, intelligent supermarket on the first floor. Inside, shelves were neatly arranged, devoid of staff, with only a few customers leisurely selecting items with their shopping baskets. An unmanned, intelligent supermarket. Yazelle had heard of such places online, but this was her first encounter in reality. It was said that these supermarkets were controlled by rare mechanical beasts, capable of swiftly calculating the prices of all items purchased by customers across numerous chain stores in real time. Such powerful mechanical beasts were seldom seen outside, as they were typically recruited into large departments for more crucial tasks, much like Logus from the Campbell family. Yazelle felt a surge of anticipation. Sesame, we are about to strike it rich. Choose whatever you desire, Yazelle declared with a grand gesture. Roar, roar, roar. Sesame excitedly pointed in various directions. Oh, You wish to indulge in everything, do you? Iser understood. She retrieved a basket and began her selections. Citrus-flavored crispy biscuits bundled with rich, smooth bean juice were offered at a 20% discount, while a cloud bread set containing the same luscious bean juice was available at 60% off, with discounts stacking and reusable. For every 6 glowing radishes purchased, 3 garlic bird meatballs were complimentary. Thus, she decided on 18 glowing radishes. The Paw Paw Kitchen brand snacks and the Meat More brand's 8-layer hamburger had a promotional tie-in. Buy 3, get 1 free. Iser murmured to herself, swiftly filling 5 baskets. That's sufficient. Iser instructed Sesame to use its psychic energy to place the 5 baskets in the checkout scanning area. She pressed the checkout button. Now, it was time to witness the formidable calculations of the mechanical beast. Iser watched the display screen with bated breath. A transparent circle, representing the ongoing calculations, spun incessantly at the center of the screen. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 15 seconds, 16 seconds, 17 seconds. This mechanical beast seemed to be struggling with its calculations. Growing somewhat bored, Iser began to scroll through her phone. After 2 minutes, a figure finally appeared on the screen. Iser's expression sharpened. No. You've overcharged me by $13.68. She quickly calculated. I see now. You mistook my selected rich, smooth bean juice for the regular one, which has no discount. Furthermore, you failed to account for 1 spicy, juicy garlic bird meatball. The two discrepancies conveniently offset each other, precisely yielding $13.68. The electronic screen retracted a series of numbers. Suddenly, a small door sprang open in the wall, and a wise parrot fluttered out, flapping its wings and shedding tears. Iser stood frozen, peering through the small door to glimpse a wall filled with price lists, a floor strewn with scrap paper, and a calculator resting on a table. Moments later, a manager wearing a name tag entered, apologizing to Iser. I sincerely apologize. The intelligent parrot just resigned unexpectedly, claiming it could no longer perform its duties. I am truly sorry for the inconvenience caused to your shopping experience. I will waive this transaction for you. Waive the payment. The service at this grand mall is exceptional. Thank you ever so much. Iser expressed her gratitude while waving her hand, signaling Sesame. Instantly, Sesame understood, its tiny paws busily stuffing various snacks into the spatial ring. I am terribly sorry. I hope your shopping experience has not been affected. I wish you a delightful time. The manager rapidly spouted a long string of apologies. Thank you very much. Iser and the manager exchanged polite looks while Sesame managed to stow away 2 baskets of snacks. I am truly sorry, the manager kept repeating. The two continued their courteous exchange for a while. Once Sesame had successfully stored all the snacks, Iser finally departed the unmanned intelligent supermarket amidst the manager's 5th wish for her to enjoy her time. Her visit to the Crystal Mall was not only to replenish training supplies for Sesame, but also to purchase gifts for her family and pets, especially for Quan Quan, who had generously provided her with all her pocket money as a wager for her endeavors. Iser had already decided on the perfect gift for Quan Quan, a life-sized, high-precision, dazzling, night glow, force feedback simulation sandbag of her idol, the illustrious Cherry Power. Cherry Power was not only Quan Quan's idol, but also her training aspiration. Quan Quan's previous idol had been a formidable rabbit known as the Mighty Rabbit, celebrated for its low body fat, muscular physique, and incredible explosive power in its legs, coupled with strikingly defined muscles. During the period when Quan Quan idolized the Mighty Rabbit, she trained daily in front of its photographs, dreaming of achieving a physique as perfect as the Mighty Rabbit's. Quan Quan had cherished the Mighty Rabbit for a long time until she finally saved enough money to attend a signing event, where she won a coveted one-on-one guidance session. In a mere punch, she had floored the fully armored, helmet-wearing Mighty Rabbit, which towered over her. Subsequently, security had escorted her out of the venue. For quite some time afterward, the family was forbidden from mentioning the Mighty Rabbit, for any reference would plunge Quan Quan into a melancholic state, retreating to a corner to sulk. Eventually, Quan Quan learned from her experience, and her current idol, Cherry Power, was a robust beast that had participated in numerous official competitions. One could say that Quan Quan was a fiercely loyal pet, as she would never consider another star beast while her idol remained undefeated. Thus, a customized sandbag for Quan Quan featuring Cherry Power would undoubtedly delight her. However, establishments specializing in such life-sized, sensor-embedded sandbags were exceedingly rare. Iser had visited several shops dedicated to training equipment, only to be told they did not accept custom orders or that they lacked the appropriate molds, resulting in lengthy waiting periods. As Iser and Sesame strolled, indulging in delightful treats, they finally arrived at the pinnacle of the Crystal Mall, where they stumbled upon a training facility that was exceptionally eye-catching. This training center occupied an entire floor at the top. The entire venue was encased in a sleek silver metal shell, with a massive holographic sign suspended at the entrance, flashing the words Power Training Center. Below, promotional phrases rolled by, featuring professional coaching guidance, beast skill training, and custom top-tier training equipment. Through the glass curtain wall, rows of training equipment and the silhouettes of beasts in training could be faintly seen, with a uniformed receptionist stationed at the entrance. "Let us take a look here," Yazelle said, her gaze drawn to the sign advertising top-tier custom training equipment, and she quickly led Sesame inside. The receptionist greeted them with a smile. "Hello. How may I assist you today?" Yazelle, straightforward as ever, inquired. "Do you offer custom life-sized sandbags for beast training? I require high-precision simulation with built-in sensors and dazzling night glow effects." "Absolutely, we can do that," the receptionist greeted warmly, stating that the Renly Training Hall was formerly known as the Renly Equipment Hall, which specialized in high-end custom training apparatus. It later evolved into the current training facility as business expanded. "Which pet beast would you like to customize?" she inquired. "We possess a comprehensive database of the most popular pet beasts across the Federation, allowing us to directly retrieve data for modeling." The receptionist presented a booklet showcasing various materials. Regarding the Ochin leasher, Iser interjected, "It must possess impact resistance, and the materials should be the most durable." "You truly have an eye for quality," the receptionist replied, deftly navigating her computer. The Ochin leasher has become an immensely popular combat-type star beast in recent years. We only completed its custom order last week. If you place your order now and opt for expedited service, it can be delivered to your doorstep by the day after tomorrow. Just as Iser was about to nod in agreement, she suddenly noticed a promotional sign beside the counter. "Wait, what is this grand prize draw for spending over 500,000? You've arrived at the perfect moment. You're just in time for our once-in-a-century anniversary event. The price for customizing this sandbag is 49.99 million federal coins. And with the addition of some minor accessories, you can participate in the lottery," the receptionist explained. Iser immediately set her sights on the vibrant version of the pet beast custom figurine being offered as a participation prize, and began to contemplate which accessories to add to her order. Seeing Iser in contemplation, the receptionist, assuming she was hesitant about the lottery, kindly remarked, "The odds of winning this draw are even lower than that of a lottery. The colorful figurine is a non-sale item. If you aren't particularly interested in it, it may not be very worthwhile." "Lottery." Iser seized upon the keyword. Her sensitivity heightened after just hearing the staff recount the legendary rise of Old Wong, making her particularly attuned to anything related to lotteries. "Is this establishment legitimate?" Iser surveyed the surrounding staff, dressed in training hall uniforms, and hesitantly inquired. "Of course. Our Renly Training Hall has been established for 201 years and holds both the Federal High-Level Training Venue Operation License and the 5-star certification for safe beast training," the receptionist replied, retrieving a series of certificates from her computer for Iser to view. Iser had intended to ask something different, but instead inquired, "Is the centennial anniversary event indeed held every 201 years? "Indeed. Our Renly Training Hall has a rich history, and each year is precious to us, worthy of celebration." The receptionist responded with an unwavering expression. "Moreover, the number 1 signifies uniqueness, championship, excellence, and the pinnacle, perfectly aligning with our brand ethos. Please, continue to elaborate on this lottery," Iser prompted. "The first prize is a fitness card valued at 200,000, which has only been drawn once this year. The grand prize has yet to be claimed." With nearly 99 of participants receiving the figurine as a participation prize, the receptionist explained. Iser's eyes lit up upon hearing that 99 of participants received the figurine. This was exactly what she desired. She decisively pointed to the protective claw bandages on display. "Add that, and I will reach 500,000. "Certainly," the receptionist, witnessing Iser's swift card transaction, beamed with genuine delight. "Please hold on. The prize pool will be drawn in 10 minutes. The receptionist operated a nearby machine and handed Iser a small slip filled with a dense array of 201 letters, numbers, and punctuation marks. "What is this?" Iser inquired, perplexed as she accepted the paper. "This is the random number sequence of 201 digits that will determine the grand prize winner for our Renly Training Hall's 201st anniversary celebration. This event was conceived by our owner. Isn't it particularly innovative?" The receptionist maintained her unwavering smile.